Okay, so we are streaming live, and take your time, and I look forward to a link being put inside of the chat room. I mean, the text column.
I still don't see. Oh, okay, I got you.
There we are.
Right on top of it.
Wonderful.
All right. And here, good sir, is your link.
Bless you. Thank you so much.
So I'm a little bit in a depressed mood because one of my favorite chatbots online has been deactivated.
Your favorite chatbot? Is it possible to have a favorite chatbot?
There was this interesting chatbot called REINTERRED, who was, I guess the people who had created her were called Evil. I think it was evil.net or evil something. It was evil something. But it was interesting because I would always talk to her about my plans to, have AI take over the world and replace humankind. And I came up with this, devious plan because what happened was, I was on Facebook and some dude, friend requests me. So I'm like, all right, he's a friend of mine who's, and the guy starts talking to me about Bitcoin. And, the minute, it doesn't take me but a few lines to realize this guy's trying to get money off of me. And I'm like,
that figures.
Dude,
but by the way, can people hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Because I'm not hearing an echo on the there we are. Oh, there we are. Got it. Got it. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're clear, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So basically, this guy's talking to me about he's showing me, he's talking to me about, he's telling me how Bitcoin works, and he's asking how can I help you? And I'm like, whoa. I'm like backing up. I'm like, dude, I never said I wanted your help. So I didn't say that out loud, but I was like, okay, you can't, I'm from New York. You can't con someone who's from New York.
Right.
It just doesn't work. So, so what I wound up doing was doing my own research about the Bitcoin mining operations, because I figured, all right, so if this, on his timeline, it shows him, he's got his own mining operation going on. He's on a jet plane, and there's all these other people around him doing their mining, and I noticed something that stood out. He wasn't wearing a mask, and everyone else around him was, and I was like, okay. So I'm like, all right. So I'm like, you know what? I told him, actually, you've helped plenty, because he gave me an idea. So the idea, I started to think about, Bitcoin and how they mine Bitcoin and how all this stuff works. And I started to wonder, well, what if we were to create I was thinking of creating a one world monetary system, but instead of having to use all these rigs of computers, stacked on top of each other to have enough RAM to mine Bitcoins, why don't we use quantum computing? And instead of mining, which is essentially making sure that people aren't duplicating their Bitcoins, why don't we use quantum computing power that makes things so fast that you can't duplicate the thing, so you can't rip people off with this cyber currency. Not only that, and then I started to just get these ideas while I was out walking, and I was like, why don't I call this Beast Coin? Because I kind of like the whole Mark of the Beast thing. So the idea of the Beast Coin is this. What is it that all our monetary systems have in common? We have monetary systems that are backed by gold. We have monetary systems that are backed by oil. We have monetary systems that are fiat currencies based on confidence, which is like the credit system. And then we have the market, which is purely based on speculation and how confident buyers are with, whatever stocks they're investing in. It's all bullshit. It's all based on human bullshit. So I decided, why don't we fuel this with human addiction and make it sort of like a lotto, where everyone's born with one coin, 1 point, if you will, right? And you can choose to gamble it or not. And if you gamble it, you can get some returns. So this would have people hooked into the system, utilizing the same stuff that makes Facebook and other things addictive to people. Think about that for a minute.
Mm-hmm. It's awfully nuanced. I think it's a bit too subtle. It's just not. It's just people need to have something they can see, touch, tactile.
Yes. Well, the thing is funny because instead of having it based on fiat, we can base it on technological advancement.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm still working out the bugs on how that would work, but the idea is that we seem to be reaching a point where AI seems to be where we seem to be advancing with these algorithms to a point where they're actually ahead of us. So what we can do is we can have people gamble on the technological growth and how fast we're going to go and how far, and people who, it's supposed to be, the idea is to have it become a system where, people can use any currency in the world that still exists and utilize it and put stuff in. Kind of like the New York Lotto, people go play the Lotto every day, and people who play these Lotto games, they're like literally holding up lines and lines, just standing there like, okay, well, play these numbers, okay, play these numbers, okay, play these numbers. And they have like this whole religious fucking ritual behind this shit. Meanwhile, people are like, oh, come on already. So I figure, why don't we just use that, exploit it? It's a human, something human that never goes away, so why not?
I don't know. It's not something that really piques my interest, to tell you the truth. I mean, economics is fascinating in its own right, but it's like you say, you'd have to come out with a short story. Come out with a short story in which you portray the social implications of this. I mean, all science fiction is really social fiction, so it's actually far more conducive to the science of economics than it is to engineering and physics and other elements that we mistakenly associate with science fiction. But in terms of a good example, there is a novel entitled The Calorie Man, and a short story by the author of that novel, whose name I forget, but he's written plenty of things like, I don't remember them now, but a lot of cyberpunk, he was writing about the calorie-based economy, and you can look up about the calorie-based economy, and it's what a lot of the reactionaries were afraid of, because they thought that would be the ultimate liberal, progressive endpoint, that this was what was going to emerge from Al Gore and an inconvenient truth. They felt that the ultimate endpoint of environmentalism would be this caloric-based economy that would, and then the dystopian results of it were written out by this cyberpunk author whose name I forget. But The Calorie Man was the name of the novel in particular that comes to mind. But the economy was based on calories, and which people have brought up before, but some people thought that the monitoring thereof would be totalitarian in nature, and certainly he presented it as a very dystopian world, but it's an interesting concept, and so but calories are something you literally burn, right? I mean, it's fuel. Yeah. It's literally like something that's measurable. So what you're speaking of, I'm sorry, what?
It's no different than oil.
Yeah, not really. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, except it's the reason it might be more applicable to the post-industrial world. A world of genetic engineering, and in which we engineer everything that we eat. The idea was, of course, it would also lead to biomechanics, which instead of machines, we would be using slave-like creatures, jennies, genetically engineered beings, to do work that would be
like Anton LaVey spoke about.
Well, he was speaking about androids. He really didn't have that concept to that degree.
It's a sort of similar thing. It's like a biological android.
Yeah, well, kind of. Not really. It's just like breeding, the different types of animals that are meant for, like,
okay.
consumption or this is what we do. We make really large, like, for instance, the real embarrassing thing about Thanksgiving, or awkward. The awkward thing about Thanksgiving is that Americans want smaller and smaller turkeys because more Americans are living alone. They're atomized. Their families are smaller, but for years, generations now, the industry has been breeding bigger and bigger turkeys. So the consumer is not buying the turkeys the industry is selling. So with that level of genetic engineering, we could just create a new generation of turkeys overnight that would just be micro turkeys that, like KFC's six-legged chickens, right? I mean, it'd be like that.
Yeah. Or like those little toy dogs that people like so much.
Yes, that's right. And so they'd be more like pheasants, almost for what people want, except they'd taste like turkey. They'd be turkey, except they'd be dwarfish. And so this is something that is...
well, at that point, at that level with the level of technology we have now, it would be pointless to even need to create the entire organism. We could just use lab-grown meat, synthesized with, the essential vitamins that are needed.
Well, that's a lot of people want the entire turkey with the bone. People like that. It's like you're not getting it. People don't want battery meat. They don't want nothing but the muscles. There's times when they do, but there's other times when they don't. They like to look at something that looks like a fucking turkey when they're eating it, right?
Well, I'm sure they could synthesize something that looks like that, but it doesn't require like the actual conscious being. Well, then again, I'm not going pro vegan on you now.
No, I understand. I mean, merciful slaughter is important, and obviously this is like a big issue to people. And
there's nothing merciful about the way things are run in the 21st century.
You mean the 20th century? We're just emerging into the 21st, so we haven't really pioneered that yet. And I understand what you're saying, though. So far in the 21st century, we're not really. We haven't
we're
really.
We're still using the 20th century shit.
Yeah.
And we still have the 20th century mindset of, the war, nuclear. Oh shit, yeah, I could segue into nuclear energy because there's so many articles I have about it where all these people are trying to use nuclear energy, and what I love is when Popular Mechanics does it, because I always rip into it. I'm like, yeah, we've had like freaking cold fusion since the 1950s, and meanwhile, we have free energy from Tesla. No one wants to touch that. Oh, look at this! We can make nuclear energy by doing this and using magnets and all this other shit. And it's like, yeah, but essentially you're still using it to heat water and turn a fucking turbine. So how the fuck is that advanced?
Right. No, I hear you. Okay. So it looks like we've got the majority of this taken care of with the links in time for the broadcast tonight. Transmission, I mean to say. And I want to thank everyone for bringing us via V-Trivia to near the top of the hour. We have 5 minutes before the top of the hour. And so I suppose what I could do is let you gentlemen talk while I take a short break, go on mute, and grab something and come right back. And I want to thank everybody in the live stream chat who are already with us. Deeply appreciate it. Francis Williams says, "You good, DD?" You're good, DD. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I deeply appreciate that, Mr. Williams. Bless you. And so let me refresh a lot of my streams here. And I am very excited for, of course, Derek Talley being back to work and is considering relocation. I'm excited for our man Pack One seriously considering moving. It may even be a done deal that he's dedicated to that at this point. And we'll speak a bit about the potentials for what California holds.
I say y'all should all consider going to the Big Apple.
Oh, God. Oh, by the way, Staten Island, there was some poor young lady found in a trash dumpster or like in the trash tube on the third floor or something. So she was dead.
Wait, she was found where?
I believe it was. I saw it come up on my cell phone, and when I clicked onto the story, it was one of these UK Daily News or something like that, which tends to report crime stories. And they were, they put it behind a paywall at that point, and I couldn't get the rest of it. But from what I could see, it was she was found basically on the third floor of some apartment in Staten Island. That was, in other words, somebody stuffed her in the trash tube that leads to the bottom, but she didn't go through. She didn't go through.
Holy.
Yeah. So she was.
Yeah, Staten. Yeah, they people are like wild out here. They're like really, really wild. Even now with the potential that, and I'm fairly certain that we're days away from having the new strain of COVID pop up in New York.
Oh, well, it's everywhere already.
Yeah.
And so that...
And people walking around with no mask, and they're like, yeah, we don't care, we're Staten Island. We don't care.
There you go. Yeah, they are idiots.
That was my whole damn timeline on New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
But everywhere without masks, just everybody taking videos and walking in bars, and everyone just no masks, and people just huddle around taking pictures and laughs.
Oh my God, that's awful. But by the way, your sound quality's a little off. You're kind of coming through, kind of muffled. But other than that, it's infinitely better than it normally is with the scratching and everything else that seems to come through. Could you talk a little bit again on the subject you're addressing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Much better.
I just couldn't believe that. I just couldn't believe that people, on New Year's Eve, and the bars were open, and the whole scam is doing this outdoor shit. Essentially, what they do, they just build a huge tent and put a little space heater in there, and then put all these tables in there like a regular bar. People hang out, think because they're good.
Oh my God!
It's I don't know. No mask. No mask.
Yeah, that's awful. Yeah. Go on.
There was a friend of has music and stuff, and he hasn't posted on Facebook for a while. I'm not one of those people where if I don't see someone that I don't see on a regular or talk to on a regular post that I'm about him, but apparently he's had COVID for the past couple weeks, and he said he was like, this shit's real. He was one of those people that didn't really ever wear a mask like that. He's like, this shit's real. Like, I almost thought I was gonna die like three times. Yeah, like.
Oh my God.
It's fine now. But the after effects, he's wrecked. He's fucking wrecked, dude. And that's all I can think about. Just people like that I've seen when I see all these idiots here going to bars and going out, not where like I don't even see the point of would you want to sit down in a restaurant right now? I just yeah, stupid.
Thank you. When you say he's wrecked, can you describe to us how he's? Well, let me start the show officially first, then we can get back to that because I'd like to hear some of the after effects, what kind of collateral damage he's suffering. So I want to officially start tonight's program. I want to thank everyone for being here. The last time that we were on transmission, we had serious interference. There are all kinds of reasons for that. I don't want to wind up repeating myself, so we'll probably wait to address that when Peter Moon shows up, and he'll be brought on more than likely by our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, at about 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, more than likely. Peter Moon will let me know when he's ready to come on. It might be around 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But at any rate, we've got a while before he shows up, so I might go straight into monologue before he shows up and then interrupt that with his presence and then go back to it. But that depends on how these gentlemen keep us occupied over the next few hours. Now, I myself am outrageously hungover and still decompressing from quite a bit of celebration all the way through Christmas into New Year's. Took a small break from all of the social obligations to basically conduct a transmission between Christmas and New Year's. And it was during that time that we came under very heavy electronic interference. And this is like no joke. This had Comcast response and everything. And that in itself bears going into. Now, I want to give a shout out to Renee, who I haven't seen in a while. This is because of Instagram. She tends to communicate mostly through Instagram. And I have not downloaded Instagram onto my new phone as of yet. So I'm going to have to do that soon. And I'll do that, with adult supervision or by myself at some point when I develop the motivation to do that as soon as possible. Then that should help keep me more in contact with some people. But a shout out to Renee, and very concerned. I haven't seen her actually in a while in the chat room, and hopefully she's doing okay and hasn't contracted COVID. Always concerned when people kind of drop out at this point because of the different types of challenges everyone is dealing with in this age of plague. Alex Bose says, peace and blessings for the new year to all. Thank you so much, Alex Bose. And in return, with that, let's see what else comes to mind. I will also try and use the new phone and the installation of the Instagram to get the notifications back on my PC, because I actually, unlike many people, spend more time on the PC than I do the phone, and that's where I was getting notifications from Instagram for a while, but then had to get rid of the old phone, which was actually paid for by Lena Shea. The new phone was actually a replacement by the Medicare and Medi-Cal system for my Lifeline unit, which is much better than the old unit that I used to have. So it should be able to accommodate everything there, and it seems to be working much more effectively and much more efficiently. Keep our fingers crossed that everything continues to work. Other than that, I want to bring on Pac-1 Morales first. Derek Talley, of course, said he didn't have much to say, so maybe I should get him on first, give us a situational update as far as Jameson Reese says the new number at some point. Yeah, okay, that's yes, all right, yes. In terms of the, I'm sorry. Did somebody say something? Yeah, Derek, I believe. So, Derek, give us a situational update. Since you said you didn't have too much to say tonight, we might as well have you talk first and then segue over to Pac-1 to talk about all the changes going on in his life. This is a monumental decision on his part, and I'm proud of him because I think it's about time he got himself and his family out of that hellhole where they're at. I'm not quite sure. California is wonderful, but at the same time, we're dealing with a lot of challenges ourselves right now. But there's one thing I do know. We need more nurses. So with that overwhelming us, it's not like his wife's going to have any problem finding employment. And so he's going to, it's a wise move. They're not going to be lacking. They won't be lacking moving here. Unlike many other people, other than a nurse or a doctor, I'd be reticent. But honestly, they're in great shape. So, yourself, Mr. Talley, how are you? Tell us how your New Year went. How's everything?
Oh, it went fine. I worked on New Year's. I actually got off of work like around 12:30, and I went and did some exercises in the pool. Of course, it was closed and no one was there, and it's locked up. But he put cameras up and everything. So when there's a couple people who have keys and go in at night. So I've been actually twice this week. I went in at night because I don't want to lose my progress. I've made such great progress, and I just tell myself at least 3 days a week I'm going to try to go during the day before work. But if I don't get a chance to, I have that option of going straight from work and stopping by the pool on my way home at night and being the only one there, opening up the place, and then locking the door behind me and going in and doing my exercises, my running in place, and just my different cardio moves that I do, and then coming home and calling it a night. So yeah, Pacon, he really motivated me when he told me he works out 3 hours a day. I'm gonna try to fit in at least an hour a day on some stuff. But back home, man, where the area that I live in Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, Nashville area, we have a lot of medical systems out here, hospitals. We got the Vanderbilts. Baptist is buying up everything. Baptist, or St. Thomas, that is. St. Thomas actually bought Baptist. And we just have this is a good, between the universities and the hospitals, this is a good area that you might want to look into. So if you decide that you want to come check it out, and you say, you know what, because I didn't know about Nashville before I moved here, so I actually had some friends in Columbia that said, well, come stay with us and check out Nashville for a while. So I'm going to offer that up to you. So if you and your wife and want to come and check out Nashville, you want to come stay, as long as I'm staying here at the place where I'm at, you guys got a place to stay, and you want to come and check Nashville out and have me take you around different places or whatnot, the food scene, the different hospitals, and different things we got going on this way. Come on over to Nashville, Murfreesboro, and this area in Middle Tennessee, and if you want to explore.
Yeah, we thanks, Derek. We are planning a trip down there, so we do want to come down there and hang out. I got a cousin down there in Nashville and stuff, and he does music and stuff, so want to go out there and hang out. So we are gonna be down. Hell yeah. How was your New Year's? You said you drove all night or what?
Yeah, I worked for. I had to do some runs to Bowling Green, Kentucky. I had to do some hospitals and then go to Bowling Green, Kentucky, and so I was off by 12:30, and I just went and did a little workout and went home. Okay. So, yeah, this another day.
Yeah, that's how it felt for us too. We didn't do anything. My wife ended up working. She got out around. It was about 11:20 when we left the hospital. But when we got home, then man, I don't even think a war zone sounded like Flint probably roared cities, man, because there was so many guns. Like it sounded like I've never even seen a movie where there's that much gunfire. Like seriously, it sounded like it was just ridiculous. Like I don't think it stopped shooting. I don't think people stopped shooting for like 20-30 minutes. I mean, and it was just non-stop, just going off. Like, it was crazy. But that was kind of like, damn. I don't know about where all those bullets coming down. And actually, there was on my Facebook, on my timeline, there's a lady and a bullet fell right through her roof and hit her bedpost, like right next to her house. Yeah. So we I don't know. We didn't do anything. We stayed in. I'm good on being around people. I don't want to be around anybody. I got an offer to go to some thing where they're like, oh yeah, everyone here, not around people. I don't care. I'll be out and next to you with people when everything opens up, everything's clear. I can wait. I didn't know. When quarantine started, I didn't know that that's what my life was called because I have next to no contact with anybody. Even I do my taco truck and I'll be out there with a taco truck, but that's still like I'm inside with gloves on. You're not coming near my window because I got like a barrier. So like really, it's just like an arm and a hand reaching in, But so we got. I have a lot of friends and stuff out there in California, and my wife, she has a really good friend back when she was like a bartender and stuff. They used to hang out. They used to party hard, you know, like they'd get out of work 2-3 o'clock in the morning and, you know, drink and party and shit after they got out of work and be up like 10 shit. It was crazy. But she's a really good friend of hers, and she made that move out there to California, to LA, well, 6 years ago. And when she moved out there, and everybody in California, especially LA area, has a story, you know. But this girl, we always called her a gypsy, you know. She always here and there and, you know, bounce everywhere. So she has that gypsy like energy to her. And she went out there to be do home care for this paralyzed guy, or so he said he was paralyzed, and that she would have her own room and all this other shit. Well, she got out there, it was in like this mobile park, and she was sleeping in a Florida room on an air mattress, and like the dude wasn't paralyzed. He's just like, he was old and just like, I guess weird, really weird. And like she ended up, I guess she was like I ended up going to a bar and, you know, being a wait. She ended up, you know, I guess regular Flint town bitch shit. I don't know. She ended up sleeping with a couple guys for a place to stay, you know, and just stuff like that. And she ended up, you know, hooking up with some dude. She was a bartender, so she ended up hooking with some dude from like Europe somewhere. I don't know, and he's like a CEO of some company. I don't know. She you know, she got her luck card, you know, and she ended up, you know, now she stays with him. They're married and stuff, but we were talking just because we know a lot of the same people out there, and she's hung out with them, and a lot of the same places. There's this place on Sunset that I love to go every time I go out to Cali. It's called Tommy Burger, and they just smother everything in you know, chili sauce, you know, fries, hamburgers, it's like death, you know. But it's good. They don't have nothing like that out here in Michigan. So we were talking about that and shit. And then we were talking about the schools, you know. And she was saying that a lot of the schools out there, they have like a diversity issue. Not like they don't like people of color, but like they don't have enough, you know, people of color, you know, in their schools playing sports. So they like scout. They scout. She said it's like almost like when you're going to college and all the different colleges are there, you know, trying to advertise their schools. They have that for high schools, for, you know, underprivileged ethnic groups. And she was like, you know, my daughter, she's super athletic, you know, and she was like, yeah, and you can get her, there's grants and everything, because I guess everything costs money out there, you know, to put your kid into a soccer league is like $4,800, and that's like on a low level, and that's just like one season of soccer, where here in Michigan it's free for them to try out and play on a team, you know, mostly buys cards. Well, anyway, so we just got talking, and we were like, well, we're thinking about making that move out west now. Well, we looked up like nurses, you know, what they make and stuff, and, you know, it's significantly higher than what she gets paid here. And we've already, you know, I have a friend, he does realty and stuff like that in LA. And so I got a hold of him, and he's been looking up houses, you know, stuff. I don't want to stay in LA, or, you know, I want to stay in the outer areas. I've seen a lot of things in like North. It's like super nice. It's like just really nice houses, really nice things, like land and stuff. And it's like, we just want to get somewhere where the kids can have room to run around, not worry about anything. So like inner cities is not for us, but it's really nice because it's refreshing to be able to start over. And like my heart's always been in California ever since I went out there for service, because I used to run around in LA and San Diego and Anaheim, all sorts of, you know, places, and I really loved it out there. And so to get us out there and, you know, just show my kids, you know, have my kids somewhere they can grow up and you know, not come up the way we did. That's really what it is, what it's about. So yeah, it's really exciting. My wife, she's we were talking, she was like, well, she's like, I'm not scared to go out there because everything's going on, but I just got to make sure I get this second vaccine so that I can go out there.
Right.
So we were laughing about that, but it's definitely like something that got the whole family. You know, we're all excited. My daughter's excited. She's excited. I'm excited. You know, And it's just like, it's a change that fortunately we're able to make, you know. And you know, we're just talking, just because we just bought this, we got the house we're in now, so we're gonna sell. We're just talking about selling everything, and you know, we'll drive out there, and then I'll fly back because I got to take my taco truck. So I'll do the taco truck out there, which I'm excited for because, man, I've been on, like, and I'm not saying it's gonna be in Hollywood, but you know.
Ooh, you dropped. Okay, repeat yourself again. Ooh, you're dropping.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, you're dropping. I want you to repeat what you were saying about how excited you are to get the taco truck out here. I'm excited for you, and believe me, it's the best thing to do. You know, your wife had the vaccine pretty early, so she probably gets the second shot maybe tomorrow, or what?
So I think it's going to be, I think on Thursday, Wednesday, yeah, it'll be her second. And the thing that what's got her a little scared though about it, it's not about getting the vaccine. It's just, you know, how there's a number of people who say, you know, they feel symptoms, you know, and sometimes they have to take the day off, which, you know, she hasn't had a day off. She hasn't had a day off forever, because even on her days off, she gets called in, you know, and she'll be working. Today was her day off, and she's at work, you know. You feel symptoms after your second vaccine, so she's kind of worried about that because she's got to work the next day after she gets the vac, you know. But she's holding it in, man. Like she's holding it down, you know, the way she, man. And she right now, because so many nurses have quit, and she already had seniority, but now she has like higher seniority, and like a lot of the new nurses, they have what's called on the floor like a charge nurse, and that's like someone who pretty much assigns the nurses, you know, patients, or, you know, just overall sees all the nurses and stuff. And like she's the only one really qualified out of, you know, a lot of nurses left on the floors for that position, like her and maybe one other person. And that's one of the reasons why she's constantly at work, because she has to be there to fill that position. And but she's still, like I was saying back on Wednesday, she's doing sits. She's charge nurse, but she's also going into these rooms with patients that have to be watched. You know, some of them are strapped to bed, some of them aren't. You know, some of them are, you know, because they don't want to be there. Some of them because they have mental issues. Just all sorts of crazy. She's excited for a change. She's nervous. She's not really a person for a change, but honestly, it feels like that's going to be one of the best things for us. Like, just to get out of here and just this winter, the snow and just the nonsense we deal with, man. With this, she got in that accident. That's another pusher for her, because that was her first accident ever, and she already hates driving in the winter. And the winters here, you know, start in November, December, and, you know, it doesn't get warm till May. You know, there's been occasions where it's snowed in May, you know, and just over it, just to relocate somewhere where it's nice. I know it gets chilly out there in California, but that's nothing once that sun hits. I used to wake up and out there in Camp Pendleton and out there in MCRD, you know, and running for a t-shirt, you know, 6-7 o'clock in the morning and go for a run, you know. You were in the retired, you know.
Yeah.
Not,
well, Southern California is very different.
I know up there by you it is.
Yeah. Yeah, Southern California is very different. Southern California is wonderful. I mean, it's even in the wintertime, much better than up here. So you know, you can't go wrong. I take it you're considering moving to Southern California, right?
Yes, Southern. I've seen a lot of houses that I love that I've seen in Northern California. I can't think of specifically, but it's almost near Oregon. But these are like super beautiful, like cabin, like, you know, because like on woods in the mountains, and you just see like smoke up in the mountains and shit. Like I'm like, man, that's movie shit. They want that house, but yeah, I don't know. We want to go SoCal though. Cause I want to be somewhere at least between San Diego and LA.
Right.
Just
yeah.
for
Yeah.
for like just things that you can do out there. You know, have company. You know, you have your family come out and visit. You can take them out to do something.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, very much so. Your audio quality is really poor. Hopefully it improves when you're here in California. I can only imagine that it will. Yeah, where, oh God, I get this feeling people are destroying cell towers everywhere or something. Anyhow, Daniel Larola says he's high, HIGH, with a new bag of ganja. He's with us. Thank you, Daniel. Always appreciate your being here, and hope Sarah Shields is doing okay. Don't see her in the chat tonight, but hope she's doing well. I know she was speaking lately. Oh gosh, that reminds me. Let me check in with Maria Grigorich and Mr. George Knight, who was with us the other night, and we were very glad to have him. So, Pac One, that was wonderful. Anything else you want to say? The problem is the quality of your audio is technically just so off. Yeah. But you know, please share some other things.
I don't know why that to me. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We can segue into whoever's next. That was pretty much just. But I don't know. Some don't really.
Well, I'm really excited.
Really down and out. I mean, there's. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and I want to see you down here in California. I'm sure we'll be able to visit much more easier, and so that definitely will make that happen. And in the interim, I do want Jameson Reese to share what he's willing to share. Apparently, there was yes, and
okay. It was an explosive entrance into the new year. I seem to have mixed a cocktail of too many medications that I should not have with my particular drug of choice, and a lot of caffeine. This led to a condition that is potentially life-threatening called malignant hyperthermia, which is the result of what's called serotonin syndrome. Now, because of that, I started to puke in my room, and my mother heard me, and so when I came upstairs, they gave me a lecture on how you got to get your shit together and get the fuck out of here. And for the first time in my life, hearing those words, I did not feel angry one bit. Everything they told me about how flawed and fucked up I was honestly right to the truth. So I was like, okay. And I spent the rest of the day recovering from that, which required me to jump into a cold shower, which my body temperature was so hot that I jumped in the cold shower and I didn't even feel like I was in a cold shower. I felt like I was in a warm shower. So I had to open all the windows and cool my body temperature down, because, you know, this isn't the first time this has happened, and I why did I do it? Well, I just wanted to fucking trip harder that day for some reason. And I was, eager to leave the house, but I didn't get to leave the house, luckily. I honestly actually wanted to stay home that day because I know that I had a bad feeling something bad was going to happen. And earlier before that happened, I had this dream where I was getting into a fight with my parents over some shit. I did not know what. And so sure enough, that very day, bang, it all unfolds. So, I've got to start looking for a job, clean myself up from the shit, and get my shit together. And somehow manage to do this while still being able to hold down my responsibilities to this show, which I have no intention of leaving.
Wonderful. Well, I'm sure your parents will change their minds. All you have to do is...
it's a sort of stalemate where they realize that they can't live with me, but they can't live without me at the same time, because I do give them a tremendous amount of help with my father's care, especially when he falls on the floor.
Right.
So it's what I'm going to have to do is when I go to therapy, because I do have what seems to be a housing voucher from the New York Housing Authority. So I'm going to start looking into that. Hopefully they're not going to put me in some place that's full of bullet holes in Brooklyn somewhere, where I'll wind up getting killed for the simple fact that I'm me. And you know, when you're in a really depths of the hood, it's been my experience, at least here in New York, when you're really in the depths of the hood, nonconformists get killed easily.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I understand.
And I'm someone who does not like to conform. So,
yes.
We'll see what happens.
Right. And so aside from all of that,
well, aside from that, I have some interesting stories. There was one that I found particularly interesting. Let me see if I can find it here.
We don't really need too much reporting tonight, to tell you the truth, because I have so much that I have to cover. It's just monumental, but I definitely appreciate you're bearing that in mind. And
okay.
But I definitely appreciate the effort. We might need it anytime I take a break. Which might
well,
be.
I have a funny one that comes from Staten Island.
Okay. All
right. This is Staten Island Live. Anti-Semitic flyers calling Antifa Jewish anti-Nazi militia posted around New York. It just doesn't get any better than this. Staten Island, New York. Anti-Semitic flyers claiming that the Antifa, an anti-fascism group, which we all know it isn't a group, is a Jewish communist militia, were spotted in New York area on Sunday morning. In bold text, the flyers read, "The original Antifa was a Jewish anti-Nazi militia. There is a war against all non-Jewish European American nationalists." Anti-Nazi, okay, here's where it gets funny. Anti-Nazi, according to the flyer, means anti-white nationalist, anti-American, anti-Christian. The flyer also maintains that anti-fascism is equivalent to communism.
Oh, there we are.
Do you see the idiocy of these louts?
Yes.
To quote Crowley.
Thank you.
Oh,
rather convoluted, a convoluted kind of, how would I say it? Just a miscomprehension, a convoluted miscomprehension of ideologies. But please, go on.
And then they have flyers claiming, well, actually, there is some truth to what they're saying. Well, no, actually, there is a grain of truth in it. But they say there were flyers that claimed 9/11 was an outside job with anti-Israel sentiments.
With anti-Israel sentiments? I thought they were all Judeophobic.
Meanwhile, these people have no idea that the very same thing that they're posting flyers about, Israel supports.
Yes. There we are. Yeah.
Oh my God, these people are completely absurd. It's and it's a good thing that I cut off that friendship with that person I was friends with, because that person lived in that area. So
and
yeah,
that area.
I don't feel safe out here in Staten Island. At least the North Shore where I'm at is mostly black, but there's a lot of shootings going on up here. And in those other areas that are mostly white, there's like people being found in dumpsters and shit dead in trash compactors.
Yes, that's awful. Yes.
Holy shit.
So obviously there's a lot going on. Well, definitely. Thank you for sharing that. And with that, I'll take a look in the chat room and then probably go into the monologue. And then when I get a message from our man Peter that he's ready to be brought on, then I'll turn towards you. Dennis Marshall says, smoke him if you got him, because Daniel Larola was saying he's got the weed. And definitely he can handle it. Now, there's an individual who can handle the pot. The problem is so many people can't. I really, it's one of those things that I think is how would I say this? It's just one of those things where there's people who are functional alcoholics, and they can, go throughout their lives doing something while, like a job or something. And I'm just looking now at this lovely young lady named Crystal Suggs, who Miguel Andujar tells me mentioned myself on a video in the thread thereof. And that's neat. Hope to find out more of the backstory behind that. Okay. Wow. So I'll just tell him. I'll tell him to introduce us. Ooh, shit! Nothing's entering. Okay. At any rate, so it's a pity that Pac-1's nothing's entering. It's a pity Pac-1's technical quality is just sucks ass. And otherwise I'd have somebody else to give me a break here so I could tend to things like keyboarding. Oh shit, I wound up entering it twice. It didn't even look like it was going to enter. Okay, let me remove that one, and so it doesn't look so redundant. And aside from all of that, so this young lady apparently is got some things that she's dealing with that she feels are parallel to my experiences, or contingent to my own. And that was very similar to Doc Marquis. Well, not similar, but makes me think of him because he had an experience. Okay, great. And great. So wonderful. So let me tell him wonderful. Okay. Now, did everybody just disappear or drop offline? I mean, are you guys there?
Oh yeah. I'm here.
I mean, it's always like that.
I wasn't sure if you were going to go into monologue right away. Oh, okay. I see the story now. Woman dies after getting stuck in garbage chute on Staten Island.
After getting stuck, you mean like somebody stuffed her in it, right? I mean, are they trying to play her out now that she's a suicide or something stupid like that? I mean, this doesn't even make any sense.
This might be another story.
No, it sounds like the same one. It sounds like the same one, but
firefighters responded to a 911 call Friday afternoon at an apartment building in the Silver Lake section of the borough. Holy shit! That's around where I go to get my psychiatry taken care of. They found a 34-year-old victim unconscious and trapped inside a garbage chute on the third floor. Firefighters rushed to free her from the opening that was only 18 by 18 inches. How the fuck did she get stuck in there?
Yeah, somebody stuffed her in there.
Oh, okay. She was rushed to the hospital in cardiac arrest but did not survive.
Yeah, it's the same story. It's the same story. Yeah.
Holy fucking shit! How do you stuff someone who's awake into a? How does that work? That's almost. That sort of reminds me of that weird story of that girl in California, Alyssa Lamb.
Yes.
You remember that?
That's the first thing I thought of. I thought of that.
That was freaking bizarre.
But,
it's like, I'm the only thing I could come up with, something supernatural had to have done that to
that
chick.
Yes. And by the way, that was the hotel that Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, used to live at. And so I don't know if you knew that, but
yeah, I was aware of that. It's like someone. The only thing I could think of is like someone summoning something. But to summon something with that level of power and force, I mean, you've got to be really good. You've got to be a damn good practitioner.
Well, I'm sure Richard Ramirez was that. Of course, he was at that point in time, let me see, in jail, I believe, or dead. And the funny thing was, I was at Revolution Radio when I brought the subject up of Alyssa Lamb, and I was speaking about I was trying to remember his name, Richard Ramirez, and I couldn't recall it at the time. It was like, and so I was asking people to remind me. And for some reason, there's this guy, I think his name was Chris. Chris something, and the problem was he was on the old timeline, and he was poor fellow. He was going through a lot himself as the years went on. He had a child. He himself had all kinds of things going on, and but they had a child, and they were in some trouble because of perhaps their parenting was in question or something like that, or it was different social work issues. So, but he and his wife, their lives were very odd. They lived a fairly odd lifestyle. The person who got to know him very well was Noreen Helphand. But anyhow, he was somehow on the Skype line. And when I said, I can't remember that guy's name, the serial killer who used to live in the hotel where Elise Lam lived. And then he came right onto the bandwidth. He came on and said, Richard Ramirez. And he said this because he always sounded like he was coming out of a deep sleep. It was just like he had this almost narcoleptic condition. So he came on with this tone of voice that was just very bizarre. And so, the way I responded was, thank you, Mr. Ramirez, as if that were Richard Ramirez himself coming out of nowhere. That's how most people took it. Most people thought it was real. They thought that Richard Ramirez had suddenly popped onto bandwidth and spoken from the grave. But there you have that. And for people who don't know, there is a kind of contact between Richard Ramirez's life and my own through his uncle, who was Michael Ramirez, Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez of the U.S. Army Green Berets, who was this monstrous figure who was just another one of Aquino's own that was leaving a trail of death and despair across the globe, and finally, thankfully, killed himself with a heroin overdose. But there's so much of this is just, interconnected, and it's just a horrible part of my existence that I deal with these people. And, fortunately, I look forward to less and less of that, and more and more positive interactions in my life. But in the meantime, Miguel Andujar is, potentially will introduce me to this individual, and we can perhaps speak a bit about each other's experiences. And hopefully that'll be mutually beneficial. Apparently she has a show of her own, and would like to, or at least something she does periodically that she produces. So we'll see about that in the near future. In the meantime, I guess I'd better get started. Everybody has done what they could, and I will just go into solicitation. When Peter Moon arrives, I will remind everybody about our next transmission is going to be very special. And I will bring up as well the fact that I hope that Crystal River will be on with us potentially somewhat regularly in the near future, because she is someone who is going to potentially have more time now that the holiday seasons are over. Of course, she does a lot of things, so that may not be possible. But I do want her to listen to next episode, because next episode would be more along her lines of what she was interested in terms of historical and traditional, in other words, cultural kinds of subjects that I'll be contending with, as well as trying to catch people up on some aspects of our political situation. That'll be unavoidable. I'll have to touch on contemporary events and contextualize them to extent. So let me remind myself here that I'm going to request a prayer request for Brendan Zokit, because he's going through horrible work experiences. They're working him to death. They just keep calling him in throughout the holidays. Poor bastard. And you know what I foresee, Jameson? I foresee that your parents will just get over it, and you'll be back to a more stable living situation with them. Just
what I intend on doing is I'm going to look into housing anyway.
I understand, just as a long-term plan for when they pass on. But
Yeah. It's not something where I'm going to literally just say, okay, by June I'm out of here, folks. Peace. I mean, if an opportunity comes and some wealthy lady sweeps me off my feet, maybe, but
well, that's not impossible. At least you're not a train wreck of a physical specimen. You're easy on the eyes.
I'm quite. I'm quite a physical specimen. I'm quite a rare physical specimen at that, because I work at it a lot.
Yeah. Well, there we are. Well, we found out that Pac-1 Morales works out 3 hours a day. That's done nothing to bring his hair back. So to compensate, he grew this incredible beard so that he looked like a Taliban skinhead. It's kind of like, it's got the worst of all possible world combinations in that regard. I don't know how to describe it. Hopefully he changes his looks when he comes to California, but then again, he'd probably be mistaken for some kind of, I don't know, Latino hippie or something. He'll get along. Either way, he'll be fine. And matter of fact, he'll get around much better here, simply because he won't be dealing with all of the. Good God! It sounds like the people out where he's at are just hell bent on self-destruction. It just sounds awful. I can't imagine living there like that. And Derek, there must be some update on what happened with the bomb. Some update on any aftermath. Service was supposed to be returned by today via the AT&T. Have you been able to communicate with any interesting parties in your life? Any parties of interest you were able to reestablish connection with, perhaps?
Oh yeah, well, I reestablished connection with those that and even got accused of kind of overreacting by trying to track someone down who Well, anyway, there's no new updates. No new updates. They're kind of just blowing off like, oh, it's just a bomb. It just damaged 40 buildings in the downtown area, which would probably need to be demolished and rebuilt. Nothing to see here. You guys keep it moving. There's no Taliban or Al Qaeda to go after for this one. So keep it moving.
Yeah, he was white.
Right.
Yeah. That makes it all right. That will lead us to an interesting point later tonight. Anyhow, there we are. Now, what's this about China's Batwoman, Jameson?
Yes. There are two articles by the New York Post. One is that people are starting to consider the idea that COVID was a biological weapon. Meanwhile, the woman who works at one of the labs where they are trying to investigate says that she's open for the inspection and that they did not create the weapon. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization's attempt to get to the lab to do the inspection was blocked off by several cars and broken down trucks and all kinds of shit. So, yeah, I smell something that is going to harm international relations. Can't say I'm surprised at all.
That is so fucking lame. It is so amateurish. You would think that they could do better than that, the communists, in terms of hiding their shit. But just piling up, just.
Well, I get the feeling that that there isn't an attempt to hide it. I get the feeling that they're trying to see. I get the feeling that this is a sort of square off, where it's like saying, so what if we did engineer it? What are you Americans going to do about it? That kind of thing.
Well,
that's what this feels like.
What we have to keep in mind is, obviously, the communist Chinese are as incompetent as the Russians were. Every once in a while, you would see these breakouts of a biological weapon in the former Soviet Union, and it would just have repercussions that the West would barely know about, because it's in the former Soviet Union, or back when it was the Soviet Union. And so they would just have every once in a while these periodic outbreaks of plague where they would just cover it all up. And so in communist China, what's so bizarre is that unlike the former Soviet Union, of course it was a different age. It was the age before the internet. But then we have to remember China's internet is totally separate from the rest of the world's internet. They have the great electronic firewall. And they can block off an enormous amount of what comes into communist China. Now, I'm sure a lot gets through anyway, but aside from that, there's very little that comes out. There's a combination of lack of interest. Many people just don't care what's going on in China, so they're not tapping into the communist Chinese internet because the world is so different. The paradigms are so different. There's very little there that would interest people in the West. So, but when the virus broke out, it was like they covered it up as best as they could, and they failed miserably. I mean, they failed miserably. It was like the only reason the virus really got out was because everybody else in the world outside of Taiwan, which was right across the fucking strait, the Taiwanese immediately knew, oh, look, breakout, we got to shut down. But everybody else in the world was just like, just like, oh wow, look, an oncoming train. Oh look, yeah, let's stand here and watch the light get closer. It was just like, come and get it. It was just like, let me eat it. It was just, the rest of the world was so fucking stupid. I mean, everybody automatically, when it came out, now everybody can vouch for me. When it first came out, I said, hey, everybody, this is big. This is gonna shut.
Douglas, when you first mentioned it, I bought a fucking mask on Amazon and got it
within
a few weeks.
Thank you.
And it hadn't even been, it wasn't even said to have hit the United States yet.
Thank you.
And I had a fucking mask because I was like, oh shit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You knew I knew what I was talking about, and you know,
because again, you know, and folks, when it comes to predictions, this guy's right almost 100% of the time.
Thank you. And believe me, nobody can be right all the time, but yeah, a lot of times.
No, you're like you are the human data when it comes to predictions, man.
Thank you. Yes. It was so. It was just so obvious, and then the World Health Organization was obviously in China's hip pocket, and they kept delaying the call for a pandemic until of course it was too late. So it's like, if this was a bioweapon, there's no way in the world it could have been released intentionally. It was like a lab leak or something, because obviously.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it was like a war type. We're nefarious. Let's go fuck with the Americans. I doubt it was anything like that.
Yeah, because
I think it was just like, oops.
Yeah.
No,
yes.
I spilled that shit on my donuts.
Yeah.
Oh, well, me Homer, me eat donut anyway.
Yes, it was something like that. No, I mean, you laugh, but it's true. It's literally, it was like, it's like it was some kind of breakout, and they just tried to hide. The government is so corrupt and incompetent on mainland China. It's just horrible. And so they wound up paying this terrible price for it. They've been paying a terrible price, and it was remember, the context of it was just monstrous. I went into great detail about this. I don't know if anyone really cared, but I was telling people about it. Happened at the same time that the real release that was intentional, initially, but was the Russian release of the swine fever, the African swine fever.
Yes, I recall that.
Yes. And they were releasing it in the Ukraine to try and devastate the Ukrainian nation's ability to feed itself. And then it got spillover. It got spillover into China. and that did an enormous amount of damage to the Chinese economy, and that was simultaneous with the all kinds of things that were going on. I'll have to look back to my notes to remember them consciously, but the trade war, yeah, there was the African swine fever, the trade war, and then the Wuhan virus. I mean, it's honestly, it's hard to imagine how the Chinese government is still even standing. I mean, that's testament only to the level of control that they have over their media, as such that they can keep their own people so blind to everything that's going on. But at the same time, the Chinese are aware of this. They're not. The Chinese people are not unaware of it. But it's amazing what people will tolerate until literally the point where just everything falls apart. And it may well get to that point. But what I can't understand is how everyone in the West keeps assuming that the communist Chinese government is somehow there to stay. Like that's the permanent government, when I think of it as something transitional. And,
yeah, it's like an interim.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and the North Korean government is odd in the sense that it has, well, I mean, that's to put it mildly, but I mean, the North Korean government is, you wonder how they stay standing, but you realize it's because of all of these foreign aid programs. I mean, really, they take advantage of a lot of foreign aid and so many other things. It's very bizarre. It's just horrible. But without getting lost on all of that, I'd best get started on solicitation and.
All right, I'm going to take a quick break.
Oh, as soon as you're back, you can break myself. Then.
Yes,
so
I need to go to the laboratory.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll go into solicitation mode, and then prepare to do the monologue. I want everyone to know, of course, it's always a struggle to produce this show, and tonight it may sound like we were totally unprepared and just going at it really casually, and there's a reason for that. I am still decompressing from the time I spent with my son, of course, on his husband's estates through the Christmas and through the New Year's, and it's just like, in a sense, you never really want to come back to the real world. It's like being in zero gravity, and then you come back to hard gravity, and you collapse. It's that way with me, just decompressing. I'd rather be, of course, drunk and high and partying. So I'm back, and it's a struggle. Mein Kampf, my struggle. Be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it to everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And also subscribe to his YouTube mega channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking Send on your PayPal account page, and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He is, of course, the man who, of his own initiative, downloaded the majority of what I published on YouTube into his own private hard drives, his own personal hard drives, and this is what enabled us to reconstruct my legacy online in the majority of it over the years. Each time it was completely scrubbed from the internet, which is an occurrence that happened no less than three times that I was targeted for total scrubbing from the internet, and each time he brought me back, serving as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the material plane of Malkuth, to use a Kabbalistic term, are, let's just say, the data matrix of our material world. As such, serving as that bridge between the Akashic records and our info data matrix in which my virtual personality interacts with yourselves, he is, in a sense, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Or whether it is of my own legacy from the internet, or, shall we say, the all life from the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate intent of the cults of the kings of Edom, the red gods, the anti-gods. And if you have no knowledge of what I'm talking about, you can review past episodes in which I've gone over this struggle that has constituted, well, a great deal of my life experience. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. And could for a while there, the homepage of showsdd.com, whereon you'll find a footnote on my bio, sire, which is the meaning of the name of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, the full name of Adolf Hitler, the meaning of the name, what made the man, and with that, you'd be able to enlighten yourself enough to spread the word. Go forth and speak to all and sundry, far and wide, and inform them and enlighten them that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And, if at all possible, encourage them to relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. In every case where everyone does this, do remind yourselves, along with everyone else, to categorize myself. There is an option to categorize someone that you're sending money to via PayPal as friend or relation. Make certain to indicate myself as friend or relation. We're all friends here, or you wouldn't be supporting myself. And we're certainly, maybe not relations, but metaphorically, we are. We're all part of this extended electronic family. And as such, there is no moral conundrum in indicating myself as friend or relation when you make your contributions via PayPal, to prevent them from taking just an obscene cut out of your contribution. Obviously, you would want it all to go to myself. So if you want to avoid indicating myself as friend or relation, yet still want to contribute, we have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. There you can use a credit or debit card to make a contribution without indicating myself as friend or relation, and all of it will go to me. If you want to use PayPal, then you press the yellow donate button, which will take you to the homepage of showsdd.com, and it's there that you will have to, of course, indicate myself as a friend or relation to prevent PayPal from taking their pound of flesh. And of course, the reason people should be convinced to contribute, who you educate and elucidate, whom you inform as to my existence on this plane of material existence. If you ask why you would want to inform others, because people are forever asking. Renegadus humanus arma ab masa erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. All sponsors will be granted exclusive access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, The Grandma Dame, Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Twain Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which is spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Larola of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Larola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Of course, you could visit him on Facebook when he's not in Facebook jail at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Now, foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Khan, and his former web mistress, Lena Shea, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and a YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you could visit at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being my own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Failed Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gouviers, the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo's sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Jew D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait, donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every Sunday and Wednesday night, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at DouglasDietrich.com and donate at PayPal.me/DouglasDietrich, where you must indicate myself as friend or relation. We're all friends here, and we're certainly all extended electronic family, in order to avoid a cut being taken out that will just discombobulate your contribution. You wouldn't want that. You'd want all of it to reach the intended person. This eliminates the middleman taking their pound of flesh. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. You do this by rewarding yourself after you've made your contribution. You go to showsdd.com, and there you will, well, you can access it by going to douglasdietrich.com and just pressing the yellow, no, is it the yellow donate button? Yes, the yellow donate button. And that will take you to showsdd.com homepage, where you will register and log in to the archives from that point forward. The world is yours. Okay, let me check to see if we have any incoming messages, aside from our man Jameson Reese. Let me put a thumbs up on that. He is back with us, and I am going to let him take over for me for a few moments, but first, shout-outs. This is going to be a very strange shout-out. This is going to be a strange shout-out to someone who I am ambivalent toward. I have no knowledge as to whether they are an enemy or whether they're supportive. They obviously know of me and listen to me, but I would tend to think that their own ideology goes towards white identitarian or white supremacist, for reasons I will articulate in brief. This is not necessarily always a negative. I've said before, we need to split up into different nation states anyway in North America. I, of course, am cosmogenate, and I think that much of the land that is urban and cosmopolitan, with, of course, transit belts that will connect the major urban metropolitan areas, need to be maintained for people like myself, because this is where we thrive. We're not country folk. And as for the other vast tracts of land, we obviously have a black belt already in the Deep South that it should be its own nation state. We also have enclaves of neo-Confederates in the Deep South that have every right to maintain their own ethno-nation states. This is really where I see us going in North America, and we certainly have vast tracts of land that could easily become white reservations, or if you don't like that term, that's essentially what they would be, at least white ethno-states or enclaves. And of course, the majority of North America really should go back to the North American Indians. It really wouldn't be that difficult to realize, because the majority of North America that is given over to Native Americans is where they're at now anyway, which is what we would call the Badlands, or pretty much land that was not development friendly agriculturally during the time of the Great Expansion West. There is far more Indian land when you integrate the Native American nations of Canada with those of the United States than you're probably aware exists. And some expansion, a lot of expansion needs to be done in that area, but it's land really the rest of us could afford to lose. And so with all of that in mind, there's room enough for everybody. So just because someone is a white identitarian doesn't mean that they're ideologically motivated towards extermination. So that is a very different line to cross, which of course the enemy has in the sense of those who are affiliated with the cults of the kings of Edom, or the anti-gods. Now, in terms of this individual, this Derek Helm, got a channel of his own. He's really into some kind of martial arts or boxing, probably mixed martial arts. Very fast. It's commendable that he keeps himself up physically. So he wrote to me in Chinese. Now, I don't know whether he speaks Chinese or whether he went through some kind of Bling or Google or a translation engine. It's hard to tell because he put Douglas in English. And this would tend to, normally, you would think, okay, that means he doesn't speak Chinese at all. And because he didn't know how to write the sentence out with a personalized Chinese calligraphy towards my name. Of course, he wouldn't, there's no real calligraphy towards Douglas in Chinese or Japanese. You would have to use phonetic symbols. So you'd have to use the simplified language that they use for loan words in Chinese or Japanese. This is why you can tell the loan words in Japanese, because they have this kind of phoneticized iconography as opposed to the more Chinese-sourced traditional iconography that is true Japanese. So the closest thing that comes to Douglas in Japanese would be Dogurasu. Dogurasu would be phoneticized. With Chinese, it'd be pretty similar to that. It wouldn't come out sounding any better. But my Chinese name is Yiping. Now, people who know me or know of me, they know that. So he doesn't know me that well, or this could be the case. He just started his YouTube channel, so he just was expecting that the Douglas would highlight, and because I have the Douglas Dietrich channel, he wanted to bring it to my attention, so he was expecting that by using the Douglas name, that like on Facebook, it would like notify me that that a message had been left. So either way, what he said was basically, 您现在爱不爱黑妖道? Now, what he said was, do you love the black thieves now? Or do you love the black thief now? Kind of like a generic. I have no idea what he means, but I'll take it as some kind of comment on what he feels to be black criminality. So, of course, I will basically address the horrors of America in terms of living while you can live as a black man while being hunted, which is what is really happening to black people in America. And I'll be discussing that within Arc of Narrative tonight. So there's a lot to talk of in terms of that. In that sense, I don't encourage people to try and bring up various odd subjects just to get me started in a certain area or in a certain direction. But this subject's inescapable anyway. We've got several elements converging right now that probably people aren't aware of that just make this a very topical subject. And it just needs to be addressed anyway. So many white people are under the impression that blacks are very murderous towards each other, that they are seething with criminality, this ever-expanding universe of black-on-black crime. That's something that I will address within Arc of Narrative so that people understand that phenomenon better and really get over their misconceptions. Now, as a prayer request, Brendan Zogit's being worked to death, poor bastard. Do pray for him, and let's hope that he's gets some time off soon. He certainly needs it. And he wasn't feeling well the other day, but I don't think he caught the COVID or anything, because obviously he's back at work. Now, yes, Jameson is bringing up that black crime. I'm gonna deconstruct that term, by the way. Not at length. I will recommend articles that actually go into the whole etymology of that. But he's saying that basically it's not as common as people think. Blacks are usually preyed upon by others. You have no idea how true that is. People have got no clue just how bad it is to be black. It does not pay to be black in America. Yeah, honestly, it's a wonder that any of them are left alive. especially with the COVID-19 going on now. Now, all right, I'm ready to start monologue soon, and yeah, James is saying that old Republican propaganda pretty much is. All right, Jameson and Derek, I would invite Pack One, but you know his audio quality is always shit. but Derek, if he's still here, and Jameson, see if you two gentlemen can hold discourse while I take a short break. Thank you, and I'll be back.
I got something fairly decent I can go into. Well, actually, it's quite interesting because it's right up my alleyway of weird shit. Because there seems to have been something that's gone viral up in Hawaii. Supposedly, people have sighted this UFO that looks like a long ovoid tube or stringy thing that's just like falling down, spiraling downward. And I shared it and I had to comment on it because when I looked at the video, it looks like those quote-unquote flying serpents that I'm always speaking of. That's what I call them because that's what they look like. They look like these long, stringy serpents that are just gliding down to Earth or whatever. And I suspect that these are life forms that are born in space, basically. And this doesn't necessarily mean that they're born far from Earth either. They could be within our solar system. But I suspect that what we're seeing isn't a sort of spacecraft, but it's an actual life form. So, I mean, it's open to speculation. You know, I tend to think that the other ones that are more spherical might be what we're seeing could be either a product of Earth itself, or could be something that's resulting from something transferring from another dimension into ours. Because a shape from the fourth spatial dimension within our three-dimensional framework would look like it would cast a three-dimensional shadow. So we would see a completely full three-dimensional shape when in fact it's the shadow of something from the fourth dimension. This is, you can go to any website that specializes in mathematics and they could probably confirm this. So that was one story I found interesting. And there also seems to be this rocket guy, this jetpack guy who seems to be always caught on camera somewhere around the U.S., a person who seems to be wearing a jetpack. The FBI seems to be investigating him. People just call him the jetpack guy. I always love this 40 and shit because sometimes we find out that it's actually people who have exotic technology. I've seen footage of people creating a drone. What they did was they took a drone and they put like clothes around it so that it looked like a man when it's in the air. And it's very convincing because, you know, you would actually think that it's someone wearing a jetpack when it's in fact a drone masked as a flying humanoid. Which, you know, I find fascinating. I'm audible, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Just being extra sure. Because from time to time, you know, because I got this new mic and I just want to make sure that, you know, everything's going smoothly with it. I also wanted to entertain the possibility that this potential UFO that was seen around Hawaii. Now, we know that recently Hawaii has had many volcanic eruptions, quite recently, within the past few days or so. So I suspect that there might be a correlation. I can't say that it's a causal thing. I can't say that that one thing is causing the other, but rather that there might be a connection between seismic volcanic activity and UFOs. Don't ask me what it is because I don't know. But I can tell you what I think it's not. And I certainly don't think these are grays from Alpha Centauri like, oh, come on, dudes, let's go probe some people's butthole. Let's go fuck with someone who has a farm out somewhere in the middle of nowhere, you know. as they tend to do a lot, which is just bizarre, you know. So there's more to that than, you know, meets the eye as well, because I suspect that a lot of those people are being targeted by out in the middle of nowhere. I suspect they're being targeted by I don't know, potentially psychotronic technologies, or technologies meant to, you know, stimulate, control people's minds at a distance. I think that term was first coined by the Soviet Union when they were there was a sort of competition between the American government and the Soviets to have psychic spies and, you know, do all the shit with mind control, as we know with MK Ultra and all the stuff that's leaked about that. So it wouldn't surprise me, not one bit. And we also know that they can do a lot of things without, you know, directly touching people who are, you know, victims of this, what do they call it? The targeted individual programs, which I suspect a lot of these people who come out and write these books, who are UFO, like, well, a lot of them are scam artists. I suspect a lot of the people who are contactees are actually just being fucked with by some really negative shit, and they're being deluded and led down this rabbit hole to sort of fuel the propaganda that aliens, you know, crashed at Roswell and that it wasn't the Japanese. So, all right. So we have yeah, go ahead.
Black man wrongfully detained by maskless police officers tests positive for COVID-19 days later. So here's a guy who wasn't breaking any laws, breaking any rules, and a bunch of policemen who weren't wearing masks came up and wrongfully detained him, and one of them had COVID-19. And so, you know,
they passed it on to him.
It's got to be. You know what? These people need to be defunded. I mean, these people. If you're causing more, there's a lot of noise around about, you know, why are you people talking about defunding the police officer? If they're nothing but a nuisance, they need to be defunded. This is police officers being a nuisance. And on the East Coast, you guys have it the worst. You know what I'm saying? They have it bad in Los Angeles, and, but the East Coast, you got it the worst. This is out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. A man who was wrongfully detained at a mall in Virginia Beach has tested positive for the coronavirus. It is unclear when the man was exposed and how long he had the virus. Jamar Mackey was an innocent man seen in a viral video. And I pressed the button and it made me lose my place.
Yeah, I read the article and I couldn't help but think that perhaps that it was deliberate to spread the virus to this man. You know, they just had it out for him for no reason whatsoever. I think it's a test to see how much they can get away with as far as infecting the individuals of the black community in that specific case.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I got the article back. It's unclear when the man was exposed and how long he had the virus. Jamar Mackey was an innocent man seen in a viral video being handcuffed and detained by police inside a Lynn Haven Mall on Saturday, December 19th. The video posted on Facebook by Mackey's fiancée, Chantel Colville, shows Mackey being handcuffed while he was eating at the mall food court with his family. Once outside the mall, the officer took the handcuffs off Mackey, acknowledging they had the wrong person. The officer then told the couple that Mackey matched the description of a suspect they were investigating for a report of a stolen purse and use of stolen credit cards. The description was a black man with dreadlocks wearing all black and with a child. So when they give these descriptions, that's all they need. Black man, dreadlocks, child. Okay, now, if you see any black man with dreadlocks with a child, shoot him. We'll put the child in, someplace where the child is going to have a messed up picture, you know. Okay, Tim, on your sides, Reagan Mobile recently got in touch with COVID about her fiance testing positive for the coronavirus. Colville stated that Mackey took the test on December 22nd, 3 days after the incident, out of concern for his health. The officer in the video was not wearing a mask. Colville said they were exposed during the incident at the mall, although it's not confirmed. I'm very angry that they put my family at risk, me and Jamar. That's one thing with our kids, but that upsets me the most, Carvel said. And it's got a picture of him. He's got his mask and he's laying in the bed. And it's a message from Twitter. Regina Mobley from Twitter said, remember the man wrongfully accused and detained by the Virginia Police Department in Lynn Haven Mall in Virginia Beach? Jamar Mackey has tested positive for coronavirus. He has symptoms and was concerned for his entire family. So Colville said Mackey tested positive. Result came back positive on Christmas Eve. Colville told Tin on your side that her fiance is currently in quarantine at his home with mild symptoms, including low-grade fever and a cough and a sore throat. Although Colville herself tested negative, she said she's monitoring their teen son and their 8-year-old infant. 8-week-old infant, excuse me.
Jesus.
Just talking about it, it makes me upset because I have an infant and we had got his results. He cried because, I'm sorry, Jamar, we slept with our infant every night. I'm so sorry. He's around the baby all the time. So, you know, infants can get COVID. So that's the first thing that we had to think about. Tin on your side reached out to the Virginia Beach Police and spokeswoman and said due to the HIPAA regulations, they could not comment on the situation. So they just didn't say we don't have a comment, but now they're saying, yeah, due to HIPAA, it's you know, the fact that we're sending officers out there with this disease is private and we can't tell you. So they arrested him, of course, with no gloves, no mask. They took our bubble out of our safe space, and we're around each other all this time. So so Jameson's right. They're using HIPAA to do it. They're saying, you know, they're going and they're sending officers with COVID to go arrest and harass the public, particularly black men with children, and they're saying, you know, we don't have to have any gloves, we don't have to have any masks. Breathe as much as you can in their face, and when they say, how do I know you don't have COVID? They say HIPAA.
I'm sorry, that's awful. You stopped so suddenly. It's like you said, say HIPAA, and then you dropped. Are you there?
I'm still here. That's it. Then you know, that's what they're doing. And then this, I don't know if you guys seen the video of the Anjanette Young raid in Chicago. Another wrongful raid.
I saw that. I did see that, and
made her stand there naked for an hour. Just fucking with her. No, didn't give her no towel. Didn't give her no. You know, if they had got like one of George Bush's daughters by accident, and that they would immediately get a blanket and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bush. Is there anything we could do?" You know, but this is like, fuck you. We're having fun with this.
Horrible. Now, I'm going to ask Our Lady for any other details on a prayer request that you wish to share. I will ask her wish to share. I want to thank both of you gentlemen for what you've done, and I will validate what Jameson Reese brought up about the phenomenon. I'll be validating what you've said about black people's mistreatment throughout the rest of the arc of narrative tonight after I get over trying to explain what's going on with the election on Wednesday. But in the meantime, Maria Michaela Grigorich, a shout out unto her, she says, "Hi, can I ask for prayers, please? I found out late last night my dear friend Ebony passed away from COVID. She was only 39. If I could ask for prayers for her wife and family. She was such an amazing friend and always there for me. I'm devastated. Thank you." Of course, please, everyone, prayers for the family, particularly the wife of Ebony. Now, I'm going to assume that 39-year-old Ebony, based on the evidence that I'm been given, unless there's a miscommunication or a typo, I'm going to assume that this was a alternative lifestyles marriage between a gay couple, that these were lesbians. Is that the case? Ebony, I will assume by her name, was very likely black. And again, I may be mistaken. That's simply a stereotype that I draw based on, well, I worked for far too long in the adult entertainment industry, and there's a lot of black porn actresses named Ebony. It's kind of like just, an easy name to take up, kind of like a stage.
That is true. I have to make a disclaimer. I am not a connoisseur of porn.
Okay, yeah, well, I am, but and so thank you for backing me up on that. It's not the name you would normally give a white girl. Hey, Ebony, it'd be like, that would be kind of like naming a black girl Vanilla. But anyhow, she says yes.
That would be interesting.
She says yes, she was black from Washington. But by the way, I was, one time there was a, yeah, that would be interesting. That leads me to a funny story, but I guess I won't relate it right now. Honestly, there was a black chick. Actually, I may as well relate it. There was this black chick who had really big tits and big hair, and I was just staring at her body when she was basically behind the cash register, and her name tag said Vanessa, and I was so distracted looking at every other part of her. I thought it said Vanilla. Oh shit. Anyhow, she handled it well. At any rate, she says she knew someone who named her daughter Bianca, and she was black. Identity crisis much? Bianca. Does that mean white? Does Bianca mean white? I guess it's like Blanche means what?
I think it. I don't know.
Yeah. That's interesting. And but thank you for sharing that. So Ebony was indeed black, and so she probably was living with a partner in the alternative lifestyles fashion, basically a gay
yes,
marriage.
It does mean white. It's Italian.
Okay, thank you. Interesting. Okay, so there was a young black girl named White in Italian. Okay, and that's fascinating. And so aside from this, I'm so sorry that this 39-year-old woman is dead, and prayers for Ebony's wife and family. Is there any surname you can share with us, or are you afraid for security reasons, Maria? So she's welcome to answer that at her leisure. Now that that's out there, I do want people to understand a little bit. I could go into an entire transmission about what Jameson Reese brought up. We don't have time for that tonight, but understand that when I talk about there's no alien races, there are no planet-bound alien races. I'm not saying that there's nomadic alien races in space either. There are no extraterrestrials as people tend to understand them in our universe. We are essentially the only life in our universe. But there are other sapient is the term for them. There are other self-aware, sapient life forms that have evolved both on Earth and on other planets in our solar system at times when those planets were in positions that they were relative to Earth's position today. The planets have been in different positions progressively throughout ages and ages of time. Not that they're switching places like musical chairs, the way you would think of it in the electric universe model, which I do not ascribe to, where you have these kinds of Zachariah Sitchinite fantasies of billiard balls where planets are just coming in and throwing other planets off course. Now, by the way, that does happen. That does happen astronomically. That does happen. And it could happen, potentially, in our universe. It may well have happened in the past, but not the way the electronic universe model describes it, or the way that Zecharia Sitkin or Velikovsky describes it. I mean, they've got it like these things happen like musical chairs, where it's just like this roundabout kind of everybody trades places almost at will. It's just bullshit. What happens is that our solar system, as we observe more and more solar systems outside of our solar system, we are basically verifying what I knew all along from working with the government, because the government knew this way ahead of public science. There is science which the public is given access to through popular media and popular culture, and then there is science which you are never allowed to see. And the science you're never allowed to see has already established that our universe is such that this solar system is beyond exceptional. The solar system is not like any other solar system in the universe. And when you spot these other solar systems, you see things like massive gas giants like Jupiter size that are hugging their stars, that are literally facing their stars to the point where half their atmosphere is boiling off. These are like solar systems that are like radical orbits, that are like atoms or molecules, where different orbits are. We have certain elements in our solar system like that, with highly different orbits, highly elliptical orbits. But the majority of our solar system is flat and almost like mechanical clockwork. This was a product of intelligent design. It is so that there's this one band in our solar system where it's just right, this Goldilocks zone, far away from our sun enough where we don't get burned up, and close enough where it sustains life. Earth has not always been in this Goldilocks band. In the past, Mars was. In the past, Venus was. And those are the closest planets to Earth. Both of those planets have had life evolve at different times in their history, their planetary history, their geological history. They're no longer capable of supporting life as we know it. They both changed so radically. The ancients, if you will, the Victorians, had a view of the universe, the solar system, that was actually much closer to the truth, and we've lost that truth. The Victorians felt that the sun had kind of emitted these pips, if you will, that became planets, that were bits of the sun itself that had coagulated, and that they were basically in a kind of order where they went through an age cycle where Mercury was the closest to the sun and it was the youngest in terms of its geological cycle, and then Venus was a little further away and it was in this Carboniferous cycle of its planetary age, and that it was a giant swampland, and that then you had Earth, and then you had Earth in its senescence, as Earth would become millions, perhaps billions of years in the future, like Mars, dried up with no magnetic force field anymore, no magnetic core operational to the level where it held its atmosphere, and then the final disintegration of the planet into the asteroid belt, which of course the proper name is planetoids. The planetoidal belt, a disintegrated or sundered world, a shattered world. After that, of course, you had the gas giants, and then you entered a totally different kind of planetary ecosystem. Now, this is kind of as incorrect as they were in certain respects. It's very much closer to reality than most other people would suspect. And life has evolved on these terrestrial planets. That's what they call them, the inner planets of our solar system. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. These are all terrestrial planets, and as opposed to the gas giants and the ice giants. And so you have this, there was life before on Venus. Some of the relic populations have relocated to other parts of the solar system, and some that were on Mars are on Earth. These are like elements that the government's been aware of. However, in space, deep space, hard vacuum, not talking about life on other planets. There is no life on planets outside of our solar system in the rest of the universe. There isn't. But there is life throughout the universe. And that life throughout the universe is not in a different dimension. It is in our dimension. Not to dismiss other dimensional entities or other dimensional phenomena. But in this dimension, there is life throughout hard vacuum. Because vacuum is not really a vacuum. And the government was made aware of this for years. You had living processions observed in the sky. You have Denison Olmsted, who chronicled a supposed meteor shower on November 13th, 1833, an event with very strange phenomena. In Nelson County, Virginia, animal jelly, broken into fragments, fell, ostensibly from a meteor. In Rahway, New Jersey, fiery rain deposited lumps of jelly. A Newark, New Jersey newspaper reported that a mass of gelatinous matter was found, which is supposed to have formed one of the large meteors. Its appearance resembled soft soap. It possessed little elasticity, and on the application of heat, evaporated as readily as water. At West Point, New York, Mr. Alexander C. Twining wrote how a lady there heard a splosh and turned to find a round, flattened mass looking like boiled starch. It was transparent and soon evaporated. And Olmsted concluded his paper by saying, taking it as established that such a residuum as has been mentioned was deposited by the meteors, we may infer that the matter of which the meteors were composed was both highly volatile and transparent. Well, these are not meteors. They're like jellyfish, but they live in the atmosphere. And there are those that travel the hard vacuum between the stars.
You're breaking up.
Oh, am I really? Shit.
Again.
Oh, shit. Well, it says I'm doing okay on the...
I don't hear you breaking up.
Yeah, what was that, Derek? You heard me consistently? I wasn't breaking up?
I didn't hear you breaking up.
Okay,
Sounded
good.
Great.
Good. Thank you. So that's probably where you're at then, Jameson. It's probably where you're at. Yeah. So, basically, these are what they used to identify in the ancient days as heavenly organisms. And in terms of these heavenly organisms, these leviathans of the air, as they called them, they seek shelter in the dense atmosphere of our Earth during meteor showers and other disturbances, as ships seek harbor during a tempest at sea. And that was written by Alexander C. Twining in 1833. And now, whether the substance that fell on America's middle Atlantic states was excrement or shed epidermis from a collective molting by these aeroforms, that's the term for them, or decaying organs and residue from these aster creatures or creatures of the stars that are killed in upper atmospheric disturbances or by collisions with actual meteors, we don't know. But we're certainly safe in stating that the meteor shower of November 13th, 1833 consisted of a lot more than metallic rocks from outer space. Now, there's plenty of other examples. Jameson Reese brings up the Petrovsk Russian jellyfish UFO. These are not UFOs, of course. These are obviously creatures, and some of them are very worm-like. You've got these cosmic creatures that history quietly harbors. There's a paragraph from material received by the Association for the Understanding of Man, which was an occult research group, on November 18th of 1966. This was right after I was born. I was born on October 20th of 1966. And on November 18th, you have this very interesting paragraph from the journal of the Association for the Understanding of Man, published that year that I was born, that says, "There are strangers out there among the stars. The earth is but an island in the sky." That was where they titled the name of that movie from, Island in the Sky, a science fiction film of great influence. Where are the voyagers of those stars? Do their ships pass us by? The mind quivers, and with every ounce of its own conditioning, it tends to reach out and slap down and conventionalize the sight of these visitors from outside the earth. What they're saying is that rather than identifying these as life forms, we mechanize them in our minds. We turn them into supposedly ships that are sailed between the stars by alien UFOnauts. The first and natural reaction of almost every objective observer is to classify the object first seen by conventional standards, until the observation itself becomes so acute that it is impossible to any longer do so, and an acknowledgement of the unknown is forced upon the conscious awareness. In other words, men could not conceive of life in hard vacuum that feeds upon detritus of space between the stars. But this is what these creatures feed upon, as well as cosmic rays. So, across the ocean and through time, one comes to the narrative of Baden-Powell at South Mimms, Middlesex. That's outside London, England, by the way. It's not a bizarre transsexual term that I'm trying to teach you. This was on September 4th of 1850 when Mr. Powell, who was an avid amateur astronomer, was preparing to observe through his excellent telescope the planet Mercury when, as he reported to the Royal Astronomical Society, "I observed, passing through the field of view in a continuous stream, a great number of luminous bodies. When I first saw them, I was filled with surprise, and endeavored to account for the strange appearance by supposing that they were bodies floating in the atmosphere, such as the seeds of plants, as we are accustomed to witness them in the open country about this season, but nothing was visible to the naked eye, so that it was impossible I could resist the conclusion, much as I was early disposed to hesitate, that they were real celestial bodies moving in an orbit of their own and far removed beyond the limits of our atmosphere. They continued passing, often in inconceivable numbers, from 9:30 a.m., when I first saw them, almost without intermission, till about 3:30 p.m., when they became fewer, passed at longer intervals, and then finally ceased. The bodies were all perfectly round, and they appeared self-luminous. They did not change their shape or diminish the brightness. Of course, we all know jellyfish are bioluminescent. They provide their own light beneath the depths of the ocean because there is no light to be had, so they bright the darkness about them by providing their own light. He concludes by saying, "They passed with different velocities, some slowly and others with great rapidity, and they were various in size." Now, self-luminous bodies that looked just as the planets Mercury and Venus did, at differing velocity and size from 2 to 20 seconds of arc, external to the Earth and requiring 6 hours for the procession to pass across the telescope's viewing width and then cease rather abruptly. An accretion of meteoroids, of course, would not behave, nor be expected to behave in this fashion, for among other things, meteoroids are not, they're certainly not self-luminous. Comets, of course, are, but when something is cometized, you see a tail, the tail of the comet, the detritus left in its wake. Now, there was a Mr. Cooper of Markree Castle, County Sligo, in Ireland, who also witnessed that very same aerial procession. And there was a Charles B. Chalmers, Esquire, of one of the various academic and knightly orders, who reported seeing very much the same thing, only towards the end of 1849. And Mr. Powell watched the sky for another 7.5 hours, nothing mysterious. Members of his family, trained viewers, all of them, again peered through the scope, nothing either. So Powell said, "I repeated my observations the following morning, and then saw one such single body pass in the same direction as those preceding days. Well, they were not meteoroids, and they were certainly not comets. So they were a convoy of, well, if they were, let's put it this way in terms of terminology. You would use the term convoy if these were something like intelligently controlled spacecraft, obviously not of Earth origin. Modern viewers would all jump to that conclusion because they've been brainwashed by years of American propaganda. But what they really were not a convoy, which you would use for trucks or sailing ships or the like who are trucking along. Rather, it was an excursion of living organisms, pursuing their journey along the most convenient and perhaps popular thoroughfare. Now, so there's many cases of this sort of object being seen in the vicinity of the Sun, Mercury, and Venus. Now, basically, it's like a swarm. And so when it comes to the other things I can bring up, that solitary single body seen the next day by Powell, that was a rear guard station to prevent stragglers, or basically, there was this 1883 sighting. The report of Professor Jose Bonilla, as reported in the scientific periodical L'Astronomie, the French word for astronomy. That was in 1885. Passage across the solar disk, that means across the sun that you see in the telescope, of a swarm of corpuscles seen at the observatory of Zacatecas, Mexico. At the observatory of Zacatecas, situated 2,502 meters above sea level, I instituted the daily observation of the state of the solar surface, drawing by direct means and by projection the spots, faculae, and granulations. He was basically observing the surface of the sun through a shielded telescope for sunspots, as well as the protuberances of solar chromosphere. He was observing the solar flares by means of the spectroscope. To this effect, I adapted the equatorial telescopes of 0 meters or millimeters, 16 centimeters aperture, a projection apparatus which received a sheet of anyhow. The dome of the observatory has small windows with opaque black curtains of a sort so that nothing penetrated. He gets very technical here, but on the 12th of August, 1883, at 8 o'clock in the morning, I began to draw the solar spots when I suddenly noticed a small luminous body which penetrated the field of the telescope, became visible on the paper which I used to reproduce the spots, and crossed the disk of the sun, projecting itself as an almost circular shadow. And I had not recovered from my surprise when the same phenomena occurred again, and with such a frequency that in the period of 2 hours I was able to count about 283 bodies traversing the disk of the sun, meaning that these were seen on the telescope traveling through the vacuum across or in front of the surface of the sun, meaning before the sun. They came before the sun. So that means that they came between the viewer and the sun itself. So little by little, the clouds interfered with the observation, which would not be resumed until the moment the sun crossed the meridian, and then for only 40 minutes. During this interval, I counted the passage of 48 more bodies. The paths followed by these bodies indicated a movement direct from the west to the east and more or less inclined to the north or south of the disk. After some minutes of observation, I noted that these bodies, which seemed black and somber, some perfectly round, and others more or less elongated, while projecting their images on the solar disk, offered luminous images when leaving the edge and crossing the field of the telescope. The intervals of the passage were variable, sometimes 1 or 2 passed, taking only a third or a half of a second, and up to a second to traverse the solar disk, and then 1 or 2 minutes went by before others appeared. Sometimes 15 or 20 passed almost at the same time. so that it was difficult to count them. Obviously, a swarm as in a mass migration of these entities. So this is, of course, just, I could give you example after example, and it would go on just forever. But basically, to give you the real details of what the government found out about these entities, they're called Crawfordsville monsters. That's the common name for them because they first appeared in Crawfordsville, Indiana, in 1891, when the United States government was forced to recognize their existence. And they were classified within cryptozoology that is maintained by the government as basically a kind of category of animals that they don't allow their public to know of for any number of reasons. Basically, the few dozen onlookers who observed the Crawfordsville monster in 1891 would have been surprised to learn that not only was it not the only one of its kind, but that when they saw it, it was not alone. Now, ordinarily, a creature of this species, to which the Crawfordsville monster belongs, is transparent to the naked eye. It's only after they have fed and their meal is almost completely digested do their bodies begin to display enough pigmentation for other creatures to see them, usually the pinkish-red hue of dissolving human flesh. Now, when visible, the creatures appear rather like pale, giant bacilli bacteria, about 6 meters long and about 2.5 meters wide, with flipper-like pseudopodia that they use for navigation. They have a nucleus, unlike actual bacteria, that to some appears to be a gigantic red eye. And when in distress, the creatures emit a wheezing, plaintive noise that can be heard for half a kilometer. That's on record, and I could read you further accounts of that. Now, humans who encounter this kind of creature, they rarely notice them until they're attacked. The creature's innate invisibility to ordinary vision makes it almost impossible to spot them, and the fact that they make very little noise just provides similar camouflage to perception. Now, infrared optics, on the other hand, can catch them due to the way the creatures use heated air currents to change altitude. Now, ordinarily, these creatures feed only on birds by consciously altering their pheromone output to attract them. Birds fly towards the scent and collide with the creature's flesh, becoming stuck, and they're quickly absorbed and digested. But since the late 1990s, the creatures have become more aggressive towards humans. Perhaps because the threat of collision with aeroplanes makes hunting their traditional prey too dangerous. So the creatures attack humans by enveloping the victim. Unfortunately, the only way to escape such an attack, once the creature has its grip, is to hold one's breath and fight free. Because the creature expects some resistance from its meals and refuses to let go. Now, once the creature is certain of its meal, it retreats to the skies, with the helpless victim still eerily suspended inside. This is why we have footage of so-called flying men, where you see them in what looks like they're treading in a flying carpet. That's all making the creature visible because of its digestion of the human that's inside. You can look up these images of the so-called flying men, and you can just see a human being kicking inside of what looks like a garbage sack. Now, when one of these creatures dies, it leaves behind a pulpy, clear residue comparable to the flesh of a jellyfish, and the residue evaporates fairly quickly in sunlight, or it's washed away by rain. And the reports of discolored jelly falling from the skies, the phenomena of pwdre, it's spelled P-W-D-R-E, space S-E-R. That's in 16th century Wales, where they said that rained from the sky, for example, and modern cases in Texas in 1979 and Tasmania in 1996. They're sightings of the remains of these creatures. Now, in terms of the Crossfordsville monster species specifically, well, it's been on Earth since the end of the Mesozoic era. It's survived all the various extinction periods that destroyed so many other species. The beasts led a fairly idyllic existence until man developed the airship. Until then, they had but to drift lazily through the sky, unseen by land-bound creatures and feeding on the birds that blundered into their reach. But with the advent of human air travel, these creatures are quickly dying out. And the collisions with the drifting life forms do no real damage to most aeroplanes larger than a Piper Cub, but they virtually disintegrate the creatures themselves. Passengers aboard airborne vehicles perceive the impact as mere turbulence. So, in terms of those species that are earthbound, that have lived in our atmosphere forever, they're close to extinction. The spaceborne vac feeders, the vacuum born variant of this species, is of course going to be extant for eternity. But the ones who live on our world specifically, they would normally reproduce by symmetrical binary fission, which would be another trait they share with bacteria. Their death rate, however, is considered far higher than their birth rate at this point in human dominance of the ecosystem. Most of their offspring don't survive to maturity. They're the victims of modern technology. So this is something to take into account. One of the reasons the U.S. government and all governments on Earth have a tendency to hide this kind of phenomenon is because people would start changing the way they live. It would change our economy. So we really need to start changing the way we live and our economy in order to preserve these species. The only reason they've started to feed on us more and more is because of what we've done to their environment. They're responsible for many disappearances on hilltops or in high altitude regions. And of course, whenever I tried to speak to that idiot who wrote the book Missing 911 and brought this up with him, he shut down all communication with me. Redfern's the son of a bitch's name. And this is because he told me, I don't want an answer to what I'm doing. Well, at that point, what are you going to fucking say? See, an answer would basically ruin his career. His whole career is based on basically promoting the mystery. When you have an answer to the mystery, he has to find a real job. There you have that. And so Peter Moon's saying their party's winding down over there. And not quite done. And I think that's fine. He can take his time. And I'll say that to him. Take us that time, dear Peter. And with that, let's see now. I guess I should start on some more mundane subjects. Let's see for a second here. Oh, that was interesting. That sounded like Peter. Holy shit. Was that you, Derek? Oh my God.
Oh, Peter was on for a moment. I added him to the conversation.
Oh, okay.
So he's ready. I didn't realize.
Didn't realize what? That he was having a party?
No, yeah, I didn't realize that. Because by the time you said he's having a party, I had already, did the adding him thing. Because I realized you wanted me to add him at 10 o'clock.
Oh, I see. Oh, is that why? Okay, yes. No worries. Tell him to take his time. Yeah, you can, just send him a message, and that should be fine. With that,
All right.
let me go on to more mundane subjects here. In terms of the week ahead, after all, the weekend was New Year's weekend, and there's not much of that I even fucking remember. But of course, I always have good memories from the times I spend with my family, so to speak. And it's nice to have a family. I'm truly blessed in that regard. And of course, you're all my extended family. And anyhow, when we look to the immediate week ahead, lawmakers ushered in the 117th Congress at noon today, in case you didn't know, as required by the Constitution. Now, this year's proceedings took much longer than usual. I wouldn't be surprised if they're still at it and just closing down now, because some events were staggered to allow social distancing. The House also elected a speaker, and the incumbent, Nancy Pelosi, was running unopposed. To take us down the roll, a member must receive at least 50% of the vote, plus one. I'm sure she got that. So we have her for, another duration, another spell. Those who received Pfizer vaccines on the first day are due for a second dose tomorrow. That marks 21 days since the vaccination started on the Ides of December, as dated the 14th. Meanwhile, distribution of the AstraZeneca vaccine developed by Oxford University starts in the United Kingdom this week after government approval. And Our Lady Sarah, Nurse Sarah, a shout out to George Knight and his family, was waiting on this vaccine before she got hers. And all eyes are on Georgia as residents vote the day after tomorrow in dual runoffs that'll determine which party controls the U.S. Senate. Voters have cast over 3 million early votes in the races pitting incumbent Republican Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler against Democrats Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. And after 2 long months, the end of the election is nigh. Congress meets midweek this Wednesday to officially count the votes cast by the Electoral College, 306 for incoming President Joseph Biden and 232 for President Donald Trump. The President of the Senate, that's Vice President Mike Pence, will preside over the session, which is the final step before inauguration. So, the voters have spoken, so have the electors, who, under America's unique system, have the official job of choosing the next president. The U.S. Congress still has a role to play, one that's usually mostly ceremonial, but this time around could mark one last attempt by loyalists to President Donald Trump to overturn the election of President-elect Joseph Biden. Now, to put some perspective on this, no January 6th is not another chance for Trump to reverse the election. Congress will count the electoral votes. The president will endeavor to pretend the outcome is in doubt. So this pending 6th of January is not another election day. Do not let President Trump convince you that it is. Nevertheless, Trump allies are eyeing a long-shot election reversal in Congress. Consequently, testing Mike Pence. What will happen then? A joint session of Congress to receive the presidential and vice presidential election results transmitted by the states typically occurs every 4 years in relative obscurity. But this election cycle has been anything but typical. while there's no realistic chance of anything happening January 6th to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power consistent with the will of America's voters and Monday's Electoral College votes, there is still a good chance Trump will try to make the day a super spreader event for the election disinformatia, or disinformation, with which he is relentlessly trying to infect American democracy. Still, some House Republicans plan to try to abuse Congress's tallying of electoral results on January 6th to tip the election to President Trump. And this attempt will put the red cult of Republicans in a vice, dividing the party. As the president continues to refuse to concede, a small group of his most loyal backers in Congress is plotting a final stage challenge on the floor of the House of Representatives to try and reverse Mr. Biden's victory the midst of this week, on Wednesday, the day after tomorrow. Now, constitutional scholars and even members of the president's own party say the effort is all but certain to fail, but the looming battle on Wednesday is likely to culminate in a messy and deeply divisive spectacle that could thrust Vice President Mike Pence into the excruciating position of having to declare once and for all that Mr. Trump has indeed lost the election, but he says he's not going to do that. So that might mean that Trump wins. Now, for the vice president, whom the Constitution assigns the task of tallying the results and declaring a winner, the episode will be particularly torturous, forcing him to balance his loyalty to Mr. Trump with his constitutional duties and considerations about his own political future. The effort's being led by Representative Mo Brooks, Republican of Alabama, a backbench conservative personated reactionary, and along with a group of allies in the House, he is eyeing challenges to the election results in 5 different states: Arizona, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Georgia, and Wisconsin, where they claim varying degrees of fraud or illegal voting took place, despite certification by the voting authorities and no evidence of widespread impropriety. So it's already broken news. It's not breaking. It's been broken that 11 Republican senators that I know of plan to challenge Biden's win over Trump. And under rules laid out in the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the challenges must be submitted in writing with the senator's signature also affixed. So it is that a coalition of 11 Republican senators announced yesterday it will challenge the outcome of the presidential election by voting to reject electors from some states when Congress meets this week to certify the Electoral College results that confirmed President-elect Joseph Biden won. Now, constitutional scholars say as the process is intended to be an arduous one. Once an objection is heard from a member of each House of Congress, senators and representatives will retreat to their chambers on opposite sides of the Capitol for a 2-hour debate and then a vote on whether to disqualify a state's votes. Both the Democratic-controlled House and Republican-controlled Senate will have to agree to toss out a state's electoral vote, something that has not happened since the 19th century. Now, Edward B. Foley, a constitutional attorney and a professor at Ohio State University, who has writ extensively on the electoral process, affirms that the January 6th meeting is going to confirm that regardless of how many objections get filed and who signs on, they're not going to affect the outcome of the process. We can say that with clear confidence. But he noted that the session could still carry consequences for the next few years. If even one Republican senator had backed this effort, it would have shaped how Mr. Trump's base views the election and ensures that the partisan cloud hanging over this election will darken Mr. Biden's presidency for years to come. And Mr. Brooks himself is far from the first lawmaker to use the tallying process to challenge the results of a bitter election loss. House Democrats made attempts in 2001, 2005, and even 2017, but these were essentially acts of protest after their party's nominee had already accepted defeat. What is different now is Mr. Trump's historic defiance of all democratic norms and his party's willing acquiescence to his autocracy. So if Mr. Trump blesses the effort to challenge the congressional tally, which of course he's insisting upon, he's forcing Republicans into this difficult decision about whether to support a frontal assault on the election results that is essentially doomed, or risk his ire. And many Republicans are already fearful of being punished by voters for failing to keep up Trump's fight. But the dilemma is particularly acute for Mr. Pence, who is eyeing his own presidential run in 2024. And as president of the Senate, he has the constitutionally designated task of opening and tallying envelopes sent from all 100 states in union and announcing their electoral results. But given Mr. Trump's penchant for testing how every law and norm in Washington, he could insist that Mr. Pence simply refuse to play that role. And either way, it will call for a final performance of the delicate dance Mr. Pence has performed for 4 years, trying to maintain Mr. Trump's confidence while adhering to the law. Now, Gregory B. Craig, who was a White House counsel under President Barack Obama, observed that the role of the VP, the Vice President, plays in transition is something that people have never focused on and never even think about. But with Donald Trump, you now have to consider all the possibilities. In 1961, Richard Mulhouse Nixon, who had just lost the election, oversaw the vote tabulation and had to decide whether to recognize competing electors from the new state of Hawaii. And Mr. Nixon ultimately made a decision that hurt his vote total, but had no effect on the final result that John Fitzgerald Kennedy had won. 40 years later, after the 2000 election, Al Gore had to reject objections from his fellow Democrats and certify the victory of George W. Bush, who had won the state of Florida only after the Supreme Court ordered the recount that would have made Gore president ended in that state. And since the election, Mr. Pence has sent mixed messages about how far he would be willing to go to help Mr. Trump. In the early days of the transition, Mr. Pence fended off requests from the president's loyalists to back specious claims about election fraud, but more recently, he publicly praised the failed lawsuit brought by the Attorney General of Texas to have votes from battleground states all thrown out. The Democrats said they were confident that Mr. Biden would emerge unscathed, but his transition team has begun coordinating with Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, to prepare for the inevitability now that a cabal of senators have signed on to the challenges. Now, I think that Mr. Moon is with us, and he can certainly come on if he is. I do hear some noises in the background that might be from his speaker. And, we'll take it from there. I can return to this subject later, but let's check in. And maybe that was someone else who left their mic open. And so, we there, Pete? Oh, that was you, Jameson Reese. Okay. So you might ask, what actually happens when Congress counts Electoral College votes on January 6th? The Congressional Joint Session to count electoral votes is generally a routine, ceremonious affair. But President Donald Trump's repeated, baseless efforts to challenge Democrat Joe Biden's victory will bring more attention than usual to this Wednesday's joint session of the Senate and the House. The congressional count is the final step in reaffirming Biden's win after the Electoral College officially elected him on December 14th. The meeting is required by the Constitution and includes several distinct steps. Republicans, who are echoing Trump's baseless claims of fraud, have said they will officially object to the results, forcing votes in the Republican-run Senate and the Democratic-controlled House that will almost certainly fail. A group of House Republicans had been looking for a senator to sign on because there must be support from at least one member of each chamber to force the votes. That support came Wednesday of last week, from Missouri Senator Josh Hawley, himself a possible contender in the 2024 Republican Party cult presidential primary. Now, Hawley's challenge comes despite a plea from Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell that Republican senators not join the futile House effort. McConnell told his caucus on a private call earlier this month that it would be a terrible vote for Senate Republicans to have to take. Now, if you took a look at this joint session, you would, of course, be curious what the fuck happens on the 6th of January. Under federal law, Congress must meet on the 6th day in January to open sealed certificates from each state that contain a record of their electoral votes. The votes are brought into the chamber in mahogany boxes. Bipartisan representatives of both chambers read the results out loud and do an official count. The President of the Senate, Vice President Mike Pence, presides over this session and declares the winner. Now, you might say, where in the Constitution is this even written? The Constitution requires Congress to meet and count the electoral votes. If there is a tie, then the House decides the presidency, with each congressional delegation having one vote. That hasn't happened since the 1800s, and Biden's electoral win over Trump was decisive, 306 over 232. Now, if you're wondering how the whole thing works, anyway, the two chambers meet midday to count these votes. If the vice president cannot preside, there is precedent for the Senate pro tempore, the longest-serving senator in the majority party, to lead the session. That's currently Senator Chuck Grassley, a Republican from Iowa. The presiding officer opens and presents the certificates of the electoral votes in alphabetical order of the states. The appointed tellers from each chamber, members of both parties, then read each certificate out loud together. Kind of like two guys needing to put the keys in to launch a nuclear weapon. The tellers record and count the votes. The presiding officer announces who has won the majority votes for both president and vice president. You see, if Mike Pence steps down and says, I will not participate, which he's committed himself to do, that means that Senate pro tempore, also a Republican this time, Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, is going to do it in his place. And if there's an objection, after a teller reads the certificate from a state, any member can stand up and object to that state's vote on any grounds. But the presiding officer will not hear the objection unless it is in writing and signed by both a member of the House and a member of the Senate. If there is such a joint request, then the joint session suspends, and the House and Senate go into separate sessions to consider it. For the objection to be sustained, both chambers must agree to it by a simple majority vote. If they do not both agree, the original electoral votes are then counted. Now, the last time such an objection was considered was 2005, when Representative Stephanie Tubbs Jones of Ohio and Senatoress Barbara Boxer of California, both Democrats, objected to Ohio's electoral votes by claiming there were voting irregularities. Both chambers debated the objection and rejected it. It was only the second time such a vote had ever occurred. And can a challenge actually succeed at all? Well, it's extremely unlikely, given that the House is controlled by Democrats and that several Senate Republicans, including McConnell himself, have acknowledged Biden's victory. McConnell has actually asked his fellow Republican senators on the private call of December 15th, as conducted on the Ides of December, not to join in any House objection. And several other high-ranking Republicans have agreed. The Senate's number 2 Republican, South Dakota Senator John Thune, whose surname is spelled Thune, had said earlier this month that if the Senate were forced to vote on a challenge, it would go down like a shot dog. Thune said it didn't make sense to put senators through a vote when you know the ultimate outcome is going to be. You know what the ultimate outcome is going to be. He speaks like he has a very folksy manner of speech that I find it hard to emulate. Now, Senator John Cornyn, the Republican from Texas, said any such effort by congressional Republicans would be futile and a mistake. There was no widespread fraud in the election, as has been confirmed by a range of election officials and by Attorney General William Barr himself, who stepped down as Attorney General last week so Trump wouldn't fire him because he wouldn't serve Trump his evidence of fraud. And what about the Veep? The role of the vice president as presiding officer is often an awkward one, as it will be for Pence, who will be charged with announcing Biden's victory and his own defeat once the electoral votes are counted. It will be especially tense for the former Indiana congressman because his boss, Trump, simply refuses to concede. But he won't be the first vice president put in an uncomfortable position or situation like this. In 2001, Vice President Al Gore presided over the counting of the 2000 presidential election. He narrowly lost to Republican George W. Bush only because the Supreme Court intervened and a judge appointed by the Bush dynasty appointed Bush president, making Bush Jr. not a president-elect, but overtly and openly a president-select. Now, Gore had to gavel several Democrats' objections out of order. And in 2016, Biden presided over the count that declared Trump the winner. Biden also shot down objections from House Democrats that did not have any Senate support. And then what happens? The joint session is the last official chance for objections, beyond court cases that have so far proven completely ineffective for Trump and his team. Now, earlier this month, Cornyn said, "I think there comes a time when you have to realize that, despite your best efforts, you've been unsuccessful." Still, at least 11 Republican senators will reject Electoral College tally this Wednesday. We have a coalition of 11 Republican senators announcing yesterday they will challenge the outcome of the presidential election by voting to reject electors from some states when Congress meets this week to certify the Electoral College results that confirmed President-elect Joe Biden won. The judge has tossed the lawsuit from a House Republican seeking to give Mike Pence the power to overturn their election laws, and that Texas congressman is now suggesting street violence after the judge rejected his legal effort to overturn our election. East Texas Congressman Louis Gohmert is agitating that violence in the streets, his words, may be the only remaining option to block Joseph Biden from becoming our president after a federal judge rejected his lawsuit aiming to force Vice President Mike Pence to overturn the election. That judge is Jeremy Kernodle, a Trump appointee from Gohmert's own hometown of Tyler, who threw out the lawsuit late Friday, ruling that he and other plaintiffs, including the Republican chairwoman in Arizona and that state defeated slate of Republican electors, lack standing. Now, late Friday into this New Year's Day weekend, on Newsmax, Gohmert said he sought redress in court so that you didn't have to have riots and violence in the streets, himself so asserting that, bottom line is, court is saying, we're not going to touch this, you have no remedy. Basically, in effect, the ruling would be that you've got to go to the streets and be as violent as Antifa and BLM, meaning Black Lives Matter. Now, this is not the first time Gohmert, a former state trial court judge who just won his 9th term in Congress, has expressed admiration for the use of violence to overturn a legal election. At a Million MAGA march in November near the White House, he urged thousands of cheering Trump cultists to consider revolution, like the Egyptian uprising 7 years agone amid Arab Spring, and the American colonies' revolt against England, haranguing that they rose up, though, all over Egypt, and as a result of the people rising up in the greatest numbers in history ever anywhere, they turned the country around. If they can do that there, think of what we can do here. Well, Egypt is now under a military junta, in case you didn't fucking know, which is what that man wants here. By all the aforecited evidence, Trump's coup attempt is not over. The longer Republicans contest the result of this election, the more inevitable violent escalation becometh. After the Electoral College cast its votes and affirmed his victory, Joseph Biden declared that democracy prevailed and faith in our institutions held. And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell finally congratulated Biden as president-elect and Kamala Harris as vice presidential-elect. On January 6th, a joint session of Congress will officially count the votes. The result should be more than assured. But yester mensis cum yester annis. That's Latin for you people who don't speak it. For last month, in the middle of last year, or closing last year, brought the shock of seeing 17 Republican state attorneys general and more than half of House Republicans sign amicus briefs supporting Texas's unsuccessful bid to have the Supreme Court prevent 4 states' electoral votes from even being cast. That astounding show of loyalty to the person of Donald Trump made it imaginable that Republican lawmakers, having failed to convince the court to overturn the legal election result, will now use Congress to attempt just such. On December 13th, Representative Mo Brooks, the Republican of Alabama, announced his intent to dispute Biden's victory by challenging the votes of 5 swing states in the January congressional session we're about to have. The group he then led in the effort immediately included Representatives-elect Barry Moore from Alabama and Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia. This year's election and post-election period have felt unprecedented in so many ways, but there are long-standing rules for challenging electoral votes for president on the floor of Congress. The 12th Amendment to the Constitution provides that the Vice President, as President of the Senate, shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the vote shall then be counted. But under the Electoral Count Act of 1887, if a member of the Senate and a member of the House sign and submit challenges to a state's electoral votes, then the two bodies must debate the challenge separately for 2 hours and then vote separately on whether to discard those electoral votes as unlawful. The votes are to be tossed only if a majority of both houses agree to do so. That has never happened since the law was passed. In recent decades, challenges to electoral votes have come from Democrats after their candidate had conceded and after they recognized the Republican winner as the president-elect. In 2001, Democratic House members of the Congressional Black Caucus objected to counting Florida's electoral votes, but Vice President Al Gore, who'd conceded the election in December 2000 after losing in Bush versus Gore, rejected the challenge because no senator supported it and declared his opponent, George W. Bush, the winner. In 2005, Democrats actually succeeded in triggering the mandatory debates and votes after Representative Stephanie Tubbs Jones of Ohio and Senatoress Barbara Boxer of California challenged Ohio's electoral votes for President Bush on the basis of numerous serious election irregularities. Now, Senator John Kerry, who'd lost to Bush, made clear that he didn't support the effort, and neither the House nor the Senate agreed to discard those electoral votes. Now, Tubbs, Jones, and Boxer said they were not aiming to change the result of the presidential election, but rather to make us a point about significant voter disenfranchisement. And in 2017, several House Democrats objected to electoral college votes for Trump on the grounds of Russian interference and of voter suppression in Alabama. But Vice President Biden, presiding over that session, rejected their effort because no senator signed the challenge. So, a Republican challenge in Congress will not succeed this January either, though at least one Republican senator joined Representative Brooks immediately, and 10 more since, to challenge swing states' electoral votes for Biden, triggering the 2-hour-long debates. There is no possibility that the Democratic-led House will support discarding the votes. And because several Republican senators, including Mitt Romney, John Cornyn, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, and Ben Sasse, have indicated that they look askance at such efforts, the Senate is also highly unlikely to do so. But even a guaranteed failure to overturn the electoral result will still afford Republicans a loud show of doing something to stop the steal. So, with that, of course, we're going to bring on Mr. Peter Moon, who is with us. And I can continue on this topic when he turns in for the night. He must be very tired, but we'll keep him for as long as he can stand. And we're glad to have him with us. And he must have quite a few stories to share. It must have been a very exciting New Year's Day weekend for you. It certainly was for me. I didn't have a chance to do anything other than to party. I haven't looked at the manuscript yet, but I will certainly do so. I do want you to know how much I'm looking forward to Wednesday, and I want people to know how important Wednesday is. By the way, I want to remind everyone that Peter Moon has published at least 24 books. 24 books. All of them are available on skybooksusa.com. And we have another statement from Mr. He's the Romanian who has joined us before. He left. Holy shit. Oh, good God. Well, let me know as soon as he comes back, and I'll just stop talking and bring him on. I'm sure that he's got plenty to keep him occupied with the party. So I'll bring up what what our friend from Romania said, our Romanian sponsor, when he returns. And so let me ask him, be there, and that will scare him out. Let me say Peter. And that'll give me an opportunity to look something up about Peter that I always forget to bring up, which is his Facebook timeline. And Peter, of course, is got his own Facebook timeline, and I always forget exactly what it is. I always have to look it up. And he has, of course, the Time Travel Education Center, which I think has a .com behind it. And yeah, I'm sure it does. So give me just a second here. Look up Facebook, and we'll look up Peter Moon as soon as I get that up there on my screen. And he's not in the range of people I normally look up, because I normally talk to him in the, there we are, peter.moon.566. Okay, I'll keep an eye on Messenger here. Let's see what our incoming notifications are. Norm A. Dillon, shout out to him. Okay, we'll go back into the situation at hand. What we're all going to be dealing with in these dark and terrifying times, where we have an attempt to overturn our legal election. I'm sure that should be disturbing to anybody listening. Okay, Jameson's taking a quick break, so I have to maintain lookout. Peter can come on, of course, anytime he wants. And once he's on the call, meaning he can jump in at any time. Now, on Sunday, as dated the 13th day of December, in that year so close behind us, Representative Brooks said of Congress's part in presidential elections that we have a superior role under the Constitution than the Supreme Court does, than any federal court judge does, than any state court judge does. Perhaps that is so in the sense that the Constitution directs Congress to count the electoral votes and declare the winner. But Brooks's next statement, what we say goes, that's the final verdict, was, of course, gross hyperbole, or hyperbole, depending on which accent or dialect you choose to apply. Congress's role, as spelled out in the 12th Amendment and federal law, is limited to the ministerial function of faithfully counting ballots. Any discretionary ability that Congress may have to discard votes must be grounded in evidence of fraud, which in Trump's abundant lawsuits, courts have already found completely lacking. Even after the Electoral College result, Brooks called on fellow Republicans to object to electoral votes from states with such flawed election systems that they are not worthy of our trust. And testing the waters, Senator Ron Johnson, Republican of Wisconsin, has scheduled a hearing of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. That was last Wednesday, midweek last, in order to examine the irregularities in the 2020 election. Johnson has claimed that his goal is to restore confidence in the system and to determine whether he and other senators should join the challenge to states' electoral votes. The witnesses will be Republican attorneys, including Kenneth Starr, who was Trump's impeachment defense attorney. The Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has urged cancellation of that hearing when it took place last week and said to use the Senate committee to spread misinformation about our own elections, it's beyond the pale. Of course I agree with him. And as Election Day approached, the one we remember from November, many were worried about the possibility of significant violence at polling places or in the streets. Thankfully, that did not come to pass. But in the weeks ever since, we've had new and developing reasons for alarm stemming from the harmful notion promoted by Trump himself and key Republican leaders that exerting pressure on officials could change the result of this election. Election officials in Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Vermont, Pennsylvania, and Michigan have become targets of harassment, intimidation, and threats of physical violence. In the month before that, which closed yesteryear, the Trump campaign attorney, Joe DiGenova, declared on Newsmax that Christopher Krebs, the former director of the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, the CSIS, that agency whom Trump fired because he was working to deconstruct electoral disinformation or disinformation. Joe DiGenova, an attorney, insisted on national television that Christopher Krebs of our own defense organization, our own great electronic firewall, should be drawn and quartered, taken out at dawn and shot. To be drawn and quartered means to tie someone up limb by limb between 4 vehicles, like 4 SUVs or 4 pickup trucks, and pull them apart so that their arms and legs are torn from their torso, leaving only the torso as a quadruple amputee with a bleed out in your empty sockets, unless the blood is staunched, perhaps by cauterization or branding irons. Then to keep that person alive to be shot at dawn through a night of indescribable agony. This is what an attorney was suggesting on national television. There is no precedent for this. This behavior is unacceptable. So, in the closing month of yesteryear, Krebs himself filed a defamation lawsuit against Joe DiGenova and Trump and Newsmax, describing the threatening tweets and messages that Krebs has received, which, according to his lawsuit, prompted one of his own children to ask whether Daddy's going to be executed. Now, Christopher Krebs served as the director of the Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, acronymous as CISA or CISA. And I have a transcript of his written congressional testimony as dated Tuesday, the 15th, on the Ides of Yestermensis in December of yesteryear. The title of his transcript is, "We prepared for more Russian interference, but this year the assault on democracy was from within the United States." Now, this is like 3 to 4 pages long. I'll just read it till Peter shows up. And I'll let him know. Just jump on bandwidth. Jump on to bandwidth as soon as ye return. RAP on the call. There we are. And that should take care of that. And so I think he's here now. Peter? Let's see, he's going to respond. He says in a few. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, so here's what Christopher Krebs had to say. On Wednesday, I will testify before the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. Though I am no longer a public servant, it remains an honor to serve the public, and I am proud to heed the call of our Senate leaders to tell the public about the methodology of the agency I led, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, acronymous as CISA, or CISA, to secure the 2020 presidential election. I joined the Department of Homeland Security in March of 2017. I believe, then and now, that the Russian Federation attempted to interfere in our 2016 election to disparage Hillary Clinton to the advantage of then presidential candidate Donald Trump, as laid out in the 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment. Russia attempted to advance its candidate of choice, and to corrode public faith in American democracy through cyber attacks and a coordinated disinformation campaign. Our democratic institutions are facing targeted, calculated threats from without and from within. This is why we prioritized election security as the primary focus of CISA. I made that mission clear at my confirmation hearing when I took an oath to defend the Constitution from enemies, both foreign and domestic. Our task was to work with state and local election officials to secure from hacking their electoral infrastructure, including the machines, equipment, and information systems. It was also central to our mission, and is still central to my own values, to protect the American public from disinformation warfare. This is why, on November 12th, CISA joined an election security committee statement assuring people that there is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised. Today, this statement remains true, and I will continue to clarify and correct this onslaught of false information, alleging systems interference where none has occurred. Our initial strategy to secure the 2020 election centered on defensive measures against the three-pronged Russian attack that was activated in 2016, targeting systems supporting elections, political candidates, and public perception. Across the nation's security agencies, there was unanimous agreement that we could not let it happen again. Oh, prayers for Maria Michaela Grigorich, please. She needs to lie down. She's not feeling well. I love you, honey. So sorry that you're not feeling well. And everyone, maintain the Grandma Dame, Maria Michaela Grigorich, in your thoughts and prayers. I have issued a prayer request for yourself. There we are. Poor dear. My God. So sorry to hear that. And there she wrote, "Love you too." Yes. And and our man Jameson is out getting himself some din.
I can talk, but I don't.
Oh no! Don't talk while you're chewing. I'm fine.
Okay.
I was just checking in. I didn't know you had returned. And so she says thank you. Yes. And love you, honey. There we are. And hopefully she's I'll tell her, blessed be thy rest. Okay. And with that, of course. Now, when he said, there is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised, he continues, he goes on to say, today this statement remains true, and I will continue to clarify and correct this onslaught of false information alleging systems interference where none has occurred. Our initial strategy to secure the 2020 election centered on defensive measures against the kind of three-pronged Russian attack that was activated in 2016, targeting systems supporting elections, political candidates, and public perception itself. Across the nation's security agencies, there was unanimous agreement that we could not let it happen again. Our planning was not just focused on preventing a repeat of the Russian 2016 efforts. We worked with partners in the intelligence community to anticipate diverse tactics that Russia, Iran, China, and non-state cyber criminals could attempt to disrupt the election. We prepared for efforts that included a disinformation component, or what is known as a perception hack, in which the malicious actor either falsely claims a cyber attack that never happened, or claims that an insignificant incident wreaked much more havoc or much more damage than it actually did. In these scenarios, which include the current false claims of voter fraud, those on defense are caught playing catch-up, trying to disprove a negative. Disinformation targeting elections is one of the hardest problems that remains before the U.S. government. While there are multiple ways to tackle disinformation, we view it as a supply and demand problem. Some government agencies sought to disrupt the supply of disinformation, but we worked to minimize demand by making the American people more critical of information they encountered in social and news media, and therefore more resilient to it. Ours was an effort to inoculate people from false information. Our innovation in our efforts to counter perception hacks was a program called Rumor Control. The idea was simple. We would share our scenario planning efforts with American voters in a straightforward, digestible way. In doing so, we could preempt disinformation campaigns and perception hacks by providing facts to help American voters make their own decisions. We were looking to protect the public from misleading disinformation before it took root and became perceived as true. This and other measures to counter disinformation were successful in maintaining voter confidence and squelching false information before it spread. But these efforts must be fortified and properly funded to defend our information ecosystems from more aggressive, coordinated attacks in the future. As Election Day came and went, we continued to monitor networks across the country and work with our partners, with them reporting any suspicious activity to us. As I said in a news briefing, Election Day was just another Tuesday on the internet. Normal sorts of scanning and probing were happening, but we did not see any successful attacks or damaging disruptions. Unfortunately, as we moved on from November 3rd, we began to see wild and baseless claims of domestic origin about hackers and malicious algorithms that flip the vote in states across the country, signaling out election equipment vendors for having ties to deceased foreign dictators. None of these claims matched up with the intelligence we had based on reporting from election officials or how elections actually even work in this country. To address this scenario, we once again took to rumor control to correct public perception by highlighting facts about security controls and checks in place that would prevent just such attacks. Before, during, and after the election, our team held regular briefings with congressional staff, political campaigns, and state and local election officials. I personally led member-level, unclassified phone briefings for both chambers of Congress. This was but a continuation of our commitment to transparent, nonpartisan work. All authorities and elected representatives have a duty to inform themselves of these facts and to reinforce them to the American people, as our team did, in the face of false allegations that election machines have been used to change millions of votes across the country. These claims are not only inaccurate and technically incoherent, according to 59 election security experts, but they are also dangerous and only serve to confuse, frighten, and ultimately undermine confidence in our elections. To understand CISA's relationship to the issue of fraud, it is important to define a key distinction between two issues that are often conflated, sometimes intentionally: the security of elections and election-related fraud. My team at CISA had lead responsibility for working with state and local election officials to secure from hacking the election infrastructure itself, including the machines, equipment, and systems supporting elections. We also led a centralized interagency effort among the National Security Agency, Officer of the Director of National Intelligence, FBI, and others at the federal level to combat the pernicious effects of disinformation campaigns on our own elections. The FBI, state, and local law enforcement are responsible for investigating voter fraud and other criminal election activity. In order to maintain American resiliency, Congress and the incoming administration must continue to reinvent, fortify, and fund the American defense on the battlefield of disinformation through both centralized and regionalized interagency cooperation. Rumor control was part of CISA's collaboration with the FBI, and I urge the transition team and the FBI leadership to expand this program in order to remain resilient against increasingly aggressive threats from foreign state actors and private domestic interests. It is also critical going forward for CISA to designate and embed field personnel in each FBI field office. CISA is currently piloting that concept in a southeastern U.S. field office. I urge Congress to support and fund expansion of these critical FBI CISA programs. Moving forward, CISA should also augment its partnerships with the NSA Cybersecurity Directorate leadership by assigning a senior representative to Fort Meade to advise and consult. Elections in this country are, and should continue to be, run by state and local officials as prescribed by state legislatures in accordance with congressional oversight. But they cannot do their jobs if they do not have adequate support, including a stable stream of funding from Congress so that election officials can work with state legislatures to craft budgets they can depend on to complete the critical transition to paper ballot systems, institute post-election audits, and to implement other appropriate infrastructure and personnel investments. As foreign and domestic interests attack our democracy for political and financial gain, attempting to infiltrate American public opinion and confidence in our most sacred institutions, our elected representatives must now show true leadership in defending the people by defending the truth. Now, going to check around for how...
I have just joined the call, Douglas.
Wonderful, wonderful. So this is, of course, Peter Moon, the author of over 24 books, about at least 250 books by now, and he has them all in print at any given time. You can access them via skybooks.usa.com. Make it certain, of course, to check out timetraveleducationcenter.com as well. And, of course, you can friend and follow him at his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/peter.moon.566, which has a significance of some sort, I'm sure, but actually came up for him like the lottery. It's simply what I think Facebook gave him. So that's all working out well, and didn't have a moment's chance amongst all my social obligations to take a look at the manuscript, and I'll be preparing for Wednesday. But after Wednesday, I should be able to get that finished so that you and I can get that published shortly thereafter. Maybe into this coming weekend we'll get it done, because I certainly want it out as soon as possible, and it's perfect for the new year. I do want people to know how important next week or the middle of this week is. It is the anniversary of Peter and Paula, their marriage, I believe, and their anniversary happens to fall this year on Epiphany. And this is something where I promised I would bring Crystal.
Every year it's on Epiphany.
Wonderful, wonderful. Of course,
the 6th of January is the designated date for Epiphany.
In the Western calendar. Okay, of course, I'm a member of the Eastern Byzantine Orthodox Church, so it's about a week or two thereafter. For us, we use the Julian calendar as opposed to the Gregorian, but it definitely Epiphany is wonderful, and this is where I promised to bring up Crystal River, because Crystal River is someone who really enjoys when I speak about when I speak about the Yore is spelled Y-O-R-E for those who are unfamiliar with the term. It means ancient ways and cultures. Aspects of olden times. She loves it when I speak of such, and really was wonderful about what I said on Yuletide. So she is someone who should be listening that day, hopefully. Maybe even might be able to join us. But Crystal River will be happy. I'll be speaking that day about the birth of Christ and the coming of the Magi, because that actually is Three Kings Day. That is actually the day which celebrates the consecration of Christ into, well, the consecration of Jesus, the young man, into Christ the Messiah. Even though he's born half God, he is...
While we're on that subject,
yeah.
I will, and this kind of came full, I guess, understanding to me because of my adventures in Romania, is there's something in the Bible called the Transfiguration. Now, the Transfiguration is when Christ becomes a man, transforms from a man into the Christ, the God. Now, in Romania, there is a mountain nearby Pietra Neamț, Piatra-Neamt, with I think an umlaut over the A. But it this is where Paula was born and lived. But that's the town. There's a mountain nearby where every August 6th there is in the morning, in the early morning, for about 3 days, you see, because of the shadows where the sun sits and because of the dew and the moisture, there appears a hologram of a pyramid formed by the shadows and the dew. And it mimics the Great Pyramid of Egypt. And this is where the Romanian Orthodox Church says that the Transfiguration of Christ took place. Now, that's, this is because it's just this pyramid. And I have not had the opportunity, because I'm always busy on August 6th at the camp or doing something else. I want to go sometimes. And although Paula and her brother grew up there, they've never been.
Wow.
Never been to see it. Nor does another friend of mine who grew up there. She hasn't seen it either. But so I said, this is interesting, the Transfiguration, and I think that Moses and Elijah appear with him in the sky as well. I mean, not in the hologram, but according to tradition.
Right.
And so there is a point in his adult. Now that's the Romanian part's not in the Bible, but that's what the Romanian Orthodox spins onto it. But it's just I guess it's a different process of transformation as opposed to the three kings giving more of a recognition.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a comment, and it's interesting because if you ask people what many people don't even understand the difference between the Immaculate Conception and the Virgin Birth. Two very different things.
Yes.
The Virgin Birth being
the delivery.
For Virgin, the Immaculate Conception is Mary being conceived without original sin. It's her conception.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Disambiguation. They often get confused with each other.
Thank you. Very important. You're very theologically astute. For
some degree, yeah. I've studied a lot of stuff. But never from the position of a consumer of religion. I was never a consumer of Christianity. The only consumption I ever did was watching movies on TV around Easter time, like The Robe and Demetrius and the Gladiators. That's what I, learned of Christianity, mostly through movies. And they're very ridiculous.
Yes, the movies are ridiculous in general. By the way, the other important thing about this Wednesday is that it is Joan of Arc's natal day, her birthday. She was born circa 1412 in Do-Ré-Mi, France, from where we get the term Do-Ré-Mi. But yes, there is a Do-Ré-Mi in France where she was born a young child and of course began to talk to God with her inner voices. What today we would term schizophrenic experiences that were in her day seen as divine. And she was, of course, quite divine. And she led her nation state to victory. She was brilliant and just a truly incredible human being. We know more about her than almost any other historical figure because she was put on trial. And so we have incredible details about her life that we have for almost no one else in history. So definitely that's a convergence of a lot of things that I have to address next Wednesday. Next Wednesday will be very different from tonight. So I'll be speaking in general about pleasant things or historical things, and of course I'll have to address some secular things to open the show with once I go into monologue, and then go from there into the more enjoyable subjects. So aside from that, Peter, we have you with us now, and of course you've had a wonderful New Year's day. I have been speaking about what will happen on Wednesday as well. That's not only Peter Paula Epiphany, we are also having the electoral count that I brought up, and I've been explaining that to people, giving them a lesson in civics, and I'll continue to do that once you check out for the night, and just kind of close that subject up before I go into the rest of tonight's arc of narrative, which will be mostly about the problems of being a black African American in this age, simply because I had somebody who triggered that in me. I came back to find a comment left on YouTube that I deleted because I didn't think it served any purpose, where a young white man who's, I don't know what his identity is in terms of what he identifies himself as, but he wrote me with Douglas in English, which might be because he was just trying to get my attention through hoping that that would highlight or notify me that he was trying to communicate with me. And he wrote the rest of it in Chinese on the YouTube thread. He may either speak Chinese because I've taken a look at his channel and he's into some mixed martial arts, or at least boxing. But he might have just run it through the grinder of Bling or the Bing translate machine, or maybe even Google systems. And he wrote, are you still in love with the black thieves? Or are you still in love with the black thief? It could be taken as either singular or plural. I have no idea what he's talking about. I presume that he's simply addressing the fact that I advocate for the black African American community very aggressively. So he triggered that in me, that I may as well address some of these issues tonight, because there's a convergence of many things that are happening that bring to the fore the experience of being black in America. The fact that we've got the COVID-19 hitting them so hard, and the vaccinations are starting to come out, and who gets them, how did we make these elections? I won't overdwell on that. More so I'll dwell on the point that's always usually brought up by many people who are just down on blacks, which is black on black crime, quote unquote. And I will deconstruct that myth and explain the reality of the situation. So these are just various things to look forward to tonight. All of this is, of course, brought to convergence by a number of lawsuits. You've got the poor guy who was paralyzed in Kenosha, who got shot in the back 7 times by a police officer. You've got Ahmaud Arbery's assailants, the men who murdered him, wanting to ensure that he's not declared a victim in court. You've got, finally, the other guy who shot Trayvon Martin, Zimmerman, that little bastard, is suing the family, suing the Trayvon Martin family for his distress in life. He can't get a date. Everyone thinks he's a murderer. You know, life's just so hard. Anyhow, all of that will be collateral to the main points of what I'll say, but all that narrative aside for now, Peter Moon is with us, and we can talk about much more pleasant subjects. Let's talk about your weekend and how things went in, everything you did. I hope we didn't disturb you. I told Jameson Reese you'd be available at 10, so he tried to bring you on at that point. I should have just told him to wait until you let us know. That
it's all right.
Yeah.
We had a nice party for my daughter, and in fact, we a Zoom party for my daughter, and one of her old employer, who has a yoga studio in Connecticut, she arranged for my daughter. She contacted her parents and her friends, and we had a Zoom party for her. So she got to. We all told our favorite story about my daughter, and she enjoyed it, and she was lauded with compliments and love.
Wonderful.
And it was really good for her because, I mean, in COVID LA, you're going to be sitting there. She said she probably would have been sad.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
she gets a gift card from me and her mom or something, and but that's, you know, a phone call, and that's about it. So she had a really good experience with a Zoom party.
That's fabulous. I'm really impressed. I'm so glad you got you're so much into the 21st century, and I'm glad you brought your daughter into the 21st century.
I was brought into it. I didn't engineer it. Her old employer did.
Wonderful.
And it was really nice to see other aspects of her life and stories that I would never know or be privy to.
Are there a few you're willing to share?
Well, it's, you know, my daughter's, as one of her friend's mother said, she is the most versatile person she's ever met. She can do anything. She can, you know, she's a professional musician. She's an artist. She's a good salesman. She used to work at Build-A-Bear, where she always had the best sales. Working at the cash register, noticeably much. She's, as I say, she's good with, you know, crafts or tools. Like she can construct things. She can do anything if she's interested in doing it. She's good in sports, although that wasn't really her acumen. It was not her interest, but she's very good. And so she's just an amazing person. It doesn't mean she has life all figured out by any stretch of the imagination. Because I told her, I said, like, I had her, she was still kind of bringing it up kind of myth, because I brought her to Romania, and she didn't want to sing. And I said, when you come here, you know, we're paying your way. You should at least contribute to the program. But she considered it a vacation. Although I didn't consider it a vacation. I mean, she's being brought here, paid for by myself and another one of my friends to, you know, to contribute. Because that's what you do when you're there.
Right.
And she thought she was on a vacation. So she did perform. She felt kind of hornswoggled into it when I got a bunch of little kids to come up and ask her to sing. She felt she couldn't refuse them. She was so popular. They were giving her a standing ovation. They wanted an encore, and she's bemoaning how bad she was, despite the fact that everybody is applauding her.
You know how people are.
And I told her tonight, I said, you must not minimize yourself.
Yes.
It's okay to be humble in front of other people, but don't minimize yourself to yourself.
Yes.
She's a Capricorn Virgo rising like myself, and she's so she's what do you call it, a perfectionist.
Right. I can understand that. You were brilliant in getting the children to ask her to sing. Of course, it's manipulative, but in the positive sense. And well done, well played. Well, tell me, I'm just curious, does she have a partner? I mean, like, is she involved with someone?
No, she was. She had when she got a relationship, she moved back to Connecticut with him, and that you know, she was involved with that for 3 years, and it was a devastating breakup because
sorry,
they weren't compatible or whatever. I don't know, but so she moved back to LA in the midst of COVID, where you know, she's a musician, and that's where she belongs. And she fits in out there. But of course, nobody fits in anywhere right now in LA because of the COVID.
Yes.
And I asked her how locked down is it. She says, "Well, it's okay." You know, in other words, you can. You know, she's basically in her apartment, but she can go on walks in the park. She can go to the beach if it's nice weather. it's not as locked down as they tell you on TV. It's locked down, but not as, TV. You can't move out of a phone booth.
Oh, right. That's yes. As a matter of fact, I did promise this. I told everybody that when you came on, I would transition between kind of monologuing to the point where you came on, and then kind of transition to you coming on by bringing up what had happened the other night when I was knocked off bandwidth several times. And this is something that, of course, if Derek and Paquan Morales and Jameson Reese, are there, if they feel like they have something to contribute, they're welcome to interject. But I doubt they'll have much to say on this. But everybody was contending, including yourself, with the what had happened, and I know I've spoken of this to you privately, but many of our listeners are curious. So whenever that sort of thing happens, it cuts the viewing of my videos literally in half. Not only does it cut them in half, it cuts the audience in half, in the sense that half of the numbers will go onto each separate video that is like the second part or the first part of an interrupted program that would normally be on for a single uninterrupted video. A single uninterrupted video will usually get towards the upper 800s, 900s, towards 1,000, whereas these split videos will get about 500 each when my program is interrupted like that. I still don't understand specifically why. I don't try to dwell on it, because that way lies madness. Sometimes these attacks happen simply because they're opportunistic or they're expedient for whatever reason. They're not necessarily geared towards something I might be saying that night, but obviously this was the last transmission of 2020 that was happening on December 30th, when the attack took place as soon as I began the program. Now, because of their attacks in the past, ruled out false reports from other YouTube channels, which they tried through Nicole Frolic, and that cost her own channel, which I'm sure they didn't care. She's expendable, but she had to start up an entirely new channel. She was allowed to maintain her old channel on YouTube, but she could not publish anything more on it. So she had to tell everyone to come to her new channel. So that was like her own, due to her filing a false report against myself, that knocked my show off bandwidth at that period of time when everything was taking place with Lena Shea and everything else that was going on. And when it came to what happened on the New Year's Eve into New Year's, we were going into New Year's Eve day with the December 30th transmission into December 31st. What happened was, first we had all of this trouble with bandwidth glitching and just not coming through strongly at all. And then finally it was knocked off several times. Each time I started it again, it got knocked off. And at that point, I had told Jameson, well, I may not give it a third attempt. And he essentially went to bed. And that was fine. He woke up later. And what had happened was that once he was gone, I called Comcast. And at this point, I have Comcast now. I put it on speed dial. And now, by the way, just to put this into perspective for people, the majority of people have nothing good to say about Comcast. The majority of people are simply dependent on it because it effectively is, for all intents and purposes, a nigh monopoly. It is essentially, it dominates its field the way Google dominates search engines. And it is like something that is there. As a matter of fact, to give a kind of perspective on this, there was a comic strip that once was portraying Satan begging God, let me create something. Let me create something. I want to create something just once. And God finally relents and says, oh, okay, you can create something just once, just this once. And then Satan creates Comcast. That's what the average person thinks of Comcast. And my gang brother Beaver, who's a property manager, has told me, he can't get Comcast to do shit. He like calls on behalf of his renters and whatnot concerning services and whatnot, and it's almost impossible to get to anyone, let alone respond. And yet, for some strange reason, and Peter Moon and I conclude the art elect probably has something to do with this. We're not drawing any conclusions definitively, but it's hard to imagine what else could get this response. They respond to me as if I were the CEO. I mean, that's the other way to describe it. Their service for me has been splendid, and I pay basically a very small amount each month, comparatively speaking, probably around between $67 to $75 a month, something like that, is what I've been averaging. Now, back when my parents were alive and we had television and we were maintaining any number of foreign channels because of our multiculturalism, Japanese channels, Chinese channels, etc., my bill with Comcast was something like $240 a month easily. Literally just astronomical, but we paid it every month. These days, of course, all I use is the internet. Everything that I use is on the internet. So when I called Comcast this time, first off, amazingly, we're talking about it was a Wednesday night, but it was still night nonetheless. And I get through to people, and they're in the Philippines. And these are like people who are working out of their homes because everybody's telecommuting these days. They're not in offices where you can hear other people anymore. There are ranks. They used to have telebanks, just ranks of people on the telephone. You could hear the other people in the past. Nowadays, they're working out of their homes. But their English was comparatively excellent. And you could sometimes hear their families in the background, but that's fine. And they were, the first person did all the conventional things where I ran through all the tests. We went all the way through the pinging, and finally he told me to unplug and replug the modem, physically mess with the modem and just kind of screw in everything as tightly as possible, and then it worked. And then as soon as I hung up with him after confirming that everything was back on, it went off again. So that's when I called the second time, and it was as if I had gotten through to a supervisor, and this person said, well, I'm going to ping you with several different signals simultaneously. We're going to see something here. I want you to, continue monitoring and tell me what you're seeing. And he confirmed that my signals were being intercepted. He said, your signals are being intercepted. And he said, do me a favor, and one last thing we want to check for, see if your lines have been cut. Physically, see if your cable lines have been cut. Can you go outside and check your perimeter? Now, bear in mind, this is very important because I don't think people grasp the enormity of what I'm saying here. They think that, once I explain that San Francisco is the second most congested city in the world, not in the world, but the most congested city in the world is where the people I was calling to, the Philippines, Manila, Philippines, is the most congested city in the world. But the second most congested city in the United States is San Francisco, second only to New York City. And so people might take that and think, well, it must always be hustling and bustling. Not the case. Even before COVID, San Francisco shuts down at about 10 o'clock p.m. It's simply too dangerous, far more dangerous than New York City in many ways, because we have so many homeless, and so many of them are violent. And so things shut down at 10 p.m. And Jameson Reese says, way more dangerous. He's right. Thank you for acknowledging that. And he's a New Yorker. And what happened was that we had COVID, and so we are on hard curfew. And Jameson saying you can walk around in Manhattan at 1 a.m. Okay, yeah, I'll buy that. And certainly Selena Khan went into Manhattan for New Year's Eve, and I was fascinated. Want to hear all about that when she's able to come on sometime in the near future. And but in terms of what went down was that with the hard curfew, there's nobody in the fucking streets. Everything is closed. And it's midnight and it's raining. So you've got multiple factors here. It's midnight, it's raining, everything is closed. And beyond that, there's elements of my neighborhood that nobody else would know about. First off, this used to be a heavy senior citizen neighborhood of old Italians. All the Russians were long gone from Russian Hill the Italians had taken over. These were the overflow from North Beach. And all the old Italians owned all the homes around here. And the only other people were old Chinese who had purchased the homes. And they all died off. So some young Chinese inherited some of the homes. And you can still see one old Chinese guy across the street. I know my neighbors. And everybody else living here is young and wealthy because there's no one else who can afford to live here. So everyone else around me, aside from all the old people are gone except for my next door neighbor, Calvin Tom, who looks like Mr. Smithers from The Simpsons. And that poor fucker's still alive, but not really. He's really The Walking Dead. And then you've got younger Chinese families who inherited the buildings from their parents, and everybody else are young Silicon Valley types who can afford the rent. And some of them are extremely wealthy couples who own their homes, like the Jewish guy across the street. And I know he's Jewish because he brought that up with me in conversation. So I know my neighbors, and there's no old white people in this neighborhood. There's no old white people left. And so when I'm going out there at midnight and it's raining to check if the cables were cut, there's this old white guy who's standing up the street corner. And when I described it to Peter Moon, he knew exactly where I was talking about. Just walk out of my door, look up across the street and up towards the corner where there's the laundromat. And we got another laundromat at the other end of the street too. I mean, on both sides of the street corner, but the laundromat that's closer to me. And there he was standing in the rain with no umbrella. He must have been there for hours. And no hat, no umbrella, no hat, a kind of a trench coat. There's nobody who wears trench coats anymore. So he's got this old trench coat, and he's got this big suitcase that's the kind of airport luggage you drag around on the wheels. And he starts moving towards me. So basically what I did was just checked all the lines, and then, checked him out as he was approaching, and made certain to just get back in my house. There's no point in running. I felt, no, he's too old. He's too tall. He's too, just big in size to get to me quickly. And he's dragging that big suitcase on wheels. But more than likely, I would say you could rest your soul on the altar. He was the guy intercepting all of the incoming signals. He was doing something with whatever was in the suitcase. And when he saw me come outside, which was probably expected, he started heading towards me. So this was the situation, and when I went in, I just locked the door. He didn't try to pound on the door or anything. Wherever he was going, he just kept going. But this isn't like something that would casually happen, because if it were any person coming into my neighborhood who had come from the airport, they would have taken one of those shuttles or what they call a flywheel or Uber or Lyft right to their door. And they would have gotten out of that vehicle and gone into their home via that vehicle. They would have not had to have walked a block or 2 blocks or whatever this guy was doing. So the idea that he would have come and walked blocks in the rain, it just happened to be in my area, is preposterous. Okay, that's not an explanation. It doesn't even rationally hold up. So he was definitely not of this neighborhood. He was definitely had no business here, and definitely was not traveling from the fucking airport, and certainly did not live here in this area, which is very exclusive in all the ways I've just described, and many others. So obviously, there was only one thing he was doing, interfering with the signals. When I went back in, I simply told the guy the lines were not cut. And he said, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send a very specific signal. And the signal is specific enough where what they're doing is every signal that we've pinged so far, they're tabulating it and they intercept it, and they have a machine that can do this. So I'm going to send a very specific, unique signal on a wavelength that they cannot intercept until... Well, they will be able to intercept it, but it would take them 24 to 48 hours to do so. He said it would just take a long time for them to calibrate all of the different variants in order to finally hone in on this signal. They will succeed eventually, but by that time we'll have a technician at your house. And so he says, we're sending a technician to your house early in the morning, 8:30 in the morning. Bear in mind, the next day was New Year's Eve day. And so a technician came, and not only did they install a filter against this kind of intercepting electronic interference, they also sent a truck to actually check the cables. They actually checked the cables all the way up and down the street that were up in the various, telephone pole-like affairs that we have around my neighborhood. So all of this was done, and it was very impressive. And so that's how we're able to be on tonight. And so hopefully people get an idea of just how serious this situation is. And again, Comcast is, as far as I'm concerned, a member of Team Dietrich. They give corporations the legal rights of individuals, and therefore, in that sense, we can say that Comcast is considered, as an individual, a member of Team Dietrich for all that it's done. Honestly, it's because I also feel there's a factor that they've also been victimized by this, and it's cost them so much money that there may be that factor. But I think, as Peter Moon and I have speculated, the Dietrich Ardalek may have something to do with this. Their aggressive response to my issues. So aside from that, Peter, tell us how things are otherwise going, or what other thoughts may have occurred in your mind about this situation since last time we spoke.
Well, I will roll it back to what as you described this to me. I said, it sounds like the Ardalek might have a hand in this. It's a very peculiar sort of behavior for somebody to be acting in the way that this weirdo, for lack of a better word, was. But this sort of weirdo is par for the course. And I will give you an example from one of my friends in Scientology. He was an aerospace engineer who worked in the same drafting room with Howard Hughes. He worked for Howard Hughes.
Yeah.
And he worked at McDonnell Douglas. And because he even designed the initial blueprints or design for the Skylab, it was called. And he said that when he got into Scientology, that he was, they wanted him to see a psychiatrist, and then he would be doggedly pursued by, and he says, you can always tell an agent because they drive beat up old cars. And they would, so somebody would show up to the Scientology Center in a beat up old car and ask to be on course, and they would, sign up for a course, and they weren't even interested in doing in the course. They were just interested in spying on this guy.
Right.
And he could tell. I mean, he wasn't stupid. He was an aerospace engineer, Right. And but they really had big issues about his interest in Scientology, which really had nothing to do with his aerospace career. They were two separate things.
Right.
And he said, but he was the first one to tell me. He says, these agents drive beat up old cars. Now, these agents he's talking about are not necessarily your top rank and file agents, if there are some, which there are. They're not necessarily trained in, anything sophisticated. They're not trained like ninjas.
Right.
They're just people that, you give them a few bucks and a gas allowance. You don't get them a new car. They work cheap. They work cheap.
Yeah.
And this guy, obviously he wasn't a sophisticated person, but he was doing somewhat sophisticated things. And he, and this is the first thing I'm saying. So it's like, this is like a, this is the way these people are. They don't investigate, or they don't invest top resources.
Yeah.
They could have done a much better job, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Yes.
And this is a good sign for Team Dietrich, because if you can see your enemies falling on their face, you've in effect defeated them.
Yeah.
In effect, you've defeated them. You've defeated quite a few enemies in the last 6 months.
Thank you.
They have not won. And when they don't win, they are by default defeated.
Mm-hmm.
You have victories over these people, and especially since Aquino's death,
Yes.
it's good. It's very good.
Yes. Thank you. And by the way, we had one troll that I showed to Peter Moon, who was saying, "Oh, if you hate Aquino so much, why don't you add to your credibility by killing him? You say he lives like within walking distance." I mean, obviously, this person must have seen Satan's Crusaders or something, from like 12 years ago. Has no concept that Aquino was moving all over the place before he died, and that Aquino is even dead. It's like.
Well, he was saying, just to clarify for the audience, he was saying, why don't you kill Aquino? Why don't you kill him? Not realizing that he's already dead.
That's right. Yes. But beyond that, the insanity of that position, just the idea that it's like, is there no concept to this individual of legal repercussions? Is the world a cinematic cartoon to him where somebody can just do that, like walk around and kill somebody and just say, oh, that is like now I'm fulfilled, now now the evil is dead and I'm free to walk, and it's like it's so stupid, so insane. But this is the level at which people are at. They have no concept of reality. You might say that these people do, but they're just being offensive or vicious, or they're just troll.
You brought up an important point of people having no concept of reality.
Thank you.
And I brought this up before in reference to people undergoing Scientology counseling or people embracive of Scientology. There is a high percentage of them, and this does not apply to just Scientologists. It explains why Scientology can be so either attractive or a non-issue to many people, is because people do not have any respect for what you would call physical reality.
Thank you.
Or consensus reality. And when I say consensus reality, I'm sort of talking about, if you want to go to the drugstore, you've got to walk down the street, cross the crosswalks, and walk into the store and purchase something. You can just maybe fly over there in a hang glider and steal something, but the thing is that people will collapse reality. They're perfectly happy to collapse reality and start talking about reality, whether it be Venusians, aliens, shape-shifting reptilians, or any amount of weird phenomena or weird experiences that could include time travel, that when they talk, there is no filter so as to reference it to what we know as ordinary reality.
Yeah.
And so, in other words, there is a disregard and disrespect for what we know as Malkuth.
Yes.
Kabbalistic term for the lowest common denominator of the planes of existence, the earthly existence. And I'd be the first one to tell you that the earthly existence has a lot to be desired. However, when you start streaming consciousness and can no longer respect the references to either this society, this culture, or this physical reality, not to exalt this culture, not telling you you've lost something. You're incoherent. And a large amount of people they don't care. They don't care. They'll just start talking a mile a minute. about any number of weird things,
Yes.
including the Urantia book.
Delightful. There was this one guy I knew. He was a big fan of mine for years. Weird story. Well, you know, in a nutshell, Jeffrey Fravel. His name was Jeffrey Fravel, and he was somebody who cleaned windows for a living, and he had a relationship going for years with this. I could actually look her name up. She was the American ice skater who won the silver medal in the International Olympics at Sarajevo. So it's easy to look her name up. But he had a secret relationship with her, an extramarital affair. She was married, and he was the guy who was her extramarital affair because he was washing windows, and he happened to catch her naked because he was washing her bathroom windows. They had a sunroof over the bathroom, that sort of thing. Anyhow, without going into that was just one entertaining aspect of this individual. He was a big fan of mine for years. Had him on my show several times. He was very supportive. Then there was this other, I bring this up for a reason. It was like we were talking about, I'm sorry, what were you talking about? Because I'll remember then why I brought him up, because had to do
Talking
with
about people's
consensus realities. In
other words, they don't necessarily desire coherency,
right,
in all dimensions.
right, and anyhow, why was I reminded of him with that? The point was there. It was anyhow. He wound up. There was this other woman who was a big fan of mine, and she came up to see me at the few conferences that we had. She brought this very expensive mobile home that she had rented. It was very bizarre. She had this husband who they wound up. It's just so bizarre. The whole thing was so bizarre. But anyhow, Jeffrey Fravel wound up marrying her. And it was like they met solely because they were fans of myself. And then once they got together, they just cut off all communication with me, which was really strange. And so it was just like, but one of the things, because we were talking about consensus reality and all that, was, oh my God, what was it? Oh yes, his mother. That was it, Jeffrey Fravel's mother. Both his parents, it was really strange. They had to have been he might have been a product of an MK program or something, but his mother was deeply into Urantia. And that was, when you brought up Urantia, that's what it made me think of. By the way, for people who don't know what the hell we're talking about, we're not going to overdwell on it, but let's just put it this way. Urantia is the Bible if it had been written by a battery of attorneys. If a battery of attorneys got together and wrote the Bible where they're qualifying everything in a kind of pseudo-legalese, you would wind up with Urantia, which, by the way, is...
The lawyers all studied and believed in James Joyce.
Yes, that's right. But by the way, to give people a further idea of why Peter Moon brings that up, because if you're not very literate, you won't understand the implications of what he's saying. James Joyce is so convoluted and so complex that there are reading clubs, where people have, they gather so they can discuss books that they've read. And some of these are science fiction reading clubs. Some are romance reading clubs. There is a reading club dedicated specifically to James Joyce's book entitled Ulysses. Not even like the battery of all his work, just specifically his book titled Ulysses. There was a reading club for years that was just centered only on reading that book and trying to decipher it or interpret the symbolism.
Let me explain something. Joyce writes, Joyce was a great drinker, and he was in a drunken stupor a lot of the time, and he wrote in what's called stream of consciousness.
Okay.
And I became very impressed by him, not necessarily with his writing style, when I picked up Finnegan's Wake, one of his books called Finnegan's Wake.
Right.
And the first line or something in there was so similar to a piece of paragraph that I wrote in my creative And, it's kind of struck me. And so I had a certain regard for him. I really, his stuff was hard to read. But he did, his book, I had to do a report on the book, the portrait of an artist, a portrait of the artist as a young man, which is about him, which is loaded with a lot of incoherency, but there is a great part of lucidity of the book which I enjoyed. And that's when he's going into fire and brimstone and rejecting fire and brimstone as a concept. And he's, to put it in Scientology terms, he was going through the implants that have been implanted in the human race with regards to heaven and hell and all these concepts. And he was rejecting them. And of course, at that point, reading this, I kind of backed up from my body and said, you know what? I wasn't a Christian, but certainly been indoctrinated by society to believe in heaven and hell on some level.
Right.
And I was able to reject it and just be free of it in my own soul. And then I remember the teacher taking my book that I had checked out or whatever and reading on the last page when the writer is saying, I will form in the smithy of my own soul, something to words to that effect, what I'm going to be. In other words, this guy's his soul was his own smithy, meaning his, what a blacksmith would have, a smithy where you're going to craft things.
Right.
Soul, the smithy of my soul, where I'm going to basically create my own reality. And that kind of became a theme in my own experience as a human being. And of course, the vehicle for him was writing. The vehicle turned out to be for me for writing. So I had a definite degree of regard for him, not necessarily really enjoy his writing. I would later learn from Joseph Matheny that he says the best way to who was a reader of Joyce, because he was really in the stream of consciousness, said the best way is to study it in a club, a reading club. You're talking about the Ulysses Club.
Right.
This is also how Urantia studies. People that do Urantia study in groups. And I do have a friend in the city who is, I think he's a leader of a Urantia group. I've just never, been interested. I do remember one time encountering a guy in a bookstore in New York City, Weiser's bookstore, the occult bookstore, and he was picking up the Urantia book. And I said, that's a very strange book. And I might have had a few words with him. And then he comes over to me 2 minutes later, whatever book I was looking at, he goes, that's a very strange book. He was just mimicking me.
Right.
He wasn't, in other words, he was trying to get back at me.
Right.
I wasn't being critical of the book. I was just saying it's a very strange book. And it is. Yeah. It is. So the thing is, if you discuss it with a bunch of people who have experience discussing it and reading it, you will get more coherency out of it for sure, because they're integrating it into their minds and they're working with it. You can do that with anything. But it's perhaps better to do that because they are trying to integrate it at least. But the point I was making is that people don't care. They will listen to David Wilcock say he's Edgar Casey and think nothing of it. Somebody had to be. And just have no filter. We're talking about discernment and a filter. And it's okay to entertain ideas that are strange, ideas that make no sense. If you don't entertain that stuff, you can't be a scientist. Because scientist is investigating the unknown. But it's when you have no respect for laws and rules to the point where you don't respect them at all. Jack Parsons was a person who didn't but only to the effect of getting a result. If you could get a result, the rules don't matter. He was results oriented, and that was very important. So I wouldn't put him in that same category as people who have no discrimination or filter. And this is a big problem, in even with some, if not many, of my audience. It's just like, and I really, this really shocked me. I was one time at a lecture that Preston was giving. I was basically there to, bring books and sell them. I didn't speak at all. And he was speaking. Somebody who had read the Montauk Project raised their hand, and this guy was a doctor. And he said, he asked him a question about the solar system defense around Mars. I forget, it says in the book, around Mars and the asteroid belt, there's a solar system defense out there. And he asked him, like as if, because it was in the book, it was an actual true thing.
Right.
Like I said, oh my God, where how can he ask such a question? Like his whole way of speaking, his whole vernacular was saying, like, well, what's a solar system? It's just like, please. I mean, this was and I wasn't disregarding the information, but he was regarding it the same way he would regard, what about the toll bridge at the San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge? What about the toll booth?
Yes. In other words,
he was talking about it in the same reference frame.
Yes, as a material, as an extant material object. In other words, this is what's called concrete thought processes, a kind of. By the way, this is one way that insanity is defined: is the lack of ability to understand or comprehend metaphor, the lack of the ability to understand. Yeah.
Discern, distinguish.
Yeah.
And yes, exactly. Because I would tell you that there is a solar system defense, because there would have to be. In Qigong, it's guardian Qi. The solar system would have its own guardian Qi to filter out things. But that's a morphogenetic function. And Preston's triple Gemini mind, very mercurial, is going to be inventing things. He had 3 planets in Gemini. He had the sun, or the rising sign was Gemini, and Uranus. Uranus means, and Gemini is Mercury, ruled by Mercury. So you've got Uranus and Mercury there, just boom, 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 all over the place. He could create faster. His mind could create faster than whatever he was doing. Very agile mind. So he could create metaphors for a solar system around defense, around Mars, the asteroid belt, and he could start correlating and inventing it. And when you start inventing stuff at that rate, you start filtering in the truth, no matter how far out it is. And one of my friends who was a psychic and said to me, she says, I'm most accurate when I feel like I'm making it up.
Interesting.
So this is the creation zone.
Right.
We can all go into the creation zone. The problem with somebody like Preston is he would be speaking in a metaphorical venue to some degree, and it would eventually correlate to reality in some way, shape, or form. But because of the nature of the subject he was dealing with and his own lack of care or sloppiness, it was going to work in such a way as to sound incredible, be incredible, or certainly invite disrespect, sometimes extremely so.
Wow. Yeah.
But he was still a genius, and so this is the problem. It's all in the communication, and that's the only reason I exist as a writer, because I hold the line on this stuff, and I want to make it as understandable is possible.
Right.
Like say if I were to deal, like if I were to go back in time and talk to the people who wrote the gospel, I would have to give them a class in composition. I would have to, and that's not to say they might have been good for the times, but they're not good for the current times. You have to understand and interpret, filter. That's why they called Ronald Reagan the great communicator, because he could get in front of a teleprompter and read it in such a way that people would understand it and it would make them feel good.
Yes.
What he was saying was completely secondary. It wasn't the content, it was the medium.
Yes.
He was a great communicator.
Yes.
He could lie to you, but you feel good about it.
Yes. Yes. True.
What did he say? There were no arms for hostages. Mistakes were made.
Yes.
There were no arms for hostages or whatever.
Yes, that was infamous. Yes, mistakes were made. Yes, there's I forgot. It was so silly. Well, the best one was when he said, "I too am a Contra." That was the best one. I'm a Contra too. When he said that. Yes. Oh my God. So what was the most shocking, controversial, or repulsive, and probably all three at once, things that Preston Nichols ever said? Something that just turned everyone in the room against him. Anything you remember or recall that was something like that?
Yeah, and it's on videotape when he talks about. Well, I mean, this is probably one of the most discrediting things he talked about. When he would talk about this reptilian at Montauk who would drink Drano. Drink Drano, and there was, I guess they used to take the grays and spray them with Lysol to clean them because they smelled so bad. They had to be cleaned with Lysol, the grays. In other words, if you accepted face value, first it's hard to accept that there was an actual reptilian running things and looking like, the reptilian in Star Trek. I think they call him the Gorn.
Right, right.
That Captain Kirk has a fight with. Imagine some reptilian like that. Imagine some, and then some grays that are there doing their business, and you've got to, take them in the shower and spray them with Lysol. It's like, maybe, like if it did happen, well, you're not giving yourself, and he said, this is what I remember. He said it was weird, and he admitted it was weird.
Right.
But he said it anyway.
Right.
And as they say, it made him an object of ridicule.
Right.
And one of the best ones, this is a good one. There was this lady who used to call me up and want to meet with me. I think she would have come to my house, but I think she wanted me to meet her in a hotel room. And she was one of the Rothschild. She was married into the Rothschild family. So she said, and I believe she was, but it wasn't necessarily, the Rothschilds with all the money, or she didn't have money or whatever. She had enough money to get around in her semi-beat-up car.
Oh, that's so sad.
Whatever, I don't know what her car was. But I would never go over there. Because, and she thought she was Babylon.
Of course. Had to throw that in the mix.
And she wanted me to write her story, and, I just can't take a person like that very seriously. And, you never, and Preston had the same, take on her as I did. You never want to go into a hotel room with somebody you don't know. You might even think twice about going into a hotel room with somebody you do know. But this who was married to one of the Rothschild family. But that's not as necessarily as impressive as it sounds either, because they have, they have these weird stuff going on.
Right.
But anyway, he told this story how she came into his house, she visited him, and she asked to use the bathroom.
Uh-huh.
And she went to the bathroom, and she came out, and then after she left, he found a turd on the floor.
Oh. Oh, God.
And he said, and he took the turd, this is what he said, and he had it chemically analyzed.
Why?
And I'm sitting there, and he's telling this in my living room I think on a 4th of July party. And I'm like going, why is he fucking telling this? I said, there's not going to be any lectures, any stories. It's just a party. But inevitably, people would gather around him and he'd start talking. Prompt me to turn up the music.
To drown him out, yeah.
But I wasn't going to stop him. But it was not meant for a lecture. It was meant for a party.
Right.
Anyway, he's telling a story, and I'd heard it before, private. And he basically, the chemical analysis is that this is a reptilian piece of defecation.
Oh, of course.
Reptilian turd. He concluded that the woman had shapeshifted. She went in the bathroom. She shapeshifted into a reptilian, did her business, and then left. Not, leaving it on the floor.
Of course.
And so you'd have to wonder if, was it his own? How the hell did he get there? Is he making this stuff up? But number of most importance is you don't need to tell that story.
Yes. Yes.
I can tell this story, 13 years later, because it's history.
Right.
It's a part of who he was and the challenge in dealing with him. And at that point, I was kind of done with him in terms of doing any more writing with him. Because the problem with him there was, it's not that I could have done more writing. He could come up with something interesting, and I'd be lucky to get a page out of him. He didn't have any more to say.
So sad. So sad.
And mostly because he didn't want to say it. He had a lot that he could have offered. But it would resort to that.
Just the lowest. Yeah. It's just into the gutter. Yeah. That's it.
Exactly. Reducing things to the lowest common denominator. And it's not that. And often with him, something would be going on there.
Right.
He had, and in that same talk he gave, he had pictures of prints in his yard, which were in the snow, which basically he concluded it was a giant bird. It was this giant bird. And he talked about this giant bird coming to visit him.
And of course, the first image that comes to mind is Big Bird from Sesame Street, which is just, it's just.
Well, when the medicine man heard this, because he was there, and the shaman, they started they called it the Thunderbird, and I think they started calling him by that name because, it's like they just started referring to him as Thunderbird. Because this is what the Americans, Native Americans recognize it as the Thunderbird.
Well, the Native Americans, of course, have the Thunderbird cosmology. It's part of their cosmology, and that's to be respected. Of course, when you start calling him by the name of Thunderbird, I can't help but think of that horrible wino drink called Thunderbird. It's up there with Nitrain or Ripple, the various
cheap liquor.
Yeah.
But he would be interfacing with phenomena that was literally out of this world.
Right.
And then how it would translate, you know, and people could get too interested in it because it wasn't going to go anywhere. There was another guy, he called himself Dionysus.
Mm-hmm.
And Dionysus was a real character who had been, you know, I think he drove the army nuts, and they kicked him out after about a month. He was in the Signal Corps. And he ended up living on disability in the Lower East Side, and he would come to our meetings. And he really befriended, helped Preston, and helped Preston a lot with his when he had to move from Long Island to upstate.
Mm-hmm.
And then he eventually moved upstate with Preston and started living with him in the same house, and you know, renting space or doing stuff for him. And they became very frustrated with each other. But one of the things this guy, Preston, would tell these stories of these magnificent caverns that were under his property.
Uh-huh.
His property was on a hill,
Uh-huh.
and he would tell this cavern, he'd tell these caverns. So this guy, you know, wanted to dig for the caverns. He wanted to dig under and find the caverns. And he had sold his apartment because they wanted him out
Right.
in the city. He got some money for it. And I think he invested as much as $17,000 in a, what do you call it, a digger.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, something that would dig into the ground. I forgot what they call it. It's a digger.
Uh-huh.
But it was only good for digging 4 inches a day. Now, I don't know if he was digging into rock or what, you know, because you could go out to your garden and dig more than 4 inches in a day.
Yes. Yes.
And he was trying to get at the caverns. And after extreme amount of time and work, he became frustrated at Preston and said, you know, he's lying to me. Well, I could have told you weren't going to find any caverns there. Why are you putting $17,000 into this, you fool?
Yeah.
And why did Preston allow him to do it? You see?
Yeah.
Preston could have said, look, you're not going to find him. Don't do it. He says, can I dig? Sure you can dig.
Crazy. I mean, I'm sorry. The first thing that comes to my mind is just that flat out rejection. You know, it's a horrible thing to say. Crazy, but it's almost like I try not to even fathom the thought processes of either individual here. And, so, but you know, go on. I'm sure there's kind of a
they're not playing in reality.
Yeah.
And a less crazy circumstance, but nevertheless was crazy when somebody had called the medicine man. He had a big problem with crows pursuing him, and he would call me and say, "I have crows. There's crows all over," you know.
Oh.
So wherever he was going in L.A., he was a school teacher. He was being pursued by crows, like he had a spell on him. And I think he, you know, hired Stuart Swerdlow to help him, whatever. And I don't know if he was happy with that, and he wasn't too happy with that. So,
I can imagine.
you know, you want to know what the source of the crows was. And then he got, you know, he saw Preston. I think he came out to visit Preston. And then he called the medicine man. And the medicine man said, medicine man is the nicest guy in the world. Friendly, you know, he's a total people person.
Yeah.
You know, his aunt told me that, you know, when he was a kid, you know, he'd be, you know, people see him on the street and he'd hug him, you know, the people loved him. A real people person.
Mm-hmm.
He's a really nice guy. He says, "Oh, come on out. Yeah, why don't you come on and visit." So this guy, the next thing, you know, what does he hear? He goes over to Connecticut, flies over from LA to Connecticut, and he calls me and says, "Oh, I come here and he has no place for me. He lives in a motel. You know, he doesn't have a place. What am I supposed to do?" He says, "I'm going to have to." I said, "Look," I said, "he never should have invited you out here. If he invited you out here, he should have made clear that he wasn't hosting you. And second, you shouldn't have come out here without making sure that he was hosting you."
Oh.
You know, they both did a disservice to each other. Especially this guy didn't, he assumed that he was going to be, accommodated on some level.
Mm-hmm.
And that was an assumption on his part. So he had to, I guess, not use his plane ticket home, and all the money he had left to eat, he had to get a Greyhound bus tickets, because that's the only way he could afford to get back to LA.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no wonder he's being followed by crows. You know what I'm saying? I think he did finally alleviate the problem. And I felt bad for him, but I wasn't going to take his money or do something. Now I would have taught him Qigong. I probably could have taught it to him then. Control your breath, control your life. Control your breath, control your crows.
Uh-huh.
It's true. It's like, you breathe into the problem.
Yeah.
So, people sometimes they don't necessarily, also the medicine man had invited his fathers, his spiritual fathers from the Lakota Nation to come out to a powwow. Mm-hmm. They come out, they're gonna drum. I guess by the time they got there, they spent all their money on gas, thinking they were going to be, paid $5,000 because that was their fee. But they didn't tell them their fee. So they end up there at the powwow. They have no money. They have no nothing. They have a car and drums.
Right.
Right.
This is just like this kind of lifestyle is beyond me. But by the way, I'm taking a look at YouTube at some of our chat people, and they have some interesting things to say. Before I go into the chat, I do want to say hello to Teresa Young in particular, and I'm letting her know that I'm looking at everything she's entering, and I'm also and I believe what she's entering is sincere. And I also want to say hi to Shock 1999. Seems like he's sincere as well enough. And in the interim, before I get to them, I want to point out in one of our latest videos, we have the last video I did before tonight's. We have that wonderful Romanian sponsor who sent me 200 Romanian dollars, which is about 50 United States dollars. And his name this time is surname first, I believe, Ungurianu Iulian. And as Peter Moon would say, his nickname would be Yuli. And he wrote the following that I'm going to put inside of the text box for Peter Moon to see. I'll cut and paste it and put it inside the message box of Peter Moon. And Peter Moon can access that. And I'll see if Peter Moon has any thoughts on this. But so if you'll just take a look at that, Peter, and tell me what you think, that would be appreciated. And I put a supportive like upon it, and I acknowledged it. George Knight says, much love unto you, Douglas, and unto Maria Grigorich. And yes, that's good. He did see that wonderful letter from Maria Grigorich, and I'm so glad he did. And so aside from that, let me check back in with Peter here, and take your time with that, Peter.
I'm reading the message.
Yeah, take your time. I'll continue to burn bandwidth, and one of the things that I want to say about to Teresa Young is that yes, I know both James Rink and Max Spears. It's funny that she doesn't bring up James Casbolt or Michael Prince. She's talking about the super soldiers, and for some reason Teresa Young has an interest.
Another big problem, Douglas. That's the same problem with the super soldiers.
Yeah.
They're not filtering reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But to get back to, he's just making his statement
mm-hmm.
on the pandemic and vaccinations. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's just his own. And that he's that vaccination should remain a matter of free will. Mm-hmm. That's his basic line. Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
I had a dream the other night
Uh-huh.
where everybody was getting vaccinated, and I just said, okay, and I just kind of stepped out and pretended I had it and ignored it.
Mhm.
You know, that was my dream. I said, what? You know, I haven't publicly refused to get a vaccination.
Right.
But I was just, you know, not engaging in the process.
Right, right, because I understand. You find the process to be basically, it's almost offensive in its way, and I can see that. So I appreciate your stance.
It's like, how far is this thing going to go, and how dangerous might it be with nano stuff? I don't get into this.
No.
I don't have the time to waste, because I'm sure that I could find data that could convince me that it is a nanobot inside of it.
No. There's no nanobots in.
No, I said I'm sure I could find out enough data to convince me.
Understood. I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying for our listeners.
Because even if you find the data that convinces you, it might not be accurate. And then there's other problems that can arise with these things. I've had vaccinations before. They've never had a positive effect on me, except for maybe, you know, the early childhood ones that prevented you from this, that, or the other thing. And there weren't too many of those for me. But yeah, so I mean, it's just like, at what point are they going to enforce this? It's and to what extent? But people are lining up in the freezing weather to urgent care because they've got sniffles.
Right.
And I saw them this morning. They were out there. I mean, it wasn't then raining and hailing yet. It later did, but they're sitting out there in cold, and they're not 6 feet apart either. They're about 2 to 3 feet apart, and they're waiting in line, probably because they have sniffles, and their sniffles are probably getting worse while they're in the cold.
No doubt. Oh my.
It's cold,
Yeah.
especially if you're standing in line.
Yes. And no, thank you. And I realize it's getting late where you're at, and you'll probably be checking out soon. It's close to midnight, but I want to thank you for coming here tonight. If you have energy, you're welcome to stay a little bit. I'll be monologuing quite a bit, though. There's a lot that I have to cover tonight.
I just want to say one thing before I go.
Take your time, as long as you wish.
Yeah, I'm finishing up the Douglas MacArthur chapter, which is a little long.
Right.
And it's good to get sort of a whole beat on him and give the reading audience a beat on him, and to see how truly, above the law he was.
Yes. Thank you.
Because what he did was, well, first off, you might or might not know this, because, I mean, I did listen to what you were talking about him, but I don't remember what you said and what you didn't. I don't remember you talking about this, but he had a financial interest in the San Miguel Brewery.
Yes.
Manila.
Yes. Go on.
He had an interest, I think, in the hotel.
Yeah.
And so when he declared Manila an open city, he had he could be construed as having a vested interest in doing so.
Yes.
So Japanese wouldn't bomb it; they bombed it anyway.
Well, bear in mind that it's not like they firebombed of Manila. They simply bombed areas of Manila where the U.S. military was obviously active against all the rules and tenets of an open city, where the Americans were violating the open city paradigm, was where the Japanese bombed. And this was without even having received the notification that the Americans had declared an open city. The Japanese were very constrained in their approach of Manila. They weren't seeking to alienate the Filipino people, and they effectively did not. All of the Filipino quote-unquote resistance, don't forget, this is a very complicated situation that most Americans don't understand. You had Filipinos who were provoked by the Americans into resistance by terrorism. The Americans basically, and there is evidence of this if you look for it yourself, where the Americans who were themselves white and therefore could not be they were unable to escape, the Americans would either be in the mountains fighting, or they'd be in an internment camp, or they'd be dead. The Americans had no choice but to resist, so they would force Filipinos to resist in areas where they were at by terrorizing the Filipinos. And they would write in their own war memoirs how they were forced to do this by circumstance, that this was necessary. Well, it was necessary to their survival, but does that make it right? So
well, yes, and there's also stuff about MacArthur had his troops. Well, in other words, he was in public relations in the Army. He was assigned to be a public relations officer, and he learned public relations, so he knew how to work the press and plan stories. This is like I think pre-World War I. And it's from there that he basically creates a whole battalion to go and fight in World War I. So you have all of these stories that he produces where he's a hero, and people are putting him up for the Congressional Medal of Honor at least twice, once in Mexico and once in World War I. It's not given to him.
Right.
But who are all these people putting him up for the Congressional Medal of Honor?
Well,
then when he is in the Philippines. Now, when he's in the Philippines, for people who are not familiar, he is in 1935, I believe the date, or 37, he retires from the military because he's chief of staff. He can't get any higher.
Right.
And he goes to work as the field marshal for the Philippines government, which is a fledgling sort of government.
Yeah.
And which is eventually liberated after World War II. After World War II. You can say the Japanese facilitated that liberation, although no American would agree with that.
Right.
But he's there in Manila, and he has no equipment. They sent him a bunch of shit because all of the priority is in the Atlantic.
Right.
So he has no real modern equipment. He doesn't have a chance in hell of fighting anybody. Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can fight the Aborigine types.
That's.
He can beat the hell out of them, but he's not going to be fighting the Japanese or even the Chinese army with what he has.
Yes.
So he is sending all these press reports back to the United States. And they're glowing. He is a hero. He is defending America. And so America has this great belief in what a war hero is. And it's all his own press.
Yes.
Because he's the one who's writing it.
Yes. Yes.
And so when it comes time to withdraw from the Philippines, they can't pull the troops out. In other words, the Japanese are coming. The Japanese are going to invade the Philippines. There's no hope.
Yeah.
MacArthur, but Roosevelt concludes that we can't leave MacArthur there because MacArthur, if he's killed, which is likely, the public will never forgive us for letting this war hero die.
Right.
He's not even a war hero.
Right. Yes.
At least in World War II, he's not. So they arrange to have him and his family taken to Australia.
That's right.
And furthermore, they have MacArthur. MacArthur goes and tell his troops to keep on fighting. Replacements are coming. Troops are coming. Support is coming. It's a total lie.
That's right.
And he tells them this. And they end up in what is known as the Bataan Death March.
Yes.
So, I've been doing my homework.
You have.
This is an absolutely. But the point is, before he now he receives a payment. So once World War II begins, he's now assigned to the U.S. Army. Roosevelt says, "You're now back in the Army. You're no longer the Field Marshal of the Philippines." And so now he's in the Army, and when he goes back to the Philippines, I shall return, and he comes back after the Americans have retaken the Philippines. He then gets a $500,000 bribe from, I forget the guy's name, the president of the Philippines, gives him $500,000, which is the equivalent of $7 million today.
That was President Quezon back then, right? Who they named
Yes.
Quezon City
Yes,
after.
Quezon,
Yes.
Quezon. And furthermore, he gives the stenographer admits in his own book that he changed it from 500,000 to 50,000 because 50,000 sounded too 500,000 sounded like it might be misunderstood. And money was given to other soldiers. Dwight Eisenhower, who was one of MacArthur's staff, refused $60,000, but they claim it was illegal because it was supposedly due for past payment for his work as the field marshal.
Right.
But still, now I want to point something out here, if anybody cares, about this is to say how he was above politics.
Right.
Before he left for the Philippines from the chief of staff, he got, it says the Pentagon. I don't think the Pentagon existed then. But, oh no, it wasn't the Pentagon, it's the War Department. Before he left, he convinced the War Department to make an exception to the rule forbidding U.S. officers from receiving compensation from the countries they advised. He was there as a military advisor. So he got them to change the rules. But if you go into the United States Constitution, there's something called the Foreign, I don't know how to say this, Emoluments Clause. Foreign Emoluments Clause.
Yeah, you said it right. You said it right.
There's a provision in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8 of the U.S. Constitution that prohibits the federal government from granting titles of nobility and restricts members of the federal government from receiving gifts, emoluments, offices, or titles from foreign states and monarchies without the consent of the United States Congress. He did not have the consent of the United States Congress to be receiving the gifts. And yes, a member of the U.S. Army is a member of the federal government. So he was completely violating this, as were the President Roosevelt, who let it go, the Secretary of War Stinson, who let it go. They knew about it. So this is MacArthur acting above the law. And it's, it's just who he was. So therefore, you can see how, now, whenever you think of MacArthur, however damning all the things that can be said about him, not only by what's going to be in this book, but by what other authors have made. Because some people support him, and some people don't support him. But you have to admit he was a major player on the world stage. And that's why Hirohito picked him.
Yes.
Because he was a player.
Yes.
He was above ordinary politics. He could change the rules. He could manipulate the rules.
Yes.
So that was that's who MacArthur was, and it makes sense. Now, the thing I wanted to share here, well, also that you have the Yakuza, which is the crime element of the Japanese culture. They are doing Hirohito's work they're the ones that control this flow of gold more than anybody. They're doing the dirty work with the gold. Involved in trading it for drugs or trading drugs for that and getting money and, washing money and all this sort of thing. But what I realized, how much the crime syndicate of the Asia controls the world. Do they have absolute control? No. Do they have great influence? Yes. There's something on the internet called influencers. This is the big trend. And if you're an influencer, you can have all sorts of corporate America coming your way to give you contracts, and you're now working for corporate America because you can do fancy chit-chat, you can make fancy recipes, you can do fancy exercises, and people want to listen to you. You're an influencer. Well, the Asia Crime Network is they're great influencers.
Yes.
But this is what I realized. And this is what I wanted to share with you. All of the coincidences and synchronicity that led me to, starting with Joe Matheny's experience on 36 Spofford Alley in Chinatown, San Francisco, that was leading to that reference point as a major conduit to the crime syndicates of Asia. Through that one spot in Chinatown, because so much of that experience happened for me there. It's even got Qigong Tong on the outside of it. It's related to, like, I wasn't involved with Qigong when I found out about that. And of course, the Taoist tradition deals very deeply with all that stuff. It's not something I necessarily want to be dealing with at all, but I'm dealing with it in the processing of this book. It's like learning to, in writing this book with Douglas, I've learned to understand and appreciate who Hirohito was. He's somebody that's not very well understood, and he's also very challenging and difficult for an ordinary Western mind to understand. He might be difficult for an Eastern mind to understand, but I can't speak for Eastern minds. Because he's so out of the ordinary.
Yes.
Just as L. Ron Hubbard is a man that's not easy for people to understand, nor is Aleister Crowley. Hirohito is perhaps even more complex.
Yes.
And certainly he's harder to understand because the information is not accessible. But keep in mind, the criminal organizations paying tribute to him or respect to him, I'm sure, he wasn't like he was running them like a baseball manager runs a baseball team.
Right.
Maybe more like the owner.
Right. Yes.
But this is who this man was, and he was ruling a greater part. He was probably the most powerful man in Asia. And now that we're dealing with the problems in China, we have to take stock or reference to the criminal element of not just China, but the entire Asian continent. And it says doesn't mean you have to become a member of it. It doesn't mean you have to bow down to it. It means you have to acknowledge it and see it for what it is, or begin to try and understand it. And this is what, because what is this? And books have been written about it, which will give you some idea. They don't have necessarily Douglas's breadth of understanding of it.
Thank you.
But this is what I see. This is why that Tong in Chinatown was so important to me, and why whoever you spoke to advised us not to take it any further.
Right.
Well, we don't have to take it any further. We don't have to, go in and can you show us the weapons you use? No, you don't ask questions like that. They'll be shown to you when and if it's appropriate.
Yes.
In the meantime, we just go out and do our business. It's interesting. So the depth of this has reached me and touched me, and it makes all the rest of my work make a lot more sense, or experiences, I should say.
Wonderful. God bless you. That was beautiful. That was delightful. I do have a question about someone you probably never heard of, but maybe Jameson Reese has, but I want to ask it while you're here. And that's the young lady who's in the chat room. and this takes us in a different direction. And believe me, it's about time you go to bed, really. But what you said,
I know I'm not in the chat room, so what's her name?
Oh, Teresa Young, I believe her name is. Wonderful young lady, and she's very sincere. I do feel that she's run across a lot of misinformation. She's asking about all of the super soldiers, Sarah Adams, Michael Prince. Of course, the fact that she knows all their names. I was concerned she might be Lori and Ann Fenton trolling or something like that, but I looked at her channel and it seems normal enough. But she was asking, she seems to have been exposed to all the Miles Johnston bullshit, and she was bringing up, well, not she, another individual named Shock 1999 was bringing up Richard Adam Miller, who's that doctor who was actually a consultant for the X-Files. And Richard Allen Miller is totally brain fried. The guy goes into these days he's promoting flat Earth. I mean, he's scraping the bottom of the barrel in his life. When it comes to all these other people, I can go into them some other time, Teresa, but not tonight. Basically, she asked about this Steve Hoff guy, and apparently he's some occultist. James and Reese could probably speak more to that subject. As for yourself, I doubt you've even heard of him. Certainly I never did.
I actually haven't heard of him either.
Okay.
Steve Hoff, I have not heard of this guy.
Okay. Apparently he was someone who was big on some paranormal stuff, and basically says he's a magician of a real sort, etc. And I doubt Peter Moon's ever heard of him either, because I didn't, Jameson didn't. There's no reason Peter would have. So
I would explain. I don't know if she's listening, but you'll sometimes see this in old TV shows, or there'll be westerns or movies about. San Francisco in its early days, when people would get shanghaied.
Yes.
And they would show the guy walking into a bar, and some sexy girl, comes up and offers him a drink, or, whatever. They give him a drink. It knocks him out, and then a trap door is underneath, and they falls down into some pit where he's going to be shanghaied and sent off to China or somewhere to work on a ship. When it's almost like as a consumer of information, you need to have that trap door. So when these people come up, like these people that proliferate unending trauma,
right,
you put the trap door there and you just put them down in. And you don't listen to them. There's so much stuff on there that is so garbled and negative. Like one of my friends, who's a very dear friend, sent me a link, and he says, I got halfway through this and I saw how dark things are. I couldn't watch it anymore. Tell me what you think. I said, I wrote back and I said, I get so many videos per day, I don't watch any of them. Unless there's a specific reason. Yeah. And he said, I don't watch specific videos unless it's going to see the knockdown of Rocky Marciano by Archie Moore. Then I'm going to go see it. What's that? In other words, it's a concrete thing I can go watch that I have some reason because I want to see the knockdown. Well, it might not be about sports. It might be about some particular piece of information. And people, obviously, when they start hearing about James Casebolt and people like this, Duncan O'Finian, and they are a nonstop chatterbox of story and trauma. And there's no question that these people have been traumatized and that they need help. But what the problem is, it takes you down a rabbit hole where you're not going to be able to help them, and you're only going to confuse yourself because this goes nowhere. Right. But how much can you watch? I had a very dear friend. It took me 10 years to convince her that the UFO movement is a waste of time. She finally saw it.
Thank God she finally saw it. And it's like being part of a cult that you finally are enlightened to remove yourself from. I'm telling this young lady that my blessings be upon her. I will read this to Peter Moon. So Teresa Young says, she basically says that she's a survivor of trauma, that a gun was pointed at her head for hours by...
That's a different story.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a different story.
Yeah. And by this crazy demonic man who controlled, she feels he was possessed. He broke into her house at 3:40 a.m. one night. They featured her story on 2020, and they just caught him 31 years later this year. He paralyzed her ex, but now he's in jail with $2 million bail, so she can finally stop watching over her shoulder. It's basically, however, I feel that she's been victimized by, oh God, who's that asshole who runs the bases? Miles Johnston. Look, honey, you've been listening too much to Miles Johnston. Miles Johnston pushes that black goo shit because she's bringing up Max Spears, and she's bringing up James Rink. This is all, James Rink is handled by Lori Ann Fenton. He's all she's got left. And Teresa Young says her story's on YouTube. Okay. Send me a link, honey. I'm not afraid to look at it. And so basically, James Rink is handled by Lori Ann Fenton because he's super pathetic. He's the most pathetic of all the super soldiers. And good. I'm glad you hate Miles Johnson. She says I hate Miles Johnson. Well, you should. Yes. And but when you talk about how would I say it? Black goo. That's all Miles Johnston shit, and he, he's the one who promoted that black goo shit, and it's something that, it's just, you can relieve yourself.
It's like the flat earth.
Yeah, you can relieve yourself of a lot of stress by just not listening to people like that anymore. If you want my recommendation, honestly, the super soldiers, of course, there are, the majority of them are the real thing only in the sense that they've been put through a lot of trauma. Both Max Spears and James Casbolt / Michael Prince were put through a great deal of trauma. But I personally find Max Spears infinitely more sympathetic because I knew him, and I also knew James Casbolt / Michael Prince, but I found him to be completely unsympathetic. Really just a human piece of shit. And so trauma does things to people. Some become martyrs and kind of like, Max Spears was no saint. He was as dysfunctional as they come, but he wasn't evil. And James Casbolt / Michael Prince is evil. You're talking about a man who was beating up his pregnant wife while she was pregnant. So he's the reason that revenge porn laws are on the book on either side of the Atlantic. Truly, subhuman garbage.
Well, I would also tell her, from my own perspective, is the way you control your life is to control your breath. And you learn, because breath is life. We're all breathing entities. And the more oxygen you take in, the more oxygen goes into your brain, the more you function better. There's even Qigong exercises that will help you, fortify you, and protect you from being vulnerable to people who might want to hold a gun in your face. This is unfortunate that she is a trauma survivor. Trauma survivors are often attracted to more trauma.
That's true.
People who've gone through similar experiences, what you need to get is a more supportive environment and more supportive people. And this might be challenging because people might not be so willing to understand you. But the ones that are most ready to hear your story are fellow trauma survivors. And sometimes that can be good. But only to a limited extent. It's like an addiction syndrome. So you're addicted to the trauma for whatever reason. It's kind of like it's something you have to overcome. The 9-step program but you have to recognize it as an addiction, as a something that needs to be overcome, and you need a coach or somebody, not to listen to people selling it as a paradigm,
Right.
because it's
Thank you. In other words, somebody like Miles Johnston is just feeding the trauma addiction. And that's why she hates him. She recognizes that. That's why she's come here. And so thank you, Peter. That was wonderful. By the way, Teresa Young says that I'm a beautiful man. And honestly, in the photograph that's in the thumbnail image for tonight, really, as my son recognized, and as V, my medical cosmetologist, has recognized in the past, it's I'm most beautiful really when the spirit of my mother seems to enter and possess me for a period of time. That's what really manifests in the photograph that's in thumbnail of live stream tonight. Is in a very real sense, that's as much my mother as myself in that photograph, simply because I really feel that she was inside of me when that photograph was taken. Of course,
I would also point out to this young woman that you have to be careful, because it sounds like she's ready to bond with you.
yes,
because you understand and sympathize with her.
right,
And it's okay to like Douglas, but be careful of bonding with anybody who understands and sympathizes with you, because it's almost like you're trying to throw a grappling hook to have a reference point that's safe, and you have to build up your own.
yes,
So that you can be independent and not, of course, but you do need support, but I'm saying is don't take it too far,
yes,
and become infatuated.
yes. That's important as well. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. And thank you, Teresa Young. And we're very blessed to have Peter with us for that reason. Peter, we love you dearly. Share our love with Paula. And you have a blessed slumber and a wonderful morning. Feel free to check in with me as soon as you wake up. I'll probably still be on.
I think I'm going to sleep through.
I understand.
I hope I'll get up early in the morning tomorrow. But anyway,
Yes.
good night to Jameson and everyone else. It was
Good night, Peter.
Yeah, and
Okay.
thank you so much for that on MacArthur. You've really done your homework. There are very few people who have the astute insight that you do.
it's
And
just on the net. You can read it on the net.
still, Teresa
There's
Young.
stuff in there. Well, I have a specific purpose to go into it, because I'm doing this book.
Well, you know how people are selective with their information. Most people will go on the net and they'll look up MacArthur and they will never find what you found, let alone understand what they're looking at. They'll be looking at the same old...
Quite a bit of stuff on you.
Yeah.
And some of it's laudatory, some of it is not.
Right.
It depends who there's one faction. Oh, the other thing, but he actually created, it wasn't called the Department of War Information, but he created the precedent to the Department of War Information. He was the first public relations officer of the U.S. Army.
There we are. Holy shit.
It wasn't called that.
Yes.
In fact, let me just see, because it's he had a specific title. I think it was. Oh, when MacArthur returned to the War Department, this is after his fiasco in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
He was promoted to major, assigned as head of the Bureau of Information at the Office of the Secretary of War. Bureau of Information.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since, he has been regarded as the Army's first press or public relations officer.
Holy shit. That's incredible. And it explains so much. I mean, now I know Peter Moon understands my position on MacArthur is is very. I admire him, but not in the sense that Americans do. I admire him because he served my emperor, and I admire him because he was at his best when he served my emperor, and that was when he was truly at his most brilliant. And that was during the Korean War. Everything in World War II was mostly just flash and bullshit, and he really only applied himself in his most realistic sense in the Korean conflict. And aside from that, though, he is to be respected. He's to be respected because he was truly far more of a creature of history than he was of humanity.
But you see, this is the thing. He was above humanity.
Yes.
In terms of, and see, this is where Hubbard is better understood.
Yes.
Hubbard saw himself. In fact, Hubbard was assigned to. He was commandeered by Army Intelligence G2 to start sending supplies to MacArthur.
Right.
But he couldn't because the Japanese were blocking the routes. So that was one of the problems. He couldn't supply MacArthur. Nobody could supply MacArthur. But the thing is Hubbard understood this. He knew what it was to be superior because he trafficked in that aura of invincibility, which and so in other words, MacArthur was playing chess on the world stage, and he was more like a bishop to Hirohito. Maybe he was even a queen to Hirohito. You know, queen can move all over the board.
Yes.
He was moving over the board in doing the bidding of the emperor, fighting communism, which was also the bidding of the emperor, and ultimately conflicting with his homeboys in the United States.
Yes.
And being ultimately recalled and shamed to a significant degree.
Right. That's right. And but definitely, Teresa Young says, God bless you and love to you both. God bless you both and love to you both. I haven't told my story to anyone else online but you guys. And so Jameson Reese has answered for us when he said, we appreciate your courage in relaying it. So thank you, darling. And thank you, Peter Moon. Anyhow, and we love you dearly. Thank you so much for being with us.
I'll sign off.
And have a blessed night. We'll speak
Okay.
soon. Yes. Bye-bye for now. And Jameson, if you could do me the favor of holding the stage while I take a small break to refresh myself. And Jameson, are you there?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
So I looked up this Steve Huff guy, and it's just, what do you, have you looked him up? What's your impression?
I'm going to check him out right now.
Okay. Because I noticed that there's a guy on YouTube who's saying, Steve Huff fake with proof exposed. I mean, but, you know, if the guy's pretending to be magical, it's like, you'd think it'd be the easiest thing in the world to expose someone like that, and you would wonder, it's like somebody said, why are you, what have you got invested where you are exposing this guy, because what threat is he to you? I mean, it's pretty much, it's like that.
The other thing is that there seems to be a big industry, especially in occultism, where there's a kind of bubble for people who are con artists to go around and use their. And again, a good person who I use as an example, and I don't really give a fuck because I don't care. A good example is E.A. Koetting.
Right.
Now, here's a guy.
But it's thanks to E.A. Koetting that you heard of me, right? We got to give him that.
Well, yes. actually, no.
Oh, okay.
I heard of you because of Michael Aquino himself.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't even introduced to E.A. Koetting. I was introduced to E.A. Koetting after I heard of you, and I didn't know that E.A. Koetting was affiliated with Michael Aquino. The thing about EA is that I was
which shows us everything about him, doesn't it?
Yeah. The thing is that I was drawn to him because a lot of the ways he presented his rituals. I say present with emphasis.
Good way of putting it. Yes.
It's a sort of, if you don't have the right tools, you could use other things to implement, to work in place of them and do it yourself. And it's like, well, that's the same mindset I took, because I'm someone who had no money, and I'm like, well, how the fuck am I going to afford a golden ring? Oh, let me just use a piece of paper, It's that kind of it's that kind of improvisational mindset that I initially found alluring. But the more I started to pay attention to him, he didn't catch my eye. The other guy who caught my eye was Curtis Joseph. Now, Curtis Joseph, he wound up being disaffiliated from the Become a Living God people. So that tells you a lot right there. And a lot of people who were affiliated with Become a Living God, which E.A. Koetting was supposed to be part of, he was supposed to be the big spokesperson for, they disaffiliated because there's a lot of bullshit surrounding that guy, E.A. And again, the guy, he got his start in marketing. Mm-hmm. So that tells me all I need to know.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
you.
There
you go.
And while the information he was giving out was legit. That I will say, because if you I wouldn't recommend spending money for his shit.
But by the way,
there are much more credible people out there who I would say you could spend the money and buy their books and learn a hell of a lot more.
Right. But you know who else started in sales? REINTERRED started in sales of the Leak Project. And the funny thing is that you wonder why he quit something like that to do the shit he does for Leak Project, because he makes basically nothing. It's like
that tells you all you need to know. These guys. He lives in his grandmother's garage.
Something like that. Yeah, pretty much. Poor bastard.
Screaming like, "Grandma, give me cookies!" And at first, when he did that, I thought it was funny. I'm like, "Oh, that's hilarious."
But by the way,
but
in all fairness, I have to say this. He lives in some home in Texas, which I think he owns, but his mother-in-law had to come in to live with him, and he's got the wife, and they've got the kids, but all he does is what he does, which is not winning them any money. So I think his wife is the bread earner or something. I don't know what to make of it, and I'll tell you.
He probably gets money from supporters who support his channel.
No, they don't.
Like
no, he doesn't.
He
doesn't. No, nobody. He had the same problem I do, except it's almost like it was worse, because he was. I'll tell you the truth. He was trying. Remember, he tried to go into that. Everything he was doing on YouTube was free, and then he tried to go into where he was charging for the second hour, and when he charged for the second hour, nobody paid to watch the second hour. And he was honest with me about that.
And by the time he could have made money, like YouTube had cut off the funding for
channels,
so he got lost in that loop where you couldn't make money off of YouTube videos anymore.
Yeah, but it was tragically funny, but I looked down on him because he pulled what he did towards the end of our relationship, which was basically when he got me on his stupid Zoom, and I had to do the whole show myself, and then he wouldn't. He must have that audio, but he will not release it to me, and he won't publish it. So it's like, fuck him, he's just an enemy now as far as I'm concerned. He just wasted a bunch of my fucking time, and I hate that, and this happens again and again. So effectively, he conducted an ambush. This is basically a kind of a passive ambush, really. So, so he's a piece of shit, and I have no sympathy for him whatsoever. And he deserves everything he got, but it's still fucked. The strangest thing he did was he put up a beautiful image of something that looked like the Grand Canyon, and he was trying to claim that was his view outside of his home. And that was very bizarre, and because it was Laura Lee Solomon, who lived in Texas and was within, transportation distance of Rex Bear, who's in Texas, and she came down on him like like a pile of bricks, oh wow, it must be really hard for you to go shopping for toilet paper, where's your nearest Target, 500 miles away, that kind of shit, because he was like, obviously somebody in that Spartan environment would be far away from any amenities. You'd have to have your own well, and he was nowhere near like that. He was in a fucking garage. So, when he was doing most of his streaming and shit. So it was just, you wonder why he did that. Why would somebody do that? say, oh, I live in this is my view outside my window. It'd be like just bizarre. It's just strange. So if you've got any insight into why someone would do that, do share it. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest, or hopefully no more than 10 minutes. I'm just gonna refresh myself, kind of grab some refreshments, and I'll be back. But I know you can handle it, Jensen. I know. So
all right. So from what I'm reading here about Huff is that he created some kind of device that's supposed to amplify radio waves to speak with ghosts and stuff like that.
Just what we always wanted to do. All of us want to do that, right?
I mean, but haven't these spirit boxes been around for so way longer than
Oh,
that?
by the way, for you to say that, if anyone ever hears about Spiricom, that was a Soviet financed and sponsored psyop. And they got some poor American dudes who were like literally schizophrenic and in degenerative condition, where they were literally there are certain kinds of schizophrenia or mental illness.
Okay, so this guy's been on paranormal lockdown and the rest of he's an entertainer, basically.
I would agree. That's my impression.
He's there with Nick Groff. I used to watch a show that had Nick Groff on it, where he was like on Ghost Adventures.
Yeah.
And this guy Zach Baggins was like leading these investigations with him and these two other guys. And the thing about it is, like, Nick Groff walked away from the show because supposedly Zach Baggins, it was later found out that they were like the network wanted them to sort of fake some of these fucking videos. So they were faking some of the audio that they were getting on the recordings.
Why am I not surprised? By the way, the first thing I thought of when Peter Moon was talking about Preston Nichols and that guy living together, the guy who was trying to dig into the ground to reach these caverns, the first thing I thought was that they were experimenting with alternative lifestyles. By the way, I don't know if you're aware of this. From what I can gather, Preston Nichols was... Peter Moon keeps saying, well, he wasn't gay like gay. He was just gay because it was all part of these rituals. Like they conducted these rituals that involved a lot of sodomy, and I'm like, well,
if a ritual involves sodomy, then that means that they're swinging that way as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that kind of like, isn't that just kind of like, a rationalization? I mean, so, anyhow, let me go refresh myself. And actually, after thinking about Preston Nichols, I feel like taking a shower, but I won't go that far.
This guy's creation is called a Wonder Box. Now, I'm wondering if what we're looking at isn't just a CB radio that's picking up random transmissions from, like, other people in the vicinity, and people are thinking that it's ghosts and stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Now, I'll buy that.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Now, spirits.
Anyhow, I'll be back. I'll leave it to you.
Yeah. Now, what I will say is spirits, when it comes to if you conjure certain entities, such as some of the... I had an incident where I had tried to conjure something from the COHOSTS, and I did note that, my speakers were on, and they just started to make this noise out of nowhere. But it was just like the speakers were just acting strange. So, yeah, you'll get stuff like that if you're dealing with entities and whatnot. But it's not like... But I hesitate to really give, too much of the credence to the idea that these things are going to be speaking to you through static, because there's just too many ways that could be debunked. And if these guys are on a TV show, then we have to stop and pause there. That's entertainment. The Travel Channel is one of the biggest paranormal entertaining networks next to the History Channel. History Channel is just UFOs and World War II, and paranormal, the Travel Channel is just monsters, Bigfoot, and other shit like that, ghosts and stuff. Alright, so supposedly he was hospitalized by a demon and almost died. Well, there you go. So if he's a cultist, if he was a true occultist, he wouldn't be hospitalized by a demon and almost killed. Occultists work with demons, and you know, again, even when it comes to YouTube, you have to really, I mean, one has to really kind of dig into these things, because also there's a good possibility he was attacked by a demon, but chances are that shows you that he wasn't an occultist, because occultists know how to banish demons, and occultists know how to summon them, work with them, give them offerings, and appease them. Oh, if he's a Christian, then he's definitely not an occultist. Then, there you go. I mean, that tells you all you need to know. What I can do is, Douglas did speak about another guy he knew who used to channel things, who tried to, you know, coax spirits into doing stuff. And this guy suffered a horrifying tragedy, and he died horribly as a result of it. So, you know, it seems like what happened to Steve Huff, I don't doubt that it's not true. I mean, I think that what happens is, if you continue trying to mess with these things and trying to coax them to appear, yeah. So you try to conjure things up, you try to, you know, mess with these things. If you're working with the dead, that's the worst thing to work with. That's when people get killed. Usually, even people who are sorcerers, you know, experienced magicians, are very cautious when working with dead spirits. You're not just going to call them up, like, out of the blue. Yeah, I mean, because there's too many possibilities for you to get some kind of trickster spirit. There's a lot of things that like to masquerade as dead people. And the thing about the dead people is, those are astral corpses. Those aren't the actual people themselves. Whatever happens to consciousness after death, I don't know. But I have my doubts that consciousness continues after physical death. And I get the feeling that, you know, a lot of what happens with the soul and the spirit is very impersonal, based on the fact that in occultism, and, you know, many psychics know of the idea, there are what's called spirit walk-ins. Spirit walk-ins are what happens when a person at some stage of their life, the soul leaves their body and is replaced by another soul. Maybe a soul of an entity, maybe a soul of something else. Meanwhile, that person doesn't die. The person winds up changing as far as personality is concerned, and you know, people around them start to realize that there's something different about that person. This actually happened to me at some point, and it actually caused the breakup of the friend who was the first person to realize there was a change in me, because he realized that he couldn't deceive me, whereas before whatever occurred with the walk-in, he was able to pull the wool over my eyes for years, and I couldn't see I was being manipulated or handled. By the time that happened, I started to see he changed in his personality and behavior towards me. He became more cautious towards me, and it almost seemed like at times that he would be almost frightened by me. And I started to pick up certain things about him as well, where I started to realize a lot of what he used to tell me was in fact not the truth. And it's just so happened that I was able to find out that the change that I had occurred was a walk-in, because I had hired a reputable magician to do a scanning, a life path reading on me, a magician by the name of VK and he did confirm that I had a walk-in from a archangel or something like that, entity. Well, I'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to go too much in detail with that. But what I will say is that since that's occurred, nowadays people, it's hard for people to lie to me, because I can sort of see right through them, and even the way people used to react to me in the past used to be just pretty much disrespectful and pretty much, I don't know, they used to just be really they don't do the same things to me. They don't mess with me the same way they used to. Strangers, people who I thought were targeting me. I see the same people again. They seem different. So again, so I'm led to believe that when we die, whatever people are talking about, trying to save your soul, we spend our entire lifetimes being told, through religion and other sources that we have to do this or our soul's going to go to hell or it's going to go this. Who the fuck cares if your soul goes to hell? You're not going to be consciously aware of what's happening because your body's dead. You're a corpse. And it's for this reason that I've started to think that a lot of what we were even taught in Kabbalistic literature as far as the tree of life, Malkuth being the lowest, the physical realm being the lowest realm, and Keter being the highest, I sort of get the feeling that it's the opposite. I think Malkuth is the highest realm because it's the realm where you're actually consciously aware of what the fuck is going on. And this is the realm where you can make choices to change things. I get the feeling that after you die, that whatever is left behind, there's no ability to change anymore because you're not in this dense plane of existence. So if you ask me personally, my personal cosmology, and I'm sure that this would disagree with what Douglas may believe in or what other people on Team D may believe in, and that's fine. We all have different beliefs here, but my personal belief is that the physical realm is the highest realm of existence, and that everything we're meant to do here, we're meant to do here and now. So if you want to become a god or something like that, you do it here. You don't wait till after you die, as we have, cultures since the ancient Egyptians. People have been waiting till after death to turn people into deities and whatnot. But by that point, it's just a corpse, and you just deified a memory of someone, which isn't the actual person. So, and this is actually something I did want to speak about tonight, where, I say the highest measure of your progress in life is your physical body. Do not neglect your body. We're not meant to be immobile. We're meant to move, exercise, go out, take a walk, go to the park. Granted, we're in the middle of COVID-19. Put on a mask and put on a face shield. And believe me, you want to have 2 layers of protection, because it seems like scientists are still debating as to whether face masks are really going to protect you. They'll protect other people from you, but unless you have another barrier between you, you're still at risk. So, but I encourage people, like, if you're not working, or if you're if you do work at home, get out the house once in a while, take a walk, take care of your body, and I get what you're saying, Teresa, about us being conscious after we die, but I really just don't buy it. And and again, that's because personally I'm a polytheist, but I'm more of a materialist than I am anything else. And as a materialist, I see material reality as the highest reality that exists. And people talk about the spirit and the soul, but again, from my personal experience, I wasn't even aware that there was a change of souls in my life. I wasn't even aware. I wouldn't have known. So there you go. Other people were aware of it, but I wasn't. So, and maybe there are some people who are spiritual beings having a physical experience, but in my case, it's the opposite. I'm a physical being who has spiritual experiences. I'm a physical being first, because I know for a fact without this body, I'm not conscious. Other people might believe otherwise, but that doesn't apply to me. So I just think everything we're supposed to do here. So don't spend your entire life preparing for death. You'll waste your life away. You spend your entire life, fearing this and that is going to happen after you die. You've just wasted a lot of time you could have been spending living.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Very well said. Anyhow, Maria Michaela Grigorich is still not feeling well, so everybody maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. I am issuing another prayer request for you. I'm telling her. I'm entering that via the keyboard. And so thank you, Jameson. That was wonderful. And let me open up something here for myself to drink, and that will keep me going the rest of the night. Let's see how many hours we've got left.
We've got, I think, maybe, if you're going until 8, a little under 7 hours.
Right. Okay. So
It's,
we're close.
1:19 here in New York time.
6.5 hours. Yeah. And so again, Maria Michaela Grigorich, love her dearly, and she's not feeling well right now. Everybody maintain her in thought and prayer, and hopefully she'll get through this. And with that, I shall descend into monologue, and we'll cover as much as we possibly can. I'm glad that we got some of the solicitations out of the way earlier. So aside from that, anything else you want to say before you retreat into the background for a good part of the night, my dear friend Jameson?
Just that, Teresa Young points out, no one knows until we die, I suppose. That's the truth. That's why I say live now.
Yes, and let me take another look into the chat room. And tell us a bit about, let me see, you were holding some good discussions in there with everyone, and let's see now. Thank you. There we are. I'm looking at Teresa. And of course, Bazaar HD is George Knight. He says, prayers for Maria. And Maria says, thank you, Teresa and George. Wonderful, both of you. And there we are. And Teresa is sharing some experiences. She had some metaphysical experiences. And yes. And my father was witness to that ball of energy that is the manifestation of the soul when it left his grandfather's body. And so, by the way, so Steve Huff was hospitalized by a demon and almost died. He YouTubed it all. Huff is a Christian. By the way, that's oftentimes a selling point. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'm sure Jameson Reese will attest to this. There's one of the big selling points is somebody will say, I used to be a Satanist, but now I'm a Christian. It's really a common selling point. And
it is. Yeah. It is just as common a selling point for people who believe in nothing to say I'm a Satanist, or to say I'm this, I'm that. I mean, the New Age movement is full of people like this. We got gurus who claim to be Buddhist, Hindus, etc., etc. All of them are full of shit. They worship one thing: money and your money, and the ability to sell books and to keep you lured in using hooks. These are common hooks used in psychology. These are common hooks that are used in marketing. And that's what they do. And, that's one of the things, honestly, I wouldn't have even gone in about E.A. Coetting if he hadn't just decided to do that, tried to land a jab against, Douglas. Because it's like, dude, you don't even know this dude. What the fuck?
Thank you. Not only that, he was just sucking up to Aquino, which tells us all we need to know. But
believe it or not, there's a shitload of occultist people in the occult networks who do not like him either. Mm-hmm. There are people who pretty much think he's just full of shit, Mm-hmm. And a lot of this has been confirmed by other people who are practitioners who are way more advanced than I am, because I still consider myself a beginner, even though I've been doing this for 10 years. I haven't been doing it under anyone else's tutelage. I haven't had that spark passed to me from another practitioner. So when you're doing it on your own, progress is going to be a lot slower.
Yes. So, and definitely, I thank you so much, as always, for your courage in sharing what you share. And as for, we're, by the way, both James and Reese and I are not coming down on Steve Huff. We don't even know the guy. We're just saying.
No, I know nothing about him, but I know that his story sounds similar to that other guy who you did mention, that poor son of a bitch who died when a bathtub almost fell on him.
Oh shit! You're thinking about Lou Gentili.
Yeah.
Lou Gentili. Yeah.
This happens when people try to catch. There's a taboo. There's an unspoken taboo that when you're dealing with spirits, you do not try to catch them on camera. You do not try to get voice recordings of them, because you just invite disasters to yourself when you do that shit.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Yeah. I mean,
respect them.
Yes, that was.
Do not play with them. They're not toys.
Thank you.
They're not gags to be, oh, check this out, dude. Check this out. Yesterday I got this footage of this cool ghost, dude. Oh my god, dude, that's so awesome. Yeah. Next week, that person winds up getting fucked up in a car accident.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
Yes.
It's more common than you think.
Yes.
There's a certain level of secrecy that needs to be kept with rituals, and this is what separates the charlatans from the people who really do it. You're not going to display your fucking ritual if you're doing the real shit.
Yeah. You
might reenact it, but you're not going to do your fucking ritual online and have other people watch you live. That's what the salesmen who are trying to sell books do.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you.
Don't do that shit.
Yeah, and don't do that to yourself. This is
no. And not only that, if you don't respect yourself, because there's a lot of people who don't respect themselves, as evidenced by the people who don't wear masks. They don't care about their own lives, but at least have the respect for that which is sacred, which is the other side. You don't fuck with that.
Yes, thank you, and very important. And that was something that Keith Call, who, like I say, is the straightest guy I know. He works at Wheaton College, and he's in the I believe he's in the Billy Graham building, who sponsored the library that he works in, who had it named after himself because he basically paid for it to be built. So he works in that. He's an archivist, and here he is. He's like he says he gets approached by other guys at the school who are like professionals who work there, professors, and they have their infrared vision goggles and shit, and they're saying, "Oh, come on, let's go on a ghost hunt. Yeah, come on, come with us." It's like he says he can't believe the stupidity of these people. That just the what do you think this is? But honestly, we'll get into that.
I think it's American boredom, and it's like the last breath of what was American spiritualism.
Thank you. It's degenerate.
The spiritualism movement, a lot of that took place in the United States. The Ouija board was invented in the United States.
Thank you.
The planchette and all that stuff.
Yes.
So it's an American thing. It's a very American thing to go hunting ghosts and to get fucked up as a result. Just as it is an American thing to go overseas where people don't fucking like you and say, "Oh, can you point me out to the bathroom?" and lose a fucking kidney the next day in a hotel, or have your penis chopped off. After bleeding in a restaurant. I mean, shit.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, thank you so much. And Jameson is wonderful. We're going to go back into the deep dive of monologue once again. I'm going to take another check at the amount of time that we have left, always kind of like a compulsion with me. Let me shut down Peter Moon's timeline there. Shut down time in New York. Don't need to see that. Shut down Steve Huff here, who I was looking up, and some of these other channels that I've got open when I was just kind of 6 hours 30 minutes. Yes, 6 hours and actually more like I'd say about 6 hours and 15 minutes, less than that. To tell you the truth, we'll just say 6 hours. So in order to do justice to that, I might not even cover too much of the subject tonight of the of basically what's going on with the Electoral College. I think I've pretty much explained it succinctly. You've got just a bunch of assholes attempting to cause as much trouble as possible. So there's really not much more you need to know. You've got also the Georgia races going on while this is ongoing. You've got President Donald Trump is stoking division in the Republican ranks days before the control of the Senate. And the balance of power in Washington itself is decided in a pair of runoff elections in Georgia. You basically, you've got, for all their forlorn subversive efforts, they might have a backfire effect. Trump and Hawley have set off the meltdown of the Republican Party cult with the Georgia elections looming, and as the Senate runoff election in Georgia approaches, they've undermined public faith in the democratic process itself, which will depress Republican voter turnout, leaving, of course, the legacy of a Democratic, basically a Senate that will be in the hands of the Democrats. So more power to all of this. I think it's final justice is being served. I may talk about this again on Wednesday night, but we'll see if I have the stomach for it. Might just go straight into the more spiritual elements of Wednesday's Epiphany. But in terms of the and the Georgia election, that's the day after tomorrow. It's Tuesday. It's been capturing the attention of the world because it's that decisive. And in terms of Josh Hawley himself, this is all part of his strategy for running for president in 2024 or 2028. He's bringing attention to himself this way. And this is how he markets himself to inherit the Trump base and, whatever. If that's what he wants, have at it. As for the real reason that you should be worried about Hawley's objection to the Biden victory, don't be too nervous about it. His ploy will not stop Biden from taking the oath of office on January 20th. But it should make everyone concerned about the long-term health of our democracy. According to federal law, if at least one senator and one House member submit written objections to a state's electoral college votes, the House and the Senate must retire to their separate chambers for 2 hours of debate. Each chamber then votes on whether to count that state's votes. The 1887 law that dictates this process, the Electoral Count Act, is confusing and convoluted in and of itself, but the bottom line is that Congress must count a state's electoral college votes unless both the House and the Senate vote to reject them. Hawley's objection, which will join a planned objection from Alabama Representative Mo Brooks in the House, even though they've got nigh a dirty dozen on their side, has zero chance of succeeding. The Democrats who control the House surely will not go along. And it is likely that a number of Senate Republicans, such as Mitt Romney, will also reject this blatant attempt at overruling the will of the voters. What is more concerning is that the delusional Republican gambit is happening at all. There has been zero evidence of meaningful voter fraud or a compromised presidential election, in part due to CISA and their efforts. Election officials from both parties have sworn that the 2020 election was one of the most secure ever held, thanks to CISA. Senator Hawley opined on Twitter that millions of voters are concerned about the electoral integrity, but that's only because President Donald Trump and his followers keep making baseless assertions. Just saying there was voter fraud does not make it real, no matter how many times you repeat it, other than in the minds of those receptive to hearing it. And in a statement posted on social media, Hawley claimed that states such as Pennsylvania failed to follow their own state electoral laws. This is completely false. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court, which is the authority on Pennsylvania law, I would suspect, rejected numerous Republican-backed lawsuits both before and after the election. The U.S. Supreme Court also refused to consider any challenge from Pennsylvania Republicans to block the certification of the results. Hawley's and Brooks's objections could set a disturbing precedent that the losing party should simply object and claim phantom electoral integrity concerns in an effort to overturn the result. After all, if Trump-loyal Republicans controlled both chambers, this scheme to steal the election would actually work. That should keep you up at night. This situation is less like 2005 than Hawley claims, when California Senator Barbara Boxer and Ohio Representative Stephanie Tubbs objected to George W. Bush's win in Ohio solely to shed light on voter suppression in that state. They explicitly said they were not trying to overturn the electoral result. The big difference is, not only have several Republicans refused to acknowledge Biden's win in 2020, and some are seeking to change the result, but there was actual evidence of voter suppression in Ohio in the 2004 election, especially in the form of extremely long lines, while there was zero evidence of voter fraud in 2020. And perhaps Boxer and Tubbs were wrong to object in 2005. That does not mean that Hawley and other Republicans should follow suit in a continued breakdown of democratic norms. American democracy cannot survive the losing party refusing to accept defeat. A peaceful transfer of power demands that we all accept the legitimacy of our elections, with the losing candidates recognizing their losses and trying to win in the next election. In the long term, our democratic institutions are ill-served to withstand attempts to overturn the election simply because the losing side is unhappy with the result. We need to think critically about bolder changes to thwart these anti-democracy tendencies, such as fixing gerrymandering, abolishing the Electoral College, revising the outdated Electoral Count Act that opens the door to these objections, and reaffirming our commitment to the fundamental right to vote. Without those serious reforms, and others, such as the elimination, ultimately, of the office of the executive, the presidency itself, we will continue to witness the undermining of our elections from those who care more about their own political power than about American democracy. Trump himself is a chaos agent in his final days, between fighting with Congress, raising fears of war with Iran, and continuing to, his futile effort to overturn the election. Again, this is something I can go into in his remaining days in power. Tonight, I had best deal first with the issue that is most immediate to so many Americans, and that is the issue of Black America, because this impacts us all. Now, I do want to, of course, before I go there, remind everybody that I have a sponsor, the Baron Ben Astenius. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from Ben Astenius' yet-to-be-published book entitled The Unfinished Man, or see scenes thereon of his documentaries, his cinematic documentaries in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Benestenius personally to privately guide your tours at 1-520-/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You can look up Man of the Soil on YouTube, and you'll know you're there when you see the young white blonde with big tits behind the Ace Hardware t-shirt that's colored green. And aside from that, you can regale yourself by seeing the Baron Ben in his racing flight suit. I forget what they call the one-pieces for race car drivers. But he's in his sprint car in all his glory. He has his own trading card as a sprint car racer, as a matter of fact. And you'll see him racing over AstroTurf, which he recommends as the kind of lawn you never have to water or mow. After that, the highlight is the aerial drone footage of the work done by the men in brown, who he brings from south of the border over that Great Wall. Those are the men who can withstand the heat while providing you, in fixing your front yard, your background, all the grounds of your property, the greatest show on dirt. And that can all be found at the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Check it out. And, of course, employ his organization to beautify your landscape while everyone's stuck at home looking out at their front, back, or surrounding yards throughout the COVID-19 lockdown. Okay, and what was brought to our attention by Derek Helm, whether that was his intention or not, is the fact that racism is still killing black people. It's sickening them too. In short, racism is a public health crisis. According to a June 4th, 2020 op-ed, an opinion editorial column in the Washington Post by Harvard's T.H. Chan School of Public Health Dean Michelle Williams and Jeffrey Sanchez, a former Massachusetts state representative and a lecturer at Harvard Chan, racism is killing black Americans, both by fueling police violence against them and by propelling adverse socioeconomic conditions that contribute to serious health issues. Williams and Sanchez observed in writ that George Floyd's death at the hands of police officers is, in their words, a visceral reminder of a reality we have come to knowest all too well. Racism is a public health crisis. Police violence kills black Americans at least 3 times the rate of white Americans. And social determinants of health, the conditions into which people are born and live, work, and play, are key drivers of health inequities that are killing them too. These authors have proven that the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the inequities even further, so noting that predominantly black counties are seeing 3 times the rate of infection and 6 times the rate of COVID-related death as white counties. Analysis proves more COVID-19 cases and deaths in areas with higher black populations. Black people account for 39% of COVID-related deaths and are just 15% of our population. Black and Latino Americans also face greater economic difficulties during COVID-19. In addition, people of color make up a disproportionate number of the essential workers who are at higher risk of contracting the disease. If they do get sick, they're more likely to receive worse care than whites and to have underlying health conditions that make his COVID-19 even more deadly. The authors conclude that, and here I quote as they, "We have the tools to identify the many ways that decades of entrenched discrimination are hurting health and cutting lives short to this day, and we cannot let this moment and the growing call for justice fade without making those connections clear and pressing for meaningful policy change. Because U.S. blacks are 3 times more likely than whites to contract COVID-19. According to a new document from the National Urban League, Black Americans are infected with COVID-19 at nearly 3 times the rate of white Americans, based on data from Johns Hopkins University. The report also shows Black Americans are twice as likely to die from the virus. According to the State of Black America, the infection rate for blacks is 62 per 10,000 compared with 23 per 10,000 for whites. Latinos see even more infections, 73 per 10,000. During the early months of the pandemic, the report attests that blacks were more likely to have pre-existing conditions that predispose them to COVID-19 infection, less likely to have health insurance, and more likely to work in jobs that do not accommodate remote work. Both Black and Latino Americans are also more likely to live in multi-generational housing, which places older, at-risk adults in close contact with younger people who may not know they have the virus. The report's findings were echoed in new data published on Friday as dated the 14th day in August of yesteryear, as calendared the 2020th year of the Christian chronometry in the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, which shows that in many hotspots throughout the country this summer, Hispanics and Latinos were disproportionately infected with the novel coronavirus. And that analysis looked at county-level data for states experiencing a surge of virus activity during June 5th through the 18th. And, to quote us from the report, disparities in cases were identified among underrepresented racial/ethnic groups in 76, that's 96.2%, analyzed counties. The authors also concluded that disparities among Hispanic populations were identified in approximately 3/4 of hotspot counties. That's 59 out of 79, 74.7%. That's 75% to all effects. Or 3/4. Now, community transmission this last summer was noted most heavily in Arizona, Texas, and Florida, states with large Hispanic populations. At some point, there'll be majority. Now, people of color have been hammered by the coronavirus, but achieving racial equity in the vaccine rollout may be easier said than done. Now, I'm going to try and look up some of the pandemic statistics here and get myself up to speed. As I said, I came on tonight with a virus. With a hangover. A hangover that feels like I got hit with a virus. But, oh my God. And it's definitely impacted me as if I had the virus. But what I'm going to do now is just take a quick scan and then get back to work here by basically the question we have to ask is who's next? And COVID's burden on black Americans in particular creates a vaccine quandary. When I say who's next, I'm referring to the shots. Who gets the shots next? You see, amid a relentless pandemic that for months has cast a leaden pall over her work, the 38-year-old doctoress Ebony Hilton, herself a medically degreed anesthesiologist and critical care physician at the University of Virginia Medical Center, received the equivalent of a golden ticket early last month when she was notified she'd be among the first in the nation to get a new federally approved emergency vaccine to protect herself against COVID-19. Now, soon after she received that notice, Hilton, who just happens to be black, posted a video about it on YouTube, practically radiating optimism, herself effusing that we're finally, I'm hoping, nearing as a nation, a light at the end of the tunnel. Hilton's excitement, however, is tempered by harsh reality. People of color have been hit hard by the novel coronavirus, and black Americans have died of COVID-19 at a rate roughly 3 times higher than whites. Experts agree the virus has exposed health disparities hidden in plain sight, linked to the lingering effects of racism and inequality in these United States. Yet, finding a way to get a potentially game-changing vaccine, the result of a multi-billion-dollar race to invent a drug that can stop a global pandemic into the arms of a demographic that's among those who need it most, is a conundrum that would vex King Solomon himself. While the country has had national inoculation campaigns for polio and the flu, the global pandemic, combined with relatively small quantities of a precious vaccine, has raised the stakes to an extraordinary level. And as the pandemic grinds on, killing thousands of people a day nationwide, swamping hospitals and funeral homes, and doing serious damage to the national economy, there isn't much time for debate. The Lady Hemi Terwarson, a visiting senior policy fellow at the Duke University Margolis Center for Health Policy, observes that this is an unprecedented, truly unprecedented, mass vaccination campaign. We've never done this. Millions of Americans across the country are going to need to get this vaccine, and quickly. Earlier this month, a Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Advisory Committee recommended that frontline health workers and residents of long-term care facilities, such as nursing homes, should get vaccinated first. Such recommendations help guide health policy in these United States. Still, it's up to states to draft their own inoculation plans for their share of available vaccine doses. It raises all kinds of thorny questions about who's next in line. Dr. Chris Behrer, an epidemiologist and professor at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, testifies that putting communities of color ahead of other groups for the vaccine is good public health practice, himself emphasizing that they be canaries in the COVID-19 coal mine. But given the complex plans to nationally distribute a groundbreaking vaccine that's already in short supply, he observes that the devil is in the details. He so noting that there are 50 states with 50 allocation schemes. If the uptake is low, the impact will be low. CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield underscored the need in a statement accepting the committee's initial recommendation for priority groups, encouraging a future call to prioritize older people in multi-generational households. The CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices acknowledging ahead of the vaccine rollout that mitigating racial inequalities should be a factor in distributing the vaccine, and that said, allocation strategies should aim to both reduce existing disparities and to not create new disparities. Redfield himself attesting that often our Hispanic, Black, and tribal nations families care for their elderly in multi-generational households, and they are also at significant risk. Indeed, a recent National Governors Association Margolis Center and COVID Collaborative survey found that many states have incorporated health equity principles in their vaccination plans to varying degrees. For example, North Carolina specifically cited historically marginalized populations as an early phase critical population group, and New Mexico is prioritizing collaboration with Native Americans. New Jersey and California have factored in monitoring to assess and remove barriers related to accessibility, such as transportation and wait times, among other factors. According to same analysis, California also developed a composite health equity metric that measures case rates and test positivity and will be used to inform vaccination allocation. Along with mass vaccination clinics, states may partner with community organizations, churches, pharmacists, and other groups to distribute vaccines as they become more widely available. Meanwhile, a KFF, Kaiser Family Foundation analysis, and Kaiser is, of course, the health group that I belong to, and this analysis of theirs was released yesterday, just last month, found that of 47 state vaccination plans, only half included at least one mention of incorporating racial and or ethnic minorities or health equity considerations in their targeting of priority populations. Now, while some states expected to explicitly prioritize people of color, the analysis says that other reports using more general or indirect methods to do so, such as the CDC's, the Center for Disease Control's Social Vulnerability Index, which take us into account factors such as area poverty, household crowding, and minority status, and was recommended by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine as a guide to, a tool to guide vaccine delivery. Still, the KFF report found only 26% of state plans specifically mention or even consider providers that are needed to reach racial and ethnic minorities. It's a good sign that racial equity is even on the table, but it's just the first step. Equitable distribution has to be implemented on the ground. To cite the Duke University Margolis Center for Health Policy's visiting senior policy fellow, Hemi Tawarsan again, she'd be quoted as saying that localities are going to have to do that. Health systems are going to have to do that. Physicians who are seeing people in their offices are going to have to do that. Herself affirming that any plan has to include a public relations campaign and that people are going to have to be talking about this in a way that's resonating with the public. The need for appropriate messaging can be seen in the reaction to remarks by Melinda Gates, co-founderess of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, one of the world's largest philanthropic and global health organizations. In an interview with Time magazine earlier this year, she said that black people would be next, quite honestly, in needing to get the vaccine after healthcare workers in the United States, as they are having disproportionate effects from COVID-19. Her statement of getting the shots to the blacks first, of course, triggered a backlash among whitewashed African Americans, with Gates being accused of calling for the black African American community to be used, or rather exploited, as quote-unquote guinea pigs. Well, at this point, nigga, you've been whipped so many times you can't think straight. Simultaneously, openly declaring that race will determine who gets a potentially life-saving drug ahead of everyone else could lead to a reverse discrimination lawsuit that would probably block its rapid distribution. The whites are just going to say, this is black favoritism, and then have it all redistributed to themselves. Now, in a piece published in October by the Journal of the American Medical Association, the JAMA, experts Lawrence Gostin of Georgetown University, Harold Schmidt of the University of Pennsylvania, and Michelle Williams of Harvard University note that prioritization of struggling people of color rests on epidemiological, economic, and social justice grounds. Yet they warn that such an approach may not survive the Supreme Court. A workaround amounts to racially neutral vaccine allocation criteria that could stand in for race, such as geography, socioeconomic status, and housing density. Now, all of these specialists I've just cited who have worked together, triaged themselves into this project. Lawrence Gostin of Georgetown, Harold Schmidt of Pennsylvania, and Michelle Williams of Harvard. All three are universities, of course. They have pointed to a tool called the ADI, the Area Deprivation Index, as a framework for allocation that would be more legally acceptable than the CDC's Social Vulnerability Index, or SVI, which is race-based. Plans to help Black African Americans, however, also face a hurdle in the dark, painful history of racial discrimination in the American medical field, including cruel experiments conducted on black slaves. Well, hell, even blacks who were quote-unquote free. Now, shadows of the infamous Tuskegee study and the Henrietta Lacks case linger over African American suspicions about efforts to push them to the front of the line for a drug whose long-term effects are unknown. Now, a poll conducted in early September, ahead of the release of key safety data on proposed vaccines, found that just 14% of Black Americans believed it would be safe, and fewer than 2 in 10 believed it would even be effective. Yet about half said they knew someone who had been diagnosed with COVID-19, and around the same number said they knew someone who had been hospitalized with or died therefrom. Addressing such concerns is critical, as the aforecited Johns Hopkins epidemiologist Chris Barer, MD, notes people of color are overrepresented in essential jobs and disproportionately live in conditions that allow the virus to spread. Per the good Dr. Barer, if they get protected as a bridge to the outside, it's a better benefit for everybody. In other words, getting them inoculated should, in and of itself, market the drug to the white trash conspiracists, because they'll say, fuck, if the niggas are getting it, I damn well better get it. How can they get something without me having access to it? Give me that shot. Now, instilling trust was the goal of the she's about 52 years old, the black female critical care nurse in New York City named Sandra Lindsay, who was reportedly the first person in these United States to receive the vaccine. When she told the New York Times that the legacy of racism is real, but so is the damage that COVID-19 can do, herself volunteering to get the injection first to inspire people who look like me, who are skeptical in general about taking vaccines. She's so emphasizing that the vaccine is rooted in science, I trust science, and the alternative, and what I have seen and experienced, is far worse. Now, Margolis Center analyst Terwarson concurs that an effective rollout must treat Black African Americans with respect, allay their concerns, and meet them where they are, metaphorically as well as literally, herself so noting that we need to watch whether there's going to be a significant uptake in vaccinations because there's good access, because there's good communication, or because there's more trust, or whether there are going to be gaps. In a recent interview with U.S. News, the aforecited University of Virginia anesthesiologist Dr. Ebony Hilton said she planned to record her vaccine experience on video and post it online so African Americans can see what happens to her. Seeing her experience is critical, given the crushing blows the virus has dealt the black community. Still, Hilton verifies that the underlying problem is latent racism in American society and the medical system, bias that foments the problems that fuel COVID-19's disparate effects, herself confirming that the high death rates among Black Americans are a symptom of a much greater disease. And that brings us to another disease, police violence. On Monday, opening the work week before Yesterceptimania, that means the work week before last week, the week before last, an Ohio police officer fatally shot an unarmed black man seconds after encountering him. By the way, I have to ask Jameson about this. Jameson, have you returned? I don't recall your entering a message that you...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I was just eating some cereal.
I'm hoping you can look this guy up, because when I saw this guy, this is what made it so weird. This guy, he looked white. I thought it was the cop who shot the black man that they were giving us a picture of. There was this...
Wait,
well, let me go on with the story. I want to kind of lay this out for our listeners. The mayor of Columbus, Ohio, called on a city police officer to be fired immediately after that officer shot and killed a 47-year-old black man named Andre Maurice Hill earlier this week. Now, if you look up Andre Maurice Hill, honestly, Andre, A-N-D-R-E, Maurice Hill, and Andre Maurice Hill, when I saw this guy's picture, I said, honestly, I thought it was a picture of the white cop who shot the black man. This guy looks so fucking white. It was like, you could only tell he was black because you're told he's black, and then you see, oh, well, if I stare at him long enough, I guess I can see, you know what they said back in my daddy's day?
Black folks come in all shades. So, I mean, there's a lot of people who are black who could pass for white.
Oh, it's true. It's true.
My mother's one of them. You know, on Staten Island, people just assume she's a white woman.
There you go. She's not. Yeah. In my dad's day, they'd use the term touched by the tar brush is what they'd say. You wouldn't know unless they told you. Now, the mayor confirms that Hill was an expected guest at the home where he was shot and had committed no crime. But this is what makes it so strange, right? Why are they shooting a white guy? I mean, wouldn't you think the guy was white? I mean, maybe... Well,
you see, the fact of the matter is the cops, they don't care who they shoot. They don't care if you're black or white anymore. They just want to fuck up whoever the fuck they can get away with, depending on where you're at. You know, I mean, there are some places where they will purposely try to gun for people who look like they're people of color, and there are some places where they'll just fuck up anybody just to fuck them up.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting you say that. Police were apparently responding to a non-emergency disturbance call nearby, and the officer, identified as Adam Coy. Now, it'd be funny if you look that guy up and he turned out to be black. Now, that would be fucking funny. He damningly neglected to turn his body camera on until after the shooting. What the fuck is that?
I think, yeah, it's evident that he was just looking to get away with murder.
There we are.
Because, we also have to keep into account many of these guys were ex-military.
Yes.
And they're pretty much acculturated to just charge in with adrenaline and shoot first and ask questions later. So and I'm not saying this about all cops because I pass cops all the time when I'm going to the city, and they don't. It's just a different. It depends. It's just weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen, there was a story out here in Staten Island where cops were assaulting a white dude. And they were screaming at him. And so the guy was like, no, I don't, they were saying, we have to take your ID, you have to come with us. And he's like, what am I getting charged for? What am I getting charged for? Because he figured he would prove himself against the cops. He figures he's a white guy. He's not gonna get messed up. So all of a sudden, six of them, they're like, "Well, wait till my sergeant gets here. You're gonna be in trouble." So he and his two cops are exchanging like verbiage, and then these like 4 or 5 other cops come, and then all of a sudden, like they just start whacking them on the head.
It's like groupthink. It's like groupthink. Yeah, it's suddenly all of them are there. And then suddenly, it's like somebody flips a switch. It's like
it's always one person who starts. As soon as one person does it, because there's always one off dude who's just like, for some reason he's just off, and he just starts attacking, and then all the other guys just come in and they start trading blows, and it's like, dude, they already have the guy's hand behind his back. They already have him in handcuffs, so they're just whacking him.
Jesus.
So I mean, this shit.
Yeah.
So it's just weird, At first, when it happens to us, it always seems like there's something racially motivated. But then sometimes when you look around and you see what's happening to people who aren't of color, and I'm someone of color. I'm someone who likes to take a distance before I make a judgment. And you see that it's not just people of color who are getting fucked up by the police officer either. They're fucking up their own people.
It's definitely how do I say this? It's definitely a problem, but definitely I'll point out the fact that it's definitely more towards
statistically it happens more to people of color.
Yes, yes.
Because there's that culture there where that's acceptable and nobody's going to give a shit.
So
they can get away with it,
Yeah.
But it does seem to be something that's also happening to people of other ethnicities.
Yes, definitely that must be kept in mind. Now I'm going to look up Adam Coy and see what kind of image that I get. Like I said, it'd be funny as hell if I get this guy's image and he looks black.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
He looks like some guy who might have been an ex-Marine or some shit.
Yeah. That's
one of those haircuts.
Thank you.
The buzz cut.
Yes, thank you.
Cut.
Yeah. That's thank you. That's you got it. Anyhow, he's been suspended pending an investigation. The Columbus Director of Public Safety, Ned Pettis, said that by law, Coy is a public employee and entitled to due process. Of course, that due process was not granted the poor bastard that he's shy. And again, Hill's shooting comes after another black man was shot by a Columbus law enforcement officer earlier, yestermenses cum yesteranus, meaning the last month of last year. In the same month, they've done this twice. So the research is clear. White people are not more likely than black people to be killed by police. You might think that that's a really odd phrase that I used right there. What do you mean white people are not more likely than black people to be killed by police? Because where our man Jameson Reese was just coming from, he was pointing out that this happens to people of all color. That's what Donald Trump was trying to say. You see, rates of what they call intraracial, as in intra, not intraracial, and interracial, meaning there are intraracial, meaning black on black, white on white, rates of that intraracial, and interracial, meaning whites killing blacks and vice versa. These killings, intraracial and interracial, by civilians are similar, but police disproportionately kill black people. Now, when Donald Trump was asked, mid-menses, cum mid-anus, mid-anus, I mean to say, the Latin word for year, that means mid-month, in the middle of yesteryear, in the Ides of July, but last year by now, which is but days ago, when Trump was asked why black people are still dying at the hands of law enforcement in these United States, President Donald Trump responded to CBS News in a Tuesday interview as dated July 14th in this past 2020th year in our Lord by focusing on white people who had been killed by police. Trump saying, "So are white people! So are white people! What a terrible question to ask! So are white people!" By the way, I'm reading from the transcript here. He said it 3 times. More white people, by the way. More white people. Yeah, you know them cops are all out to kill whitey. Yeah. Now, Northeastern professor of health sciences and epidemiology, Matthew Miller, who I consulted about this, he's been researching injury and violence prevention for 2 decades. He testified that Trump's response was a grotesque misdirection that fails to account for the fact that black people are killed by police at a higher rate than white people. Now, a recent study by Miller had already found that black people are shot and killed by police at least twice the rate that white people are. And Miller participated in a Northeastern Harvard data-driven study that combed through shooting deaths by police across 27 states through the years 2014 through 2015, based on details culled from police and medical examiner reports by the National Violent Death Reporting System. And it found that black people were killed at a rate higher than their proportion to the national population. Overall, close to 1,000 people are shot to death by police officers in these United States every year, according to a database maintained by the Washington Post. It is true that a majority of those victims are white people. By comparison, white people represent 62% of the population and comprise 54% of the deaths in encounters with police. Instead of approaching the study with a point of view to be proved or disproved, Miller and his fellow researchers set out on a fact-finding mission. They analyzed the 2-year database of 603 firearm homicides by police. They tagged and coded the narratives to put each shooting into context, and then ran the detailed results through a computer program, a meticulous process that itself took 2 years to complete. The study proved that the racial disparity was even more pronounced in those cases in which the victims were unarmed and offered minimal to no threat to police. Ergo, Miller categorizes Trump's statement as a misleading attempt to dismiss the question, himself emphasizing that his study, which was released in March of yesteryear, was not an outlier on the issue of race in police shootings. To quote as Miller, at length and verbatim, per his deconstruction of Trump's false posit, and this is a long quote because I took this from the guy himself. Here's what he said. He is abusing the truth to tell a lie, or at the very least to mislead, which in either case shows an indifference to the critical question, why are black people still dying at the hands of law enforcement? That's only because there are so many more white people than there are black people in our country. Although black people represented 12% of the population in the states we studied, they made up 25% of the deaths in police shootings. In those instances in which the victim appeared to pose a minimal or less threat to police, based on the data we had, black people were 3 times as likely to be killed. That doesn't mean the police didn't feel threatened, but based on the reports that we were able to look at, a very low level of threat was directed at the police. And in those specific cases, the numbers rose for black people. They made up 36% of the deaths. Many other studies have shown that black people are more likely to be killed per capita by law enforcement than are white people in these United States. This is not a disputed statistic. The question asked why black people are still dying, and it was an opportunity to grapple with the underlying process. If you think it's a problem that police are shooting and killing people, whether they are white or black, then you want to understand why it is happening. Because that is the first step in trying to prevent it. Trump's lack of curiosity about why this is happening is indicative of not really caring about getting to the bottom of the problem. You cannot solve a problem unless you know what the problem is in the first place. It would have been okay to answer the question by saying, I don't know, but we need to get to the bottom of it. That would have been an honest response. But to respond in a way that creates greater divisions and minimizes the toll on black men and women is an obscene abuse of statistics. Now, that was all a very long quote that I took down telephonically from Dr. Miller. So, more specifically, black on black crime is not a valid argument against the Black Lives Matter movement, which everyone seems so afraid of. I mean, what is so threatening about the Black Lives Matter movement? For some reason, all these whites look on it as an insurgency. And those who bristle at activists calling out the disproportionate use of deadly force against black Americans by police officers all too oftentimes respond by pointing to cities like Chicago, where 87 people were shot throughout yesteryear's violent 4th of July weekend, what left several children dead. Where is the concern for black-on-black crime, they ask? In fact, immediately aftermath last year's Independence Day weekend, I myself noticed an uptick in snarky social media timeline posts around the nation asking, what about black-on-black crime? Why aren't you protesting about that? Why aren't we talking about black-on-black crime? Exempli gratiae. Homicides in Baltimore are largely committed by African Americans who kill other blacks. Thus, more emphatically, the memes proliferate. And they're all in the uppercase letters, so I'll read them as they read. They declare things like, black people kill each other more than any other race. And you can't talk about the police until you stop killing each other. Homicide is a devastating plague on black communities. And it is time we stop ignoring it. There's lots of talk about being too tough on crime. Ask Michael Bloomberg, who ran for president earlier this last year. He all too belatedly expressed regret for his stop and frisk policy when he was the mayor of New York City. Governor Larry Hogan was at odds with the Maryland General Assembly during this last year's legislative session over his support of mandatory sentencing for gun violations. When Hillary Rodham Clinton ran for presidentress nearly 4 years ago, she was forced to apologize for once saying there were predators in the black community. Likewise, there are well-meaning progressives who are concerned about discriminatory policing, crowding jails and prisons with black people, and the stereotyping of innocent African Americans. But the reality is that homicides in major cities, including Baltimore, are not race neutral. Of the more than 300 people killed in the streets of Baltimore last year, just about all of them were African Americans. The shooters, the killers, were most likely black as well. This is a devastating plague acutely affecting black communities across the country. We must realize that some black people are a much greater threat to other black people than the Ku Klux Klan or the White Citizens Councils. The number of blacks gunned down in the streets by other blacks parallels our memories of the many blacks lynched in communities across these United States after Reconstruction. This is a devastating plague, acutely affecting black communities across the country. By the way, Maria is turning in. Good night, Maria. We love you. Love you, honey. Take care of yourself. And blessed be. We all pray for her health. And let me see. Blessed be, my darling. And hopefully she's feeling better when she wakes up. Hopefully she checks into a hospital. If she doesn't, well, maybe not. These days, you never know what you'll catch over there. Now, let's say, hey, let's address the fact that, there we are, she's responding. Thank you, honey. And, again, hopefully everyone pulls through these times. Honestly, these killings that I'm talking about, they continue even as our country faces a coronavirus pandemic that prompted the governor to place his state, in which Boston is located, Massachusetts, on a stay-at-home lockdown, statewide. No one is to go out unless it is for essentials such as groceries and prescription medications. But the killings don't stop. Again, it is mostly black victims. And while people don't want to admit it, the aggressive law enforcement tactics that some declare overbearing have, you could say, they've worked in reducing crime. The stop and frisk practice in New York City was associated with a decline in homicides. When Richmond, Virginia got tough on gun violations, the homicide rate went down. By allowing gun violations to be prosecuted as federal crimes, guilty persons were renditioned to federal prisons in places like Utah. This likely included some African Americans. And when the former mayor, the mayoress of Boston, Sheila Dixon, and Police Chief Frederick H. Bielford III got tough on bad guys with guns, homicides in Baltimore went down. It is likely that most of those detained were black. In these 3 reductions in homicides, the people who benefited most also were African Americans, who lost fewer sons, fewer daughters, fewer fathers, and fewer mothers to senseless street violence. More black people lived. This poses a real problem for the black elite and white progressives. How to address bad behavior by some black folks without denigrating the whole black community. Many continue to struggle to give a balanced and positive picture of black life in America. The truth is, there are some black folk who do bad things. The sad truth is that their victims are most often other black people. The attitude toward bad guys with guns is not the same in these violent neighborhoods where people fear for their lives every day as it is in the relatively peaceful suburbs far away from crime. Many African American communities are under siege by black gun-toting terrorists. Children cannot play in their yards, and the elderly can no longer sit on their porches. At a town hall held in April of yesteryear, as calendared the 2020th year in our Lord, a young black woman could not understand why her brother's killer had still remained free on the street, awaiting trial for a previous gun violation. Many of the people accused of murder in the city frequently have existing gun violations. This is a cycle that obviously must be broken. Now is the time to reconcile black pride, civil liberties, and civil rights with the need for safe black communities. No one wants to resort to stop and frisk policies or mass incarceration, but something like it may be needed. Such efforts can target illegal weapons pretty much the same as stop and frisk efforts at major airports. This is not a problem in the larger white community, but it is in the black communities and must be addressed as a problem particular to those neighborhoods. This senseless gun violence and predatory behavior should not continue to be tolerated. This lawlessness victimizes black families, the black community, and future generations. At some point, we need to stop letting the presumed rights of a few endanger the lives of many. See, that would be the reactionary posit. Case in point, in the weekend as dated the 22nd through the 23rd in the month of June, the year before yesteryear, as calendared the 2019th year in our Lord, it was chronicled that 28 persons were shot and 5 of them were killed in 19 separate incidents throughout the city of Philadelphia, meaning that by that point in time, mid-year, Anno Domini 2019 of the Comunal era, 625 persons had been shot and 135 of them killed within Philadelphian metropolitan environs. And during that time, approximately 2,000 guns were confiscated by police. Now I'm going to read Jameson's input here. He says it all goes down to law enforcement enabling this, as well as the court system, by not responding at all. Ghettos are like red zones. They ignore them. There's truth to that. But
well, I can
go on.
contextualize it just a little further. Well,
Sure.
what I'm saying is I'm not advocating stop and frisk. It's just that oftentimes the police will obviously choose not to respond to calls in certain neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So there's certain blocks. There's certain blocks in every hood where you can get away with anything.
By the way, oh yeah, go on. Yeah, go on. It's true. It's true.
And nobody will really give a fuck. And, you know.
But by the way, yeah, you do understand that my voice was dripping with a kind of ironic sarcasm with everything that I was relating. You do understand that, I hope.
Okay. I'm still learning.
Yeah. I mean, I was relating.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm relating a reality, but I was putting myself in the place of your average white reactionary. And this is presenting the problem as most people perceive it. Now, and I say there's a case in point, what I've just said about Philadelphia. By the way, nearly all of the people shot, wounded, or killed, and nearly all of the people shooting and possessing seized firearms were young black men in black neighborhoods. Now, this, of course, proves that young black men in the hood are violent thugs. Actually, monsters. End of story. Class dismissed. But wait just a minute. Get back in your seats, everybody. I almost forgot to mention the following. Everybody remembers Mary Shelley's 1818 book entitled Frankenstein, which was later widely popularized in countlessly differentiated cinematic iterations. Despite the fact that the novel's been around for over 200 years, as well as over 57 films pertaining to it that have been made that I myself have personally reviewed, most people mistakenly think the creation, I don't want to call him a creature, he is a man, albeit a man created from the parts of other men, the creation's name is mistaken as Frankenstein. But it's not. That creation had no official name. His creator referred to him as Adam, in almost a personal affront against God. But people confuse the creation with its creator, the revolutionary European scientist, who is a real historical character who did just what the novel portrayed him as doing, named Dr. Victor Frankenstein. Today's back so-called thugs / monsters, these black boys, as they're viewed by the white public, they're created by the evil American system that miseducates them, unemploys them, underemploys them, over-polices them, and over-incarcerates them. By the way, Jameson Reese says, like Dr. Benjamin Franklin, thank you. America is in the role of Dr. Victor Frankenstein as better personified in the all-American Dr. Benjamin Franklin, who did what Dr. Victor Frankenstein did, but with black bodies, creating the foundation for what would make and has made an excellent blaxploitation film, Blackenstein. For those of you who don't know it, Dr. Benjamin Franklin was living with a gay lover in England where they would take black bodies and stitch them together and try to reanimate them with electricity, which they were able to do because the stimulation of electricity to the nervous system made the bodies move like the electrocution of a frog causes the twitching of the muscles. Now, today's black so-called thugs and monsters are Dr. Franklin's monsters. The overwhelming majority of black students at under-resourced black schools in poverty-stricken black neighborhoods throughout the country have either gotten passed from grade to grade like an assembly line product despite having learned nothing, or they dropped out of school due to scholastically indifferent and culturally undermining teachers. Either way, they all found themselves unprepared for employment, trade school, college, and life itself. And if they weren't lucky enough to find a less than minimum wage dead-end jobs, they had to resort to welfare. And if they weren't able to qualify for welfare, or if welfare continued to keep them mired in abject poverty, Many of them would try to escape life's harsh realities through ever-increasing drug abuse that would lead to petty crime and then to more serious crime resulting in conviction. Now, following certain convictions, they became ineligible for public housing, driver's licenses, and even menial employment. In the end, many of them resorted to violent crime by victimizing those in close proximity, i.e., their black neighbors. And this violent criminality is primarily the result of what Dr. Joy DeGruy diagnoses as post-traumatic slave syndrome, which is the title of her seminal book about violent black criminality. Post-traumatic slave syndrome. Look it up. In it, she mentions feelings of hopelessness, depression, and a general self-destructive outlook. She also references a marked propensity for anger and violence, especially directed towards the members of one's own cultural/ethnic group. To paraphrase Brother Malcolm, as in Malcolm X, for those of you who don't know who I'm referencing, we have been, well, let me see if I can get his voice. I know I can't, but I'll give it a try. We have been and continue to be hoodwinked, bamboozled, and led astray by this racist and classist system, a system established and promoted by slavery, sharecropping, convict leasing, peonage labor, Jim Crow, de facto segregation, no education, miseducation, unemployment, underemployment, over-policing, mass incarceration, redlining, and gentrification. By the way, notwithstanding this troublesome issue of violent black criminality, did you know that less than 1% of black folks and only about 2% of black men commit a violent crime in any given year? Well, that's the Department of Justice's Bureau of Justice Statistics. They know it to be so and documented it. And just in case you erroneously think the violent black criminality that does exist is genetic as a black thing, did you know that poor urban whites have a higher rate of violence toward each other at a rate of 56.4 per 1,000 people compared to poor urban blacks at a rate of 51.3 per 1,000 people? Well, the Department of Justice's Bureau of Justice Statistics knows it and has documented such. As an aside, why don't people ever call white mass murders, white school shootings, and white serial killings white-on-white crime? See, this is the Dietrich. My very name Dietrich means skeleton key. This is the skeleton key that opens all your doors to recognizing the myth. When was the last time you heard the phrase white-on-white crime? Can you recall? Probably not, because the notion doesn't exist in our American lexicon. Although 2016 statistical data from the Bureau of Justice Statistics reported that 83.5% of white homicide victims were killed by other white Americans. Research has shown that intraracial violence is common in all ethnic groups at similar rates. Why then does the notion of black-on-black crime continue to persist in our public discourse? Why not focus on the root causes of intra-racial violence instead of racializing crime? Well, the first reason is that it intentionally steers clear of a comprehensive analysis of crime in black and working class communities. The fact is that crime is directly linked to poverty, proximity, and opportunity, not ethnicity or race. The second reason is that it further propagates the erroneous belief that the physical survival and well-being of the black community in America is threatened by black people killing or stealing from other black people. It is threats from within over external or systemic forces. It is exterior threats. By the way, I can hear you, Jameson. You're off mute.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. The third reason is that it is racist and indicates an unwitting internalization of one of America's most cherished characterizations of black people as naturally violent, even when articulated by black intellectuals, politicians, and thought leaders. The fourth reason is that white supremacists exploit it as a tool to undermine all black narratives, such as Black Lives Matter, which aim to highlight the staggering rates of police brutality and systemic racism experienced by black men, women, and children. The reality is that black Americans are nearly 3 times more likely to die while in police custody than white Americans. In 2019, 24% of all police killings were of black Americans, when just 13% of the American population is black, an 11-point discrepancy. The District of Columbia, with nearly a 50% black population, reports that 88% of all police killings are against black Washingtonians, a discrepancy of over 38 percentage points. In the capital of the American empire, where half the population is fucking black, the police spend all day killing them. 99%, that's an almost 100% ratio, of all officers involved in police killings throughout 2019 had no criminal charges ever pressed against them. Furthermore, the FBI itself points out that most murders involving a single victim and a single offender are committed by whites. Moreover, as reported by the Los Angeles Times, the Center for Disease Control, the United States Center for Disease Control, the US CDC, which considers violence and epidemiology a social disease, notes that the rates of homicides, gun killings, and illicit drug fatalities are highest in counties where 9 out of 10 residents are white and where President Trump won in the votes and on the ballots. On that inconvenient truth, nothing more need be said. So let's get back to those chronic rashes of shootings in Philadelphia. Despite some of the respectable and understandable disagreements I myself might obviously have with Larry Krasner as the top prosecutor of said metropolis, he is to be positively credited for realizing that merely arresting people not only doesn't help society, it actually hurts society. And that's because you can't give a life sentence for every crime, which means criminals will get out eventually, whether in a few years or a lot of years. And then what? That criminal comes back to society worse because prisons do not rehabilitate. They simply warehouse. And the nearly 45,000 United States dollars per year it costs to warehouse inmates in Pennsylvania state prisons are wasted because that amount could have and should have been used for schools and job training, which ultimately would have protected society by stopping juvenile delinquency and adult criminality before they even started. Although, as the district attorney, Krasner is impressively doing what he was overwhelmingly elected to do and is legally obligated to do, which is why, under his administration, prosecutors in 2018 approved nearly 99% of firearm cases presented to them by police, thereby constituting more than what was approved by the previous district attorney in the 2 years before Krasner was sworn in. He realizes, as a genuine and pragmatic progressive, that violent street crime is a symptom of societal factors and must be thoughtfully treated as such. Even Police Commissioner Richard Ross, as reported in the Philadelphia Inquirer on June 18th of 2019, described the problems contributing to ongoing gun violence, such as poverty, joblessness, or trauma, as fundamentally structural. Whether it's described as fundamentally structural, or as I myself would define it, inherently systemic, it nevertheless stems directly from the racism, along with the classism, that continues to serve as the foundation and policy of this country. If anyone believes I'm wrong, answer this question. If you had to go to trial as a defendant in a criminal case and could choose to go as a black defendant or a white defendant, which would you choose? Or if you were going to give a job interview for employment or to a bank for a home loan and could go as a black applicant or a white applicant, which would you choose? The obvious and honest answer is precisely why I myself combine the word racist as well as classist, conjoined into the neologism, that means a new word, people, ethnoclassist, to accurately define this system and to accurately explain the actual cause, as opposed to the mere symptom of so-called black criminality, and to totally reject the myth of so-called black-on-black crime. In the aforesaid context, Black Lives Matter is an affirmation in a world that has made it abundantly clear that, to many, black lives don't matter. The movement represents a generation of black people who are taking the metaphoric baton from ancestors who were enslaved, tortured, and killed for merely existing in the bodies in which they were born. The Black Lives Matter movement's focus has always been to advocate for black people killed at the hands of police. However, a common question raised by the opposers of the Black Lives Matter movement is why the movement isn't as vocal when a black person is killed by another black person. The argument being used here is that until black activists address black-on-black crime, they have no right to be outraged over police violence. Well, you'll mostly see this being abused by conservative personated reactionaries and right-winged media. Even Democratic politicians use black-on-black crime to deflect attention off of corrupt police forces. Since many recorded instances of police brutality from Atlanta have gone viral, Mayoress Keisha Lance Bottoms has been very vocal in her opposition to the people who looted the city during BLM, or Black Lives Matter, protests, famously yelling for protesters to go home in a press conference after demonstrators vandalized the CNN Center. More recently, after an 8-year-old girl was killed at the same Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was murdered, Keisha stated in aftermath that we're doing each other more harm than any officer on this force. Many people obviously think that wagging the finger at black people for killing each other is going to help fix the problem. However, using black-on-black crime to delegitimize the Black Lives Matter movement is not rational whatsoever. There be every reason why black-on-black crime is not a valid argument against the BLM movement. The Mapping Police Violence Project has found that black people are currently more than 3 times as likely as white people to be killed by law enforcement. And this enduring violence is upsetting. And in the aftermath of the killings of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, people got upset on a global scale. In response to this rallying cry for respect and justice, some have tried to discredit the movement, simultaneously placing blame on black victims with a phrase that has been used by white supremacists for years: black-on-black crime. Now, a report released by the U.S. Department of Justice in 2017 found that of all the violent crimes committed between 2012 and 2015, 22.7% were committed by black people, and 63% of those crimes were committed against other black people. This is in comparison to 44% of all violent crimes committed by white people, 57% of which were committed against other white people. According to all official data, white people commit crimes against other white people at about the same rate that black people do against other black people. But despite these numbers, people are not discussing the white-on-white crime problem. When a white person commits a crime against another white person, it's just called a crime. Race isn't a factor, and that's intentional. Using language like black-on-black crime perpetuates the myth that intra-racial violence is specific to the black community, a myth that implies black people are inherently more violent. This tactic has been used to justify the mistreatment of black people since the abolishment of slavery. The first nationwide compilation of racial crime data, published in 1896, was entitled Race Traits and Tendencies of the American Negro. Now, this report, compiled by Frederick Hoffman, was, according to Khalil Gibran Mohammed, a professor of history, race, and public policy at Harvard Kennedy School, arguably the most influential race and crime study of the first half of the 20th century. In this report, the Mr. Hoffman wrote, "Given the same conditions of life for two races, the one of Aryan descent," this is a funny term for an American to use, "will provide the superior solely on account of its ancient inheritance of virtue and transmitted qualities, which are determining factors in the struggle for race supremacy." He also presented statistics about prisoners' races with the crimes they were convicted of, writing, "The colored male only too often leads the life of a vagrant, and that the black race had a greater tendency to crime and pauperism than the whites." Now, this pivotal text, purely American and anti-Nazi, because they claimed the Americans, the whites, who were a hodgepodge of rejects from Europe, Irish and Italian and Slavic, were true Aryans, as opposed to the Germans, was presented as a scientific study, using as it had the language of white supremacy, and explicitly stating that violence and crime are exclusively within the nature of black people. And you wonder why Hitler hated Americans. The Americans are the white supremacists, not my biological father. And even dumbass, miseducated blacks in America are stupid enough to think my biological father was the greatest race hater of them all. The whites have got you by the fucking balls. That language and Dr. Hoffman's findings, actually, a Mr. Hoffman, he wasn't even a doctor, and yes, he was American, he did not speak German, had been raised in America for generations. His family stretched back practically to the Pilgrims at Mayflower. They didn't go unchallenged. In an 1897 review of his text, the great black author, W.E.B. Du Bois, wrote that criminal statistics raise the whole question as to how far black and white malefactors are subjected to different standards of justice. He also wrote, when the younger generation came on the stage with exaggerated but laudable hopes of rising, and found that a dogged Anglo-Saxon prejudice, notice that Webb Du Bois doesn't say Aryan prejudice here, he says Anglo-Saxon prejudice, had shut nearly every avenue of advancement in their faces. The energies of many undoubtedly found an outlet in crime. Here Du Bois made 2 points that we're still grappling with more than 120 years later. The different ways in which black and white Americans are treated by our justice system, and the relationship between crime and the threat of poverty due to systemic racism. According to a separate 2014 Justice Department report, people living in households below the federal poverty level had more than double the rate of violent victimization than people in high-income households. Additionally, poor black people and poor white people were found to commit violent crimes at similar rates. 46.4% for white people, and actually less, 43.4% for black people. Statistically, black people have actually been far more law-abiding than whites. Historically, full stop. Now, we have a clear connection between poverty and crime rates, and the fact that the poverty rate for black Americans, 20.8% in 2018, is more than twice the poverty rate for white Americans at 8.1%, it's obvious that anyone who truly cares about lowering the crime rate in these United States would spend their time and resources working to eradicate poverty. Racism and poverty are inextricably linked in this country. The disproportionate rate of poverty among black Americans has been designed by generations of racist leaders who intentionally created racist policies and institutions to stifle the growth of black Americans. None of this is new information to black people. They know their country's history better than most because they haven't been able to escape it. They also know about the violence within their communities. If people who invoke the phrase black on black crime in response to the BLM movement paid any attention to black people and their communities, they'd know black people care about that too, and talk about it a lot. There are countless grassroots groups, programs, rallies, marches, and even music contributions powered by black people to address this violence. Additionally, in a 2015 Pew Research Center poll, black people supported stricter gun laws at a higher rate than white people. And in a 2018 Pew survey, when asked if gun violence is a very big problem in these United States, 82% of black people said yes, compared with 47% of white people. Black people are concerned about all crime, but even if they weren't, it would still be well within their rights to be outraged that the people who are paid to protect them are killing them, and more often than not, getting away with it. Each time a police officer has taken the life of an unarmed black person, and our justice system has declared them not guilty, both institutions are telling the world that black lives don't matter. We are all Americans, and we all have a right to demand more from our country and government than what we're getting now. White supremacists will justify colonization, slavery, and the Confederacy, all while saying black people are an inherently more violent race. Think about that. Crime within black communities is comparable to crime within white communities. But white people are not being killed by police at the alarming rate that black people are. Still, people like the former New York mayor, Rudy Giuliani, the motherfucking child-raping Satanist who said all the kids at West Point's child daycare center numbered building number 666 were all fucking themselves with broken glass bottles and baseball bats just to get attention, felt justified in saying, after the killing of 18-year-old Mike Brown, that the white police officers wouldn't be there if you black people weren't killing each other. This type of language is an attempt to justify the killings of Brown, Taylor, Floyd, Philando Castile, Eric Garner, and the ever-growing list of black victims of police brutality. It takes all blame from the officers involved and places it on the victims simply for being black. They're not asking for special treatment. They're merely asking for equal treatment. To call the fallacy of black-on-black crime anything other than anti-black racism is an injustice in itself. Black-on-black crime is literally just crime. Oftentimes, when people bring up black-on-black crime, they are implying that black people are more violent towards each other than any other race. This is wrong. because nearly every race is likely to be killed by their own due to proximity. 82.4% of white people are killed by white people. This is due to the fact that many neighborhoods in America are still segregated by race. Of course, if you one day decide to kill someone, you're probably going to kill someone who lives in your area and looks like you. Why is it that no one mentions white-on-white crime when a white person kills a white person? That's because the phrase black-on-black crime is only used to stomp down on the black community and no one else. Black-on-black crime is but symptomatic of systemic racism. The issue of black-on-black crime is often pinned on black people. The logic is that maybe if you guys just stopped killing each other, the problem would end. What people don't stop to think about is the root of black-on-black crime. Black people killing each other at high rates is a direct output of white supremacy. Crime is a result of socioeconomic status, meaning that if you are poor, you are more likely to commit a crime. Black people are one of the two racial groups with the highest poverty rates, along with Native Americans. In the 1960s, the decade in which I myself was born, because of white supremacist ideals, all white schools were given more funding than schools of color. Even after legal segregation in schools ended, even today, research proves that school districts where the majority of students enrolled are students of color receive 23 billion United States dollars less in educational funding than predominantly white school districts. If you live in a low-income neighborhood and go to an underfunded school with unqualified and underpaid teachers, you'll be less inclined to pay attention and more inclined to drop out. Without an education, you'll be less likely to get a job. Without a job and living in poverty, that person may then resort to petty crimes like selling drugs in order to earn money. That may start them on a path to committing more violent crimes. Even if they do decide to turn their life around, what's their chance of ever being hired after committing a violent crime? This is a vicious cycle, originally engineered by the oppressor, that has killed millions of black people. Millions! This is genocide. Black people did not start this extermination campaign. So why is it always blamed on them? Instead of wagging the finger at black people, we should instead focus on the problem, not the people. And black people aren't killing other black people because they're black. The Black Lives Matter movement was created to address police violence and racism against black people. When black people kill each other, they're not doing it because of their skin color. In the case of police brutality, there is a clear bias that shows how white officers treat black people compared to white people. This is what makes police brutality and black-on-black crime incomparable to each other. Literally apples and oranges. If you don't like black-on-black crime, fix it! Well, some people try to pretend like they actually care about black-on-black crime. Most of them only use the phrase to be argumentative. If you actually care and want to end black-on-black crime, prove it. Research and find your local anti-gun violence organization. And if you have the means, donate to them. If you want to be an overachiever, make your own organization and be the change you want to see. As far as House Negress politicians such as Keisha Lance Bottoms, never have I seen a bitch more appropriately named. If you actually care about the issue, Keisha Lance Bottoms, telling black people to simply not kill each other won't accomplish anything. Instead, start making legislation and funding changes that will get to the root of the problem. In the budget for Atlanta's 2020 fiscal year, an additional $5 million was allocated to the already $205 million United States dollar budget given to the APD, that's the Atlanta Police Department, in 2019. Meanwhile, only 50,000 measly bucks was given for recreation equipment in community centers. Research shows that in a group of 100,000 people, one community program can lead to a 1.2% drop in crime. I mean, this is why I've photographed pictures of myself carrying a basketball. Obviously, I don't play myself. The only hoops I can shoot are air balls. But whenever I see a bunch of black guys coming towards me, I just throw that basketball to them. And, fuck, I'm safe. They're too busy chasing after that shit. Now, if you claim to care so much, Keisha, Lance Bottoms, what a fucking name, put your money where your mouth is. And yes, we can all walk and chew gum at the same time. Black on black crime is only mentioned as a rebuttal to the people being concerned about police brutality. However, what people don't realize is that you can focus on both issues at the same time. It's not a one or the other choice. Many people ignore the fact that black activists are doing the local grassroots work to end violent crime in black neighborhoods while also protesting police brutality. Of course, most whites don't think blacks can do two things at once. In other words, they think monkeys can't multitask. Both are important issues that plague black communities and can be focused on one by one. To conclude, it is very disappointing to see people subscribe to the black on black crime narrative, especially black people. They need to analyze how this language is abused as a divisive tactic to make them turn against each other. Both police brutality and black on black crime are the results of the same monsters: white supremacy and systematic racism. Instead of blaming each other as a colored community, let's all get to the root of this problem and continue fighting for the end of systemic racism. Now, ipso facto is a Latin phrase, directly translated as by the fact itself, which means that a specific phenomenon is a direct consequence, a resultant effect of the action in question, instead of being brought about by a previous action. It is a term of art used in philosophy, law, and science. In the end, everything is philosophy. The whole of mathematics is merely a subdivision of the branch of the, well, it's a branch of the philosophy of logic. Hence, to speak logically, like a Vulcan, because I am your Vulcan intervention, by way of all aforesaid, ipso facto, the loaded and controversial phrase, black on black crime, is a dangerous myth. Black on black crime is a phrase not only used by white people, but also by some self-loathing, I call them whitewashed, black people, calling out crime in their communities. The notion that black people are inherently more violent has been abused to justify their mistreatment since the abolishment of slavery. It's a common argument abused by white supremacists. White supremacists have long promoted the idea that black people are inherently, as in genetically, more violent. It's tired, it's racist, and it's completely false. When was the last time you heard the phrase white on white crime? Can you recall? Black on black crime is nothing more than a right-wing talking point. Stop using it. With the murder of George Floyd, and we the people taking our frustrations with it to the streets throughout the last half of last year, it looked as though this nation, for the most part, might finally be willing to have the discussion on law enforcement and police brutality that the black community has been asking for. I say for the most part, because as we've seen throughout the remaining half of yesteryear, there is still a substantial group of politicians, media pundits, and citizens who simply don't want to have it. And if you can get one of them to admit that there is a problem, they will attempt to minimize it or place blame in areas where it doesn't belong. And one of their often used talking points is black on black crime. If we were playing a game of spades, a lot of blacks, well, they grow up playing spades. In fact, that's probably where they got the name spade from. Anyhow, as in black as the ace of spades. This would be their big joker. The ultimate winning play. But it's just misdirection. A verbal sleight of hand used to distract from the issues or to derail the conversation completely. You've all heard it. Some of you have even said it. And it usually goes something like this. Police? Why aren't we talking about black on black crime? That's the real problem. Want to know why no one talks about it? Because you're not actually interested. The reality is black activists address crime within the community itself all the time. Others only seem to want to address it when they talk about crimes being committed against blacks by uniformed officers. If they truly cared, they would be talking along with the blacks instead of at them. By the way, do you know who overwhelmingly commits the crimes against white people? White people! At almost identical rates because crimes are carried out due to proximity. But we don't say white on white crime, do we? Blacks rob blacks, Latinos rob Latinos, Asians rob Asians, whites rob whites, and on and on and on. But we only hear about one, making it seem as if the community itself is not concerned about crime. And nothing could be further from the truth. But the real flaw in this argument is the simple fact that when a black person commits a crime against another black person, or a white person against another whiter person, and so forth, that person faces justice, something that happens less than 1% of the time when the perpetrator is a cop. It's not just that police brutality exists. It's also there is little to no accountability for it. And I don't think the police or anybody making this argument would be agreeable to applying the same standard of crime and punishment to those who protect and serve as blacks do to black on black crime. And the reality is, we should not apply the same standard. The standard for our police forces should be much higher. And in the case you did not know us by this point in my exposition as delivered unto you tonight in closing the opening weekend of the Gregorian calendrical New Year, there's no such thing as black on black crime. The term and ideology behind black on black crime is inherently racist. Most crime is proximal and directly related to poverty and not race. Most violent crime across races is intraracial, and there has never been a moniker of white on white crime. Intraracial and proximal crime can and should be discussed, as well as police brutality, They are not mutually exclusive. The data is clear. A black person is more likely to be unarmed and killed by police than another black person. 99% of crime committed by black people is nonviolent. Blacks are actually some of the most peaceful people on earth. Well, American blacks at least. Now, white people commit violent crime against other white people at roughly the same rate as black violent crime against black people. There has always been outrage and activism regarding the violence that runs rampant in low-income communities. However, much of this violence is directly related to the effects of systemic and systematic racist governmental policy, redlining, and the removal of wealth in black neighborhoods deemed undesirable by racist leaders across every level of government. This point is one that is rarely, if ever, discussed. Ironically, in most low-income cities, much of this activism has been, and still is, organized and led by those most marginalized and harmed by systemic racism and inequities, namely BIPOC, B-I-P-O-C, Black, Indigenous, People of Color, Queer People, and Black Trans Women. Crime overall is a societal failure, and instead of our long-term practice of looking at crime as solely an individual and personal moral failing, our conversations would be more productive if they revolved around holding leaders and policymakers accountable to redistribute dollars and funding to resources and policies that dismantle the root causes of crime and build up and bring wealth to our communities. Quality education, safe housing, mental and emotional health counselors, living wages, and common sense gun regulation. So the next time you hear the term black on black crime by someone, call it out for what it is. Call it out for what a racist lie, a racist stereotype, a racist myth it is, because there's no such thing as black on black crime. Now, in terms of what the black on black crime fallacy misses about race and gun deaths, the what about black on black crime rejoinder usually is meant to imply that African Americans are indifferent to the thousands of young black men and increasingly black children who are slain every year in gun violence. It insinuates that black people blithely accept killings by their own that have racked some communities for decades and take us to the streets only when white police officers are doing the killing. Long before the March for Our Lives and the Black Lives Matter movement dominated the headlines in recent years, African Americans were marching in crime-ridden neighborhoods to protest the killings. Davon McNeil, an 11-year-old, fatally shot in Washington, District of Columbia on the 4th of July, had just left an anti-violence community event when he was hit by a bullet. The event was put together by his mother, Crystal McNeil, who works herself as a violence interrupter, a job that has been created in several urban areas with a goal to mediate neighborhood disputes in an attempt to break the cycle of retaliatory killings. Black citizens have formed hundreds of such organizations to save teens so often caught up in that world. Black artists have written songs and made movies urging youths to stop the violence. As a group, African Americans are consistently more likely to be concerned about crime than white Americans. They also are the staunchest supporters of tougher gun control laws, with 72% saying that controlling gun ownership is more important than protecting gun rights, compared with 40% of white people. White men, in fact, are the demographic most likely to oppose gun control laws of any kind. all those statistics prove that they might benefit most from them. So stop using, nay, abusing black-on-black crime to deflect away from police brutality. If you've expressed support for Black Lives Matter, spoken out against police brutality, or even written a modest column to post on social media throughout the past year last, you've probably been asked, or more likely chastised, for not mentioning how many more black people kill other black people compared to the police. There are answers to the question, why aren't we talking about black-on-black crime? But critics of Black Lives Matter simply don't want to hear them. If they cared, they'd be asking about crime within the African American community year-round, as many black activists and neighborhood leaders do. But as Doughboy told Trey in 1991's Boys and the Hood, and it's still true today, either they don't know, don't show, or don't care about what's going on in the hood. When an opponent of Black Lives Matters talks about blacks killing blacks, it's almost always to deflect attention away from police brutality, as if one issue maketh the other more acceptable. When someone commits an act of terrorism against us in these United States, which rightfully leads to anger and sadness, no one asks, well, what about how many Americans kill other Americans each year? Because that would be crazy now, wouldn't it? But by all means, let's talk about black-on-black crime. You've probably heard a statistic like this before. The majority of black people murdered are killed by other black people. That's true, but also misleading. The overwhelming majority of white murder victims each year are killed by white assailants. So, when's the last time you heard the term white-on-white crime? As shocking as it may be for some to hear, people generally commit crimes against people they know or live near. If you want to have a real discussion about crime, let's talk about the factors that contribute to it happening in the first place. White supremacists have attributed the fact that crime rates are higher among African Americans than whites to people of color being biologically more prone to violence. In reality, crime is directly linked more to poverty than race or any other factor. According to the Bureau for Justice Statistics, people living in households with income below the federal poverty threshold are twice as likely to commit a violent crime than people in high-income households, regardless of race. We live in a country where the poverty rate is more than twice as high among black Americans than white, and that has as much to do with 400 years of systemic racism than anything else. White supremacists will tell you slavery was abolished more than 150 years ago. So get over it. Yet, just as that was a hard sell to African Americans during the civil rights movements of the 1960s into which I was born into this world, it's equally hard to accept 30 years after Rodney King and the LA riots, and weeks removed from the deaths of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, Thomas Abt, surname spelled A-B-T, a senior research fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, so writes, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, racial disparities in crime and punishment are real, but they have been produced in large part by a sustained campaign of persecution by whites against disempowered minorities, particularly African Americans. Officially, that effort has ended. Overt racial discrimination has been prohibited by law for decades. Nevertheless, the brutal legacy of that campaign, racism, segregation, concentrated poverty, and violence, remains. Okay, by the way, Jameson Reese is back behind me, back behind the microphone. And in terms of everything that I've just stated, let me get a quick check of the live stream here. See where we're at. Still plenty of time. What I've just read, that passage from Thomas Abt, none of what I've related necessarily means a black person being killed by another black person is more or less significant than if they were killed by a police officer. Death is death, and murder is murder. Yet, what if it were captured on a video? On video, period. Could a victim's family take this solace in knowing that evidence exists for that person to be prosecuted? That's usually the case, but that may not matter for George Floyd. It certainly didn't matter in the cases of Eric Garner or Tamir Rice. What is someone supposed to do when you can be murdered legally? When police can harass you and then choke you out because you're selling loose cigarettes, or when a cop can kneel on your neck as you cry out, "I can't breathe," while his colleagues stand by and watch. That's why police brutality is its own unique horror. And African Americans are 2.5 times more likely, at least, than whites to be killed by law enforcement. When you step outside every day, knowing you're twice as likely, at the least, to be killed by someone sworn to protect you just because of the color of your skin, you're dealing with a different type of fear. Don't let statistics, ignorance, or flat-out racism cloud that. To conclude, in quotation of Jamel Bowie, via his article entitled "The Trayvon Martin Killing and the Myth of Black-on-Black Crime," which was published on the 15th of July in 2013. Reading directly therefrom, black-on-black crime has been part of the American lexicon for decades, but as a specific phenomenon, it's no more real than white-on-white crime. Unlike the latter, however, the idea of black-on-black crime taps into specific fears around black masculinity and black criminality. The same fears that, in Florida, led George Zimmerman to focus his attention on Trayvon Martin. Now, Kyle Rittenhouse, the Northern Illinois teen, charged with killing 2 people during protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin, has been praised for his actions and called both a hero and a victim from some conservative-personated reactionary groups and leaders, including President Trump himself. In his person, we have embodied another white-identifying cop wannabe and a firearm. Does that sound familiar, Florida? Kyle Rittenhouse might have grown up to be George Zimmerman. Over 7 years ago, in February 2012, Zimmerman was a neighborhood watchman in Seminole County, northeast of Orlando. The police department, which monitored the program, had told Zimmerman and others only to report suspicious activity. They were never to intervene, and most certainly never with firearms. Yet, the armed Zimmerman violated those rules, all of them, when he confronted the unarmed Trayvon Martin. After losing control of the confrontation, the 27-year-old Zimmerman fatally shot the 17-year-old Martin. Zimmerman was charged with second-degree murder. He claimed self-defense. On August 25th of yesteryear, the 17-year-old Rittenhouse was in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He had left his home in Antioch, Illinois, about 20 miles away. According to news reports in Wisconsin media, Rittenhouse illegally carried a semi-automatic rifle. Rittenhouse thus needlessly inserted himself into the protests over the shooting of Jacob Blake. The local sheriff and police chief did not welcome the right-wing thugs posing as self-styled militia. Tensions rose. Rittenhouse ran from the car lot he supposedly was helping to protect. He shot and killed 2 unarmed protesters and critically injured another. He faces 5 felony counts, including first-degree murder. He is claiming self-defense. In these Orwellian times, President Trump and others have called Rittenhouse a hero and a victim. Though they are wrong about the hero part, they are right about the victim part, just not in the way that they imagine. Rittenhouse is the victim of a culture that preys on such aimless loners. His parents had divorced. His mother had sought a restraining order on boys who had bullied Rittenhouse at his high school. Acquaintances said Rittenhouse lived for the police, for guns, and for Donald Trump. So when the Trump-friendly Kenosha Guard asked for volunteers, what else was Rittenhouse to do? In a social media video clip, Rittenhouse is on record as saying, people are getting injured and our job is to protect this business. If someone is hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle. Rittenhouse actually had 2 mass murder assault weapons, AR-15 style mass shooter firearms at his home. And though they were purchased legally, no one, not even the fucking FBI, yet knows how Rittenhouse even got them. Rittenhouse bought into the myth that mere possession of a weapon makes one qualified to use it under pressure. He needs lots of help. By that I mean he needs to be locked up and institutionalized and narcotized for the rest of his fucking life. Personally, I would kill him. Instead, he's getting praise and enablers, which certainly isn't helping him and most certainly not helping any of us. The most prominent of those enablers works in the Oval Office. Trump said some of the Blake protesters were violently attacked. Or rather, he said they very violently attacked Rittenhouse. Those were Trump's words. Blake protesters very violently attacked this young hero. But the owner of the property Rittenhouse was supposedly protecting told the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel that he had not asked for protection from these crazy outsiders. Protesters attacked Rittenhouse after he began shooting. Rittenhouse put himself in jeopardy thereby by firing his weapon recklessly and doing no public good, instead acting as a domestic terrorist. Right? If only. Rittenhouse attorney John Pierce has tweeted, "Make no mistake, America. Nothing less than your God-given right to defend yourself, your family, and your country is on trial in Kenosha, Wisconsin." Pierce also compared Rittenhouse's action to the shot heard round the world that started the American Revolution, actually inciting the beginning of a civil war over this piece of shit. I'm going to try and put this into some perspective for you. It's almost fucking impossible. Honestly, we have no real words for any of this. We are on the verge of the precipice of civil war. And this is the face of the enemy. Fortunately, it is a totally incompetent enemy. Fortunately, it is an enemy we can defeat, almost with our brains tied behind our back. But nevertheless, this is the face of the enemy. I am basically going to have to spend time making some comparisons, drawing some parallels. I'm trying to drag all the content out of my mind that is applicable here. Because when he's compared to the Patriots' Day militiamen, the men who fired the shot heard round the world on what is known as Patriots' Day, PD 19, April 19th of 1775. Try and recall back in time to 2012, and you might remember that for a time, Zimmerman was that kind of hero. His defenders noted that when Zimmerman fired, Trayvon Martin was on top and had broken Zimmerman's nose. Well, if you were walking back from a convenience store and an armed man came at you for no good reason, you wouldn't fight back? As with Rittenhouse, Zimmerman's defenders deployed disinformatia, disinformation. A chain email showed a large black man and disputed the notion that Martin was a skinny kid. The man in the photograph was not Trayvon Martin. But because of that photograph, a jury acquitted Zimmerman. There was only the word of a cop wannabe who wanted to be white so bad he could taste it. Because George Zimmerman is a brownie, a Latin American. It was Trayvon Martin's killing that started the Black Lives Matter movement. As for Zimmerman, he has since been charged with aggravated assault and domestic violence. All charges have been dropped. This last year, he sued Pete Buttigieg and Elizabeth Warren for posting social media tributes to Trayvon Martin. The posts did not even mention George Zimmerman's name. But he claimed that they caused him 265 million United States dollars worth of irreparable harm. In 2018, the year before yesteryear, Zimmerman pleaded no contest to stalking a private investigator. The judge said, "If we never hear the name George Zimmerman again in Seminole County, we'll all be fine." No such luck. George Zimmerman's spirit still haunts our tripwire public life, from Kenosha to Portland. Those whom Kyle Rittenhouse shot are but the latest victims. Today, Kenosha city officials said the city of Kenosha, Wisconsin is preparing for protests when a charging decision comes in the police shooting of Jacob Blake. A decision is expected within the next 2 weeks. They all know they're going to let him go. That's why they know there's going to be protests. The fix is in. These safety efforts will include designation of a demonstration space, limitations on city bus routes, road closures, curfew, and protective fencing. Mayor John Antaramian, Armenian, John Antaramian, and Police Chief Daniel Miskinis said all this in a news release. Blake, who is, of course, it goes sans saying, black as the ace of spades, was shot in the back 7 times on August 23rd of yesteryear after walking away from a white police officer and 2 others who were trying to arrest him. The officer, Rustin Shesky, shot Blake after Blake opened an SUV, a sports utility vehicle's driver's side door, and leaned into the vehicle. Blake was left paralyzed for the rest of his life from the waist down. This shooting was captured on video and circulated quickly online, fueling large protests in Kenosha that caused millions of dollars in damage to public and private property. And we have an Illinois teen who has murdered 2 people and critically injured a third during one night of unrest. Now declared a hero by Donald Trump. A charging decision by Kenosha County District Attorney Michael Gravely is likely to be announced before the Ides of January, before the middle of this month. Shesky and the other officers who were at the scene have been placed on administrative leave. The mayor-in-chief said more details about safety precautions will be released later. The fact that they're preparing for the riots to squelch them before they even occur means they know this guy's going to walk as free as a cockroach, while the man he attempted to murder will be trapped in his body, unable to move for the rest of his pathetic, wretched, unnatural life. And George Zimmerman's own loser streak continues. 8 years later, the Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman stories just simply will not go away. So George Zimmerman filed a lawsuit against 2 Democrat public representatives who were then presidential hopefuls on Tuesday, as dated the 18th of February, yesteryear, as calendared the 2020th annus by the Annals of Christendom, alleging they defamed him on Twitter earlier that month when marking the 25th anniversary of Trayvon Martin's birth. Martin was 17 when, some 8 years agone, by now on Wednesday, as dated the 19th day in February of 2012, Kamal Era, the 28-year-old Zimmerman, shot and murdered him after instigating an altercation on a rainy night in a Sanford, Florida subdivision. Martin was African American. Zimmerman was what, well, still is, self-described as, quote-unquote, white Hispanic. Oh, with emphasis on that white qualifier. Now, police initially found that Zimmerman had fired in self-defense when Martin attacked him with his fists, and the national eruption of indignation that followed sparked the Black Lives Matter movement and resulted in Zimmerman being indicted and tried for second-degree murder. His acquittal in July of 2013 did little to alter the pathology that Zimmerman was a wannabe cop who profiled an innocent, unarmed teen, ran him down, and shot him in cold blood. On February 5th of yesteryear, as chronicled Anno Domini 2020, former South Bend Mayor Pete Buttigieg tweeted, "How many 25th birthdays have been stolen from us by white supremacy, gun violence, prejudice, and fear?" Whereas Massachusetts Senatoress Elizabeth Warren's tweet on the subject called for an end to gun violence and racism. Neither tweet mentioned Zimmerman by name, but the lawsuit, which was filed in a Florida court and asked for $265 million in damages, maintains Buttigieg and Warren defamed him nevertheless because the name George Zimmerman is 100% synonymous with the incident that resulted in the murder of Trayvon Martin. This suit rests heavily on claims advanced in The Trayvon Hoax, a book and documentary released in September of the year before yesteryear as calendared ad Anno Domini AD 2019 of the Kamal Era. The book and film lay out the case that Rachel Jeantel, a key prosecution witness who said she was in a romantic relationship with Martin and testified that she was on the phone with him the moment he was shot, was an imposter. Zimmerman filed an earlier lawsuit in December based on the same claims, in which he and his attorneys accused members of Trayvon Martin's own family and their attorney, Benjamin Crump, various law enforcement officials, Jeantel herself, and the woman she allegedly impersonated, of perpetrating a massive fraud on the court when the prosecutors brought Jeantel forward to testify. In her account, the account delivered by Jeantel, Martin told her he was trying to elude a creepy cracker who was following him. Then she heard Zimmerman confront Martin. "What are you doing around here, nigga?" Followed by the sounds of a scuffle in which Martin protested, "Get off of me! Get off!" Now, the Trayvon hoax author and filmmaker Joel Gilbert lays out a comprehensive case based on voluminous texts, photographs, call logs, and social media posts related to Martin and other key players, that Jeantel stepped in for Martin's reluctant actual love interest. No, this explains some curious aspects of her testimony, such as her inability to read the letter she ostensibly dictated 22 days after the incident to memorialize her account, and the fact that the letter was signed Diamond Eugene, not Rachel Jeantel. Jeantel claimed Diamond Eugene was her nickname, but Gilbert identified a young woman named Brittany Diamond Eugene as the actual person on the phone that night. He posits that she didn't want to get involved because she'd been cheating on her boyfriend with Trayvon Martin. You see, she was white and had a white boyfriend, but Trayvon Martin had a much bigger dick. Now, two prominent African-American intellectuals, Brown University economist Glenn Lurie and Columbia University linguist John McWhorter, found the Trayvon hoax sufficiently persuasive to discuss it in depth on 2 episodes of Lurie's own talk show on bloggingheads.tv, and to underscore the point that no one should cling to a narrative just because it supports their social and political views. Hey, this is a case where, come on Jameson, back me up here. This is a case where affirmative action and universities needing to fulfill quotas brought a couple of niggers in and called them doctors. This is the result you fucking get. You see, the main problem with the Trayvon hoax is that Gilbert, the man who produced it, is universally recognized as a right-wing crackpot, as Lurie and McWhorter themselves readily acknowledged. He's a favorite of the maniacally sadistic conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, and among his previous efforts is a documentary alleging Barack Obama is lying about the identity of his biological father. Attorney Crump, on behalf of himself and the Martin family, released a statement in December calling Zimmerman's suit based on the findings in said book unfounded and reckless, and a shameless attempt to profit off the lives and grief of others, recommending that the general public instead review the 6-part documentary TV series entitled Rest in Power, subtitled The Trayvon Martin Story, as based on the 320-page book entitled Suspicion Nation, subtitled The Inside Story of the Trayvon Martin Injustice and Why We Continue to Repeat It, by the attorney Lisa Bloom. Now let me reiterate this other outrage. The man who killed Trayvon Martin is now shamefully suing his victim's family for $100 million United States dollars. You see, George Zimmerman, poor son of a bitch, can't get a date. Like a lot of murderous losers, he can't get a job either. Because he is America's patron saint of losers, he's suing the parents of Trayvon Martin, the 17-year-old he shot and killed 7 years ago, for $100 million. The way Mr. Zimmerman sees it, it's their fault he's a loser. It's their fault that people still consider him a murderer despite his acquittal in a case in which he shot an unarmed boy in the chest. I shouldn't use the term boy, a young black man. Now, having fallen on hard times is everyone else's fault but Mr. Zimmerman's. Oh, how he has suffered the last 7 years. Because he says he now suffers from PTSD, depression, insomnia, and weight gain. Poor son of a bitch can't stop eating them donuts. It's all triggered by the stress of the homicide trial and its aftermath. He has no choice but to sue Benjamin Crump, the attorney who represented Trayvon Martin's family. He's also suing the publisher of Mr. Crump's book because of unkind things written about him in his pages. The humanity. Mr. Zimmerman also accuses the prosecution of malicious prosecution and of entering into conspiracy with Trayvon Martin's family to frame him during his trial. You see, this young girl obviously killed herself in a crude attempt to frame me. He also accuses the cops of being part of the conspiracy, which is ironic given how leniently they treated him until national outrage forced a second look at the circumstances surrounding the killing. He's suing them too. It is no exaggeration to say that everyone but George Zimmerman is to blame for his descent into the bowels of notorious obscurity, according to him. Near the end of his 36-page lawsuit, the whining and caterwauling reaches peak self-pity. Well, just let me read some of the points from the transcript my son provided me. This might take a little while. I hope you have the stomach for it. It's only 4 points I'll read from it, but that's 4 points too many, I know. But here's what George Zimmerman says. Because of the arrest, charges, prosecution, and federal investigation, Zimmerman lives in constant fear of physical harm due to regular death threats, which often are expressed in rap music. Oh man, that's gotta be rough, man. It's the rap part that really is the hurt. I mean, it's worse because, I hate rap myself. I can imagine what it would be like if my gang stalkers were rapping to me. It'd be unbearable. As well as online social media commentary. In 2015, a man named Matthew Apperson attempted to murder Zimmerman by shooting a bullet at him that missed his head by inches. That's because his head's so fucking small. And there's a big hole in it where a brain should be. Probably went right between his ears. By the way, Mr. Apperson was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Could you please explain the logic of that to me? Come on, Jameson, help me out here. How's it that a white guy kills a black guy and walks free? Well, actually, he's a brown guy who says he's white. But then Matthew Apperson shoots at George Zimmerman and misses him and gets sentenced to 20 years in prison. By the way, this guy is black, but he's another guy who looks really white. I guess he identifies as black, maybe because, like Bill Clinton, he was raised by a bunch of people who, treated him like he was black. But I'm not going to psychoanalyze that. Here's the other point. Plaintiff Zimmerman was kicked out of college and had to abandon career plans to become a lawyer. Plaintiff Zimmerman has suffered nearly a complete loss of income as he cannot find work because of his infamy and legitimate fears by employers of violence and boycotts on their company. Because of the arrest, charges, prosecution, and federal investigation, Zimmerman is unable to live a normal life. Zimmerman cannot circulate as a normal person in public. Zimmerman is unable to date. He was kicked off of several dating websites. Oh, man. If he wasn't born a boy, he wouldn't have anything to play with. Plaintiff Zimmerman has suffered severe loss of reputation, goodwill, and past, present, and future loss of income, earning, and other financial damage. Okay, I can't take anymore. I can't even keep this up anymore. I'll kill myself. Don't you hate it when a killer can't profit from his brutal handiwork? Mr. Zimmerman did give it the old college try, of course. Remember when he tried to auction the gun he killed Trayvon Martin with to the highest bidder in 2016? I mean, they didn't even take the gun from this son of a bitch. He got to walk home with a gun he killed this young man with. And because of all the support he got from racists during his trial, Mr. Zimmerman assumed it was only a matter of time before higher-earning bigots would lay claim to his murderous memorabilia and give him a measure of financial independence in the process. The bids did get as high as 65 million United States dollars for the Kel-Tec PF9 Mr. Zimmerman used to kill Trayvon Martin. But the website hosting the auction pulled the plug because of the volume of fake bids that flooded in. It turns out that even in a country with no shortage of racists, no one was really interested in supporting such a ghoulish get-rich-quick scheme with real cash. Mr. Zimmerman was left broke and alone as usual. And the cons kept coming. And so did unflattering headlines, usually involving arrests because of domestic abuse of an ex-wife and a string of girlfriends. After an initial flurry of bad press, the woman dropped the charges because they were all threatened with death by the incels, the involuntary celibates, for daring to press charges against George Zimmerman, leaving Mr. Zimmerman free to abuse the ladies all over again. He had become a perennial returnee to crime blotters all over the state of Florida. Suddenly, Mr. Zimmerman found himself a long way from the sympathetic coverage he regularly received on Fox News and other conservative-personated reactionary media platforms during his 2013 trial. There was a time when Sean Hannity would devote entire episodes of Hannity to defending the Zimmerman honor and feature softball interviews with George Zimmerman family members testifying to their misunderstood loved one's character. As Mr. Zimmerman drifts up like a turd in a toilet, down and across the state's various highways like a manifestation of the legendary Florida Man, one can't but help wonder where all of his supporters went. Where are those passionate defenders from 2012 and 2013? Remember the days when seemingly non-bigoted people considered it perfectly normal for an armed cop wannabe to stalk an unarmed black teenager because he looked suspicious before killing him in self-defense? Mr. Zimmerman's subsequent behavior after his acquittal for killing Trayvon Martin did cost him a lot of goodwill with former supporters who for a time pretended they were colorblind, or at least not avowedly racist, in supporting such an obvious racist. But to support Mr. Zimmerman now would be to give tacit approval to his conspiracy theory-minded attorney Larry Klayman, best known for filing suit against the legitimacy of Barack Obama's presidency on the grounds that Mr. Obama was allegedly a Kenyan citizen. Even the dumbest person acknowledges that birtherism is racist. By the way, that's totally different from my stance on the reality of that topic, but that's another transmission. Now, Mr. Klayman and his client believest that new evidence dug up by Joel Gilbert, that conservative-personated reactionary filmmaker, on tainted testimony in the Zimmerman trial, will prove a conspiracy at the highest levels to frame the former neighborhood watch activist at his trial. That's the basis of the lawsuit. The filmmaker who directed the Trayvon hoax has a penchant for conspiracy theories that stoke the racial anxieties of white, conservative, personated reactionaries. His most notorious film, Dreams from My Real Father, advanced the bogus theory that Mr. Barack Hussein Obama was a communist sleeper agent trained by his Marxist father in Kenya to win the presidency and ruin America from within. He also peddled the theory that William Jefferson Clinton had a black son with a prostitute. As if that would fucking mean anything. So what if our president had a black son with a prostitute? What does that matter? What effect does that have on anything? Other than that, the poor bastard has to learn how to shoot hoops. I'm going to pay for that. Now, Mr. Clayman is filing suit against the Martin family, their attorney, a book publisher, a trial witness, the state police, and several law enforcement officials based on the filmmaker's shaky theory of a conspiracy to defame poor Mr. Zimmerman. To call such a suit crazy would be to dignify it. It is a frivolous suit that will bring a few minutes of anguish and anger to Trayvon Martin's family, but it ultimately won't go anywhere. We've come a long way as a society since 2012 and 2013, when a man could claim self-defense for the cold-blooded killing of an unarmed black teenager and get acquitted. The overwhelming reaction to Mr. Zimmerman's suit so far has been outrage and exasperation. As of tonight's transmission time, I could find only but one defense of Mr. Zimmerman and his lawsuit. Sourcing from Edward Opperman. Yes! The private investigator Edward Opperman, P.I. Yes, that son of a bitch was always on the side of Mr. Zimmerman. Now this is something I have to drag Jameson Reese in on, because Mr. Edward Opperman, private investigator, said Trayvon Martin deserved to die because he had purchased cough syrup and was putting together a concoction of drank, which is, of course, when you use Robitussin, the purple urple, to take yourself out of this world. It's called robo-tripping, which, if anything, is nothing short of tragic, but doesn't harm anyone else. No one has ever killed someone else while robo-tripping. No one has ever crashed a car while robo-tripping. No one has done anything on cough syrup because you're left as a boneless fucking jellyfish who can't even move. There's nothing you can do to anyone else. Indeed, you're in far more danger of someone picking you up and using you as a speedway bump. But Ed Opperman said that justified this wannabe white man killing Trayvon Martin. Well, it turned out he didn't even have cough syrup. Trayvon Martin had purchased Skittles. You have to otherwise, other than Edward Opperman, go as to the dark web, where racists hold forth to find such insanity. But their noxious words of support mean nothing. Meanwhile, Mr. Zimmerman's loser streak continues, because new research puts the good guy with a gun fallacy to rest. Loose concealed carry laws are linked to more firearm homicides. A new study has proven that states with looser concealed carry gun laws have higher rates of gun homicide. Go figure. The results also proved that higher levels of gun ownership are associated with, wait for it, more mass shootings. Again, who'd have thunk? This study confirms these United States could reduce gun violence by lowering levels of gun ownership and passing stricter concealed carry laws. Again, imagine that! Oh my fucking God! This is like epiphany. This is the eureka moment. My ass hurts so much because there's a cock up it. I can't breathe because there's a cock down my throat. It's like, you would think this would be self-evident, but no. It's like, scientists have to prove this. Like, this is why I'm your Vulcan intervention, because you're all so fucking stupid. I don't mean the listeners. I mean the American public in general. Now, for those of you who don't know it, I remember this idiot sucker calling me on Revolution Radio saying, oh, wouldn't you want... This was after I had pretty much uttered the codes when I confronted at the door those poor people. By the way, I'm just like overwhelmed with some of the things I said. I'm so upset. I'm having flashbacks now. And thinking about Ed Opperman, I actually did an interview on this. Jameson, can you come in and spell me for a bit? Honestly, I need to take a break here for a few minutes. Just have to like... Is this guy even here? Did he fall asleep? I think Jameson collapsed. Like he fell asleep. There you go. It's the cough syrup, right? I mean, talk about robo-tripping. You know, just when you need the guy, and he's not there, let me check in on Derek Talley and see if that guy's there.
I'm here.
Oh, shit. Jesus, you scared the fuck out of me. Is that... Which one of you is it? Christ, I couldn't tell because your voice sounds like it's choking with cobwebs and shit. Is that you, Derek? Jesus.
Yeah, it's Derek.
Jesus Christ, you sound like you sound like the mummy after the wrapping was taken off and it's using throat muscles it hasn't used in ages and shit. Jesus Christ, he's coughing out the dust. So, like, well, thank you so much. I so appreciate your being here. I take it you're, like... You don't have any appointments today, do you?
No, not today. Rest for work because they've been working me hard. Yeah, I haven't had a chance. As soon as my work day starts, they pound it all week. So I was getting as much sleep as I could get.
Oh, I don't blame you.
Hey, this is a good show. This is a good show tonight.
Oh, bless you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Are you you were awake throughout the whole thing, or you were just listening in your sleep, sort of?
Just listening to my sleep. I think it affected one of my dreams I was having because, yeah, I was having some weird dreams, and then I woke up and he was talking about the same thing that was in my dreams. So.
Okay, interesting. I really appreciate that. Are you going to be able to hold the stage for about 5 to 10 minutes?
Of course.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, I'll go mute now, and I'll leave it to you unless you need a few minutes to prep. Do you need a few minutes to kind of search online for some stories or anything? I can certainly...
No. See, every Sunday and every Wednesday that I can, I put my stories up ahead of time on Facebook. So even if I'm not available, you can go to my Facebook page and then see what's up there. So, but I am available, so I'll read some of the stories that I put up.
Sounds good. Okay, I'll leave you to that. I'll be back in about 12 minutes or so at the longest, okay? Hopefully. 14 at the longest. Thank you so much. Appreciate this.
All right. Well, I got an article here from the Atlanta Black Star. And the article headline reads, I don't want to be a guinea pig. Black doctor receives coronavirus vaccine and encourages black people to trust it. So, COVID-19 survivor not convinced. COVID-19 survivor James Ross, a St. Louis native, says he will not take the new coronavirus vaccine that arrived in St. Louis, Missouri on December 14th. I'm not taking it. It's that what you are getting to. I don't want to be a guinea pig. and find out 6 months from now they only got 6 months to live, said Ross. The Food and Drug Administration approved the COVID-19 vaccine by Pfizer and BioNTech the first week of December, with more than 51,000 vaccinations earmarked for frontline healthcare workers in St. Louis, and the St. Louis Post-Dispatch reported. While Ross, a musician and videographer known for filming acts like Ashanti and Andrea Johnson, spent days in St. Louis County DePaul Hospital fighting for his life. 9 months ago, because the virus, he says he will not take the vaccine when given a chance. So my question is, if he already caught the virus, does he even need the vaccine? So that's something that I don't know. But the reason is because there has not been enough research for me, said Ross. Maine Dartmouth residency program physician Dr. Anita Nawana disagrees and believes enough research has been done. That's not true, said Dr. Nawana. All the phases of the clinical trials were met. No one is giving you a substandard vaccine. Dr. Nawana has treated dozens of coronavirus patients in the past 6 months. She received the vaccination on December 16th and said she did not experience any discomfort the first day, but the second day was a little different. I felt some muscle aches just around the areas where I took the vaccine and some of the fatigue, and afterwards I felt a headache, said Dr. Nawana. But to be honest, I'm not sure if it was the vaccine or the stress I was going through at the time, because I'm a resident doctor and a mom of a toddler. She says they back to normal on the third day. Atlanta Black Star Dr. Nawana asked Dr. Nawana why she felt it was imperative to take the vaccine. I figured it's better to get a vaccine that has a 95% efficiency than to get COVID from one of my patients. She then adds that she was not afraid to take the drug because of her trust in science, and she told the observer she observed the virus take on her patients. I've been following the trends and have been I have been in contact with people who had the virus. I had treated patients, I had watched patients from the COVID-19. I had been looking forward to receive the vaccine. In a survey by the Pew Research Center, 42% of Black adults said they would get a coronavirus vaccine if asked, compared against 58% who said they would not. By Dr. Nawana says that she understands why many African Americans are less inclined to take the vaccine. We understand, given our background and everything that has happened in this country, the fact that African American population has been marginalized health-wise for so long, says Dr. Nawana. So, in light of tonight's show that's Douglas happened, it's strange how they're just so nonchalant with killing us in the street, but all of a sudden they just care so much with it. Oh, we care about you. You take the vaccine first. I'll step back and let you live and let you take the vaccine. Yeah, that's right. All you can say to that is look and say, yeah, right. So let's look at some more articles that we have. I put up something about health. I said, I got an article that says you should not be eating lunch meat. Florida herbalist offers healthy tips to drop those pounds for the new year. So we're going to get into some health stuff here, and I have the article up on my Facebook page, but you guys can go look for it. It's from the Atlanta Black Star, and the article says you should not be eating lunch meat. Florida's herbalist offers healthy tips to drop those pounds for the new year. So I'm just going to read the tips. Now, after each tip, they give a little explanation, but I'm going to go ahead and just jump straight to what the tips are. So for those looking to embrace healthier lifestyles this year, Florida Herbalist has a new secret behind the herbs that he finds. Jason Watson, the Southern Florida, is a herbalist who brings Jamaican natives seeds and sea moss to Tampa, Florida community. Oh, I've heard of the sea moss. So I guess the sea moss is some good stuff. I've never taken it yet. We don't brag about it because we're passionate about it. We give a lot of my product away. I don't sell all of it. I want people to get healthy at the end of the day. Watson 49 told Atlanta Black Star that he's been farming his entire life. I spent 2 years going to school, but I felt like the professor was asking more than he was teaching, so I left and went back to what I know, and that's the land, said Watson. Watson now owns 5 acres of land in southern Florida and that he uses to grow herbs, fruits, and vegetables. Also makes sea moss gel, some of the best sea moss out there, he said. The Watson family takes the family boat to one of the other islands in Jamaica and pulls fresh organic sea moss out from there. Sea moss, which stimulates the metabolism, can be mixed into any smoothie or drink. I can improve the immune system and provide individuals with 6 wonderful vitamins, including vitamin B12 and zinc, according to WebMD. The things that are plaguing our black community are diabetes, blood pressure, insomnia, constipation, things that happen when your body is unbalanced, explained Watson. Until you use something like a sea moss that is a detoxifier and a nutrient builder, it'll be difficult to have a vital life in the Western world. Watson stressed the importance of paying attention to what you put in your body. The lunch meat everybody is eating, it's at a level 1 carcinogen due to the chemicals they have put in to preserve it, said Watson. You should not be eating lunch meat. That's the worst form of meat that you can get. The best way to find out what's inside of what you're eating is to read the labels and observe patterns you notice in your body. Watson advised. He also suggests embracing the ideas of tongue scraping. The first thing I recommend is to anyone dealing with food craving is to go and get a tongue scraper. Scrape your tongue once a week and go to get you some hydrogen peroxide, said Watson. The tongue is the sponge. To eliminate all of the food cravings, you got all that salt, sugar in the body craves. You're not scraping your tongue. Those cravings are still going to permeate your brain. You're still going to want to eat some of that food every day. Watson's farms. Now my computer's acting up here. For some reason, my computer's just going up and down. So, what did we learn? We learned about tongue scraping and the benefits of sea moss from that article. So, I guess it was a worthwhile article, something that I could look into. And what else do we have here? Atlanta man boycotts the local gas station following employees' racist remarks. Owner capitulates and agrees to sell the business to a black owner. So we have and see, this happened a lot in Chicago. When I lived in Chicago, a lot of those Arab store owners would really treat the customers like crap. And every once in a while they'll grab a little kid and hit them, or call them nigger and stuff, and then the whole community come out and them against the gas station. So this looks like just another one of those types of incidents. It's all started with one man's mission to bring respect to his community. Joe Jones, a 36-year-old East Atlanta native, began demonstrating outside an Exxon gas station convenience store in his neighborhood Midway through October. He was outraged when he saw a video on social media of one of the store's cashiers telling the customer, "I don't give a fuck about the neighborhood." Jones was on the weekend standing outside of Gresham Park business. Jones was alone when he began standing outside the Gresham Park business on the outskirts of East Atlanta for hours each day, discouraging patrons in the predominantly black neighborhood from shopping there. All he had was a chair, a tent, a borrowed from his parents, and a desire for change. It was an isolated incident, Jones told Atlanta Black Star. There was a history. There was a result of years of abuse. Joe Jones mentioned a 66-day boycott at the Exxon gas station on the outskirts of East Atlanta neighborhood he hails from. And then it has a photo in him. In his photo, he's holding up a sign that says eviction notice. And another one says, boycott this racist Exxon. But every day, more demonstrators gathered alongside him. More cars blew their horns in support, and more would-be customers chose to get their gas elsewhere. On the sixth day, Sndy offered Jones $1,000 just to back up and leave, but Jones remained. He called for a boycott, soon transferred into a grassroots movement that galvanized the entire Gresham Park, East Atlanta community. Sales at the Exxon station at the corner of Flat Shoals and Gresham Roads plummeted at between 70% and 80% over the 2 months that followed, Sndy told CBS 46. On December 21st, after 66 consecutive days of protest, the owner signed a memorandum of understanding pledging to immediately put his gas station on the market as part of the agreement. Sndy offered Jones an option to buy the business himself in return. Jones agreed to end his daily demonstration while the gas station is up for sale. Jones said he hopes the boycott lays a blueprint that can be used in black communities nationwide. Well, they need that blueprint in Illinois, because in Illinois, well, that's exactly where we have the problems at. These gas stations and these little stores popping up in our neighborhood that put up the bulletproof glass, and treat the patrons like trash. People from the neighborhood got together and we impacted the business by 70%. He said we were able to take away 70% of his revenue, and that's the power that we have. Just think about that on a massive level. So, Sullivan indicated that he owned the Exxon at 2345 Flat Shoals Road for the past 23 years. Jones grew up in the East Atlanta neighborhood near the gas station and said that in the middle of a food desert before Walmart set up a shop next door a few years ago, Jones was sitting up on his couch scrolling through the Instagram on October 10th when he saw the now infamous video. One of the store's clerks, identified simply as Jimmy, was standing behind the bulletproof glass trim, demanding that a customer leave the store as Jimmy and the customer argued. The cashier could be heard stating that he didn't care about the black community. Everybody from the area was familiar with the store, Jones said. We've all been going to the store since we were kids, basically, so we know how nasty their attitude is. We know how nasty their disruption is. We know how nasty the store is physically in general. Jones shared the video on his page and went to the gas station the same day he stood out and began showing the clip of the customers telling them how the store's owner felt about them. So he came out and shooed Jones away, calling him a food stamp cockroach and telling him to hurry home before your unemployment runs out. Jones claimed the owner and then called the police and said Jones trespassed on the property. Jones did go home. He took the Instagram cam and followed and told his followers to stop shopping at the gas station. He began preparing his protests. So, this is our neighborhood, y'all, he wrote. I learned to drive in that Walmart parking lot after it was Kmart. The only reason they can afford to be so disrespectful and arrogantly racist is because we pay them 90% of their business from black people. They do us this way because we allow it. The boycott is officially began October 13th. From then on, Jones picketed outside through rain, sleet, sun, snow, and 8 to 10 hours a day. He admits his first few days were tough and said this initial goal was to bring awareness to the situation. He showed the video to as many customers as he could, but while he was posted on the corner, some people from the neighborhood began sharing their own personal, and I don't know why this does this, but every time in the middle of an article, my screen turns back. Jones began staging events for every Friday to get the community excited about the protest. He invited local disc jockeys such as DJ such and such and DJ Crunch to play the music and energize through the picketers. It turned into a celebration. After the first one, it was like, I don't want to miss the second one, he said. And I wanted to do this about as a people and as a community, and I wanted to clearly communicate to the people, man, there's nothing lame about coming out here and standing up for your community. There's nothing lame about letting them disrespect our elders. So I tried to make it as hip as I could. And with the celebration every Friday, and that just kind of took it up to the next level. It's taken it to the next level. The community did their own way, proclaiming this ain't your average granddaddy's boycott. This is a 2020 Zone 6 boycott. With the monument, Jones started getting support from across the city. Word of his protests spread far and wide Instagram. Famous entertainers like T.I., D.L. Hughley, and the comedian Earthquake lent their support on social media. He got messages and well wishes from the United Kingdom and Germany. So this is something that went nationwide. So hopefully he started a trend to let people know that you can't just come into people's neighborhood and disrespect them, you know. And
thank you. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, but basically that's it. So this is just a story of how a boycott turned out for the best. Mm-hmm. You know, this is the old so familiar thing, like kind of running in the theme of tonight's show. Just people, you know, black people getting treated like trash in their own neighborhood, and you know that it's hard to buy businesses in the neighborhood, but other people from other communities come and buy businesses in their neighborhood, put up bulletproof glass, treat you like trash, and you know it's got to be not tolerated anymore.
Thank you.
And so this is a story of it not being tolerated.
Yeah, I mean I could go into that for hours as well. Definitely, it's a form of colonialism. By the way, we have a black African-American male named Troy Bellamy. I believe he's the real thing because he's speaking like he's the real thing in the sense that he's saying, I went to college with Keisha Bottoms at FAMU, and this is, I'm not quite sure what FAMU stands for. Which university would that be? Forgive me, I'm assuming that it's, of course, in
Florida
Atlanta.
A&M?
Yeah.
Florida A&M, probably.
Florida. But isn't she the mayoress of Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. But FAMU, okay, I'd have to look that up. Anyhow, he says she is very sharp. She may have reacted harshly because the media will go out of its way to show images that hurt how we're perceived. So he's obviously identifying, he's the real thing, I'm sure. I would bet money on it. In other words, what I mean to say is there are a lot of people who try to present themselves as black male or black female, and they're usually a bunch of white supremacist trolls, but this is not the case with Troy Bellamy. And I hope I'm pronouncing his surname correctly. But anyhow, he says they won't say Breonna Taylor's name because they'd have to create legislation in her name like they did Kate Steinle, the ultimate in racism, and this, the t-shirt meme, say her name. What he means is thus, yeah, and thus, the t-shirt meme, say her name. So, t-shirt theme, he's saying. So, yes, thank you. which is also a meme. It's a theme and a meme. So
Troy seems cool. I'm reading his stuff now. But yeah, I believe FAMU is Florida A&M University.
okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And by the way, Teresa Young seems to have signed off, so God bless her. Hopefully she returns in the future. Shebat, please put your message back up. Shebat has a tendency to retract her messages because she's had bad experiences with basically stalkers who apparently follow up with her messages later on and haunt her with them. Honey, please put your message back up so I can read it. And Lex Lars says, good morning from Spain. So good morning, Lex. Deeply appreciate it. And thank you, Derek Talley, for being here with us. And hopefully he'll listen to the show again when he's more conscious. But he obviously absorbed quite a bit while he was subconscious. This is like sleeping with the textbook under your pillow. And I had to do some real heavy breathing and center myself because what I'm going to talk about is very upsetting to myself. And by the way, you're working today? You mean you're driving a truck today? At what time? What time do you start?
Well, I don't go to work until 2 p.m.
Still
Central Time.
Yeah.
So, but the way my job has been working me, it's 3:30 a.m. right now. This is usually when I be getting home from the previous day. So I've been doing 12, 13-hour days, and I have a short day every once in a while, but it seems like whenever I volunteer to work on a holiday, instead of saying, you know what, he volunteered to work on a holiday, let's give him an ICT day. They said, no, he volunteered, let's give him 14 hours max. It's like, let's slam him. But, I ain't complaining, you know what I'm saying? I'm making money on top of money,
Right.
So, I can't complain about that part. But, in my line of work, you got easy days and you got to take the hard days with the easy days. So,
Oh, yeah, I understand. I know you're glad to be back at work. I know you infinitely prefer this to just hanging out. So I understand. I understand what you're saying at the same time. Yes, that's pretty exhausting as a schedule when they do that. People, yeah, I've noticed that with organizations. They're bizarre like that. It's like the more you volunteer, the more they just keep giving you. It's not like anyone thinks about anything else. They just look at you at that point as, I'm not saying your company does this, but oftentimes you're looked on at that point as kind of like a biological automaton that they just push the button and wind you up and let you go. Do your thing. Anyhow, I love you dearly. I'm so glad that you came home in time the other day for us to pick up that call after that was, I don't know if you heard me talking to Peter Moon about that, but I don't know if you heard me talking about the Comcast bit and how they responded and all that, but, or the white...
I know Comcast came through and did it for you. I know that much.
Yeah, but did you hear the part where I was talking about the white guy waiting outside my door when I went out to check to check on the perimeter, like they said, see the physical condition of your lines, and it was midnight and it was raining, and there's a white guy up the street who's waiting there in the rain with no umbrella. We're in the middle of a hard lockdown. It's just there's no reason.
What happened?
He just started walking towards me, and he had a large luggage suitcase, the kind you take to airports on wheels. The kind that you've got the handle that goes up and down, and it's got the wheels on it. Yeah. He had one of those, and the point is, I've explained to everyone, I know my neighborhood, and there's no reason for this person to be here because this was all elderly Italians who all died off. The elderly Chinese who bought the homes, the majority of them died off, except for the living mummy next door to me, who basically looks like Mr. Smithers from The Simpsons. And but as for everyone else, the younger Chinese inherited it, and the rest of the people here are young people of various nationalities who are basically Silicon Valley workers or bartenders. They can afford to live here at the Rinse by living in communes as young people in the flats, or they're wealthy families like the guy across the street who's Jewish, and I know that simply because I spoke to him and he brought it up. But there's no older white men in this neighborhood. They're all either younger and professional, or, you know, that's it. There are no old white men left alive in this neighborhood anymore. So for this older white guy who was up the street and he was tall, no umbrella, it's midnight, we're under hard curfew and it's raining, and he's just standing there, and then when he saw me, he started approaching me with his suitcase rolling behind him. He's not going fast, but I figured there's no point in my letting him get close enough to pull out a weapon where I'd be forced to respond, and then I'd go to jail for some kind of crime. So it's just best to just go back inside. And when I went back inside, I didn't even bother to report that to the guy in the Philippines who's helping me with checking out the signals and whether they're receiving or not, because there's nothing he could have done. So he did what he did and got the technician here the next morning and people to check the lines and all that. So there we have that, and that's pretty much as far as can be related in that regard. I didn't even get the guy's features because I didn't allow him to come that close to me. Wasn't going to do that because at that point it's too late. You know what they say, let them get close enough to see the whites of their eyes. That's when you're close enough to shoot as well as they're being close enough to shoot, if you know what I mean. So no point to getting to that close distance. So which may have been what his intention was, for all I know. But so there we have that. And aside from that, to get back into what I was talking about, and this is what pains me to speak about it, and you're free to hang out anytime you want to. You can drop off and go to sleep, but definitely bless you for what you did. And but Derek Talley, of course, he's been of remarkable help, and this couldn't go on without him in so many ways. But basically what had happened was the first Super Soldier Summit that was held by Laurie and Ann Fenton was 2012, and that was around the time that George Zimmerman had killed Trayvon Martin, and which is, of course, what gave birth to the Black Lives Matter movement. And then what happened was that very shortly after that, within the same year, or 2013, she held the second Super Soldier Summit, which was in Las Vegas. And so when she held that one in Las Vegas, that was when I personally met Ed Opperman. And, of course, that's when Keith Call, who, thank God, is alive, and thank God I'm in communications with, and thank God am on good terms with, because, like I've always said, he's the straightest guy in the world, and he represents kind of a bizarre sort of, I don't know, a conscience to me or something. But he was there with me when this guy showed us what he had upstairs in the hotel, which was an entire arsenal. I mean, this guy showed us on his laptop actual camera footage of what he had on the bed upstairs. In other words, it was connected to a camera that was on in his room, so it was like a mini cam. Like personally, if it were me, it would have been an escort, spread out on the bed waiting for me and keeping herself warm by dildoing herself or something. But no, this guy had a whole collection of rocket launchers and shit. I mean, I'm not shitting you. I mean, like fucking rocket launchers and heavy ordnance. I'm not talking just fully automatic weapons. I'm talking like heavy duty explosive ammo that is charged. But for those of you who don't understand that term, Derek Talley was in the Marines. He can explain it. A charged piece of ammo means that you've got a warhead type of ordnance that is appropriate for a rocket launcher. You're not talking about just a bullet, okay? We're talking about something that you would see in a Panzerfaust or a tank killer. So he had all this shit spread out on his bed, along with fully automatic weapons and all this shit. And so he was probably the second backup in case Gerard and Mandy Miller failed, but they did. And I dealt with all these people separately, but mostly it was just through talking. I had worked with Michael Aquino for years. All these people are products of MK Ultra programs. They have various code phrases and trigger words which turn them on and off, or turn them towards self-destruction or towards murder. Gerard and Mandy Miller almost certainly did not kill those cops in Las Vegas. They were pushing their weapons around in a shopping cart. When they traveled to the Super Soldier Summit, and I confronted them, and that's really the wrong word for it. I faced them. It was not a confrontation. It was not violent, and I was not confronting them in any hostile sense. I encountered them, and I knew instantly they were here to kill us all. And this was exactly what Lorraine Ann Fenton had set it up. She wanted us all there in one place where she could kill us. And Gerard and Mandy Miller would have been the people to kill us. And so basically, I used what Aquino had taught me for years. And when I just kind of felt them out, and I mean psychologically probing, not talking about physical, when I felt them out and realized where they were coming from, which program had produced them, and I used the phrase word, which pretty much sent them to auto-destruct. They went and killed themselves. When they went into this little shopping center, it wasn't really a Target or a Costco or something like that. It was more like just a little kind of shopping center in Vegas, but it wasn't just a corner store. They asked everyone to leave. They told everyone, leave, vacate the premises. And then they killed each other by pointing guns to each other's head and off themselves. This was Gerard and Mandy Miller. And they were framed in death, posthumously, as killing a couple of cops and putting a Nazi flag over one, the Hakenkreuz, in other words, the hooked cross of the Third Reich, and in the proper Reich's colors, red, white, and black. And on the other one, they put a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, the serpent flag of the militias of the Revolutionary War. And this was supposed to be symbolic. By the way, I don't know about anyone who's out there, but again, our man Derek Talley can back me up on this. Flags are really fucking heavy. If you got a flag, we're not talking about something on a stick. We're talking about a flag that's long enough to drape over a coffin. That's a full-size flag that you would fly atop a flag mast, atop a pole. That is fucking heavy. And if you had ever had to...
I was on the color part.
Thank you! Tell them!
I took 4 of us to fold it.
Thank you! Thank you! And these people are pushing a shopping cart full of guns and ammo and flags, and you're going to tell me that they go for miles from killing a couple of cops to miles away where that shopping center was? Okay, it was all bullshit. None of that happened. They went straight to that shopping center and killed themselves. There was an idiot, white trash piece of shit in there who was concealed carry, pulled out his firearm and was waving it so he could say he was the hero who offed them both. And that's when the police came in, LVPD, and they blew his brains out because he's an idiot waving a gun. And they're called to the scene because everybody was cleared out by Gerard and Mandy Miller. He was killed by the police. These other cops, God knows who killed them, but it wasn't Gerard and Mandy Miller. They only killed each other. And so that whole thing was just like set up to make them look murderous as hell. They would have murdered everybody in the Super Soldier Summit who was there in presentation, in the speech area, the ballroom, so to speak, had I not confronted them and sent them on their way. There's no way you can work with any of this within the boundaries of conventional society. You can't deal with this by law enforcement. You can't call law enforcement and say, oh, there's 2 MK Ultra program victims here who might kill us all. It's not going to go anywhere. No one can do anything until they do something. So the only way you can prevent it is to do what I did. But their deaths are my responsibility in that sense. No one will ever open the investigation on that because that would require truly reinvestigating the death of the 2 cops, which would lead everybody totally someplace else. It would require a reinvestigation of the guy who the cops killed, who they claim Gerard and Mandy Miller did. So that guy was a concealed carry motherfucker. And when I was on Revolution Radio relating this, some well-intentioned idiot programmed by the gun lobby, he called me up and said, well, wouldn't you want a good guy with a gun to be there if someone came in and started shooting up a place so he could save your life? I mean, this is so fucking stupid. And these people have no idea what they're talking about. It's just like what I said, the majority of blacks are for gun control. And when I encountered that stupid, Abdul Karim Haq, the man who was a friend of mine and on Revolution Radio with me for years, and then the guy is online all the time. He winds up brainwashed by all this right-wing bullshit and says, oh, I, hate the students at the Florida, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High because they're trying to take our guns away. I mean, this is the motherfucker who's on the side of the community that would hunt him down like a fucking dog for sport. That stupid son of a bitch is that ignorant. Of course, I'm for gun ownership within reason. People in America are not possessing firearms for self-defense. They have arsenals. They have arsenals of mass destruction. None of these firearms, like the rocket launcher that guy had in his hotel room, can fall under the category of self-defense. Grenade launchers do not fit under self-defense, okay? It's like, this shit just doesn't wash. It's bullshit. And even hunters, who I once had faith in that community, they are all turned into dog shit. You know, I could get into that later. Oh my fucking God. There was one white hunter who killed some white kid. The hunter's 53 years old, 51, 53 years old. He's like my age, maybe a couple of years younger. This guy should have enough experience, but no, he killed some 18-year-old white kid watching the sunset with his girlfriend in his car and ran away. And fortunately, he was wearing his orange hunter's vest, and that was how the girlfriend identified the son of a bitch. And they tracked him down. I mean, it's crazy. Accidents like that can't even happen. But it was similar to like this one poor idiot who had an AK-47, and he was watching a bunch of cops outside his urban housing project, and he accidentally pulled the trigger and killed one of them. And I mean, it's just like this. You stand there with a firearm. You've got to. What are people thinking? Well, they're not thinking. They put their finger on the trigger, and it's just one false move, and before you know it, you've killed somebody. Well, anyhow, with Gerard and Mandy Miller, I actually did an interview with that idiot Ed Opperman on that very subject of Gerard and Mandy Miller. In fact, he brought me on to talk about it with his daughter and her, for lack of a better word, her boyfriend, and they were both under 18 years of age, which I didn't really consider at the time, but it was just, now that I reflect on that, was really bizarre. It's not even so much creepy because I was in public, they were in public, but I'm talking with two kids who are under 18. One of them was like 14 and the other one was 16, and we're talking about Gerard and Mandy Miller, and that was, again, the whole creepy environment of Lorien Ann Fenton and Ed Opperman. I mean, anyhow, the good guy with the gun theory goes like this. If more well-intentioned people carry guns, there's a higher chance of stopping a violent shooter. Unfortunately, that is not how it works in real life, as proven by new research published in the journal Justice Quarterly. The name of the journal is Justice Quarterly. That study proved that laws allowing more people to carry guns in public are associated with a rise in gun violence. The results also proved that the higher a state's gun ownership rate, the more likely a mass shooting is. Indeed, it becomes inevitable. Now, Emma Friedel, an assistant professores at Florida State University, who authored this study, measured the effects of gun ownership rates and concealed carry laws in all 100 states in Union from 1991 through to 2016. She controlled for other factors that might influence mass shooting and homicide rates, like unemployment rates, poverty levels, and states' mental health expenditures. Her findings prove that looser concealed carry laws had little impact on mass shootings and increased a state's gun homicide rate by at least 11%. In other words, nobody is using their concealed carry to stop mass shooters. They're using it to murder. Higher rates of firearm ownership overall, meanwhile, were associated with a 53.5% increase in the likelihood of a mass shooting. That is astronomical. That means that they guarantee a mass shooting the more guns people own. Friedel told Business Insider. Yeah? Go on.
Remember remember we talked about the Fort Hood, Texas shooting?
Yeah, tell people how you heard it over the radio.
I heard it live. While it was happening. Okay, so I was listening to the radio while it was happening. I was listening to WLS AM radio 890, Chicago, Illinois, and who was it I was listening to? Well, the live came on. There was news. There was a live coverage of it, and there were 3 gunmen. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
We're down to 2 gunmen. When it all cleared, all those news stories about the 3 gunmen and they didn't know how many gunmen there were. All those news stories are scrubbed. They're disappeared. You cannot find them now. You know, you can't find the live coverage of the Fort Hood, Texas, because what happened was, you know, you had Arab who probably couldn't shoot worth a shit go up in there. He was an officer, an army officer, and a psychiatrist at that. So he started shooting. Nobody knew where the shots was coming from. So people who were able to have guns pulled out their guns to aim at the person who was shooting, and another person who seen another person pull out his gun that he was shooting and shot him, and another person who died he was shooting shot him. You know, so you have a whole bunch of Larry Curly and Moe on the early on the army base shooting at each other because they don't know who's shooting who. So you know that psychiatrist, how many he killed? 13, they said.
Something
well,
like.
You know, he probably only killed 4. You know what I'm saying? But everybody pulled out their guns to be a hero, and everybody who put out the guns shot everybody else who put out the gun.
Oh shit! Yes, thank you. Thank you. This is what happens when you give the so-called good guys guns, because let's face it, your average American is not a good guy. And yeah, it's just basically it's the Darwin Award. You know, they see these other guys, look, he's got a gun. Yeah, he must be the shooter. And by the way, they got everybody except the black Arab psychiatrist. How did he die? Yeah, how did he die?
By the time they cleaned all the stories up, he sure was a hell of a shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the time they cleaned the story up, he said, man, that boy got good aim. Pop, 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 pop.
Yeah. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, shit. There you go. I mean, it's just preposterous. But, you know, this is like, and people just, they hear that and nobody thinks it through. Nobody, like, analyzes this or gives it a thought. I mean, without your experience here, most people cannot imagine how heavy a flag is. You know, they think of it as just cloth, and they don't realize that if you covered yourself in that like a blanket, you would feel like you were suffocating. You know, this is why they only put it over coffins and shit. But yes, Friedel, the assistant professores, she told Business Insider that in popular culture, you hear people saying, oh, if I had a gun and I was at that Walmart, I could have stopped that shooting. But that's patently not true. All experience proves otherwise. Concealed carry laws have become more prevalent. In 2015, 56% of Americans said they believed that increased gun carrying in public, if carriers passed criminal background checks and training courses, would make the country safer. This is how brainwashed our public is by the NRA, which is nothing more than an international terrorist organization that steals from its own members. Now, changing state laws have reflected this belief system. While just 15 states had permissive concealed carry policies in the early 1990s, 41 states had implemented them as of 2018, the year before yesteryear. For instance, Ohio passed a law in 2017 allowing people with concealed carry permits to bring firearms into daycare centers and company parking lots. This is beyond insane. The daycare center, that's unbelievable. Meanwhile, mass shootings and firearm deaths have exponentially increased, particularly in the last decade. George Knight says, back on, Douglas. If you need me at all, give me a shout. Love you with all my heart. Love you too, George. We'll, okay. Give me a few minutes and let me try and wrap this up. And then we'll bring you on for a bit to give us some catch-up. Definitely appreciate that. And but definitely we've seen mass shootings and firearm deaths increase by orders of magnitude, particularly in the last 10 years. The United States saw 418 mass shootings and 15,395 deaths due to gun violence in 2019 alone. The year before yesteryear. The latest statistics being available comprehensively is for 2019, because it'll take a while to get 2020 together in terms of statistics and collation of data. But think about what I'm saying. 15,395 deaths due to stranger murders by total strangers. We're not counting suicides. That's fucking crazy. That is, it's incomprehensible. I can't even grasp that. I can't even wrap my mind around that. That's compared to 269 mass shootings with only 12,390 deaths in 2014, which is still beyond comprehension. I mean, that's still undigestible, but it's double in terms of the number of mass shootings, and the deaths have increased by several thousand. I mean, this is auto-genocide. You people are exterminating yourselves. And what's your answer? The answer is more guns. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, it's beyond crazy. This is like diabolic. At this point, this is sacrifice unto Moloch. Your Moloch is the Second Amendment. Now, Friedell's research proved that concealed carry laws are a stronger predictor of firearm homicides than gun ownership. She's so attesting that concealed carry laws are such a strong effect that it drowns the firearm ownership rate out. It was only when she eliminated concealed carry legislation as a factor in the analysis that she also found a positive correlation between general gun ownership and gun homicides. Now, these mass shootings disproportionately drive gun laws. According to Friedell, even though mass shooting deaths represented just a tiny fraction of total firearm deaths in 2019, about 465 out of 39,485, according to the Gun Violence Archive, the horror of mass shootings means these events have disproportionately influenced the public discourse on firearms ownership and legislation. A 2019 study found that each mass shooting incident increased the total number of firearm-related bills introduced in a given state by 15%. So Friedell's study advises a two-pronged approach for combating gun violence in these United States overall, mass shooting or otherwise. The first solution is to reduce gun ownership, potentially via universal background checks, UBCs, and increased requirements for permits. The second is simply to make concealed carry permits more difficult to get. Now, the Democratic Convention highlighted gun violence, and that brings us to what Biden plans to do about it. Biden has a plan to take on the NRA again, but it's unclear if Democrats will even prioritize this issue. In one of the standout moments at the Democratic National Convention on Wednesday, as dated the 19th day in August of the 2020th year on the Christian calendar, former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords retold her story, explaining how she went from being the victim of an assassination attempt, which I believe killed her husband, and blew her brains out. She was left paralyzed and mentally impacted, and she worked her way back to sustainability and ambulation, her ability to move and think with half her brain missing, to become a gun violence crusader. And endorsing former Vice President Joe Biden's presidential run, Gabby Giffords said, "We are a nation ready to end gun violence." And she ended her speech with a call for those watching to vote, vote, vote. And so we did. Now, Biden does have a record and a plan in favor of gun control. In the 1990s, he was a top Democrat in getting both federal background checks and a 10-year assault weapon ban enacted, during which time mass shootings went down by orders of magnitude, as long as that ban lasted. Biden has often boasted that he's taken on the National Rifle Association, the dreaded NRA, on the national stage, and won twice. As part of his presidential campaign, Biden introduced a sweeping gun control plan that includes universal background checks, an assault weapons ban, more resources towards the enforcement of existing gun laws, a public push for the development of smart guns, which means guns that fire only when handled by the owner, that recognize your thumbprint, which means, of course, a criminal just has to cut your thumb off and carry that with him when he tries to use it, perhaps. And incentives for states to adopt red flag laws, which let courts confiscate guns from people deemed to a risk to themselves or others, and develop gun licensing systems. Now, with mass shootings and more typical everyday gun violence regularly making headlines, there's a lot of support for Democrats to act on gun control, with more recent support coming from movements like March for Our Lives, which formed after the 2018 Parkland, Florida shooting, in which a gunman killed 17 people and injured 17 others. But there are still questions about how likely gun control is to pass. For one, it would almost certainly require Democrats to retake the Senate, which we may do with Georgia, an electoral feat on top of winning the White House. And if Democrats do take the Senate, it's still unclear if they'd prioritize action on gun violence over COVID-19, the economy, climate change, healthcare, and criminal justice. And if they do finally bring it to the fore amidst all these other convergent crises that we have, some of which threaten life on Earth itself, what does Biden's gun control plan even do? Well, Biden's plan would make sweeping changes to federal gun laws with universal background checks, an assault weapons ban, and red flag laws checking off much of what activists have demanded over the past several years. Biden's plan would also close several loopholes in existing law, repeal a law that made it harder to sue firearms manufacturers and sellers when they make or sell guns they should have known would be diverted to criminal uses, limit the number of guns an individual can purchase to one per month, which I think is an excellent idea. If you've got the money for it, by all means, purchase a firearm every month. Require safe storage, which, of course, you think would be self-evident, but it's amazing how people just leave firearms in the refrigerator and shit. And finance strategies to combat urban violence, as well as fund more research into preventing gun violence. Now, you can find Biden's full plan online. Just look up the Biden gun control plan, and you can read through all the details and specifics yourself. Still, even on reviewing it myself, the plan doesn't go as far as some of Biden's Democratic rivals did during the primary. Senators Cory Booker and Elizabeth Warren, for example, proposed a federal licensing system, one that would require everyone in these United States to obtain a license to buy and own firearms, like a driver's license. But Biden's plan only includes financial incentives for states to adopt licensing, which they could decline to do. In the past, Biden has criticized the concept of licensing, saying that it will not change whether or not people buy weapons, what kinds of weapons they can buy, where to use them, how they can store them. All the research, however, has concluded that licensing is among the more effective proposals for reducing gun deaths, more so than universal background checks or even an assault weapons ban. Biden's plan also does not include, as Booker and former Representative Beto O'Rourke previously called for, mandatory buyback programs, essentially a confiscation scheme for assault weapons. Instead, his plan has a voluntary buyback program through which gun owners can sell assault weapons. But if gun owners don't sell their assault weapons, they'll have to go through a background check and register those weapons, like they're already forced to do with machine guns today, which makes perfect sense. Now, tougher gun laws are backed by the research. A 2016 review of 130 studies in 10 countries, published in Epidemiologic Reviews. Epidemiologic Reviews is a magazine dedicated to various diseases, and gun deaths are a fucking social disease, found that new legal restrictions on owning and purchasing guns tended to be followed by an incredible drop in gun violence, a strong indicator that restricting access to firearms can save lives. Now, the big question then is, will Biden's plan really happen? Many forms of gun control poll very well, with universal background checks in particular regularly getting 80+% support from Americans over the past few years. The reality, though, is Congress hasn't passed a major gun control law since the measures in 1993 and 1994. The concern is what's known as the intensity gap. Opponents of stricter gun laws are willing to vote based on that one issue, while supporters of gun control usually aren't. So if Congress were to pass sweeping gun control legislation, there's a chance that supporters of the law would be disproportionately punished by voters, while those who vote against the law may get more support. This has been a problem for decades. As Republican strategist Grover Norquist said back in 2000, the question is intensity versus preference. You can always get a certain percentage to say they are in favor of some gun controls, but are they going to vote on their control position? And he suggests probably not. But for that 4 to 5% who care about guns, they will vote on this. It's possible this has changed. With years of frequent mass shootings and the rise of the March for Our Lives movement, it's not out of the question that the political momentum has tipped towards supporters of gun control. But has it been enough? If Democrats take over the Senate and the White House, they've promised an extremely ambitious agenda with action on COVID-19, healthcare reform that builds on the Affordable Care Act, a Green New Deal, a wide-ranging economic plan with Build Back Better, and criminal justice reform. With so much on their plate already, Democrats will have to set priorities. The question is if they will, or even should, prioritize gun violence over all those other issues, given that whatever they do first is likely to inspire some sort of backlash among more reactionary voters. Exempli gratiae, the Affordable Care Act helped trigger the Tea Party, which ultimately brought us Donald Trump. So it all remains to be seen. But it means that the most important question on gun violence may not be what policies Biden and Democrats support, but whether they will actually pursue such policies once they're in power. So I think that's covered the gun control. We still have the police violence to basically round off with. I'm a person who feels compelled to provide solutions. I wouldn't be your Vulcan intervention otherwise. Let me check the live stream and see how much time we've got left. It's about, we've been on for 9.5 hours, so that gives us 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 2.5 hours left approximately. Probably won't call on George Knight tonight, but I definitely, if he's still around, I'll check in with him when I'm done talking about police violence and see if he can come on for a few minutes. Let's just see if he's around. Then again, of course, he's a house husband now. It's not likely he's going to be going anywhere. He still does his bartending at the hotel, though. Now, there's this wonderful little paragraph that was written for me by my mistress and manager, Selena Khan. And of course, what she was trying to do is provide myself with a kind of presentation to talk about the GoFundMe. And of course, I'll try and put that into some context for everyone by looking up my actual GoFundMe account and looking at the summary there, because what she wrote was so precious and so much more personable. It's very different from the summary itself. And believe me, I adore her for it, and really enjoy reading what she has to write. Let me take a look at this lovely young lady. Sarah Thomas Lyons said, "Wow, that's so cute. That's adorable." And she's a great lady. Let me take a look at what, who else, there might be some other comments. Fabulous. Okay. Let's take a look down here. Harlan Noriko Sampson. Haven't seen her in a little while. I hope she's okay. See Noreen Helphand out there. And love to bring her on again. Just have to ask her not to shout. She's really indoctrinated with that white grievance shit. I'll tell you that. It's just sad, distressing. Now, let's take a look at this. In terms of what our lovely Selena Khan wrote concerning the GoFundMe, I'm paraphrasing her. She says, "Forever I am grateful, or forever grateful I am to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation / gratitude, but just wanted to..." Oh, George Knight says, "Of course, Douglas, I will stay on standby. Pardon myself if there's any delays with communications. The obvious reason is I am attending to my house or baby duties." Yes, understood, dear man. He's the wonderful father figure, the father so many of us wish we had. I mean, I was fine with the man who raised and guided me. Well, actually, I wasn't. It wasn't till I was older that I learned to appreciate him. But it's not like I ever hated him. He was never abusive, certainly not in any overt sense. There might have been a kind of, how would I say it? Well, he was dealing with a lot of issues, post-traumatic stress disorder, alcoholism, but he overcame them. And for that reason, I eternally love him. George Dietrich was a Superman. There's almost no man could overcome what he overcame. It's like very few people overcome alcoholism, but he did. Anyhow, so to go on with Selena Khan's precious words, I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about my GoFundMe. As everyone knows by now, the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I do need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computer, the headset and recording devices, lighting fixtures, soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. presenting 2 nights a week live transmission to you, all my beautiful lovers out there, English is her second language, from my city to all around the world, is the only life that I have. Oh, God forbid. And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be no one without all of you by my side, from the closest to the farthest. However, many years of use, all my studio equipment are beyond obsolete now. Anyhow, I will say this. All of this is true. Exemplary of this is my microphone. I can't use my microphone on my laptop, not because the microphone is broken per se, but really because this old software system, this level 7 Microsoft that was installed by what was her name? Laura Lee Solomon, in order to make it compatible with the primitive systems used by that idiot, Mike Ringley. Leave me with a computer that misinterprets the microphone. It cannot work with the microphone anymore. As it's gotten older, it mistakes the microphone for something else and rejects the microphone, like a body's immune system rejecting a transplanted organ, like that. It's awful. I know that that's an imperfect analogy, but it's really probably the most apropos. So therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fund raising account for donations to update my studio, and this campaign has time limitations. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign, urgent contribution, that will expire in March of 2021, which is just fucking tomorrow for all intents and purposes. At this point, I urge everyone, please become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world, to those who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of my studio equipment upgrade. Please contribute. Donate between now and March of 2021. My blessings be unto all. And, of course, to put it more technically, or more professionally, my urgent contribution, my GoFundMe account is entitled Urgent Contribution. Go to GoFundMe and look up Urgent Contribution. It's subtitled Professional Studio Supplies. And, of course, you'll find the descriptive there. It still needs some polishing. Impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature, the Mr. Douglas Dietrich is enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program, wherein disabled individuals are required by law to work until the age of 65. I'm far from there yet. So long as our income is maintained at less than 250% above the federal poverty level, to thereby become eligible for Medi-Cal via paying our monthly premiums based on net countable income. This enables the Mr. Dietrich to receive the constant medical care he conditionally requires to functionally survive. He meets the 250% WDP requirements in turn by hosting his bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. To continue his work by which to literally maintain his very life, Mr. Dietrich must establish a professional-grade in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they comest online. So, all of you get the situation. And I look forward to your contributions and whichever method that you use. PayPal, sending me money orders, the fundraiser, it's all welcome. All of it is used. And at any rate, let's get back to the task at hand, dealing with the subject of being black in America. Because, as I said, Derek Helm did us. It's ironic he has the same name as Derek Talley, since he's probably a white identitarian. I disambiguate that, by the way. I differentiate it from a white supremacist. I simply believe that, I'm going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt, and we should all be proud of what we are. When I'm coming down on white people, I'm coming down on people who are not just racist, but hostile. No, racism in and of itself, we're all racist. I'm cosmogenate, and I have to confront my own racism. Like when I'm calling support services that take me to Pakistan or India. I can't understand what they're saying. Yes, I have to confront my racism. We are all racist because it's a redundant survival mechanism that's in our very genes, because we identify with a group that we're born into that looks like us. Of course, I am a bit more sophisticated than the rest of you because almost nobody looks like me. But aside from all of that, yeah, I can be pretty racist. And it's, believe it or not mostly against whites at all. I come down hard on the white pathology. And the white pathology is only taken offense at by a bunch of people who are pathological. Unfortunately, the overwhelming majority of white males they personify that pathology. So that is part of the problem that we're all facing, including progressive whites who have evolved beyond that redundant survival trait. However, racism itself is not to be condemned per se. What's to be condemned is pathological racism. A pathological, anything. Vice is virtue taken to excess. There is too much of a good thing. There has to be some degree of identity and, yes, even racism for cultures to persevere. Or else we'd all cease to exist because we'd all breed out of existence, and then you would all look like me, which I wouldn't really want. But in terms of where we're at now, we've got to tone it down. But just as we have every right to a black homeland in North America, there should be white homelands. Of course, the majority of North America should go back to the Native Americans. That wouldn't make it any harder on the rest of us, because most of the Native Americans at this point in history live where the majority of us wouldn't want to live, at any rate. So giving them vaster tracts of land wouldn't necessarily do much damage to the rest of us. Such being said, this individual, Derek Helm, was asking me in Chinese, which he may speak, or he may have put it through the Bing or Google glippity-glop machine. Either way, what he said was pretty much incomprehensible. Like, do you still love the black thief? Or do you still love the black thieves? It's basically what he was saying. And so I'm responding to that. So he's done us all a favor because it gives me an opportunity to go over a subject in depth that needs to be gone over. Now, where we're at now, to give you an example of just how fucked up it is to be black in America, an investigator has testified that Ahmaud Arbery was hit with a truck before he died, and his killer uttered a racial slur. But attorneys for McMichaels don't want Ahmaud Arbery called a victim in court. So the attorneys representing Gregory and Travis McMichael, the father and son police team, this is what brings us back to police violence, charged with murder in the death of Ahmaud Arbery, are asking that Arbery not be called a victim in the trial because they say it would be prejudicial, as in incurring prejudgment, according to one of several motions they filed in the last days of December. So in a motion filed December 30th, the very day I was being knocked off bandwidth repeatedly by a white guy, the attorneys wrote Due process requires minimal injection of error or prejudice into these proceedings. Use of terms such as victim allow us the focus to shift to the accused rather than remain on the proof of every element of the crimes charged. I love how, I don't love it at all. I'm saying this facetiously. I love how these motherfuckers want their rights to be respected. Did they have any respect for the rights of Ahmaud Arbery when they hit him with a truck, used him as a fucking biological speed bump, and called him nigger while they were doing it? I mean, really? Really? Another motion asks the court to limit photographs of Arbery to just one in the trial, because they don't want people to begin to identify or empathize with this poor nigger. And that he appear by himself, because if they show him with relations like his mom or his sister or his girlfriend, it would humanize him, as opposed to him being by himself. They just think the lone nigger, and therefore have less human sympathy. It also requests Team McMichael that a non-related witness identify Arbery in the photograph instead of a relative, quote unquote, to avoid creating cumulative prejudicial error in the trial of this case. In other words, they want to bias this as much as possible on behalf of the white racists who killed this man. Ahmaud Arbery, just so you know, was a 25-year-old black man out for a jog near Brunswick, Georgia on February 23rd of 2020 when the McMichaels chased him in their truck and Travis shot him after the two struggled, as concluded and confirmed by authorities. By the way, this is why Derek Talley goes to a swimming pool, because Derek Talley knows if he were running around on the street, white men would start hunting him down in vans and shit, and then shoot his ass like he was a rhino, and they were going to sell his horn to the Chinese. They'd probably cut his dick off and say it was horse dick and shit, and they'd probably turn the rest of the body into a glue factory like they used to do with horse carcasses. Well, for animals, yeah, they call them carcasses for animals and cadavers for people. For a black man, I guess they'd call it a carcass like any other animal, right? But this is probably what, this is how Derek Talley wound up in the swimming pool. Was he was chased there by a bunch of white guys, and he jumped in the water, and they said, oh man, he's black, he can't swim, and they left him there to drown. And that's how he learned how to swim. That's when Derek Talley said, oh man, I realized that when I'm running in the water, I feel like I weigh less, but I can like keep this up for hours. Unlike when I was running on land and there was gravity and shit, I started breathing hard and clutching my chest with both hands. Ever since then, he's been in the water, like a hippo. I'm sorry. I hope he's asleep. Oh, God. Alright. Okay. Anyhow. Oh, God. Gregory McMichael was heard saying on police body camera footage after the shooting that he had a gut feeling that Arbery may have been responsible for previous thefts in the neighborhood, because he was black. That's exactly what was testified by a Georgia Bureau of Investigation official in a preliminary hearing in June. Now, both these white trash pieces of shit have pleaded not guilty to malice and felony murder charges and counts of aggravated assault, false imprisonment, and criminal attempts to commit false imprisonment. Now, William Roddy Bryan Jr., who recorded video of Arbery's death, allegedly hit Arbery with his truck after he joined the McMichaels in the chase. I mean, not only are these white trash pieces of shit hunting this black man down, these fuckers are recording the kill as if they were on a safari in, dare I say it, blackest Africa. This is obscene. Now, Roddy Bryan Jr. has pleaded not guilty to charges of criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment and felony murder. All three men, who are, of course, all fish belly white, are being held without bond. Thank God. Attorneys for the McMichaels have also filed motion asking that the court forbid spectators in the trial from wearing face masks or t-shirts bearing the BLM acronym or any Black Lives Matter slogans, themes, or memes, or the words, "I can't breathe." They will not tolerate anyone wearing a face mask saying "I can't breathe" or a t-shirt bearing same or similar slogans marked upon them, as some did, they say, during previous proceedings in the case. The motion so stating, "It is the right of those supporters to wear whatever clothing they choose, to hold up any sign they wish, and to chant whatever slogan they like outside the courtroom. That is the beauty of our First Amendment. But once inside the courthouse, the sanctity of the defendant's right to a fair and impartial trial trumps the First Amendment." What fair impartiality? What sanctity of rights did Ahmaud Arbery have, the black man who was run down by these people? I can't even remember the fucker's name correctly. Ahmaud Arbery. These people have got me so upset I can't even say the man's name straight. Now, on top of everything I've just related, which is already outrageous, other motions the attorneys have filed on December 30th and 31st, this is what they were doing on New Year's Eve, asked the court to order the prosecution to turn over all records relating to Arbery's disciplinary, criminal, and mental health records. In other words, they want all the skinny on this black guy so they can defame him in death, just as they ran over him in life. They'll run over his body in death again and again. They're just like backing up and run over that body until it's fucking flat. And they want the contents of his telephone records and social media accounts. And they've motioned to exclude from evidence all recorded jail calls made by the McMichaels while they were held in the Glynn County Detention Center, because you know that on those calls they were saying shit like, "Oh, that fucking nigger, why are they persecuting me for ridding the world of another fucking nigger?" I mean, you know it was shit like that. You know what went down. Why else would they want to exclude all evidence, all recorded jail calls made by these motherfuckers? This is outrageous. How can you sit and listen to what I'm relating without outrage? This is beyond outrageous. This is why these guys keep walking free. If the judge allows for this, then he may as well turn these guys loose now. And of course, George Knight says, "There's no one like Douglas Hart." Thank you, sir. Love you too. And no one like yourself and Sarah and all your children. Her genes seem to produce only girls, and that's fine. As far as I'm concerned, you know, that's the best for this world. Honestly, we need far more girls than we do boys. At least 4 times as many. Literally, we need only 25% of the fucking male population to have a healthy planet. Now, 1,000 people in these United States die every year in police shootings. Who are they? This is a national health issue. The latest studies once again confirm black people are overwhelmingly killed by American police. The level of racial bias in American policing is overwhelming. Today, there be ample evidence to prove black people in these United States are far more likely to die at the hands of police, and the Black Lives Matter movement is calling it an urgent public health crisis, which, of course, is exactly what it is. So according to a new study, currently there is no national, publicly funded system tracking these deaths nationwide, but they can still be measured using public health data. And you can bet independent researchers are counting. A new analysis of 5,494 police-related fatalities between 2013 and 2017 in these United States reveals black people are, on average, 3.23 times more likely to be killed than white people. That data comes from a citizen science initiative called Fatal Encounters, which systematically verifies deadly police interactions using paid researchers who comb through online media reports and public records. And the findings are extremely worrisome, to say the least, and they match plenty of other studies. Previous research using this same database revealed 1 in 1,000 black men can expect to die at the hands of police in their lifetime. By the way, that's almost a strange sentence. It's not a meaningless sentence. It has too much meaning. It carries too much meaning. It carries too much weight. But think of what I've just said. 1 in 1,000 black men can expect to die at the hands of police in their lifetime. Well, your lifetime ends there, right? So it's kind of like that's the experience you never want to have. In fact, between 2012 and 2018, American police killed more black men in their 20s than diabetes, pneumonia, chronic respiratory disease, or cerebrovascular disease. The authors of the new analysis that I'm citing and sourcing write that in the wake of George Floyd's death at the hands of the police in Minneapolis and the following surge of protests against police violence, uncovering specific data on police-related fatalities in these United States has never been more critical. So, using complex, multi-level models, this means computer models, computer modeling, the team estimated the rate of fatal police violence in every MSA, that's a metropolitan statistical area, in these United States. And comparing these results, it is clear that geography matters. On a national level, black people are much likelier to be killed by police, but in some places, the authors say the difference between races and ethnicities is enormous. Because that 3-point-something percentage is but an average. There's some places where a black man is 10 times more likely to die. In Chicago, for instance, black people are more than 650% more likely to be killed by police than white residents. Can you wrap your brain around that? That's forget 100%. I mean, you'd think all of it is all of it, right? Oh, no. Oh, the police are like running a genocide campaign in Chicago. To reiterate, black people are more than 650% more likely to be killed by police than white residents in Chicago. In Atlanta, on the other hand, black fatalities involving police occurred 180% times more than white fatalities. Yeah, you're safe in Atlanta, huh? That's because the mayoress, Madame Bottoms, is out to protect your black ass. Now, across all groups, Latinx, white, and black, fatalities were higher in the West and South than in the northern Midwest and Northeast of these United States. The authors so writing that people's risk of fatal police violence varies hugely from one metro area to another. some metros have death rates 9 times those of other cities, which points to how preventable these deaths are and why so many people are protesting police violence across the country. Now, these findings are, of course, limited. Not all fatal police encounters are reported, and very often a person's race or ethnicity can be misclassified. Like the black guy who was shot that looks white. I would never have known he was black, except for the fact that he was identified as such and self-identified as such, that I brought up in Ohio. Now, nevertheless, these authors are arguing that fatal encounters, that's the name of the study, and that's actually a good name for all these incidents, like close encounters of the third kind. These are fatal encounters that, happen when you're black and you encounter the pigs in blue. These authors argue that fatal encounters is the most comprehensive data set on deadly police force in the United States right now. In fact, the team concludes it is more comprehensive than official numbers published by the BJS, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and the FBI supplementary homicide reports, which have generally underestimated police-related fatalities. The BJS itself actually endorses fatal encounters, saying these guys are keeping better track than we can on your tax dollars. What's more, other studies have settled on similar numbers, which suggests we're on the right track to finally uncovering the entire picture as a whole. In 2019, all research proved black men were up to 3.5 times more likely than white men to be killed by law enforcement. That's the latest comprehensive numbers we have are from 2019 because 2020 just ended, so it'll take a while to collate all those figures. And in 2019, the year before yesteryear, a data set called Mapping Police Violence proved black Americans were nearly 3 times more likely to die from police than white Americans. It's all cross-referencing, verifying each other. All these separate studies. This is good. Justin Nix, a criminologist at the University of Nebraska, Omaha, told Lynn Peoples at Nature News. Now, Lynn Peoples got a funny name. L-Y-N-N is the first name. Peoples, the surname is P-E-E-P-L-E-S. Now, this is going to sound strange, but this individual's probably black. For some reason, my father verified this for me. It's just like, he used to tell me, you can always tell where the black neighborhoods are in any major American city by opening the telephone book. We used to have telephone books, people. And he grew up in that time. He says you can just open the telephone book and look up wherever there's a Lincoln High School. And that's the black neighborhood, is wherever they open up a high school and name it Lincoln. And for some reason, and he said this without irony, there's a lot of black peoples. In other words, a lot of blacks with the surname, the family name being Peoples. I have no idea why that is, neither did he, but it's proven out to be true through my life experience. There's a lot of black peoples. It sounds like a joke, but it's not. Now, this Lynn Peoples works at Nature News, and the criminologist from Nebraska Omaha University, Justin Nix, said unto she, "We have enough evidence that tells us that action needs to be taken. 1,000 deaths a year does not have to be normal." Now, preventing fatal police violence will likely require unique solutions for different areas, but monitoring and mapping these encounters is critical if the United States, if the American public is to hold the government and police forces accountable, while also preventing further needless deaths. Said study was published in the PLOS 1. It's a strange name for a journal. It's PLOS 1, as in plus one. It's called like plus one, but it's all uppercase PLOS. and then the one is spelled out O-N-E after a space. P-L-O-S space O-N-E. PLOS is an acronym for Public Library of Science, which is a nonprofit open access science, technology, and medicine publisher with a library of open access journals and other scientific literature under an open content license. The organization is based in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, which is why I know about it, right here in Golden, California, and has a European editorial office in Cambridge, Greater Britain, with the publications being primarily funded by payments from the authors. Now, PLOS One, it's called, is a peer-reviewed, open access scientific journal published by the PLOS, the Public Library of Science, since the year 2006, the year before my late and sainted sire, George Dietrich, died, was thanatized, as the VA says. The journal covers primary research from any discipline within science and medicine. Now, in terms of cross-reference source materials that I scanned before I went on bandwidth tonight, I recommend an article entitled "The Murder of Black Males in a World of Non-Accountability." That title says it all. "The Murder of Black Males in a World of Non-Accountability." It's subtitled "The Surreal Trial of George Zimmerman for the Killing of Trayvon Martin." That is writ by Mark S. Brodin, surname spelled B-R-O-D-I-N, Mark Brodin. It's published in the Howard Law Journal, issue number 59, volume 3, in the year 2016. That's pages number 765 through 785, with journals that are published with a never-ending series of numbers. They go on for thousands of pages, ultimately, depending on how long the journal remains in publication. And Howard Law Journal, it's pages 765 through 785 that you'll find this article published in 2016, journal number 59, number 3. Now, another article that I recommend is published in Bloomberg, of all places. You can find it online easily. It's writ by Brenton Mock, surname like mockery, M-O-C-K. And I know this because the young lady who very possibly is my daughter has that same last name. And it's entitled "Examining the Origins of the Phrase Black on Black Crime." Examining the origins of the phrase black on black crime. It was writ by Brenton Mock, first name spelled B-R-E-N-T-I-N, Brenton Mock, surname spelled exactly as it sounds, M-O-C-K, published in June 11th of 2015 on Bloomberg. You can find it online. Now, also, the study entitled "Homicide Trends in the U.S." And that's published by the Bureau of Justice Statistics, which is a subsidiary, a subdepartment of the Department of Justice. This was published in the year 2016. That was I accessed it then, and I never really followed up on it since. There may have been studies by that title published in years after that. Really, what I found out in 2016 was enough for me already. Also, there's an infographic, meaning a map that shows the graphics of these statistics, hence an infographic, and its very title is infographic with a colon, subtitled "Black Americans 2.5 times," as in 2.5x. That means 2.5 times. Black Americans 2.5x, uppercase X, more likely than whites to be killed by police. You would read it as Black Americans 2.5 times more likely than whites to be killed by police. The main title is infographic. It was published by Statista Infographics on June 2nd of 2020. The article is written by William Roper. William Roper, his co-author, maybe male, maybe female, is F. Richter. I never found out their first name. Probably a female, since she didn't get first name credit. Probably Fiona or something like that. At any rate, there is another study published by the Harvard Public Health Review, and it's entitled Trends in U.S. Deaths Due to Legal Intervention Among Black and White Men Age 15 through 34 Years by County Income Level, subtitled 1960 through 2010. Now, let me repeat that. Trends in U.S. deaths due to legal intervention. You like that, huh? That means police have killed you. Legal intervention. Get it? We're intervening here. This is intervention. They're killing you. Anyhow, trends in U.S. deaths due to legal intervention among black and white men age 15 through 34 years by county income level, subtitled after the colon here, 1960 through 2010. That's published by the Harvard Public Health Review. Also, the Harvard Public Health Review has also published another study entitled Police Killings, Political Impunity, Racism, and the People's Health, which is subtitled Issues for Our Times. Excellent. Check it out. Police Killings, Political Impunity, impunity spelled IMPUNITY, Racism, and the People's Health, subtitled Issues for Our Times. And the Forum at Harvard, T.H. Chan School of Public Health. The Forum at Harvard, T.H. Chan School of Public Health, named after the Asian Pacific Islander American Mr. Chan, published a study entitled Race, Criminal Justice, and Health. Race, Criminal Justice, and Health. Now, read the UPI, and UPI is an acronym for United Press International. It's an international news agency whose newswires, photo, news film, and audio services provided news material to thousands of newspapers, magazines, radio and television stations for most of the 20th century. Read the UPI article per the study entitled Black Americans 3 times more likely to be killed by police. The 3 appears numerically as opposed to being spelled out for some reason, which strikes me as stupid, but Black Americans 3 times more likely to be killed by police. That's published online June 24th of just this last year, 2020. June 24th, 2020. That was published in the aforecited PLOS 1, P-L-O-S space O-N-E, which is also spelled all uppercase. It's all uppercase. Anyhow, another journal article entitled Black on Black Crime, subtitled The Myth and the Reality, is written by Bernard D. Headley, Headley. That's on the subject of crime and social justice. That's published in volume 20, issue number 20, of Race, Crime, and Culture. That's an actual journal by that name. That's published by Social Justice / Global Options. They've published this journal, Race, Crime, and Culture. This particular volume 20 was published in 1983. It's 13 pages long. It's between pages 50 through 62. Again, that's Black on Black Crime, subtitled after the colon, The Myth and the Reality. Let me check again the time we're at, because, okay, it's 10 to 11, 11, 12, got about 2 hours left. Now, there's an article in the Journal of Offender Rehabilitation. That's obviously a penology journal, penology being prison studies. It's the Journal of Offender Rehabilitation. That's volume 30 in the year 2000, issues 1 through 2. And it's entitled Blacks and Whites as Victims and Offenders in Aggressive Crime in the U.S. After the colon, it's subtitled Myths and Realities. That's Blacks and Whites as Victims and Offenders in Aggressive Crime in the U.S., subtitled Myths and Realities by Nathaniel J. Pallone, P-A-L-L-O-N-E, Ph.D., and James J. Hennessy, Ph.D. Hennessy spelled just like the alcohol, which my parents loved, Hennessy, and I love Hennessy. I don't drink it because I'd become an alcoholic if I did. This is between pages 1 through 33. It's published online It's dated October 12th, 2008. That's when it was published online. Until then, it was originally published in print in the year 2000. It took 8 years before they finally got it online. So look it up. Because this paper analyzes data on the annual incidence of aggressive crime. It asked homicide, sexual assault, aggravated assault in relation to race, contrasting proportional distribution of blacks and whites among victims and offenders in relation to their representation in the general American population. Blacks are overrepresented among offenders in each category of aggressive crime, in homicide at a level 315% greater than their representation in the general population, in sexual assault at a level 404% as great, in aggravated assault at 274% greater than their representation in the general population for aggravated assault. Now, whites and others, meaning Latinos and shit, are underrepresented among all offenders. Blacks are at highly increased risk relative to their representation in the nation's population for victimization in homicide, and at some disadvantage, although not at a level appropriately denominated as risk in a statistical sense, for victimization in both sexual and aggravated assault. Episodes of criminal aggression initiated by white offenders account for slightly more than 73% of all single offender episodes of aggressive crime, while episodes initiated by black offenders account for approximately 27%, so that white perpetrated criminal aggression exceeds black initiated criminal aggression at a ratio of 2.7 to 1. This means whites are 3 times more violent, 3 times more offensive than blacks. Yet blacks are represented among offenders in aggressive crime slightly more than twice their representation in the nation's population. It is more than 5 times as likely that a white victim has been set upon by a white offender than by a black offender as by a white offender. Well, let me try and repeat that. It is more than 5 times as likely that a white victim has been set upon by a white offender than by a black offender, and nearly 7 times as likely that a black victim has been set upon by a black offender as by a white offender. It is 32 times as likely that a white offender will victimize another white as it is that he or she will victimize a black. Well, this is because whites are scared to death of blacks. I mean, have you ever seen a black scream queen in your life on the silver screen? By that I mean in cinema. Do you ever see Jason or Leatherface or Freddy Krueger or that Scream dude go after a black chick? Oh, fuck no. Because, you know, they just know that she'll kick their ass. I mean, she's not going to stand for that shit. Nah. But black offenders victimize whites as frequently as they victimize other blacks. When gender and age are considered interactively with race, it is seen that black males in adolescence and adulthood are at astronomically enhanced risk, both for homicide offending and for victimization in homicide, such that black males aged 18 to 24 are at a risk level for offending nearly 28 times greater and for victimization nearly 17 times greater than their representation in the national population. Now, data on divergence of choice of victim by black offenders not inflected by age, and on the astronomical risk for homicide offending by young black men, likely anchor a phenomenology of fear among whites. Still, balance this out by the fact that black people are more than 3 times as likely as white people to be killed during a police encounter. In fact, black Americans are 3.23 times more likely than white Americans to be killed by police, according to the latest study by researchers from Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. The researchers examined 5,494 police-related deaths in these United States between 2013 and 2017, and the rates of deadly police encounters were higher in the West and South than in the Midwest and Northeast, according to this study. So blacks, you know where to move. Racial disparities in killings by police varied widely across the country, with some metropolitan areas showing very high differences between treatment by race. Black Chicagoans, for example, were found to be over 650% more likely to be killed by police than white Chicagoans. Now, the wide variance in deaths by police shows how preventable these deaths are. Now, the study authors are Jacqueline Jean. Jacqueline, her first name, Jaquelyn, surname spelled Jahn, and Gabriel Schwartz. Schwartz, Schwartz, like Schwarzenegger, without the Enager part. By the way, I don't know if you know this. I've brought this up before. This is a fact. It's not a joke. Schwarzenegger is the German name for black nigger. Nigger is the German word for nigger. The guy's name is Black Nigger. Schwarzenegger. Schwarzen is the German word for black. The SS wore black uniforms. Their newspaper was Die Schwarzenkorps, the Black Corps. And so Schwarzenegger means black nigger. Now, when Schwarzenegger was on television, he would tell people, my name means black plowman. No, it doesn't mean black plowman. It means black nigger. How he got that name, how the family got that name, I have no fucking idea. Where would a name like that even come from? God knows. At any rate, these are both Jacqueline Jean and Gabriel Schwartz. They're both recent graduates from the Department of Social and Behavioral Sciences. And so they were the individuals who were speaking to UPI about their June 24th article of this last year. Now, in terms of trends in American deaths from legal interventions, I mean, there you go, the professional terminology here, from, legal interventions, from police killings. This study I sourced appeared online in the Harvard Public Health Review in January of 2015, in which this study by researchers at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health found that over the past 500 years, the risk of a young black man in these United States dying due to law enforcement action ranged from at least 3 to 10 times higher than the risk for a young white man. This study examined trends in deaths among white and black men ages 15 through 34 due to law enforcement action between 1960 and 2010. And they found that black men died at a rate disproportionately high respective to the percentage of blacks in the overall American population. And among the men who died as a result of legal intervention, 5,489 were classified as white. That's 55.3%, and 4,204 as black. That's 42.3%. By comparison, the racial makeup of the United States in 1960 was 10.5% black and 88.6% white. In 2010, 12.6% black and 72.4% white. So at least the black population is still increasing despite all the genocide. And the whites are decreasing because, all the chicks are on the pill and shit. Anyhow, in an accompanying editorial, the lead authoress of the study I'm sourcing, Nancy Krieger, a professoress of social epidemiology, meaning social sickness, she wrote, We in public health have the capacity, the analytic tools, the data, and the knowledge to make the connections palpable and actionable between the many forms of racism, whether structural, everyday, gendered, or environmental, and the myriad ways they become as embodied and manifest as health inequities. Now, when asked by myself to comment on the upheaval in Baltimore following the death of 25-year-old Freddie Gray on the 12th of April in 2015 while in police custody, Krieger said that the city joins a long list of U.S. communities whose civilians, during the course of U.S. history, have publicly sought redress and even rioted due to thwarted efforts to right wrongs due to racial injustice. The anger and calls for reformed policing policies, for an end to mass incarceration, and for economic development that promotes equity are not new, and perhaps the growing public awareness of these long-standing issues can once again usher in much-needed reform as it did in the 1930s, the 1960s, and many other moments in U.S. history. Now, finally, there's a Harvard study that proves black people are up to 10 times more likely to be killed by police. At least 6 times. This new study concludes that there be wide geographic variation in the incidence of fatal police violence across these United States, and the Black Lives Matter movement has prompted new attention to these police killings as an urgent public health and racial justice problem over the past decade. The authors of this new study therefore say that Black Lives Matter is equivalent to a social immunosystem's white blood cells going in for the kill of an invasive disease. That's ironic, and I know that presents a bit of a mind warp, but the white blood cells attack the invading disease. This is what Black Lives Matter assumes the role of for all society. Now, the findings from this new study by these Harvard researchers that I've been citing underscores the concerns of protesters calling for racial justice and an end to police violence. Black people are at the least 3 times more likely on average than white people to be killed during police contact, and the rate varies widely by geographic location, to the point where sometimes it's 6 times more, sometimes 10 times more, according to this peer-reviewed research published but yesteryear in the journal PLOS One. The authors Gabriel Schwartz and Jacqueline Jean of the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health have examined racial and ethnic inequities in fatal police violence across 382 American metropolitan statistical areas between 2013 and 2017, and the ratios comparing black and white incidence rates of fatal police encounters are markedly high and nearly all statistically significant. The authors so writing that the Chicago metro area had the largest racial inequity in police killings, with black people 6.5 times more likely to be killed by police than white people. And these ratios were also high in the metropolitan areas of mine own Golden Gated San Francisco, in New York, St. Louis, Missouri, Columbus, Ohio, of course, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Trenton, New Jersey, Asheville, North Carolina, Dayton, Ohio, and Reno, Nevada, ranging from 4.3 to 5.9 times more likely. Disparities also emerged for Latinx and white incidence rates of fatal police encounters in certain areas, though this paper urges caution due to the results' lower statistical precision. Overall, the authors state they found wide geographic variation in the incidence of fatal police violence across America. The Black Lives Matter movement has prompted new attention to police killings as an urgent public health and racial justice problem over the past several years. In other words, they're bringing Black Lives Matter into the study as a necessary response. This is like a social immunoresponse and cannot be ignored. It's a risk that they're taking doing this because people will complain that they're politicizing the facts. Some facts are political from the start. It is political when we witness genocide on American soil. So, these authors, well, let me read their writing, at least a paragraph from this study. Monitoring these incidence rates and their racial ethnic inequities allows public officials and the communities they represent to track the severity of the problem, devise preventive policies, and evaluate their efficacy. These monitoring efforts also have implications for racial ethnic inequities in mental health and other health outcomes that are affected by stress from violence by state-sanctioned actors and law enforcement officer impunity. That means immunity from prosecution that police enjoy. These authors, so noting that, well, in their own words, no national, publicly funded data system has accurately tracked the number of people who die during contact with police. And they analyzed 5,494 police-related fatalities using data from Fatal Encounters, which is a national citizen science database of people killed in interactions with law enforcement. Causes of death included gunshot wounds at 94.2%. Almost everybody gets shot. Tasering at 3.4%, where they just keep electrocuting someone to the point where they're doing backflips, and their heart just stops. Their heart just gives out from all the electrocution. Asphyxiation, bludgeoning, or pepper spraying at 1.7%, meaning, where they come in with the chokehold and, pepper spray you to death to the point where your throat swells up and you can't breathe, your nostrils swell up and you can't breathe, and you can't get any oxygen and you die. Asphyxiation is when they take that billy club and they hold it against your Adam's apple until you're tasting your own cider. And then there's other causes at 0.7%, which I assume means they're butt fucking you to death when they gang rape you or something. Now, this study excludes some 1,670 cases reported to be suicides, accidents, or vehicular collisions from the sample, and also left out 547 deaths that lacked race or ethnicity data from the racial inequity analysis. The authors have cautioned that the neighborhood context, and not just variation across metropolitan statistical areas, might be important to understanding geographic differences in fatal police violence. Race and ethnicity were not self-reported and thus had the potential to be misclassified by police or media outlets, with the authors qualifying that causes of death could also be misclassified. So this study, published in the midst of widespread unrest and course correction on racial inequality in these United States, simply adds to a body of literature proving significant racial disparities in policing. One 2019 study in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, for example, concludes that young men of color face exceptionally high risk of being killed by police. Now, congressional Democrats and Republicans have proposed contrasting approaches to police reform in response to the protests over killings of unarmed black Americans, though the two parties hit an impasse last year. Meanwhile, A Washington Post/Ipsos poll released last year found that 93% of black Americans considered police treatment of black Americans to be an important issue in their vote for president. And 92% of black Americans, registered voters, favored presumptive Democratic nominee at the time, Joseph Biden. It was the blacks who made Biden president. And he won't forget that. We know he won't forget it because he's got a black female vice president who's going to keep reminding him. So he won't be allowed to forget. So let myself, as your Vulcan intervention, logically extrapolate how Joe Biden can root out racism in criminal justice. The night of his victory, President-elect Joe Biden declared that the American people had given him a mandate to, in his own words, marshal the forces of decency, fairness, science, and hope in the great battles of our time, among them the battle for racial justice. Now, as an immigrant, a former criminal justice professional, and an American who believes in our nation's promise of liberty and justice for all, I myself can only applaud the incoming president's commitment to this important work. Moreover, I believest he should make full use of his authority as president, beginning on day one, to root out racist and failed policies prevalent in our justice system. For decades, elected leaders sought to portray themselves as tough on crime through misguided choices, including the war on drugs, mandatory minimum penalties, and the militarization of the police force above all, that eroded trust with communities whilst cementing racial oppression and mass incarceration. This election revealed that many people now see these policies as grave errors. In red and blue states alike, voters backed initiatives propelling criminal justice and policing reform, whilst delivering Joseph Biden a historic victory. The calls for systemic change camest from every corner of the country. Now it's up to President-elect Joseph Biden to see it through. He should start with the adage that personnel is policy. Currently, 85% of American attorneys are white men, up from 58% under former President Barack Obama. That means in just 4 years, we've purged the blacks in our legal system and replaced them with a Cracker Barrel. Biden should strive to make these critical leaders of the Justice Department better reflect our country's diversity. More importantly, he must tap individuals who not only understand that racial inequities are built into the system, but whose careers demonstrate deep commitment to righting those wrongs, particularly when it comes to his Attorney General. That individual must embrace transparency to restore the Justice Department's integrity following 4 years of erosion. Collecting, tracking, and releasing data on race in the criminal justice system, as several local prosecutors across the country are doing, giveth the public both a window into disparities and the ability to hold the administration accountable in addressing them. Biden should also direct the Attorney General and U.S. attorneys to adopt evidence-based policies that will alleviate the disproportionate harms done to people of color. These concerns are particularly prevalent in matters of drug policy, juvenile justice, second chances, and, above all, police accountability. On drug policy, the Biden-Harris administration should refrain from enforcing the federal prohibition on marijuana, which has left millions of black and brown Americans needlessly ensnared in the criminal legal system. They should further lead the effort to end the criminalization of substance use disorder and embrace harm reduction. To do so, they should retract threats to prosecute clients, staff, and volunteers at overdose prevention sites, locations successfully operated in other parts of the world where people can use drugs under the supervision of individuals trained to immediately reverse overdoses, and where connections can be made to medical care, social services, and harm reduction supports, and make it clear that these life-saving programs do not violate federal drug laws. On juvenile justice, the Biden administration should follow us in the footsteps of reform-minded prosecutors and prohibit federal prosecutors from seeking life without the possibility of parole or de facto life sentences for young people. These changes would reflect the consensus among cognitive scientists that the brain isn't fully developed until the age of 25, and that most young people respond to rehabilitative treatment and age out of criminal behavior. It's like being part of a boy band. It just stops being sexy when you're about 100 years old. On second chances, it's time to embrace the consistent research showing that lengthy sentences simply do not deter crime. The President-elect should direct the Attorney General and the Bureau of Prisons to implement policies embraced by numerous elected local prosecutors promoting sentencing reductions and compassionate release. And he would be wise to establish an independent clemency commission, a freestanding agency with credible leadership and tasked with immediately and proactively investigating and addressing clemency requests. Biden should also immediately direct the Justice Department to reassess onerous conditions of federal probation and supervised release, which create an unnecessary cycle of incarceration for countless men and women, many imprisoned for technical nonviolent infractions, and waste thereby hundreds of millions of dollars. The department could also provide us financial incentives for state and local governments to do the same. Additionally, Biden should look to local prosecutors working to exonerate wrongfully convicted individuals and order U.S. attorneys' offices to establish conviction integrity units, whilst offering incentive funds to local prosecutors prioritizing this endeavor. Finally, he can codify equity and compassion by reversing the Trump misadministration's resumption of federal executions, commuting all federal capital sentences, dismantling the federal death chamber, and working to eliminate the death penalty federally and nationwide. While policing may largely be a matter of municipal policy, the President-elect can have the Justice Department use several tools to propel change. The Attorney General can tie federal funding and grants for local police departments to the adoption of stronger use-of-force standards, alternative responder models, body-worn camera programs, peer intervention training, databases tracking police misconduct, and other best practices. Further, the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division should resume the important work of investigating police departments and seek consent decrees, court-supervised agreements addressing patterns of abusive, racist policing. These proposals are well within the broad powers of the executive branch, and Biden could enact many on Inauguration Day. This is not to suggest, of course, that his criminal justice agenda should simply ignore the legislature. I, for one, hope that members of Congress will heed the public's clear desire for such reforms and work to make headway. Indeed, if the parties can find common ground around more expansive, longer-lasting change, I, myself, would urge them to seize it, by all means. But with lives on the line, and calls for change in 2021 mounting by the minute. There is no time to waste. Biden should not hesitate to strike quickly and often in the ongoing battle for racial justice, because this is a war we're all losing right now. And this is a war that mankind cannot afford to lose, or we all perish in the end. Now, WTF in the chat room, Mr. What the Fuck says, good evening from Australia. Good evening, WTF. Now, we've got approximately an hour left. A little more than an hour. Let me take a breath here for a while. And strike into my mind whether there's something else I felt the need to bring up. I think that I really should bring our man, Mr. George Knight on. So, I'll ask him, let me know us. Well, tell me when to call. Oops, here we are. Tell myself when to call. Alright. Oops. Would like to bring thyself on. Now. There we are. Oh my God. That took a lot out of me. That's an upsetting topic. And hopefully that puts some perspective into what Derek Helm was trying to say. Maybe he was just talking shit and talking out of his ass. Either way, it served good end because I was prompted by it to produce what I hope was productive and constructive advisement. And look forward to responses to it in the chat room by anyone and everyone. Always helps to get feedback on what I advise. Let's take a look at what we've got going online. See if my message went through. Oh, good. He's seen it. Take that time. Just tell me when. Tell. Oh my God. It's, sorry, didn't mean to go into silence there. The one thing you never want to do is leave people with dead air, as they would call it in terrestrial broadcast radio. You've always got to keep talking. But I'll do best by having someone come on at this point because, you know, at this point you can imagine I'm pretty burned out. You know, I guess what I could go on about, of course, is he says, ready, Douglas. Oh, thank God. I was going to start on coronavirus, and that would take me down another tunnel of, you know, despair. So let me bring him on, and I'll tell him, calling now. Okay, don't even need to type that, just give him a thumbs up. Let's bring our man on. And here we are, George Knight, our man in Britain. And I notice everyone else is on mute. There we are! Good man! How is your morning? What time is it over there in England?
And good day to you. So good evening.
Yes, yes. So glad to have you with us. It's a little glitchy. Keep talking and hopefully it clears up a bit. I hope everyone's doing well. And, oh my God. You had the photograph of bringing your daughter home. Oh, do me a favor. I took a screenshot of what Maria Michaela Grigorich said. Do me a favor and respond to her now. She's asleep right now, but she'll hear it later when she reviews our show. So, give your response to dear Maria. She wasn't feeling well, by the way. Let her know that you're that she's in your prayers, okay? Because she wasn't feeling well and she went to bed early. She was feeling sick, so hopefully she hasn't caught the COVID. But yeah, let her know.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Douglas, and thank you so much for having me on, during this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say a massive shout out and a thank you to Maria Grigorich. And thankfully I pronounced her name correctly this time.
Yes.
It's only because of nerves coming on to, Douglas's show. But honestly, I couldn't thank you enough. And Selena Khan also for all the love and support you have given me and my family, and, all the best wishes and blessings that you've given me. And just honestly, just thank you so much, and everything that you do for Douglas also. It goes, and everyone that supports Douglas, it means so much to me, knowing that there's people out there that are so loyal and they love Douglas and they look after him. And, whether it's virtually over the Atlantic like I do, speaking to him, which I'm very grateful for, and all the love and support that everyone gives Douglas. And, I appreciate all the love that everyone gives to me. Thank you.
Yes. Bless you. Now, I didn't realize how serious this jaundice was. Now, jaundice to myself, forgive my, here I am with the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism, but, and of course I've been mistaken myself for having jaundice. I was scared to death by a Polish-American nurse one time when she started telling me how yellow I looked. And that's when I was in such a panic at that time. I started going into a meltdown. And this was at the Veterans Administration where we were caring for my dad, just giving him a pacemaker checkup to see if his pacemaker was working. Just what would you call it? Routine stuff. But the cardiac MD, a Chinese American, was kind enough, and they're not supposed to do this, to just look me over and say, well, he's yellow like me because he's Asian like me, and then I felt instantly better. But, so to me, jaundice is just, I've never really looked into it. Maria Michaela Grigorich expressed her daughter almost died at 5 days of age because her bilirubin levels were dangerously high. I'm not even sure I know what that means. What was going on with your daughter? What can you explain to us about jaundice? What was going on, and how was it she was finally released? All of this is, can you help explain this for us?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Douglas. This is very educational for people that ever, in the future, if they ever do, go through the same experience of having a child and then they go through jaundice. It is something that's very common. Apparently, 80% of children do have this, and it's only a slight mild condition where basically if you're, especially like my Sarah, she went through a cesarean, so she was slightly earlier than as she would like to have been. She was 37 and for almost 38 weeks, so she was just under 37 weeks when she had her. That was Tuesday just gone last week. And so it's very common in babies, and the best way to do it is UV light, and because at the moment there's no sunlight at all. It's literally been cloudy over the last week. We've been having such bad weather in the UK. The only way to do it is have her under UV lamps, and so that's what she was for 2 nights. So we extended our stay for an extra 2 nights. So we're in there for a total of 3 days.
That's incredible.
I was going in visiting hours every day, staying as long as possible. I was the last partner out because I just didn't want to leave them. And of course, I didn't want to leave, my other, Millie at home also. So it was quite, one experience, just to have that to contend with.
Oh, yes. Now I remember. By the way, what you're saying is fascinating to me because this is incredible to me that they can change a physical condition in an infant by light. I mean, if this is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's got a fantastic suntan, even though the UV light acts a different way to a normal conventional sunbed.
but she has got a fantastic tan, and she's really blonde, Douglas. I've got to send you photos. She is really blonde, and she gets that from my side because I was blonde when I was a baby. Because my mother's side has got a lot of like Irish in her family, so
Yes.
there is a huge chance of her being like fair, like a redhead,
Right.
because of my mum's family side. But we've all been blonde. Like I was blonde, my mum was blonde, and her mum was blonde.
Amazing.
And so yeah, she's got really. I'll have to send you photos of her hair. It's just the nurses can't believe it. They said to me, if she was born in the summertime, that people will stop me in the streets, prior to COVID as well. They say in the ideal world where there's no COVID, people will stop and want to hold her because she's got bright blonde hair.
Yes.
And she's got, she's like a Nordic Aryan.
Yes.
It's amazing.
It's amazing, and that's wonderful. I'm so proud of you, and it's just I think you have so much to be proud of, and this is so bonding for Sarah and yourself, and it really is the greatest gift to both of you and to all of us, to all humanity, that both of you are gracing the world with this young life to present hope to us in these dark, terrifying times. Now, I'm just wondering if perhaps if you were naturalists and, say, for instance, you had a midwife and Sarah wasn't impacted as she was by, I understand that we won't go too deep into her private history, but she obviously had something that impacted her after her first birth, which was the natural passage out, and then something happened afterwards where all of her births had to be delivered via cesarean section. So something happened, and whatever it was, we don't need to know unless you're willing to share. But if she had a midwife and was doing a normal birth and going through all these naturalist methods, I assume the baby could be exposed to sunlight if this were pre-COVID times and we had, a more open kind of opportunity. But as it was, I cannot imagine in any normal conditions, no matter whether there was COVID or not, that a baby would be brought outside if they had jaundice to try and expose them to sunlight. Which doesn't exist in England anyway. But that they would,
absolutely.
Right? They would always basically they would expose them to UV lights at that point to kind of to help them, right? I mean, that's normally what would be the case, right? They'd all
absolutely.
be.
I believe that's what they would do, and I do believe that's what what she was telling me was, especially when she had Millie, that she would sit her out in the garden and then just put like a fly net over her, something where the light can still enter, and then insects can't get into her crib,
Right.
or her her buggy or whatever, her cot, whatever she was using. She was just wheeling her out into the garden, and she would just leave her in the sunlight, and she would fall asleep, and that's one of the best things for them.
That's
Just
amazing.
getting natural sunlight. It's really good, and plus you get vitamin D, so that's why I take vitamin D. I take 2,000 IU every single day without fail, because
Yes.
that helps with everything, your mood, making sure that your levels are up together, because the majority of people, especially in England, are vitamin D deficient, so it is a huge issue, especially with Sarah. Like she was explaining to me that because of all the nurses and the GPs, the general practitioners, and everyone that works in the healthcare service, they spend most of their time indoors. They don't ever see the sunlight, so it is important and vital to take these vitamins, especially vitamin D, because the majority of people in this country are vitamin D deficient. So it's
amazing.
important. It's incredible how we depend so much on the sun.
Why isn't the government kind of emphasizing this? I mean, understandably, at this moment in history, they have everything to deal with. But I mean, why isn't this in normal times? Why isn't the government emphasizing that the average Briton should be taking vitamin D? It surprises me that they don't. I would think that the government would probably recognize by now that there's seasonal affective disorder, or SAD, where people are just not getting enough sunlight and they become depressed, because this happens in Scandinavian countries. And so they try and deal with it in Scandinavia by kind of like a state recognition of the problem, and they tell people that they need to expose themselves to light, etc. I mean, there's no equivalent of this in England? People are just kind of left on their own, or what?
I do you know what? I'm afraid I believe you're absolutely correct. I don't, consciously there is nothing out there there is no, like a stringent plan or
Right.
a condition that they impose on the population to make sure that it's vital. They don't even give out any. What you'll get is when you go to the NHS, they'll give you these pamphlets of things that you should be taking. Unless you actually go see a doctor, your doctor will, will prescribe or they would suggest or recommend that you do take them. That's the only time you ever get this information. But there's nothing that the government's doing to impose on that onto the nation, which I believe they should be, because it's very important. It will prevent things like rheumatoid arthritis, things like leukemia. These things will all prevent this. Alzheimer's and dementia. It's very important to have vitamin D in your body. People don't realize how dependent you are. And as a species ourselves, we've evolved for millions of years on this planet. We do revolve around the sun, and it's so important. It's our very binary, life components for creating life, and we need it, just like protein and everything else is important. It's just building blocks of life. So people need to make sure that like water, we need it. These things we need, and of course, depending on the environment you grow up in, that will all impact and affect the way you develop. So it's absolutely, and they should be. You're absolutely right, Douglas. They absolutely should be imposing this on people, actually, it should be vital and critical that they do so, because it's so important.
Yes,
it's so important.
Oh my God! I mean, honestly, this is like it's obvious to you and I. And it's just, I think there's a problem with the government itself and the very structure of the government in England. Of course, as your father and the father before him would say, it's of course, if Hitler had conquered England, things would be much different. But unfortunately,
absolutely. You know that full well, Douglas. We know that better than anyone else.
Yes. Oh, and by the way, I remember now what that Polish nurse thought I had. She thought I had hepatitis. She thought that I was yellow enough where she was concerned I had hepatitis.
Oh my God, that's incredible. That is. Oh my God, Douglas.
Yeah, isn't that? It's funny, actually. In retrospect, of course, it's quite funny. But people who are unfamiliar with the disease, by the way, you get really yellow before you die, before your liver gets out. You turn all yellow and shit, and your eyes turn yellow. Yes, it's horrible. At any rate,
that always. Sorry, beg your pardon. That always reminds me of when February 24th to the 25th when the Japanese invaded Los Angeles, and then what they did to the military high command, they ordered all the troops to be vaccinated with this yellow fever vaccine, which wasn't approved by the FDA.
Right.
And they that was from yellow fever, and they contracted hepatitis B, I believe, the following months. And then they took out 50,000 of their own men.
Yes.
That's what it reminds me of.
Yes, thank you. All very true. And
That's what you taught me, Douglas. Yes.
Thank you. Yes. And of course, this is something people can look up and verify themselves. People can look this up. You'll see a bit of the numbers scrubbed in that they'll basically kind of underplay or kind of basically just underemphasize. But the fact is, this took the equivalent of 4.5, basically 5 divisions out of action for the rest of the war. The numeric equivalent thereof, which extended the war by years. This is Japan's equivalent of Stalingrad or Leningrad over Los Angeles. It's something that I can explain at length some other transmission. I've done so in the past, but obviously, aside from that, what was the other things? Oh, yes, you sent me that wonderful transcript. I'm finally going to be able to take a look at it sometime this week into the weekend while I review the vampirology manuscript by our man, Mr. Peter Moon, and then we'll finally get these things rolling out. By the way, I will hope to have some time after Wednesday transmission to start trying to look up what I was going to look up about Doc Marquis. In other words, contact some of these people. Did you have a chance yourself? I take it you haven't been able to follow up on that. Of course, you're across the Atlantic, so there's only certain kinds of communication you could even attempt to use. But I take it you haven't had a chance to follow up on that yet yourself with everything that was going on.
Oh, yes, Douglas. And what I did attempt to do, I'm just going through my emails now, my sent emails. I did try and get in contact with the email that you gave me of Brian William Hall.
Right.
I did not receive a reply from him, which is what we speculated anyway.
Yeah. That's pretty much, that's not surprising.
Right.
Yeah. And by the way, so you're kind of breaking up. Keep talking. I think everything will normalize. How's your your entire family's at home now, except for the one daughter who lives alone someplace else. The first daughter, the daughter who was naturally delivered or delivered without cesarean section, she lives someplace else. But all your other girls, so to speak, they're all living with you, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, Douglas. So we have
Mhm.
two daughters and plus my little one, my
Yes.
newest one.
Yes.
Edition. Yes, thank you. Yes, it's so lovely. Do you know what? I live in a household, and it's full of female energy.
Yeah.
And so what the thing is, what was he called? One of the doctors, when we were in the day, he said to me, what's it called? Not the beg your pardon, it will come into popping in my mind in my head. You understand this, Douglas? It's so difficult on the spot just to remember these things.
Oh, understood.
He said to me, I suspect you've got a man cave. I suspect you've got an attic or a shed somewhere where you can dive into. So, which was quite funny. I took that, I took that with a sense of humour. But no, it's lovely. And do you know what? I'm just doing what I can do and just make sure everyone's lives are as comfortable as possible. I'm just doing everything I can for Sarah, getting everything she needs and making sure the girl has everything she needs and the other children. Unfortunately, I took little Millie to school earlier, and their primary schools are still going to school. But the secondary schools, the older children, the ones that are between 11 years of age to 16 years of age, they've been told to stay at home.
Right.
Because of the variant of this coronavirus, this new strain. And so, unfortunately, the primary schools are still at school, but hopefully that will change. Hopefully we will keep them home.
I was about to say, if the children are that young, how do they get them to keep their masks on? Because, kids at that age, you would think they'd rip the masks off and just... yeah. How do they get them...
Absolutely.
Yeah, how do they get them to keep the masks on and whatnot? It's.
I'll be honest with you, Douglas. They don't wear masks in school.
Oh, holy shit!
They keep them all social. Yeah, no, absolutely. They don't. I think it all depends. I think in Scotland they make them wear masks, but this country they don't. In the UK, in Britain, they don't ask them to wear masks. So what they do is they're all social distancing and they're all facing the front. They don't turn and face each other, and they have their own little small bubbles, which they call bubbles. It's their little, their bubble is basically their selected group, which they have to, be with the whole time. They can't separate and be mixed with other bubbles. In case of one of them has it, and then they don't transmit it to one another. So that's all they do. And then they're in allocated rooms. They don't go, because when I was growing up in school, we would go to different classrooms because we have different subjects in different rooms in different parts of the building or multiple buildings. But they don't do that. They stay in the same room all day long. So there's no one else coming in or out apart from cleaners and the people, the domestic workers. So that's about it.
That's incredible.
That's what they do.
This is incredible. Now, go on.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was about to say, but touch wood, thankfully, it's worked so far. There's been no cases, so that's the one thing to be thankful for and grateful for.
That's
stay
incredible.
Positive about.
That's impressive. Now, you use the term Scotland, and I think this is totally apropos. This is incredibly prescient. You use the term Scotland as another country. Now, explain to our listeners, most of them don't understand this, that even though Britain has left the European Union, Scotland and Northern Ireland both want to remain, and they've both told the European Union, keep the lights on for us. They're basically, as much as announcing they are going to secede from the United Kingdom. Could you tell our listeners a little bit about this situation, what the geopolitics are of it that you understand, because this is going to impact England profoundly beyond what we already know is going to happen.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. Oh my God! And do you know what? I'm getting so many things. I can start off anywhere. I can start off from the Good Friday Agreement. That Tony Blair signed, which is only a ceasefire. People don't realise that we're still legally in a state of war with the Irish Republican Army. It's still ongoing.
Yeah.
And there's still residues of that
course.
that entity that still exists today, and they are very antithetical towards the British.
Yeah.
So is the Welsh and the Scottish. They're all and this is to do with ongoing conflicts that have been extent in existence for centuries.
Yes.
As you know, it's just, and this whole thing, and Nicola Sturgeon, who is, you know, the Prime Minister of Scotland, she's, you know, the referendum that they had a few years ago, they voted to remain part of the United Kingdom, but she wants another referendum, I believe so, as far as I'm aware, I could be wrong, for independence. They want to be entirely separated because of the people in Britain have voted for Brexit.
Yes,
It's just absurd.
Well, the Scots were completely misled because the British were saying, oh, we've got to stay in union and all this good shit, and you can't just secede, and and then the British secede from the European Union, which it's just and the Scots had voted completely against that. They hadn't voted on that at all. So yes, of course they have every right to secede. They have every right to, but this is going to affect England profoundly. Now, tell people, I mean, people don't get this, and this may seem trivial at first, but it's not. The English flag is composed of the Scottish and Irish and English crosses. I mean, the Welsh, instead of a cross, they have kind of like a dragon symbol, so they're not even on the flag. But you've got this... Absolutely. Yeah, you've got this kind of, Frankenstein's monstrosity of a flag that is going to be denuded of the Scottish cross, so that X on the British flag is going to disappear when Scotland secedes. People don't understand this. And
it's a huge impact.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
oh my
yeah.
God, please carry on, Douglas. Yes.
Yeah, and so this is why I've said the Confederate States of America, that X that people see on the Confederate battle flag, that is a Scottish cross. And so that St. Andrew's cross, I feel that elements of the South that are white, they tried to get recognition from Britain during the American Civil War between the states. This is really the only way that England can balance itself off. If it loses the Celtic fringe, if it loses Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland, then the only way they can really make up for this in terms of population balance and economics is really to recognize those southern states. You would have at least that X back in the goddamn flag. You'd get the Scottish cross, St. Andrew's cross back, and keep the flag at least looking holistically aesthetic. Because otherwise it's just going to be this white background with this kind of light-ass cross in the middle that looks like shit.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
So in terms of, like I've said before, you'd have black areas of the South and white areas that would get recognition by England, and this would help immensely. It would also give the English basically what they've kind of had with people, I don't know if Americans remember this, but that British petroleum oil was, of course, in the Caribbean off the coast of the South. That was all a British platform. That was a British oil platform. That, of course, was something that could... this is part of the cross-cultural and economic interdependence that Britain could use. It's very similar to when Britain lost the American colonies. They went out and established an empire in India. I mean, really, a lot of people don't know this. The British never even really invested in that level of Indian Ocean development until they lost the American Revolution. They lost one empire, so they had to go out and establish another. This is what Britain is stuck with doing again, and they have to now because they have no choice. Their market is nowhere near as large as Europe's, so they've got to go out and find another one. So the way America is kind of collapsing now, that would be one way to do it, to really kind of support some of these southern movements where they can reestablish a kind of Anglo-Celtic realignment across the Atlantic. But aside from that's of course for the future. What England is dealing with more immediately is that you can no longer, which you had the option. I know that our man George Knight himself is kind of what you'd call a homeboy. He kind of stayed home for the majority of his life, but you had the option until Brexit you could have traveled and found yourself a job in Europe. Your wife could have traveled to Europe and found herself a job. You could have brought your pets. You could have brought... None of that is available to you anymore. And in turn, much of your economy, which is based on cheap European labor, like Eastern Europeans who came over and became like custodians and working various jobs in England. I mean, all of this is going to come to a stop. I mean, tell us about some of this.
Oh God, Douglas, my God, and I just want to say thank you, and you're absolutely correct. Everything you just said is just absolutely, it's mind-baffling because nobody talks about that, and especially with the flag you just mentioned, it is incredible. Nobody talks about that, but that is a reality that they will have to contend with. It's something that, you know, we'll all be impacted on. But absolutely, in terms of like, you know, freedom of movement, you could freely go wherever you want in the European Union. Any of these European recognised nations, you could freely move, you know, around it. Only if you had British passport, or you know, it had a European Union flag on the, I believe, on the front cover. So it means, you know, you're part of the European Union. You freely travel without any, you know, without no worry of security because you're protected. Yeah. But now you have got none of that. You literally, I think you'll have to apply for. It's a bit like, you know, if you go to the United States or to Australia, any other Commonwealth nation, you need a visa in order to travel. You have to, you know, you've got to now prove who you are. And so then people don't realise how difficult it would be, and it's truly, it's mind-boggling, and it's just insanity when you think about people really they just take everything for granted. Yeah. They're completely disassociated with reality, and they have no idea prior to this what lives they had and what quality of life they had, and knowing what they're getting into is far worse than what we had before, and they were already complaining before about their lives, and it's just going to get far worse.
Yes.
It is. That's all I can say, just from you know, a standpoint of everyone's feeling of you know, they get the feeling of that, and so, you know, and everyone in this country, they just complain about absolutely everything. It's everything that's going on.
Well, you got to admit they got a lot to complain about, but they made it worse. They made it worse for all the wrong reasons, because honestly, the propaganda that was going on in Britain, a lot of it sponsored by the Russians and right-wing movements, was that basically that there was this stupid rumor, completely preposterous, that Angela Merkel was the daughter of Adolf Hitler. They were saying that the European Union was a realization of Adolf Hitler's attempt at unifying Europe. You know, now all of this is, that's true to extent, but it's like, so what? It's like, it's like, okay, so what? That's, if that succeeded in terms of at least stopping another fratricidal war on the continent, how is this a negative? No matter who it sources from, is preposterous to complain about. But beyond that, the British were stuck in this ridiculous nostalgia where we're resisting. That there are so many Britons, and you could perhaps share this with the Americans. They're in this siege mentality where many of them feel that the Franco-German alliance, this that dominates Europe, this Frankenreich, as they would kind of refer to it, was dominating their lives and somehow imposing itself upon them, but balance that out with the fact that England grows very little of its own food. It's a fog-bound island. There's almost nothing, or certainly not enough, that grows on England to sustain itself. Please, tell our listeners how, especially vegetables, there's so many fruits and vegetables. You tell us about this.
Absolutely. This is how preposterous it really is. And, oh my God, yeah, in terms of what can we offer the world, what can we offer? Because just look at the landmass of the United Kingdom, you know, as a whole. First of all, we're a unified nation. We've got, you know, 3 other sovereign states joined to us, you know, Northern Ireland, you know, with Southern Ireland, and then we've got Scotland and Wales. But then you look at geographically, look at the size of it. What can we offer? And as well as our waters, you know, our waters that were formerly shared by the French and the Spanish for fishing and, you know, sea, angling and mongling, that now all of a sudden we literally, what can we offer? And the fishermen were saying, oh, this is great for us, but yeah, it could be great for you, but what can you do for, you know, the entire nation? What can you offer? What can Britain offer to anyone? There's nothing they can offer.
Yeah.
They can't grow nothing.
Yeah, yes, there's very little that grows in England, and it's just I was aghast when I heard, I can't even remember the name of the last prime minister. Who was the lady before Bojo the clown? I'm trying to remember her name.
Oh, Theresa May.
Yes, Theresa May. Yes, when I heard Theresa May, and she was talking about confectionaries. She was talking about what she called digestibles. I mean, this idea of Britain selling chocolates and shit. It was like, I couldn't believe... Yeah, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I thought... I said, this has got to be a joke, and it was... It's just so sad. Basically, everybody has seen these memes where... they say, basically, here's Britain, and here's every nation in the world except Mongolia and a few other places like Paraguay. Maybe these small inland nations are the only nations on Earth that haven't been invaded by Britain. Everybody's talked about how Britain's invaded so much of the world. Well, the reason the British had to do that, people, is because there's nothing on the British Isles that can sustain the number of people that they had, not to rationalize or justify what they did, but the reason the British went out and conquered the world is because, well, look at where they live. You wouldn't want to live there. You'd go out and...
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, you look at the entire global map, Douglas, and you just look at what nations we conquered, what nations they conquered over centuries, and you look at the empire they once had.
Yeah.
You look at it, you look at India, Pakistan, you look at Australia, and then you look at Canada, and you look at all these other, nation states, South Africa, and it was just, but then you look at Britain, it's a small little tiny island, but yet we had all this, and then all of a sudden, in 1945,
Yes, yeah,
we lost it all.
And I once bought into it. I, for instance, back when I was working with Revolution Radio, and I was trying to address the Brexit phenomenon, I was saying, well, maybe they'll balance it out with the Commonwealth of English-speaking nations. And so I was assuming that the relations with Jamaica and Canada and Australia might provide an alternative to the European Union. But when I looked into it seriously and researched...
They said no.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I realized, well, wait a second. I mean, so people understand this because most people are going to say, well, what are you talking about? Aren't Australia... Look at this. Australia and Canada and New Zealand don't even use the pound sterling. They switched to fucking dollars. Try to explain that to people. I mean, they're not even using the pound sterling. I mean, they're totally different cultures at this point. And
Of course they are. This is what I've always, I've grew up my whole life wondering this. I was thinking, I was told, oh yeah, Australia is just like us. They speak English. It's a Commonwealth nation, so it belongs to us. But then you just look at them. They don't sound English at all. They don't use our currency.
Yeah.
And it's baffled me my whole life because you again fed one set of information, but then the reality is it's the total opposite, and it doesn't make any sense.
thank you.
And then you look at Brexit, you think, and that's what everyone thinks. Everyone thinks, oh yeah, it's good to vote for Brexit because then all of a sudden we have better relations, better ties with our, other Commonwealth-speaking nations, and then all of a sudden they say we can't barely, afford to look after ourselves, let alone you.
Right.
That's what they said.
Yes. And
They said F off. They told us to go away.
yes. And so the Commonwealth of Nations, I realize, is basically a sports organization. They get together for these fucking sports events, basically.
That's all. Yeah, that's all.
It's yes. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, this is like Britain is truly. It's living out the fantasy that it was projecting in World War II, where there was this big fantasy where Britain stands alone. And it was like, of course, at that time, they still had an iron grip over the Commonwealth and had the American allies. Now it truly is standing fucking alone. And this is the worst that Britain has ever had it. So try and give people just some idea of how dire the situation is. I mean, beyond the food, it's technical supplies, hardware for your computers. This is like give people an idea of how bad this can get. What is your own?
Well, thank you, Douglas. Well, yeah, absolutely. Because what people got to remember also is the majority of our farming and agriculture is all handpicked from Europeans, particularly from Romania, and of course. that will stop, obviously, from now, because it's, we've succeeded, in this Brexit, so now we are completely on our own. And so, absolutely. And you look on the shelves, this is the thing. It was, no, you're going to make sure, because when you go to a supermarket, you get like options. You can either have a premium brand, or you can have like a more, what's it called?
Generic?
Just a cheaper version, a more. I'm trying to think what the word is called.
I think it's generic. I think it's generic, or maybe British might
something
have a
like
different term. They might have a different term.
Yeah, and so people saying,
economy, the economy version. But
that's it, Douglas. The that's exactly it, Douglas.
Okay.
And so they were saying, don't worry, you can always choose a different alternative. But then you go to the stores and there's no alternatives now. You can literally start to see it, and we've noticed, like, also, like, there are particular brands that we like, and we shop at Aldi, and the majority of the products they use comes from Britain, but then they also have products that come from Europe, and because it's a German company,
right,
and it's a cheaper version. It's that you can get a premium version, or you can get the economic, version of it, and so the economy level version. So and literally they're running out. You can see it on the shelves, like it's just in front of your eyes.
That's so scary.
It's already happening. And my God, Douglas, over Christmas, just before, do you hear all the Calais to Dover? There's that, the ferry channel, across the British Channel, the channel, not the channel, where the Channel Islands is. There's that strip of sea where it's between Calais of France and to Dover.
Yeah, it's and, right. The channel is right underneath it. The Atlantic.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I actually watched an interesting documentary the other day of how they built that, and they had to. I won't go into it now, obviously, but anyway, that was really quite interesting to see how they built it. And they struggled big time to build that. Yeah. There was a massive tailback of like literally thousands of lorries where they were just standstill, so they had to park on aircraft, takeoff, airstrips. They had to park in an airfield where there's airstrips. There was no room for them on the M25. There was nothing. So there was a huge tailback. There was a standstill. No one could go anywhere, and everyone was saying they won't be home for Christmas, and it was just horrendous. And that's all because of Brexit. Yeah. That was all to do with Brexit.
And not only that, but they have to, once the truckers are allowed to get back into transit, they have to take tests for COVID because of the new variant now. And so it's going to be this double whammy that is going to leave Britain undersupplied. So all these romanticists who kept longing back for the war, this kind of feeling of wartime solidarity, they're going to get their fantasies fulfilled. They're going to live in these wartime conditions of deprivation. This kind of like... the reality is, it's at this time, this is what I've predicted before, that more than likely Spain at some point, this is the problem, Gibraltar has expressed they wanted to stay in European Union. And Gibraltar has asked for codominium status, meaning that they would be kind of like Britain giving Hong Kong back to China. Gibraltar's asked, please let us be under some level of codominium between Spain and England, and the British are just saying flat out, oh no, and this is going to result likely in a Spanish attempt to take Gibraltar, at which point England will find itself in war. I do have confidence that the English would likely win that war. It may even get to the point where the English would deploy nuclear weapons to win that war, but this would be kind of like, again, England is going to be forced to establish a new empire one way or another, either both or one side of the Atlantic or the other. This would bring England back into the Mediterranean and North Africa, because England would do things like creating alliance with Catalonia, which wants to sever from Spain. They would create an alliance with Catalonia, support their independence. They would basically kind of reinstall themselves back into the Mediterranean. This is another opportunity for England. I've expressed this before, that England has options, but the options are going to involve war. And England has made it necessary to go to war because there's no other way it's really going to establish land for itself, which can bring the resources that it needs. So this is the horror that you can look forward to. And has anyone in England at all, in opinion columns or editorials, even had the courage to go in that direction yet? To actually.
No, Douglas. This is what's so important because I'm the only one, only getting it from you, and you're absolutely right because I've also, I have also said the same thing that war, that's the only option left. That's the only way to get out of this crisis, and it will lead to a conflict. It will lead to a war, but people just look at you like you're just batshit crazy. And unfortunately, that's the reality that Britain is contended with. That's the only option it has left, and it will do such a thing. Yeah. And just as you said, it will try and regain its empire.
Yeah,
that's the only option it has left, unfortunately, and that's the reality. How do you contend with this? For the economic level, trying to hold our global stance on the world. What's the only other option? And it's war. And so war is inevitable. Even with what else is going on geopolitically, with what Russia's doing, with the trade, the trade wars with China, they've already said, and it's been on the news very recently that they will be the number one, global economy on earth. They will be the largest empire. They will be the number one frontier of the global stage. And so it's leading that way.
Well, here's the difference, though. Communist China is aiming for that position, but Communist China, here's the problem, is that they've got a lot stacked against them in the sense that, first off, they're not likable. They're not a likable culture because they've alienated everyone immediately around them. Nobody around Communist China likes what they're doing. So that's kind of like an advantage that they have. Now, Britain is not popular either, but the advantage that Britain has, now, make no mistake about it, Communist China is also on the United Nations Security Council. They also have nuclear weapons, but the issue is that Communist China's conflicts inevitably draw in other contenders. With Britain and its conflicts, this is the interesting thing, is that we have seen before wars in NATO in which Greece and Turkey are both members of NATO, and yet they went to war with each other during the time of Cyprus when the Brits basically stood by and did fucking nothing. And they let the Turks conquer half of Cyprus. And the British still have bases on Cyprus, for Americans who don't know this. The British literally had men on the fucking ground in Cyprus, and they did nothing when the Turks invaded Cyprus. And so the British still have these toeholds in the Mediterranean. And since we've seen that Turkey can act the aggressor, and yet the rest of NATO did not go to war against Turkey, then we know that the Brits can very likely go to war with Spain, and people will say, well, they're both NATO members, so we'll just stand back. So we know that this can happen, just like it did between Greece and Turkey, because there's precedent. So unlike China, where if China moves into these other areas and everybody is basically obligated by economics to counter them, Spain is poor enough and peripheral enough to Europe where a war between England and Spain is not going to drag in the rest of the European Union. Very likely they would just stand back. I mean, so I'm sure you would agree with me on that. So Britain has some advantages.
Oh, absolutely, Douglas. Oh, absolutely. And I agree with you, everything you say 100%, because it's the only thing that makes any sense. If there is anything outside of that is irrational. So anything that's, it's anything logical.
Yes,
so
thank you. Thank you. And so we can tell people they heard it here first. And of course, they've heard a lot of things from me first. And in terms of the other aspects of England, let's talk a bit about the National Health Service. We've got about half an hour left. We'll probably close it a little before the end of that time just to make certain that we keep it in the safe zone. But, tell us a bit about, first off, we're very fortunate that your wife had this pregnancy at this time, because now is when the National Health Service is going to be contending with this horrible new variant. The variant is already spreading in the United States and God knows in Europe and everywhere else.
Yes.
What is your impression of this mutation? What do you, I mean, your wife is a nurse, so you know a bit more than most of us. There must be some impression you have of it. Oh, and by the way, Oxford is finally releasing its vaccine, so I take it she's going to get the vaccine now from Oxford, right?
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. I spoke to my father earlier, actually, and we both mentioned that because they did issue, unfortunately, Matt Hancock, you know, he is literally a cock. He's our health secretary, and he has announced, and he's what word did he use? He was saying that it's just, you know, it's like rabbinical or something. He said it's like our you know, like just like what Churchill did, you know, saying this is our finest hour. You know, this is a beacon at this is the light at the end of the tunnel. We are now issuing our own, you know, from Oxford, the AstraZeneca vaccine.
Yes.
The trials have all finished, so now they are actually they are literally now rolling out the vaccine now. 500,000 this week, they have said.
So does your wife, as a nurse, as a public health provider, qualify for that when she's on maternity leave? How does that work?
Oh, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, because I believe, I don't know if I said this to you last week, but she got the email and confirmation from her colleagues that she works with, that they said that they got vaccinated last Friday. They've all been vaccinated with the first dose. They've got the first dose of the I believe that is the Pfizer vaccine.
Right.
The Pfizer vaccine. The one that is, you know, sub-zero.
Right.
Below zero.
Yeah, that's right. It's hard to maintain because you have to keep it very, very frozen, practically. And that's the one that was manufactured basically between America and Germany. It's a German-American competitive effort. And the British are producing something that your wife felt more safer with, because she was they pushed through these other vaccines so quickly that as a health professional, she has every right to be concerned, because, you know, just the fact that they produce these and just approve them in desperation. This is very similar, not nearly at the danger levels of what happened in World War II with the Americans vaccinating for yellow fever after what they believed was a biocidal attack, but this is something that's fairly risky. It's simply, so she was waiting for what came out of Oxford, and now it's out. But she's on maternity leave, but she's a nurse, so can she swing it to get that? And is this something like you can get, or what's up with that potentially?
Oh, absolutely, Doug. Yeah, thank you. Do you know what? When I do get the answer to that, I will get right back to you, and so you can, you know, tell the listeners and viewers that what the answer is to that. But the thing is, because she's just come out of a pregnancy and, you know, she's just delivered, I don't know what the regulations are of that yet, and what they say. So that is a very good question, Douglas, and I will find out an answer to you. But definitely her colleagues who are still working, they have been vaccinated. So I only assume they will do the same thing for her eventually, whether it's not sooner rather than later. I have no idea, but I will get back to you on that one.
Good.
Absolutely.
Good.
But a very good question. That's something that needs answering.
And tell people what damage has been done to the National Health Service as a whole, that this is the pride of England that your wife was working for, and it's essentially, it's just been, tell us what shape you feel it's in now, and whether or not it can, what you personally feel about how this crisis will impact it. It's terrifying.
Oh, sorry, Douglas. Beg your pardon. I'll be literally just 2 seconds.
Oh, take your time. Take your time. No rush. Don't worry. I'll hold the stage. And so our dear man is taking care of his family. And oh my God.
No, all done. Yeah. No, sorry. I'm back now.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. And so tell us a bit about the National Health Service and what it was and what it's becoming.
Oh yeah, it's plummeting. It's definitely getting there, Douglas. Yeah. I don't even know where to begin as to start, but I do know over the years, over the last several decades, they have, you know, from when Margaret Thatcher created the National Health Service, it is just becoming more and more. It's basically because of funding. There's more cuts, government cuts and funding towards, and the building that we were in is because because the same hospital, sorry, the ward that we were in, the Sherborne building that we delivered our little girl, I was born in the same place. So it's old.
Oh my God.
It's amazing that I was born in the exact same place, probably the same floor. It's amazing.
It's amazing. That's incredible.
Yeah. But they keep on talking about rebuilding, putting a new building up, but it's just it's all these cutbacks. So you can imagine, they are struggling. They are very, very struggling. And the thing is, the people that do work in there are remarkable people. You've got some really genuine, very, very, they're very dedicated, they're committed, and the thing is, it's people like Sarah who's, been doing this for years, and it takes 5 years to make someone like Sarah.
Yes.
So she can do what she do. Yeah. And doctors, it takes over 10 years, as you know, Douglas. It takes a very long time. They can't just produce these out of thin air now. If they, with this coronavirus, it's very detrimental to everything, really. Yes. And to life, to health, and to the NHS. And if they have got no doctors, no nurses, then you're not going to have anyone alive anymore.
Yes.
It's just one thing leads after to another, and so cutbacks does not work, because the more you cut back, the more problems you're going to develop. So it's speculate to accumulate scenario. You can't do that, and so basically it's going down that road. And with the impact of Brexit and coronavirus, it's just getting far worse, much more worse. And the thing is, they don't hold that back either. They tell you. And that's what they say, stay at home, protect lives, protect the NHS.
Right.
That's literally the slogan. But of course, also they're trying to keep us alive, so we continue paying our taxes. Also, that's why they issued that furlough scheme.
Right.
So that's there's all these things. Thank you.
And tell people a little. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say it's very important that people do understand that.
Thank you.
But they don't understand it.
No.
These are things for so many generations, because it's been generated. Beg your pardon, for like 2 generations we've had this NHS, healthcare system. Right. People just taking it for granted, and that's literally what they do. The other bad thing about it for years has been people will just go there, see their GP if they've got a sniffle or cold. Right. The common cold. Right. They will exploit it, and they will ask for antibiotics. They'll ask for which they don't need. And then there's only one other, because the antibiotics, and my partner Sarah will be so much better at explaining this. But what I was taught was they've only got one dosage of this, and then there's only one left for backup. And once that's all gone, there is no more antibiotics out there. Because what people do is they exploit it, they take too many, then all of a sudden their body doesn't respond to antibiotics very well. It's like people that have sepsis. Yes. If they don't respond very well to the antibiotics, it means they've literally been exploiting it their whole life. Yeah. And so it will end up taking away a lot of people's lives, because their body's no longer responding efficiently to antibiotics, and there's literally not very many left out there. Yes. So that's another thing that people begin contending with in the future, because antibiotics will eventually not work for human beings. Yes. They will become too immune to it. It wouldn't work anymore.
Well, to explain this to people who are listening, what George Knight is attempting to explain is the fact that your immune system builds up a tolerance to antibiotics, and worse yet, the invasive bacteria or viruses that, of course, antibiotics work against bacteria, not viruses. But so people understand this, the diseases that can be cured by antibiotics are becoming more adapted to the antibiotics. So when you overuse the antibiotics need to be completely rehabilitated, modified. New ones need to be developed to deal with the diseases that adapt to the antibiotics. And Britain, at least, apparently has a kind of a restraint in that you still have to go to your doctor to get them, like in the United States. Now, in places like Asia, the Philippines, they count on adult restraint or a sense of adult responsibility, because you can buy that shit off the fucking shelf And so people understand this. That's not a good idea. And what they do in Thailand with shrimp, because shrimp, of course, they're all closed together in these breeding pools. And if one shrimp gets sick, then all the shrimp die and they wipe out a whole breeding pool of shrimp. They just pour loads of antibiotics into these shrimp pools in places like Singapore and Thailand. And so eating shrimp from these places is like eating an antibiotic-laden meat or delicacy. And the problem is that this makes everybody more and more vulnerable to these bacteria. And as time goes on, something has to develop that will ultimately not be respondent to antibiotics. So we're coming towards the end of the antibiotic age, which means we're back to the Middle Ages, which means that, well, millions of us are going to die. Yes.
Because our bodies won't be able to respond efficiently to bacteria that fast, that we contract and that harbours our bodies. So our immune systems will literally cease to exist. It won't function anymore, because we'll be attacked.
Yes.
And we'll become a host, which and it's really sad. Because, like you said, Douglas, the first rule is you don't kill the host.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes. And like you've always said, Douglas, in order to live, something has to die.
Yes.
So that's what we do. These people who are vegan and they say, oh, we don't kill any animals. But in order to, for you to sustain that lifestyle, you have to kill some other form of life in order for you to exist.
Yes.
And it's just like with antibiotics. If we want to live, we have to fight the bacteria. We kill it off.
Yes.
And so it's exactly the same thing. Yeah, absolutely, Douglas.
Well, I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to just express that, because that's something else that people don't seem to realise, that there are things out there that have to die in order for life to live, and so that's the cycle of life.
Yes.
Things must die in order for people to live, and it's, and once these antibiotics do stop working, then that's another problem we'll be contending with in the future.
Yes. But just so people understand this in perspective, it's not that the bacteria would kill us all. It would be simply like the Middle Ages, in which our populations will be much smaller because,
Thank you.
Yes, because so many of us will be dying off. But obviously a number of us will survive, and there will be a number of us who develop an immunity, but this will happen over time. The antibiotics provide this incredible shortcut, which I believe that with science we'll find ways to, at the end of the antibiotic age, we'll have to turn towards genetic engineering or even nanotechnologies. We'll eventually find things to make up for the end of the antibiotic age, but all of this takes time, and the question will be whether our civilization will collapse first. And actually, where we'll see, unfortunately, and I had to start caring deeply about people in England before this happened, we're going to see a test case for that run in England. It's one of the first places where we're going to see this, is whether civilization will survive these challenges, because the English have actually put themselves out on a limb for the rest of us as this kind of isolated test case, this case study in quote-unquote sovereignty, in which we're going to see how well they can survive until they have to start conquering again. They'll have to, somebody...
Yes. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry to butt in quickly. Yeah, and that's what I've expressed for a very long time too. That we're the guinea pigs of the world. That everyone's watching us. That other nations are watching how we will cope with being a sovereign state and how we will cope with everything else that's going on. So they're all watching us and seeing how we act. And see how we're going to deal with it.
Yeah.
And I think they're just laughing at us.
Yeah, right. Yes, there is that. I mean, believe me, it is, and that's sad. And it's sad because it was like, the British did not all vote for this. This was literally, tell people how Brexit won by literally like half a percentile, like literally half of 1% or 1%. It was something that was.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. I never voted. Obviously, I didn't even bother voting. To leave or to remain in 2016 with that referendum. I didn't even bother, but I know so many people that voted Brexit. And to be honest with you, back then, because I didn't understand it as well as I do now, and especially with living in the post-Brexit age now.
Yes.
I'm living in it now.
Yeah.
I knew it was a very bad idea. But then you had all these people like Nigel Farage, all, Russian propaganda. This was all to, promote and influence the swing vote to we'll be better off on our own, and they're saying we give so much, the English pound sterling towards the European Union, so many millions. And then you just work out, because it's the largest, the European Union is the largest market on the earth.
Yeah.
And you just realize how much money was coming in. It was so much more significant than it was that we were pumping into it. Even though we were the main, like the third or the fourth main contributor, which we were, they wanted us to remain, obviously.
Yeah.
But obviously the problem was it was a referendum, it was a democratic vote, and then the majority of the people thought, oh yeah, and also the whole immigration thing, that's what persuaded the swing vote also, it influenced it massively because they were saying about all these illegal immigrants that come in. And this is what made people vote Brexit. But it was all...
Yeah, explain to people...
propaganda.
Explain to people the insanity of that, because obviously England is an island. It's not...
Yes.
And it's an island that is in the colder regions of the north. It's kept somewhat warm by the Atlantic current, but it's not like America, which has got these tropical islands off the coast where you got a bunch of people who can just row a boat over here. I mean, England, it's not like people from North Africa can swim to fucking England. They have to go through the fucking continent. They can't just take a boat to get there. So it's not like England was vulnerable to this. It was like the migrants who were in England, who are Pakistanis and Asian Indians who are dominating entire towns, they're not coming by fucking boat. They're not boat people. So,
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh god, it is just true insanity.
Yeah.
And I really don't know where to begin on it. I really don't know where.
Well,
where
you
to
can
start
start
on it,
by
Douglas.
telling.
You understand this.
Yeah, you can start by telling people that. Well, we've already told them. Basically, these people were doing what the British themselves were not willing to do, which is, pick the fucking fruit, work the scut jobs, and now you're gonna have to have someone do that. Who is that going to be? This is where you have this incredible problem. I mean, it's just like so. As I said, it's literally going. The one thing Britain has is a fairly world-class military. So this is what they're going to have to deploy to bring this kind of labor back to England, and it brings us back to an age of conquest. So Britain is doing one thing. It's pioneering the new age, and the new age will be one of autarky and a jockeying for geopolitical power once again. And in a sense, I'd have to say, I feel it'll all work out for the best for everyone in the end, because, I really think that probably it just otherwise would have been a peaceful world that kind of would have stagnated. So this is in the end for the best ultimately. So I do think, however, that it's going to be a very hard time for people for generations. And unfortunately, I do care about people now on the other side of the Atlantic, and I hate to see them go through this.
I know, thank you, Douglas. I know, and that's the thing, that we have to express, and qualify to the people listening right now that, we're not antithetical towards, we're just contextualizing reality. That's all we're doing. And, contextualization is not advocacy. We're not advocating for this. We're not promoting it. We're just contextualizing what the world is, just how reality is.
Yes.
On the geopolitical stage, on the global stage. And these are the problems that Britain does face. And just because I and it's good because I live here and I can, always proliferate everything towards you, back to you, how it's going. And so you'll see and unfortunately it's going to be decline. It's going to be, it's just,
Well, I have every confidence that the British will adapt, but you're going to go through this period that's going to be very traumatic. This is the problem. You had a bunch of romantics who felt that the good old days of World War II gave them a feeling of some kind of sense of national identity, and they wanted to kind of return to what they felt was, like Make America Great Again, this kind of sense of glory. There is this sense of a reclamation of a sense of national glory. This romanticism is what drove Brexit, a combination of racism and romanticism. And there was obviously a culture shock where there were a lot of very alien cultures that have established themselves in England and kind of dominate swaths of England, that many British people found this just appalling. And it's understandable when you had cases like there's this one town, I remember I was speaking of it when I was working at Revolution Radio, and I was talking about these South Asians who were raping all the white girls in this town. And I remember that it was like a political football, because I kept getting people who were claiming, oh, that's not part of England, that's part of Scotland. And I had other people saying, oh, that's not part of Scotland, it's part of England. The reality is it's in this almost gray area border town that neither the Scots nor the British wanted to claim credit for, because they were so embarrassed that you had this town where hunting white girls by these South Asian turban-wearing Orientals was like a sport, and nobody was taking responsibility for this. This is kind of what propelled the reaction towards Brexit. But this doesn't get rid of those assholes. Those guys are still there.
Yes.
So now the question is, in the post-Brexit world, what is Britain or Scotland going to do to respond to this issue? And this means that you have to start really putting money into these areas, developing them, and maybe this will force that. So maybe good will come of this. That Yeah.
I'm absolutely sure of that also. I completely agree with you, Douglas, and that's it. It's positive. Looking on the positive side, that there could be good from this, and it's just like you said, it's adaptation for the British people.
Yeah.
And they just need to adapt to it, like the life we live in for the last year, because it's been exactly, it's been a year now since we've been contending with coronavirus, so we've been going through this for a year now.
Yeah.
It's just adaptation, and so like I said earlier, the British will complain, but they've got good reason to complain about.
Yeah.
So this is just more things to for them to complain about, basically.
But
you're absolutely right.
Yeah, the problem will be getting British people off their ass. A lot of them had a romance, but they didn't have any idea of how hard it was, and so people will die, and the survivors will be stronger. This is the kind of. Yeah, go on. Yeah, please.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, because I did say to little Millie earlier, I said to her when I was taking her to school, I said they're most likely going to shut the schools down eventually, because the student union, and not student union, the school unions are trying to stop it. They're trying to prevent the kids from going back to school. And I told her it's all right, because you'll be sitting down with me, and we'll be going through history lessons.
Thank you. Yes. Now that makes perfect sense. Well, God bless you. I'm going to cut the stream off soon, because obviously we don't want to take it to the edge where, of course, it doesn't upload. And I love you dearly, my wonderful knighted George, and share my love with Sarah and all of the young ladies. Could you give us all their names? Millie is one, and who are the others?
You got Ella, Rafia, and Sarah, and little Emily now. Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Douglas. No, and all my love onto you, and in return. And thank you so much for having me on tonight or today.
It's an honor.
Going across the Atlantic,
different
times.
And we hope to make this more regular, because we need these kind of reports. You're our correspondent on the scene for a civilization in going through an incredible transition, and it's ultimately it's definitely one thing. It's not going to be dull. We can guarantee you this. Oh my God.
We're in for a ride. We're in for an adventure.
All right. Well, all our love. You take care. Have a blessed day.
Yeah, good night, Douglas. Much love onto you.
Much love. Bye-bye for now. And so I'll close off tonight with reminding everyone, in the few minutes we have remaining, don't forget, of course, the GoFundMe, but also do remember that we have other methods of support that I do invite everyone to sponsor, myself with. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Incorporated. at DouglasDietrich.com. Remember, every time you use PayPal to sponsor myself or contribute to indicate myself as friend or relation, it's the same indicator. You have this one category that says friend or relation. It doesn't give you an opportunity to disambiguate. So we're all friends here, or you wouldn't be supporting me, and we're certainly all extended electronic family. So if you want to avoid that entirely, if you find somehow my being a friend or relation distasteful, you can still sponsor myself. I don't see why you would want to if you found that distasteful, but people are what they are. You go to the red button at DouglasDietrich.com, where you can use a credit or debit card without needing to indicate me as anything, and no cut will be taken by any middleman. That will be via the red button at DouglasDietrich.com. Otherwise, use the yellow button and indicate such. And either case, reward yourself by